In the early years, countless monsters descended upon Earth, turning our home into a brutal battlefield for 10,000 races. At first, some humans awakened with special powers, but they were too few to make a difference, and humanity's hope quickly faded. Relying on guns and nuclear weapons, survivors barely managed to build 10 defensive lines to hold back the relentless alien onslaught. But in just 10 short years, those defensive lines completely crumbled to dust. Faced with total extinction, humanity had no choice but to fight back with everything they had left. Ever since this brutal war began, the casualties have been absolutely staggering. In the Eastern Human Alliance alone, over 1 million soldiers have perished on the battlefield. Today, as conventional firearms and heavy artillery run dry, the number of superpowered nations are now deploying specialized, superpowered legions to the front lines to turn the tide of battle. To reclaim their homeland and ensure the very survival of humanity, humans must continue expanding their armies and dive into the war. Over the last 10 years, this triggered the largest military enlistment drive in Chinese history. In Chengdu City, located on the freezing northern border of the Eastern Alliance, amidst the desolate, icy wind, only tearful farewells remain. 19-year-old Chen Guohai was killed in action, fighting on the brutal first defensive line. He was a level 2 lightning user who gave everything. He faced a grotesque, decaying giant and died in a bloody clash, leaving behind only half a hand. 22-year-old Su Lai sacrificed his life at the 9th defensive line of this endless war. As a level 3 fire user, he carried a massive payload of explosives, detonated them with his own flames, and blew up the enemy bridge. His body was never found. Behind me is the casualty list sent back from the front lines just last month. These brave souls were our friends, our family, our brothers, and our sisters. The man delivering this heartbreaking speech with tears in his eyes is none other than the former mayor. His powerful words echo deeply, stirring the emotions of every single soldier in the crowd. Igniting a burning fire in their hearts, their morale skyrockets to an all-time high as they pump their fists and shout together in unison. We must protect our homeland. We must defend our rivers and mountains. Enlist, enlist, enlist. The eager recruits rush toward the registration desks, desperate to join the army and slaughter the invaders. Amidst the chaotic excitement, furious roars of hatred echo louder and louder. Kill them all. Tear those monsters apart. Wipe them out. Hundreds of signed enlistment forms are thrust forward as eager recruits beg to be sent straight to the front lines. The recruiter's voice echoes continuously, calling out name after name. But right in the middle of all this hype, one young man steps up with a gloomy, miserable expression on his face. He keeps his head down as he approaches the registration table, even though he is a young man of only 20. When the recruiter asks if he wants to enlist, he calmly chooses to stay home and support from the rear. His unexpected response leaves the recruiter and everyone nearby completely speechless. They are totally stunned, since only women, children, and the elderly stay in the safe zone. So making a choice like this while the nation faces extinction makes him look like a total coward. A classmate sneers. Did you already forget the humiliation of our friends and family being slaughtered by those monsters? I have not forgotten, but this is my choice. His icy response and seemingly unbothered attitude only make his hot-headed classmates boil with rage. Just as one angry student prepares to throw a hard punch right to his face, the mayor suddenly barks out, "Silence!" He walks over and sighs, knowing that military service is entirely voluntary, left up to one's own sense of duty. It is just a massive shame because Nan Zisheng has incredible grades, meaning the military just lost a bright hope. Nan Zisheng keeps his head down, clenching his fists in silence as he walks away, ignoring the vicious insults calling him worse than a dog. By the next day, even the roaring helicopters in the sky cannot drown out the thunderous chants below. Who says we have no victory is ours? Victory. With military morale reaching its absolute peak, those staying behind also scream out, "Protect our families. Defend our nation. Duty above all else." Watching silently from a distance is Nan Zisheng, his face hidden completely beneath his hood. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a buzz. He pulls it out to check the latest news flash. The headline reads, "Just how massive was the Eastern Alliance's latest grand assault on the alien front lines?" The second news report is about a Yecheng freshman refusing to enlist, and everyone immediately knows who it is. The third report is even worse. Huaxia's 10th defense line has collapsed twice, leaving Guangzhou recaptured and heavily devastated. Clicking on the article about himself, Nan Zisheng is met with an endless wave of insults, cursing, and hateful comments. One commenter writes that they do not know why he stayed, but he definitely made a massive, terrible mistake. Once the defenses break, Yecheng will face the consequences. and absolutely no one inland will be able to escape. Coward. Frontline heroes are carrying the heavy burden for trash like you. Staring blankly at the screen, Nan Zisheng mutters to himself like a man possessed. The real reason he avoided the draft is simple. He is a regressor who already lived through this entire apocalypse. In his past life, he was just like them. Enlisting early to fight on the front lines, he eventually became a strategic commander, earning great achievements to make his family proud, even as humanity faced a slow, painful retreat. He spent his entire life researching 5 legendary talents, planting their seeds deep inside his own body. Maxing out and merging them is the only way to truly turn the tide. But before he could even execute his ultimate plan, humanity went extinct, and Zisheng died a brutal death at the hands of the supreme ruler of all races. Walking over, Nan Zisheng sits down on a lonely, snow-covered bench by the side of the road, clasping his hands as he deeply reflects on his future and the hard path ahead. Call it absolute fate or pure obsession, but those legendary talent trees actually regressed with him to the present day. His first ability, the beast taming tree, gathers wild beasts, triggers rapid mutation. Next, the elemental tree controls water, fire, wind, and lightning spells, unleashing devastating forbidden magic by consuming massive amounts of elemental energy points. The Shura tree grants more power with every kill, unlocking ultimate bloodlust when he transforms into a Shura to slaughter thousands of enemies. Then there is the array tree, stacking magical formations to multiply his combat power to absolute extremes. Finally, the undead tree summons legions of skeletons from deep underground, growing stronger with every bit of energy spent. These 5 legendary talents demand a massive amount of origin stones and precious time, but once he maxes them all out, he will reach a level of infinite, even if all 10 defense lines fall. Leaving him completely alone, he will have the power to single-handedly destroy the enemy and protect humanity. But right now, heading to the war zone will not even let him capture minor beasts, let alone farm enough origin stones to upgrade his talents. His talents would eventually wither away. So Nan Zisheng comes up with a brilliant plan to gather origin stones as fast as possible. The perfect place is the local testing ground, packed with mutated beasts that can provide an endless supply of origin stones normally used to upgrade the city. Standing up, Nan Zisheng walks off in deep thought, arriving shortly at the rear support area of the testing ground. At the entrance of the Yecheng branch station, a small group of locals is busy sorting through the corpses of slain alien beasts. Built during the early days of the invasion to train soldiers, this testing ground is still incredibly useful for processing resources today. However, since all able-bodied soldiers are fighting on the front lines, only the elderly and women are left to run this place. While stacking the alien monster corpses, one elderly worker wishes these foul creatures could somehow be processed into rations to support their brave soldiers at the front. Wanting to do their part for the nation, a young girl named Xiao Lu steps in with hands on her hips, warning Aunt Wang to be careful. Aunt Wang sighs and keeps working, her face showing deep exhaustion and worry about failing to meet their demanding monthly quota. Another woman nearby sighs in heavy agreement, nodding her head as she speaks up, lamenting that they are simply too old to wield heavy weapons against these fierce monsters, forcing them to process the carcasses painfully slowly. Feeling completely useless, Xiao Lu looks down and sighs, wishing she possessed the strength to help ease their heavy burden. As the 3 women talk, Nan Zisheng suddenly approaches them out of nowhere with a warm greeting. Scratching his head sheepishly, he offers to help them clear out the beasts. Thrilled by the offer, Xiao Liu eagerly walks up and guides him toward the storage room to grab a work uniform. Securing a strong helper instantly lifts her spirits and brightens her entire mood. Nan Zisheng thanks her politely as he follows her down the path to the warehouse. Watching them walk away, the 2 older women whisper in deep curiosity, wondering why such a tall, strong, and handsome young man would end up at a rundown testing ground. Suddenly, Aunt Wang gasps as she recognizes his face, realizing he is the infamous draft dodger who refused to fight. The other woman looks completely stunned by this shocking revelation, asking why a coward who ran from the front lines would come here. Aunt Wang frowns, pointing to her phone as she mutters that he probably wants to make up for his shameful crimes, hiding in the safe zone, living a coward's life. With a mocking sneer, Aunt Wang continued to ridicule Nam Tu Thang, refusing to believe he could destroy the alien beasts. Back inside, hands on hips, Xiao Lu dragged over a massive blade to hand to him. Dressed in an outfit cooler than any A-list celebrity, Nam Tu Thang firmly grabbed the heavy blade. As Nam Tu Thang walked toward the door, Xiao Lu quietly cheered behind him. Fantastic. At this rate we can wrap this up even faster. Staring at Nam Tu Thang's back as he walked away, Xiao Lu blushed deeply. totally lovesick, shyly whispering to herself how unbelievably handsome he was. Seemingly noticing the obvious look on Xiaolu's face, Aunt Wang interrupted her thoughts, snapping that he was just a coward who refused to join the front lines. Hearing her words, a completely infatuated Xiao Liu snapped out of it to ask Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang deeply despised Nam Tu Thang, stubbornly insisting he was just a coward and doubting he could ever handle these deadly mutant beasts. Ignoring her bitter gossiping entirely, Nam Tu Thang kept his cool and stepped inside. The system chimed, alerting him that he had selected an A-rank trial. With no prior records found, it asked him to confirm if he wanted to initiate the trial. Nam Tu Thang clicked confirm. The heavy steel door slowly slid open alongside blaring alarms. The system warned him as ravenous, wide-mouthed monsters began charging out of the dark. As the long night approached, humanity was cornered. But for the sake of their future, Nam Tu Thang was willing to clothe himself in darkness, turning into a shadow, unbothered by any humiliation. Ever since the beast invasion, spiritual energy had flooded the world, mutating and leveling up wildlife. In his past life, he did not just battle invading beasts on the front lines, but also handled mutated monsters. Armed with his past life combat experience, taking down these mutant scatterbirds was complete child's play. He knew their fatal weakness instantly. It was right at the back of their heads. Seizing the split second, he leapt high into the air with all his strength, instantly getting behind the giant bird and swinging his blade to send it straight to the afterlife. As the giant bird's corpse plummeted, Nam Tu Thang landed smoothly in an incredibly badass pose before extracting the glowing source stone from his fallen target. The system screen materialized right before his eyes, displaying his talent tree details. Tameable Beast's limit was 1. Tameable Beast level 0. Beast Tamer rank 0. This talent leveling mechanism seemed exactly the same as in his previous life. For every single mutant bird he killed, he would harvest 1 source stone, simultaneously upgrading his talent capacity to tame 1 more mutated beast. A short while later, fatigue began setting in. His clothes were torn half open, and several fresh wounds had appeared across his face. But to him, these minor injuries were still completely under control. Before he could even catch his breath, he found himself surrounded by another aggressive flock of chasing birds. They charged toward him at breakneck speed, shrieking and howling as if desperate to claim their own glory. To ensure he could wipe out the entire swarm quickly without draining his precious energy, he made sure that every single strike, he carefully avoided their most dangerous attacks and aimed directly at their absolute weakest spots, bringing them down with single, decisive slashes. Suddenly, an exceptionally massive bird roared, charging right at him. Sensing the imminent danger, he spun, planting his hand on the ground, to deliver a fierce back kick straight to its neck, leaving the beast completely helpless to absorb the devastating impact. He decided to take out the airborne flock circling above him first. Wave after wave of aggressive mutant birds swarmed in, attempting to surround him, but he seized every brief opening to slip behind and systematically take them down. Having wiped out the stubborn flock, he caught his breath, staring at the fresh system notification popping up. His tameable beast capacity had risen to 5, though the level of tameable beasts remained at 0. His mutant tamer level was unchanged, sitting at 5 out of 800, exactly as he expected. His overall efficiency had definitely improved compared to last time. Suddenly, hearing a sound from behind, he spun around to find a terrifyingly hostile beast lunging right at him. This creature was several times larger than any of the others, making him realize instantly that this was their leader, the mighty King Scatterbird itself. Without hesitating, Nam Tu Thang instantly dropped into a combat stance, gripping his blade tightly as he prepared to meet the boss's incoming assault. The aggressive boss bird launched into the air, diving straight toward him to open up the battle. Using all his strength to block the boss's strike, he braced himself to fend off the entire swarming flock. Right now, his stamina is incredibly low. With such limited energy, taking down this Umbrella Bird King is going to be a real challenge. With no intention of stopping, the Umbrella Bird King unleashes a second attack, aiming straight for Zisheng. To conserve his remaining stamina, Nan Zisheng aims directly for its weak spots. He dodges the incoming strike while looking for a chance to slip behind the monster. Before the Umbrella Bird King can recover its balance from the missed attack, Nan Zisheng has already maneuvered right behind its back. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he swings his blade, aiming a fatal slash at its neck. However, this beast's defense in his current life is far tougher than before. When his blade collides with the Umbrella Bird King's neck, it only lets out a dry, metallic clank. Refusing to back down, Zisheng decides to strike once again. Leaping high into the air with eyes burning with power, He prepares to strike the beast again. Meanwhile, outside the training room, the announcement for lunch break suddenly echoes through the halls. Our resident neighborhood gossips, Auntie Wang and Auntie Li, are still lingering outside, eagerly trying to spy on. Seeing them, Xiao Lu walks over and asks a quick question. Auntie Wang, Auntie Li, why aren't you guys going to the cafeteria for lunch? Hearing this, Auntie Wang replies with a thoughtful frown. Don't worry about it, Xiao Liu. She just wants to see how long Zisheng can keep up his little act in the trial room. Auntie Li waves her hand in agreement, utterly convinced he will sneak out in a bit. With Auntie Wang and Auntie Li feeding off each other's gossip, they refuse to believe in Nan Zisheng, determined to expose him for trying to show off. Xiao Lu helplessly tries to remind them that an A-rank trial is really not much easier than fighting on the actual front lines. This immediately shuts the two aunties right up. While the three of them are still talking, a sudden announcement from the trial system echoes throughout the area. Attention! Attention! Trial participant Nan Zisheng has completed the first floor of the A-rank trial. Auntie Wang smirks triumphantly, turning to face the others, now absolutely certain she was right about Nan Zisheng's total failure. Muttering to herself, Auntie Wang starts walking away. Suddenly, her face bumps into something, causing her to fall flat on the ground and stare up in absolute daze. Both Auntie Wang and Auntie Li freeze, their expressions turning from shock to sheer panic as they see the figure standing before them. Nan Zisheng stands there, looking completely unfazed, walking out covered in blood, his body riddled with deep scratches and his shirt torn to shreds. Yet, his signature, brutally cold look remains completely unchanged. Up on the system announcement board, it clearly displays trial participant Nan Zisheng, 2,000 kills, setting a brand new record for the first floor of the trial tower. Auntie Wang shrieks in absolute disbelief, utterly refusing to accept that Nan Zisheng actually cleared the A-rank trial. With blood dripping down his face and eyes looking completely exhausted, Nan's that he did indeed clear the A-rank trial. Meanwhile, Auntie Li helps Auntie Wang up, while Xiao Lu stands right beside them, her jaw dropping at the unbelievable scene playing out. Nan Zisheng turns and coldly walks past them. The three of them can only stand there in a daze, watching his back disappear toward the exit. Xiao Lu turns around, staring in complete awe at the massive heap of slaughtered monsters piled up inside, and Auntie Wang still cannot believe her eyes as she stares at the mountain of beast corpses towering before them. Nan Zisheng heads straight to the showers to wash off the blood, revealing his perfectly shredded six-pack abs. As he washes up, the system screen pops up to show his daily summary. Today, his tameable beast limit has hit 2,000, and his beast taming level has officially reached. On top of that, his mutant beast master class has upgraded to level 2, hitting 2,000 out of 2,000. Suddenly, an emergency announcement blares from the speakers, reporting that a brand new wave of enemy attacks is about to begin. Listening to the announcement, Nan Zisheng realizes that the level 7 Thunder Wrath and the level 6 Flame Giant have already arrived at the front lines. In the past, both Thunder Wrath and the Flame Giant were utterly defeated shortly after entering the battlefield. This led to a brutal escalation at the front. Nan Zisheng contemplates grimly, knowing that the collapse of the 8th defense line is drawing dangerously near. To accelerate his plans, he must race against the clock. There is absolutely no time to rest. His next move. The second floor of the trial tower. Back inside the trial room, Auntie Wang and Auntie Li shove the beast corpses aside. With Auntie Wang still criticizing Auntie Li's expression softens slightly, acknowledging his combat prowess, though they both insist he will never show his face here again. But right as those words leave her mouth, Nan Zisheng appears, making their faces pale instantly. Seeing him, Auntie Li quickly nudges Auntie Wang. Still maintaining her arrogant, smug attitude, Auntie Wang scowls and aggressively demands to know what Zisheng thinks he is doing. But Nan Zisheng completely ignores her annoying provocation. Nam Tu Thang coldly demands access to the second floor training room, walking right past a completely stunned Aunt Wang. Furious, she turns and points accusingly at Nam Tu Thang, convinced he is just putting on a show to impress them. Xiao Liu quickly approaches him, looking deeply concerned, and warns him, Mr. Nam, the second floor is crawling with massive mutated beasts, suggesting he heal his wounds first, so they can find a team to help him. A nearby man quickly chimes in to agree with Xiao Liu, but Nam Tu Thang completely ignores them. He silently walks forward, firmly gripping his sword, and heads straight for the training room doors. Enraged by his completely dismissive attitude, Aunt Wang snaps, loudly mocking and calling him a coward for hiding from the front lines. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Lu has a completely different feeling about him. But here's the thing, a man like Nam Tuthang does not seem like a coward. Let us watch him step into the second-floor training room. The system notifies him that he has unlocked the second-floor trial, an A-rank challenge. The moment the doors open, a herd of mutated bull beasts charges right at him. Feeling the immense pressure of the second floor, he instantly formulates a battle plan. Nam Tuthang sprints directly toward the herd, unleashing a heavy, powerful sword slash right at the massive bull-headed beasts, charging wildly at him. But while he is focused ahead, a three-eyed bull beast sneaks up behind him, charging forward at terrifying speed. In a split second, it slams brutally into Nam Tuthang's back, leaving him no time to react as he groans in pain. The devastating impact of the three-eyed bull's headbutt sends him flying, spinning wildly through the air, falling back. He uses his incredible agility to stabilize himself and quickly regain his footing. The bull-headed beasts roar repeatedly, glaring at him with their bloodshot, menacing eyes as they prepare for another charge. Pushing himself up, his eyes glow a fierce red as he stares down the provocative beasts. As the herd stampedes toward him, he channels his energy, his eyes burning with intense scarlet light, leaping high into the air with all his might to plunge his blade deep into a bull's skull. The massive beast collapses instantly, dead on the spot, sending shockwaves through the rest of the startled herd. Stepping over the carcass, Nam Tuthang walks forward with a cold look. And they call these mutated beasts? Since they are only level 2 tameable mutants, he can easily tame and finish them. Instantly, Nam Tuthang activates his innate talent, Beast Taming Coercion. The skill instantly envelops a massive area, spreading across the entire second floor of the trial tower. An overwhelming mental and physical pressure forcefully crushes the minds and bodies of every bull beast in the vicinity. In a mere split second, every single bull beast caught in his skill's radius collapses helplessly right in front of him. He walks over to the beasts, who are now trembling in absolute terror, and softly warns them, "You had better behave yourselves from now on." Channeling energy into his glowing red blade, he forces a breakthrough, instantly leveling up to level 3. Days later, inside the second-floor training room of the Yecheng branch's rear facility, the echo of cleanup crews clearing away giant mutated beast carcasses fills the air. Although sweat pours down their faces, one of them gestures to the others, saying, "Move this meat out as quickly as possible. We cannot leave it here." While the crew is busy hauling away the massive pile of beast carcasses, Nam Tuthang sits quietly in a corner, resting and recovering his energy after that brutal battle. He silently reviews the notifications flashing across his system screen, showing his tameable animal capacity is 12,000. The trackable beast rank is level 6. His mutant beast tamer rank is level 6. And his current tamed count is 12,000 out of 12,000. Unlike before, it only took him 3 days to defeat over 10,000 mutated beasts this time, a level of efficiency far beyond any of his previous battle records. Now that Nam Tuthang's beast taming talent has reached level 6, he can finally— You and I know Yecheng's wilderness is crawling with danger, where even powerful level 5 awakened individuals face grim odds of survival, and escaping with their lives is almost impossible. For the hostile mutant tribes, Yecheng poses a massive threat because the city is heavily defended by highly powerful awake. Because of this, those wild tribes rarely launch direct attacks on the city. But in Nam Tuthang's master plan, taming them is an absolutely essential. An elderly worker spots Nam Tuthang sitting in the corner and approaches him, asking, "Do you need to work overtime for enough?" Standing up to leave, Nam Tuthang replies, "No need, I have to leave a bit early today." Overhearing this, Aunt Wang glares at Nam Tuthang with disgust, once again trying to mock and belittle him. Giving up after only a few days, her petty comment immediately draws hostile glares from the other workers nearby. An annoyed man suddenly cuts in, interrupting Aunt Wang to stand up for Nan Zisheng. Ever since he joined the trial tower, their work progress has gone way beyond their original expectations. Losing the argument, but absolutely refusing to back down, an annoyed Aunt Wang snapped right back, "I wasn't even talking to you, so stay out of it, you freak." While those two kept bickering back and forth over every little thing, Nan Zisheng did not care at all, and just walked away coldly. Standing in the back, Xiaolu watched as Nan Zisheng silently passed by. She nervously stammered that the trial tower's progress was finally caught up, and then she quickly stepped closer to Nan Zisheng. With a shy blush and pure admiration in her eyes, she gently suggested that Mr. Nan should take a much-needed break for a while. "You have worked so hard lately, and you did an absolutely amazing job." Nan Zisheng turned and flashed a heart-melting smile that could win over any girl, politely thanking Xiaolu for her kind words. Hearing that, Xiao Lu did not hold him back any longer and simply urged him to go home and rest. Meanwhile, just outside the city gates, a long military convoy was lining up to return. A soldier leaned out of his window and shouted, "Clear the road, everyone. This convoy is heading straight to the hospital with wounded troops from the front line." Nan Zisheng stood to the side, quietly observing the grim situation. Just then, two women behind him screamed in pure excitement as they watched missiles light up and rocket straight into the dark sky. The crowd cheered and pointed, happily assuming their forces were finally gaining the upper hand in this brutal war. But someone nearby quickly corrected them, explaining that this was not a victory, but a sign of intense fighting at the front line. Those flare missiles were actually desperate distress signals, calling for urgent backup from the rear. Looking up from afar, Nan Zisheng silently realized a dark truth. The complete collapse of their defense lines was now closer than ever. Wasting absolutely no time, Nan Zisheng quickly geared up, putting on his tactical suit and mask while firmly gripping his deadly blade. With his gear equipped, he strode confidently into the freezing, snowy night, looking cooler and more menacing than ever. Meanwhile, far out in the wilderness, a transport convoy was moving along when one of their vehicles suddenly broke down. Even though they were stranded in a highly dangerous zone, the anxious driver got out to inspect his broken engine. Just behind him, a kind-hearted blonde girl in the lead car leaned out and urgently told him to just leave the broken vehicle behind and return tomorrow, warning that highly dangerous mutant wolves were active out here. The driver agreed with her warning, but as he turned back to grab his gear, he spotted a mysterious dark figure sprinting toward them at insane speed, leaving him totally stunned. It was none other than Nan Zisheng. He bolted right past the convoy at full speed, leaving the blonde girl staring in absolute confusion. Who is that? And why is he out here alone in the dark? Seeing him dash forward like a madman, she yelled a warning that the path ahead was infested with deadly mutant wolves. But Nan Zisheng completely ignored her warning, continuing to sprint forward with flawless, high-speed movements that made him look incredibly cool. Right then, the passenger next to her chimed in, reminding her that the mayor had already called multiple times to urge them to hurry up. Casualties at the front line were mounting by the minute, and all those wounded soldiers brought back were desperately waiting for their medical cargo. Still, the blonde girl couldn't help but feel anxious about Nan Zisheng, hesitating to leave. But the road ahead is practically pitch black and highly hazardous, and if they left him to fend for himself, he would surely die. Her partner immediately tried to knock some sense into her, pointing out the brutal reality of their situation. They were right next to a massive mutant wolf territory, and if a pack suddenly ambushed them, they would stand absolutely zero chance. Her companion shrugged indifferently, completely used to seeing people make reckless choices. Over the past 10 years of war, they had seen countless reckless fools, and they simply could not save everyone. Reluctantly, the blonde girl gripped the steering wheel and prepared to drive off. But just as the vehicle started to roll, a blood-curdling scream pierced the cold air, catching both of them off guard. A desperate cry for help echoed through the night, and as she peered out her window, she saw a blood-spattered soldier collapse onto the frozen snow with wide, terrified eyes. Trembling with fear, she glanced at her mirror only to see a massive mutant wolf closing in on their fallen comrade. Realizing the extreme danger, her dark-haired friend frantically screamed at her to hit the gas, as an enormous steel wolf had just emerged behind them. But before she could even hit the gas, a gigantic wolf lunged directly onto their hood, shattering the front windshield and leaving them utterly terrified. While her friend desperately tried to stay calm, she gripped her gun, aiming straight at the wolf. Firing nonstop, she frantically signaled her teammate to step on the gas and get them out of there. In the distance, Nan Zisheng heard the gunshots and whipped his head around in sheer surprise. The gunfire was actually coming from the medical convoy's direction. But as he focused on the medical convoy, hundreds of glowing red eyes quietly emerged from the shadows right behind his back, locking their hungry gazes straight. The realization hit him hard. These mutant beasts weren't just attacking the medical team, they were surrounding him here too. Turning around, Nan Zisheng stared them down with a freezing look. Slowly, the snarling predators closed in, completely cutting off his escape routes. He could feel the heavy spiritual energy and crushing pressure radiating from the beasts, realizing their power level was rapidly spiking by the second. Back at the convoy, it was a miracle that the supply truck was equipped with heavy-duty, reinforced bulletproof glass. Even with cracked spiderwebbing across the windshield, the wolves still couldn't shatter it. Reloading her weapon, the black-haired girl yelled to her teammate, "Xiao Nan, watch out. No matter what happens, or how many beasts we put down, you have to use that exact moment to drive us out." With a tense but determined face, Xiao Nan gave a firm nod. Meanwhile, up in the Rocky Mountain Pass, Nan Zisheng was already locked in a brutal clash with the vicious pack. As he fought, he scanned the chaos and spotted the alpha wolf lurking nearby. A smirk crossed his face. If he could take down the leader, the medical team would finally be safe. The massive Wolf King lunged at Nan Zisheng with a crushing, suffocating aura. Without wasting a single second, Zisheng dropped into his combat stance. A bright flash of light erupted above Nan Zisheng as he immediately activated his special beast-taming talent. Wave after wave, Nan Zisheng unleashed his absolute power, targeting the unfortunate beasts. Energy tendrils wrapped around the wolves, slamming them mercilessly into the hard ground over and over again. Seeing his loyal pack get absolutely crushed and beaten to a pulp, the giant Wolf King glared in fury, letting out an earth-shattering roar to threaten Nan Zisheng. This thunderous howl unleashed a massive aura, boosting the pack and driving them into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Powered by this dark buff, the wolves easily dodged Zisheng's lightning-fast attacks. Zisheng glared at the horde, his own anger exploding. To stop a rampaging army, you have to take down their king first. The moment the words left his mouth, Zisheng unleashed a burst of energy and shot straight into the air, sending a cold shiver down the spine of every single wolf below. His opening strike shattered the earth, generating a massive shockwave that sent dozens of beasts flying into the air. His ultimate goal was to confront the giant Wolf King face to face, forcing the mutant boss into a taming contract. Looking up, the colossal Wolf King spotted Zisheng diving straight down at him. Its crimson eyes flared, but it couldn't react in time. Zisheng slammed a heavy blow right onto its massive skull, roaring, "Steel Wolf King, submit and be tamed." A brilliant crimson light erupted from his palm. Within a fraction of a second, the glowing energy completely enveloped the colossal Wolf King, sealing the taming process. The demonic red glow in the beast's eyes quickly faded, returning to the calm gaze of a regular creature. The very second their leader was tamed, the remaining pack instantly bowed their heads in submission. Meanwhile, back at the convoy, the black-haired girl kept firing while screaming at her partner to drive. Xiao Nan heard the shout and slammed her foot on the gas, expecting to burst past the pack. But instead, the engine sputtered and died, leaving them both completely frozen in shock. The broken truck refused to budge, leaving them stranded in place as absolute terror washed over both of them. Looking back in pure panic, she saw the wolves aggressively slamming into the chassis, making the entire truck sway violently. The side window near the blonde-haired girl shattered, sending glass flying and leaving her paralyzed with fear. A beast leaped through the broken windshield, bearing its razor-sharp fangs right in their faces. They closed their eyes, fully expecting to meet an early grave, but when they opened them, the black-haired girl was completely baffled. Was she hallucinating? Since when did these bloodthirsty monsters look this incredibly adorable? The wolf's eyes suddenly shifted from a sinister red to a soft blue. Staring back at her, it put on a ridiculously cute puppy face. The beast jumped off the truck, and the entire pack began wandering away from the supply vehicles like harmless pets. Xiao Nan and her friend could only sit there, shivering and drenched in cold sweat. Utter terror and confusion washed over their faces at the unbelievable sight. The pack of wolves that had just attacked the convoy gathered back in one place. Zisheng Nan stood proud alongside the Wolf King on a giant rock, while the pack bowed in complete submission. Climbing onto the roof of the truck, Xiao Nam and his teammates stared at Zisheng in disbelief. Were those giant mutated wolves actually tamed? His teammate behind him gasped in total shock. Taming a whole pack single-handedly, just what rank of beast tamer was he? Absolutely insane. Sitting down on the rock, Zisheng Nan opened his system screen to check. The total number of tamed steel dire wolves exceeded 1,000. His daily taming limit was at 1,000 out of 1,000, and he could track level 7 beasts. His level 7 mutated beast tamer progress was maxed out at 27,000 points. The system prompted him to spend origin stones if he wished to bypass the limit. Yes or no? Zisheng Nan stared at the screen, lost in thought. Origin stones were too rare to waste on this. As he sat pondering, the Wolf King suddenly approached and nudged him, begging for a warm head pat. Zisheng Nan gently turned to remind the Wolf King never to attack humans. Scanning the horizon, Zisheng Nan realized only 3 uninhabited sectors near Yesheng still had mutated beasts. In the deeper, abandoned regions, there were even more. He made up his mind to conquer and tame every single one. Looking back at the medical team, he kept his focus on the bigger picture. He was determined to raise a massive mutant army of 10 million beasts, securing a safe and clear path for the medical convoy. Suddenly, Zisheng Nan's phone buzzed with an incoming message notification. A text from Xiao Liu popped up, alerting him that an emergency meeting had been called, and they needed him there right away. As he read the message, Zisheng wondered what could possibly be going on at the factory. A bit later, furious shouting echoed loudly across the training grounds of the Yecheng branch. The terrified workers stood there, taking a brutal lashing from a harsh man dressed in gray. That gray-clothed man was a high-ranking officer. Flaunting an incredibly smug and arrogant attitude, he stood with two massive, muscular subordinates flanking him from behind. He sneered viciously. "I cannot believe you pathetic weaklings can't even handle a few high-level mutated beasts." Seeing the tense situation, the former mayor broke out into a cold sweat. Filled with anxiety, he stepped forward to appease the obnoxious and hot-tempered officer. The former mayor gently explained that Yecheng was dealing with level 4 mutant beasts for the very first time. On top of that, most people working in the factory were elderly, making handling high-level beasts an extremely difficult task. They just needed a little more time to adjust to this work. Furious at being interrupted, the arrogant officer pointed his finger wildly and spat out even harsher insults. His smug face looking exceptionally punchable, he roared at the top of his lungs. "The entire rear doesn't even have that many mutated beasts. To keep the frontline supply line running, you must train by taking down beasts much stronger than this." Backing away in sheer panic, the former mayor did everything to appease the officer, desperately promising to send people to eliminate the beast. Still unsatisfied, the arrogant officer flatly dismissed all of Yecheng's hard-earned achievements and efforts so far. He even accused them of intentionally delaying military supplies, claiming Yecheng wanted everyone at the front to suffer. Standing nearby, Xiao Lu looked at the angry officer with deep anxiety, trying to explain the situation. "But Commander, these mutated beasts are dangerously close to level 4, which is already far beyond what we in Yecheng can." Completely ignoring her, the officer continued to blast Yecheng for delaying progress, even mocking the fact that Zisheng Nan had refused. He put on a fake theatrical sigh, using every single word to mock and humiliate Yecheng. Unable to tolerate his insufferable arrogance any longer, Aunt Wang suddenly snapped and boldly shouted right back at him. "My husband and 3 sons died at the front lines, protecting this nation. Are you calling them irresponsible?" Aunt Wang's outburst. Her words sent a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone stunned and deeply worried. With bloodshot eyes and tears welling up, Aunt Wang pointed a trembling, angry finger straight at the officer. "We work 24/7 just to keep your frontline soldiers fed and supplied. By what right do you dismiss our sacrifices as useless?" The stunned officer stood frozen as Aunt Wang vented her raw fury. Sick of hearing her speak, he quietly sneered and insulted Aunt Wang, calling her a useless old hag. Seeing this, one of his hot-headed subordinates charged straight at Aunt Wang, threatening to beat her senseless for daring to disrespect the commander. Seeing the armed guard lunging right at her, Aunt Wang trembled in sheer terror. The guard clenched his fist, lunging forward like a rabid dog off its leash, ready to plant a heavy punch on Aunt Wang. Everyone watching thought this would be the end of poor Aunt Wang. But guess what? Not today. Nan Zisheng suddenly swoops in like a total badass, throwing a brutal, bone-shattering uppercut straight into the guard's jaw. Taking the devastating blow head-on, the guard collapses backward, instantly knocked out cold. The corrupt commander watches in utter shock, his face turning pale. Right after delivering that satisfying punch of love to the guard, Nan Zisheng steps up to shield the entire workshop, instantly bringing a massive wave of relief and smiles to everyone. Seeing her hero arrive, young Xiao Liu gazes at him with absolute Nan Zisheng coldly warns the commander, pointing out that a simple argument is no excuse to start throwing hands. The former mayor glances over, quickly realizing this bold young man standing before him is indeed Nan Zisheng. The old mayor is completely stunned that the kid just knocked out a certified awakened guard with a single punch. He wonders if the kid secretly awakened. Meanwhile, the furious commander glares at Nan Zisheng, aggressively demanding to know who he is, pulling out his gun with a smug, punchable face. The corrupt leader aims it straight at Nan Zisheng. Nan Zisheng stares back, instantly recognizing this garbage commander from the dark memories of his past life. In his previous life, this corrupt officer shamelessly used the war to line his own pockets. After 12 years on the battlefield, fighting the monster races, he ended up as a globally wanted traitor and was eventually executed. This greedy bastard is Lin Yukai, a parasite who drains the lifeblood out of military supply lines. Back then, he illegally sold off critical military supplies meant for the front lines straight to the black market. When his scheme was exposed, it caused catastrophic losses. Nan Zisheng realizes this parasite now wants to exploit Yi City's monster processing speed. He wants to use the city to slaughter high-level mutated beasts, aiming to hoard and sell their materials for personal fortune. With a cold gaze, Nan Zisheng quietly calculates the best way to destroy this greedy official. But before making his move, he needs to fully exhaust all the resources he currently has. Nan Zisheng speaks up smoothly, claiming there are absolutely no traitors trying to cause trouble around here. Following his lead, the crowd of workers immediately raised their voices, angrily backing him up and questioning the commander. Hearing the entire crowd turn against him, the corrupt leader hesitates as the situation rapidly spirals out of his control. The commander narrows his eyes at Nan Zisheng, racking his brain until it finally clicks. This kid is the infamous deserter. Armed with this perfect excuse to strike back, he gloats. But Nan Zisheng just laughs it off. Ignoring his empty threats, Nan Zisheng confidently speaks up, saying, "However, I have personally butchered tens of thousands of mutant beasts in the trial tower. Kill me, and your supply chain grinds to a halt." Hearing this bold claim, both Lin Yukai and the former mayor are completely taken aback. They had no idea this young kid was the legendary butcher everyone whispered about. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng goes straight for Lin's weakness. He casually explains that high-level mutated beasts are unique, using their chaotic energy to directly attack and warp human minds. He firmly reminds them that absolutely no one else in this trial ground can handle it. Lin Yukai stands there with a worried expression, trying to calculate his next move. How could a mere deserter know so much about mutated beasts? Plus, the kid literally just knocked his elite guard unconscious with a single punch. Judging by the crowd's reaction, he realizes the boy isn't bluffing. Suddenly, a sinister, calculating grin creeps onto the corrupt official's face. "If you want to play hero, I'll let you." Lin Yukai steps closer to Nan Zisheng and demands a binding military pledge. He sets a brutal condition. If Nan Zisheng can successfully butcher 5,000 mutated beasts within a single week, his desertion charge will be completely wiped clean. But if he fails, the corrupt commander will execute him and settle all scores once and for all. The former mayor runs over in a panic, whispering, "A military pledge? Are you absolutely out of your mind? If you fail this, they will execute you on the spot." The surrounding workers also watch him with deep, heavy worry. Hearing the insane bet, young Xiao Liu speaks up, promising that the entire workshop will work day and night to help him. Seeing their genuine concern, Nan Zisheng gives them a reassuring smile, promising that he will get the job done no matter what. He silently recalled that among the Tier 4 mutated beasts, they were an exceptionally powerful species, possessing not only high defensive strength, but also incredibly potent mental interference. To Lin Yukai, those mutated beasts were not just simple materials, they were incredibly precious assets, because by relying on them, Lin Yukai would easily earn a massive fortune. But for Nan Zisheng, those mutated beasts represented the absolute best raw materials. To upgrade his very own, Nan Zisheng formulated a plan to first slaughter every single monster under Lin Yukai's control, to upgrade his special talent. Next, he would completely weed out Lin Yukai and his entire group of scumbags. By the next day, 5,000 Tier 4 mutated beasts had successfully been delivered by Lin Yukai. Officer Mu demanded that the Yeqing branch inspect the delivery and sign the confirmation. As Xiao Lu approached to confirm the delivery, the fat officer barked out orders to read the military pledge. Yeqing logistics soldier Ruan Nanying is hereby ordered to process all 5,000 Tier 4 beasts within one single week. As Nan Zisheng is logistics staff, wartime regulations dictate that Quartermaster Lin Yukai holds full disciplinary authority. You are suspected of defying orders, inciting worker riots, and attacking superiors. Any delays will face summary execution without report. Officer Mu wore a punchable smirk, looking at the Yeqing crew and Nan Zisheng before making a gun gesture to threaten them with execution. Hearing the subordinate read the military order, Xiaolu panicked the moment he heard the words firing squad. The fat officer mocked them, claiming the Yeqing crew was shaking like leaves, quite different from yesterday. Thrilled that they agreed to the pledge, the fat man gleefully anticipated the moment he could personally execute Nan Zisheng. With a creepy, sinister grin, he approached Nan Zisheng, tapped the paper against his shoulder, and sneered, "I am sure I will thoroughly enjoy that process." Completely ignoring the filthy pig, Nan Zisheng reached out and grabbed the military order, casting a terrifyingly cold glare that served as a silent warning for the fat man to stop wasting his breath. Seeing Nan Zisheng act so provocatively made the bodyguard's blood boil, causing him to instantly yell out a curse. The fat officer smiled and gestured that it was fine, turning around to remark that the kid was just a dead man walking anyway. A short while later, inside the Yecheng training room, Nan Zisheng and the crew prepared to handle the mutated beasts. Xiao Liu quickly warned him, noting that these particular mutated beasts were completely different from the previous batches. Dealing with these high-level beasts required using specialized anesthetic smoke bombs, and they would need a massive quantity to succeed. The older man nearby agreed with the explanation, starting to worry about the key ingredients required for the anesthetic smoke. Since most of the main components had been shipped to the frontline field hospitals, the reserves left in the rear were critically low. The old man wondered whether their current meager supply would even be enough to get the job done. In the end, he could only warn Nan Zisheng to stay extremely. Nan Zisheng adjusted his combat gear while giving a reassuring nod to the gray-haired man. Behind them, the bodyguard standing next to the fat officer looked curious, wondering who gave Nan Zisheng such massive confidence. Since these beasts could launch mental attacks, normally fighters wouldn't even have time to dodge them inside the training arena. Using his supposedly clever brain, he guessed that Nan Zisheng must possess some sort of mental attribute power. The fat officer standing nearby immediately dismissed that idea, as he had already used his own psychic ability to test Nan Zisheng. Naturally, the kid showed absolutely no reaction to the psychic pressure. The fat man mocked Nan Zisheng, believing the kid stood no chance against the beasts, leaving him with nothing to do but wait for execution. Looking at Nan Zisheng, his creepy face practically screamed perverted joy, pursing his ugly lips while imagining the kid going mad and blindly rushing out to fight. He confidently asserted that there was no way the kid could stay sane while fighting those Tier 4 beasts. In the end, he would feel absolute terror until death finally claimed him. The fat man clicked his tongue in mock regret. Suddenly, a strange purple light began to glow around his body. He grinned sinisterly, imagining that once Nan Zisheng was finally out of the way, all the spoils would belong entirely to him. He looked at the bodyguard with a dark gaze, reminding him that the boss sent him to supervise, so he should know how to report. The bodyguard looked back and assured him, saying that he would honestly report absolutely everything that transpired inside the room. Meanwhile, inside the training chamber, Nan Zisheng finally stepped in alongside the mutated beasts that had been heavily dosed with anesthetics. Even though those Tier 4 beasts are physically paralyzed, their mental energy is still incredibly strong, placing massive psychological pressure on Nan Zisheng. He feels a bit uncomfortable at first, but then becomes totally thrilled by the wild illusions they project. Not bad at all. The illusions unleashed by the beasts instantly charge directly toward Nan Zisheng. The moment they close in, the crimson mist dissolves to reveal a skeletal monster, wildly swinging its massive arms to crush Nan Zisheng to death. Caught completely off guard, he fails to react. In a split second, the monster violently crushes Nan Zisheng's entire body to pieces. But that brutal destruction only happened within his own mind. Unleashing his immense mental strength, Nan Zisheng activates his subconscious energy and drives his sword straight into the monster's head. Just like that, all the subconscious illusions completely vanish. Gaining momentum from behind, Nan Zisheng leaps high into the air, pinning down the beast's head and roaring, "Get lost. You are nothing but an illusion." Taking Nan Zisheng's strike head-on, the beast drops dead on the spot. He immediately walks over and pulls his sword out of its skull. His eyes, dripping with pure murderous intent, glare at the remaining beasts in open provocation. Suddenly, something highly unusual begins happening right beneath his feet. Looking down, Nan Zisheng realizes a massive surge of dark energy is rapidly gathering at this very spot. Standing perfectly still, he channels his energy to form a protective barrier around his body, shielding his mind from their mental attacks. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy breaches his subconscious, whispering, "You are far too tired. Just let everything go. Humans must learn to live at ease. Think of everything you have sacrificed, and remember all those who have already fallen. Is any of this truly worth it? With the myriad clans so powerful, how can you possibly take your revenge?" These insidious words slowly wormed their way deep into Nan Zisheng's psyche. One would think this mental invasion would break him, but instead, Zisheng reaches out and tightly grabs the energy trying to infiltrate his mind. Forcefully dragging the invasive energy out of his skull, Nan Zisheng immediately activates his own power, growling fiercely to threaten the beasts. "My blood feud with the myriad clans will absolutely be settled, and the ultimate destiny of humanity will only be decided by humans themselves." After activating his legendary Asura talent, Nan Zisheng channels his inner energy, unleashing a massive wave of murderous intent around his entire body to prepare a mental strike, pointing that once the Asura talent is active, his physical stats and mental power instantly multiply. This raw murderous intent serves as the ultimate shortcut to rapidly upgrade his talent. Nan Zisheng spreads his hand to count his fingers. Wait. No. He releases his raw Asura energy outward. With the Asura talent fully unleashed, Nan Zisheng immediately launches a devastating mental counter. As a result, his Asura power reaches absolute peak efficiency, leaving the monster's minds and consciousness to do nothing but scream in pure hell. Meanwhile, inside a highly luxurious palace, Lin Yukai is screaming at the top of his lungs, in pure rage. His latest major business deal has run into serious trouble, but driven by pure greed, he stubbornly tries to salvage it. Suddenly, a gorgeous bunny girl cosplayer, boasting an incredibly sizzling figure, appears right beside Lin Yukai, pouring his wine while coyly whispering, "Come play with me for a bit." Lin Yukai downs the wine she poured, his face full of gloom as he lets out a heavy sigh. Even though he is sitting next to a highly alluring woman, his mind is completely consumed by business. The goods he needs are becoming extremely urgent, and the situation is grim not only in China but globally. Lin Yukai scowls, scheming of a way to avoid losing his investment, while squeezing out even more profit from this mess. If his master plan fails, all the mutated beasts he spent so much time preparing will completely go to waste. Suddenly, Lin Yukai thinks of his fat henchman, a guy who is highly capable of getting things done, but his heavy price tag is almost too much to bear. That fat guy is exactly like Lin Yukai, a greedy backstabber who would tear him to pieces the moment money is involved. So he must stay highly alert. He needs to handle the investigators with care, but as for the front line, Lin Yukai raises his glass and quickly gulps down the remaining alcohol. His face remains tightly scowling, carrying an obvious hint of anxiety. Pondering his current deal, he has absolutely no clue where to find a secure and stable location to properly process those high-level mutated beasts. While completely lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly vibrates with a loud notification. The gorgeous girl hands Lin Yukai his phone, and he sees a subordinate is calling. Answering in an irritated tone, Lin Yukai demands to know what is wrong. The voice on the other end urgently reports a new military command directive. The Yecheng branch leader did not even let his subordinate finish speaking. He cut him off, dismissively assuming that the Yecheng team failed their military pledge. When it came to Nan Zisheng, he only cared about whether the boy survived, completely ignoring Lin Yukai's doubts. The caller on the other end reported that they had just returned from another area today. Although Yecheng had only left for 4 days, they had already completed their primary mission. Hearing this, Lin Yukai's face filled with shock as he recalled Zhao Liu's warning that these high-level mutant beasts were extremely dangerous. They were almost level 4, which completely exceeded the defensive capabilities of their Yecheng branch. Meanwhile, a leggy woman right next to Lin Yusai tried to seduce and distract him. Even with her teasing touches, Lin Yukai was still in absolute disbelief, quickly demanding they repeat the report to confirm it. Back on the Yecheng side, the guard spoke into the phone, firmly confirming the details of his report. Yecheng had indeed cleared the entire mission, eliminating 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts from the contract. And as you and I can guess, all 5,000 beasts were slain by Nan Zisheng, making Lin Yukai burst into laughter. Wrapping his arm around the leggy girl's waist, he gripped his phone, completely thrilled by this massive success. He immediately asked about Nan Zisheng's status, eager to know if the kid was alive or dead. The guard reported that while fighting 5,000 mutant beasts left Nan Zisheng completely exhausted and weak, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. His mind was still perfectly alert. Lin Yukai was now absolutely thrilled, ordering his guard to keep a very close eye on Nan Zisheng. Aside from hunting beasts, if the boy showed any strange behavior, they had to report it. The guard quickly agreed, while the fat guy stood behind him, highly irritated that Nan Zisheng actually finished the task. He recalled what happened before they left. He had previously used his psychic powers to probe Nan Zisheng, finding absolutely no trace of any mental type abilities back then. His mind was in complete chaos, unable to comprehend how Nan Zisheng could have possibly done it. While the fat man was lost in thought, the rest of the group was busy tending to Nan Zisheng. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang glared at the fat pig with murderous eyes. Just then, the system screen popped up, showing the talent tree had reached Heaven Ashura rank, level 5, with 5,000 out of 5,500 points. A new talent skill unlocked Alloy Evil Blade. The skill description showed it added a slashing attribute to his weapon, bypassing enemy defense to a certain degree, lasting for 5 seconds. Staring at his new stats, Nan Zisheng secretly rejoiced. Over the last few days, both his body and mind recovered. Although he had not reached level 6 yet, He now held his very first Asura talent skill. Drained of energy, Nan Zisheng closed his eyes to rest, while the ants carefully tended to his needs. He sighed quietly, knowing that once he could tame higher-level mutant beasts, he would accelerate his military defense layouts deep in. Suddenly, Aunt Wang spoke up with a fierce look, praising young Nan for bringing immense honor to their Yecheng branch. Otherwise, those outsiders would have kept looking down on Yecheng. Aunt Li immediately chimed in, fully agreeing with Aunt Wang's words. Everyone glared at the fat guy, and let's be honest, you and I can see why they hated his extreme arrogance and exploitation. Facing their intense criticism, the psychic fat guy grew highly irritated, but as he stood there facing their wrath, Nan Zisheng's heightened sensory power instantly picked up a strange anomaly. He realized that successfully completing this mission was bound to make certain people very unhappy. Fortunately, upgrading his Asura level had also greatly enhanced his sensory perception. Standing in his place, the fat man unleashed his energy to probe Nan Zisheng again, only to discover that the boy possessed psychic abilities. The fat pig was furious because Nan Zisheng had completely ruined his money-making plans, and now the locals dared to mock him. He finally realized Nan Zisheng was no mere background character, and vowed to investigate his background thoroughly. The guard behind him noticed his malicious intent, placing a hand on his shoulder as a warning to remember his place. He warned him to do whatever it takes without breaking the boss's strict rules, pointing out the boss's ruthless methods. He reminded him that even if he wanted revenge, he had to wait until Lin Yukai was finished with the boy. Finally, he warned him about the mental power of the demonic beasts. There was still too much residual energy left. The fatty pushing his luck now was a massive gamble, but all of the guard's warnings went completely in one ear and out the other. Right now, the fatty wished he could slice Nan Zisheng into 100 pieces to satisfy his burning rage. Snapping at his guard, he barked, "Shut up, I will report to the boss myself when the time comes." The fatty then channeled his power, sending a crimson aura toward Nan Zisheng to probe his mind and test his true abilities. Sensing an invasive force trying to breach his mind, Nan Zisheng frowned in deep annoyance. He clicked his tongue, thinking it was the perfect chance to test his Asura talent. Nan Zisheng decided to let the fatty freely enter his mind without any resistance. The moment the fatty breached Nan Zisheng's mental space, his face went pale as absolute pitch-black darkness enveloped him. Looking around in utter confusion, he guessed he had indeed successfully entered Nan Zisheng's spiritual world. Under normal circumstances, entering a person's mental space should immediately reveal their spiritual entity. Yet here, he saw absolutely nothing except endless void. As fear gripped the confused intruder, Nan Zisheng decided to make his move from the shadows. The manifestation Nan Zisheng created called out to him. Startled, the fatty spun around in terror, but since he still couldn't see anything, Nan Zisheng called out once more. Nan Zisheng condensed his raw killing intent into a terrifying spiritual form, grinning devilishly as he stared down at the trembling fat man. Staring at the monstrous entity, the fatty was scared half to death, his soul nearly leaving his body, as he stammered. He was utterly terrified to discover Nan Zisheng was a spiritual awakener, a detail his previous investigation had completely missed. The fatty could feel Nan Zisheng's crushing, killing intent suffocating his very consciousness. Panicking in absolute terror, he screamed, "Who on earth are you?" Nan Zisheng controlled his dark killing intent to tightly bind the fatty's legs before his spiritual form spoke with bone-chilling authority. "Who I am does not matter. After all, didn't you want to probe my mind?" Unleashing that brutal intent, Nan Zisheng struck him head-on, leaving the fatty writhing in agony, like a freshly slaughtered beast. The fat boss begged for mercy, but Nan Zisheng replied coldly, "I will let you see everything to your heart's content." After being thoroughly beaten to a pulp, the fatty's head began bleeding profusely inside Nan Zisheng's spiritual world. On the outside, his physical condition was just as terrible. He completely lost his mind, laughing like a maniac, while covered head to toe in blood. Like someone high on drugs, the crazed fatty began running around wildly, screaming non-stop curses at Lin Yukai, leaving the nearby bodyguard totally bewildered. Even the older ants stood there with wide eyes and open mouths, completely baffled. Aunt Wang wondered if her bickering with the fatty earlier was the reason he had suddenly ended up in this state. If so, she felt partially responsible. Meanwhile, the fatty kept running around babbling nonsense like a chirping bird on a high branch. The bodyguard concluded that the residual spiritual power was simply too overwhelming, causing the fat man to lose his sanity. He worried that if the fatty continued this ridiculous clown show, it would completely ruin Lin Yukai's master plans. Clasping his hands, he rushed forward without hesitation and coldly threw a massive punch right to the fatty's face, ending him for good. The fatty was killed instantly, leaving the bystanders terrified. After dealing with the body, the guard quickly spoke up to explain the situation. Forgive me for the ugly scene, but he was corrupted by the monster's spiritual force and posed a threat to everyone, so I had to put him down. The guard then approached Nan Zisheng, examining his condition and concluding his mind was disturbed. He inwardly cursed the useless fatty, fully convinced that idiot was responsible for turning away. The guard coldly ordered everyone to get back to work and keep up the pace. He promised someone would arrive shortly to handle the mess. As soon as the guard left, Nan Zisheng smirked in pure satisfaction. The system interface flashed once more. With the corrupt fatty neutralized, his rank began to skyrocket immediately. His Asura rank reached level 6, with 5,500 out of 5,500 experience. Exhausted from defeating the monsters and the fat lackey, Nan Zisheng fell into a deep sleep. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw everyone gathered around his bed, their faces lit up with joy. Standing nearby, Aunt Li waved to announce to everyone that Nan Zisheng was finally awake. Sitting up with his hand on his forehead, Nan Zisheng asked how long he had slept. Seeing his dazed expression, she told him he had been asleep for 2 whole days. Aunt Wang waved her hands to send everyone outside, telling them not to worry about Nan Zisheng but to focus on their duties so they would not fall behind. Aunt Li smiled warmly and told him to eat something. Sitting on the bed, Nan Zisheng asked Aunt Wang, "Is that bastard Lin Yukai bringing in more mutated beasts again?" Aunt Wang shook her head, sighing as she updated Nan Zisheng on Yecheng's current situation. Half of the substation workers had already been sent away to other areas, while the frontline forces had just been completely doubled. The battle at the 9th defense line ended, and humanity was completely crushed at the 8th. Nan Zisheng was completely shocked. The situation is absolutely grim whether in the air or on the ground. The frontline troops are no match for those alien beasts. Aunt Wang explained the details to Nan Zisheng. Through her, he learned that the son of Lei Fa, a highly promising Tier 7 superpowered expert, had his arm shattered and was now barely clinging to life. Aunt Wang sighed and shook her head, mentioning that the Tier 6 fire giant had heroically sacrificed himself for the nation. Nan Zisheng looked up at Aunt Wang with deep concern, quietly reflecting on how disastrous even though he had already anticipated that they would lose. He never expected their defeat to happen so much faster than in his past life. Aunt Wang added that the final suicide mission for the officers had already been officially determined. 2 days ago, that fat commander was actually targeted by demonic beasts, so the Yecheng training ground bears absolutely no responsibility for it. Aunt Wang's face suddenly tightened as she prepared to break some even more critical news to Nan Zisheng. Sensing her unusually solemn tone, Zisheng immediately asked her what was wrong. Aunt Wang simply raised her voice, calling Xiaolu and the others inside. Xiaolu hobbled in on crutches to deliver the news on behalf of the staff, including those out on support duty. Everyone has unanimously voted to make you the head of our Yecheng training ground branch. Xiaolu stepped close to Nan Zisheng's bed to read the official promotion order, leaving him completely stunned and unsure how to react. Seeing Nan Zisheng's obvious hesitation, Xiaolu smiled warmly and told him that this was because everyone truly believed in him. Aunt Wang, realizing her own past mistakes, hoped Zisheng would show her some leniency from now on. Standing nearby, "We definitely cannot just call you Comrade Little Nan anymore now. It has to be Station Chief Little Nan." "No, wait, that is not right either. It is Station Chief." Everyone looked at Zisheng with sheer excitement, encouraging each other to work even harder from now on. Zhao Lu turned to remind him that the tasks assigned by the higher-ups were far heavier than before. With half of the station's workforce reassigned, the raw materials needed to boost production had actually doubled. According to her, everyone was working non-stop without eating, drinking, or even sleeping. Zhao Lu worried whether anyone in Yecheng would even be left alive after a month. After hearing all the grim reports from Xiao Liu and the rest of the crew, Nan Zisheng silently realized he couldn't expect any breakthrough in the workers' actual efficiency. The only person who could truly carry this massive workload was himself. With a Tier 7 beast taming talent and a Tier 6 Asura talent, combining beast taming with his slashing skills would instantly double his overall output. Nan Zisheng sat deeply lost in thought, brainstorming ways to ensure that even under normal working conditions, the timeline for the new construction projects wouldn't be delayed. Nan Zisheng smiled to himself. As for his original, primary plan, to completely squeeze Lin Yukai of all his resources, before finally eliminating him, his new position as station chief gave him plenty of room to make his move. Xiao Lu, unable to find any solution, grew increasingly frustrated and angry. She was ready to lodge a formal complaint with the high commanders, but Nan Zisheng stopped her, announcing that he had already devised a plan. His words caught everyone completely off guard. Xiao Lu raised her voice, deeply worried about his well-being, accusing him of ignoring his own health issues just because of the heavy pressure from this new appointment. The armed woman behind him warned Nan Zisheng not to make any sudden moves, demanding he answer every single question she asked. Nan Zisheng was shocked, completely unaware of when the mysterious girl had managed to slip up behind him. This gorgeous brunette with dark brown hair kept her gun pointed right at Nan Zisheng, demanding to know if they accepted Lin Yukai's delivery order. How large is the next shipment? Are they delivering it to you, or are you going to collect it yourself? Without showing a single hint of fear, Nan Zisheng calmly replied that she should be asking Lin Yukai those questions instead. Sensing some dishonesty in Nan Zisheng's voice, the girl frowned and questioned him, asking if they were not all on the same side. And cut the games, answer my questions honestly right now. Sensing a brief slip in her focus, Nan Zisheng instantly channeled his killing intent, activating his Asura talent as he spun around to attack the brunette. But this girl was no pushover. Sensing the sudden shift in energy, she pulled her hand back and swiftly dodged his lightning-fast strike. She immediately pulled the trigger, firing a clean shot directly at Nan Zisheng's hand. Nan Zisheng's hand clashed head-on with the incoming bullet, yet the impact only left a few minor scratches on his skin. Oozing absolute killing intent, Nan Zisheng coldly reminded her that neither he nor the people of Yeqing were allies of that scumbag Lin Yukai. Watching him closely, the girl stepped back to avoid another attack, demanding to know why Yeqing was still assisting him if that was the case. Realizing this girl was actually on the same side, Nan Zisheng suppressed his terrifying aura. He casually brushed off his clothes, explaining they weren't helping him at all. They were just following orders forced down by high command. Nan Zisheng pointed out that no matter how corrupt or traitorous Lin Yukai was, the man was still technically their superior officer. Sensing Nan Zisheng's honesty and strong sense of justice, she extended her hand for a truce, offering to work together as she— I am Zhang Yuan, from the 2nd Intelligence Unit of the Defense Line No. 8 Supply Team. Nan Zisheng stared at Zhang Yuan's outstretched hand, quietly observing her for a moment before coldly turning down her offer of cooperation. Zhang Yuan shot Nan Zisheng a suspicious look, instantly assuming his refusal meant he wanted to shield those corrupt bastards. With a firm, resolute expression, Nan Zisheng looked straight into Zhang Yuan's eyes and immediately fired back. He made it clear that Lin Yukai would definitely face justice. It was just not the right time yet. As it turned out, the real reason Nan Zisheng refused to partner up with Zhang Yuan was that she only cared about taking Lin Yukai down, completely blind to the catastrophic aftermath it would trigger. Nan Zisheng's warning left Zhang Yuan visibly shaken, prompting her to turn back and ask him what he actually meant. He calmly and seriously broke down the situation, laying out the harsh reality so she could understand that if she truly wanted to eliminate Lin Yukai, she only had two real— If Zhang Yuan chose assassination, but the enemy was a whole group, how could she guarantee every single one of them would stay silent? Furthermore, given Zhang Yuan's official position, a failed assassination attempt would trigger a massive, uncontrollable disaster. Hearing Nan Zisheng's sharp, realistic analysis, Zhang Yuan felt like her eyes were finally opened, realizing how incredibly naive and reckless her plans had been. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng slid his hands into his pockets and stepped closer, addressing the second path, an internal investigation. This would drag on forever. And right now, with humanity reeling from a fresh defeat, if that happened, it would trigger a devastating blow to public morale. The ultimate outcome is easy to predict: total chaos breaking out across the entire safe zone. Nan Zisheng even pictured the worst-case scenario, where the elderly would simply pack up and abandon this place. After listening to Nan Zisheng's incredibly logical and spot-on analysis, Zhang Yuan let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head as she asked him what she should do. But Nan Zisheng's sudden answer caught her completely off guard. Quickly switching her demeanor, she stepped closer to Nan Zisheng with a mock sneer, asking how a mere military deserter like him could fix what she— Suddenly, Nan Zisheng flared his terrifying aura. His power skyrocketed as his eyes turned into bottomless pits of pure black. Facing Nan Zisheng's suffocating bloodlust and sheer internal power, Zhang Yuan instinctively tensed up in caution. She began recalling all the intelligence reports she had gathered on Nan Zisheng, noting the shocking disparity in his power in just a single week. This left Zhang Yuan deeply hesitant, wondering if he possessed an absurd ability that allowed him to continuously grow stronger without limits. Nan Zisheng abruptly reined in his heavy bloodlust, snapping Zhang Yuan out of her thoughts as he warned her not to act rashly, promising that he would take care of that scum Lin Yukai. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt a bit hesitant but still agreed. She didn't forget to threaten Nan Zisheng though. You better succeed, or else. Nan Zisheng turned to leave, confidently promising success, and reminded her to prepare the necessary mutant beasts before after he quickly wiped out the troublesome mutant beasts. Zhang Yuan was completely shocked by Nan Zisheng's bizarre request and immediately questioned him. Just how many mutant beasts does Nan Zisheng actually need? His current strength is already formidable. Even on a real battlefield, Zhang Yuan had to verify he wouldn't harm humanity, and to be absolutely sure whose side Nan Zisheng was truly on. Nan Zisheng coldly turned his head, reassuring Zhang Yuan that his loyalty would always remain with humanity, and if they wanted to completely drive those monsters out, his current strength alone was simply not enough. With that, he turned and walked away, casually waving goodbye to Zhang Yuan as he left. Zhang Yuan felt deeply anxious about Nan Zisheng's cryptic actions. He seemed incredibly unstable, yet looking into his eyes, she could tell he was not lying at all. Ultimately, she had no choice but to trust him. Days later, in Yecheng, Lin Yukai warmly praised Nan Zisheng for his incredible performance on the previous monster hunting mission. Not only was he completely unharmed, but he also crushed his objectives. Lin urged everyone to put in the same effort While Lin Yukai walked and discussed the upcoming operation, Xiao Lu and Auntie Wang complained in the back about the beasts' threat levels. Unlike their last mission dealing with level 4 monsters, this time they had to face beasts that were nearly level 5. The difficulty had spiked massively. Xiao Lu approached Nan Zisheng to warn him, reminding him that he got injured just dealing with level 4 beasts last time, and asked how they should handle things. Exuding sheer confidence, Nan Zisheng reassured her that the mission was fully manageable. He signed the confirmation paper on the spot, making Lin Yukai grin like a maniac. The greedy supervisor immediately began calculating the insane fortunes he was about to make. To him, Nan Zisheng was way more capable than the dead fat guy. Plus, he didn't even have to pay him a single penny. Lately, the intelligence agents in the special division had also been incredibly obedient, and no one was causing trouble anymore. Furthermore, the front line's failure meant military supplies orders were doubling, which was absolutely perfect for business. He realized this was a golden, heaven-sent opportunity for him to strike it filthy rich. Just thinking about it made him grin from ear to ear. He patted Nan Zisheng's shoulder, fake generously telling him to just ask if he ever needed. He also reminded him to perform flawlessly on the upcoming run. Naturally, Nan Zisheng completely tuned out Lin Yukai's annoying barking. He immediately began directing the crew. Upon hearing Nan Zisheng's clear orders, the workers enthusiastically jumped right into their assigned tasks. As for Lin Yukai, watching Nan Zisheng work, he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and smugly noted how reassuring the working environment in Yecheng had become. Nan Zisheng ignored him. Once the boss left, he smirked and quietly unleashed his terrifying killing intent. These high-level beasts that Lin stockpiled would soon become perfect nourishment to level up his innate talent. Activating his Asura skill, Alloy Demon Blade, Nan Zisheng charged straight inside to slaughter the horde of mutant beasts. Fierce level 5 beasts with glowing red eyes charged furiously straight toward Nan Zisheng. He took a ready stance and activated his ability, his sword immediately radiating a dark, surging aura of bloodlust. As Nan Zisheng dashed forward, his Asura killing intent points instantly began to spike. The system spammed notifications: Asura killing intent plus 1.5. Asura killing intent plus 1.5. His eyes glowing crimson with pure malice. Nan Zisheng leaped high to tear through wave after wave of beasts. The beasts were absolutely pulverized, completely helpless against Nan Zisheng's relentless onslaught. His talent level skyrocketed, and the screen flashed. Current Asura level is 6. Progress is 16 out of 7,200. On March 20th, after a brutal 4-hour battle, Eagle Nation's 8th defense line was pushed to its limit. 800,000 soldiers died, 50,000 awakened users perished, and the entire front line completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng was still passionately slaying beasts to push his strength to absolute heights. Eyes glowing red, he unleashed Alloy Burst Blade and Asura Ruinous Slayer to cleanly finish off the monster. On March 22nd, Beichuan's 8th defense line fell, allowing 10 foreign races to invade the northern glacier. 600,000 soldiers perished. Regardless of the chaos unfolding across the world, Nan Zisheng relentlessly hunted down beasts to complete his goal. Then, fast forward to March 24th, the Southern Ice River's 8th defense line faced the brutal Iron Race. losing 500,000 soldiers in just one single hour. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng's skills kept leveling up as he fought those mutant beasts. Now, he even unlocked the Demon Alloy Blade. By March 26th, the French defense line and Kawasaki's 8th line had both completely collapsed. In just 30 minutes, a man was left wide-eyed, with blood pouring from his mouth, lying helplessly as the alien race slaughtered them. Yet, his will to eradicate all races never wavered. Only then did Nan Zisheng finally halt his relentless skill upgrades. Power surged as dense red and black aura completely enveloped his entire body. He whispered the mantra under his breath. Unleash the murder intent. The Shura returns. This sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding mutant beasts. This time, Nan Zisheng's Shura state had reached its absolute maximum level. Activating his Hell on Earth skill, two massive streams of crimson killing intent exploded in every direction. Terrified by the sight, the beasts began to retreat in panic. Zisheng's cold gaze made him look like the Grim Reaper itself, staring down its prey. He shouted to provoke them, pointing his blade directly at the horde. His sword pulsed with dark energy, ready to devour everything in its path. Then, an incredibly terrifying and powerful shockwave blasted outward, obliterating the entire beast swarm in a split second. Compared to the previous tier, this fully maximized power was exponentially and brutally stronger. Standing atop a mountain of mutant corpses, he deactivated his Shura form, reverting back to his normal self. Watching those glowing blue essence crystals floating in the air got him incredibly excited. The essence stones collected over the past few days were enough to tame another horde. Speaking of Lin Yukai, Nan Zisheng muttered with chilling intent. As Nan Zisheng walked out of the training chamber, he saw everyone glued to the loudspeaker announcements. Currently, only the 8th defense line of the Eastern Alliance remained standing, while America and Russia were barely holding on. The Eastern Alliance had issued another massive draft, lowering the enlistment age down to 16. Covered in battle wounds, Nan Zisheng, the front lines were collapsing far quicker than he anticipated. After all, the Shura talent was still just the power of one single man. Auntie Wang turned around, jumping in shock to find Nan Zisheng standing right behind her, without making a single sound. Manager Nan, finished so quickly? At that moment, Lin Yukai approached, glancing at his watch while showering the young man with. Needless to say, he was extremely pleased, thrilled that the boy's quest-clearing speed had skyrocketed. Dishing out a tempting offer, he asked Nan Zisheng exactly which high-ranking position he wanted to be. With cold eyes dripping with pure murder intent, Nan Zisheng didn't show any respect, stating he wanted Lin Yukai's life, leaving the corrupt boss stammering in absolute terror. Hearing his chilling response, the bodyguard standing nearby broke into a cold sweat. Nan Zisheng finally cracked a smile, easing the tense, icy atmosphere a bit, suggesting that Lin Yukai head out to the northern Gobi Desert tonight to capture a pack of iron wolves before returning to the Yecheng training ground. He also didn't forget to warn him to eliminate those beastly monsters as fast as humanly possible. After nearly having a heart attack, Lin Yukai could finally breathe a huge sigh of relief, forcing a laugh, while praising Nan Zisheng's decisiveness and vision. But when Nan Zisheng suddenly bowed to thank him, it almost gave the greedy old man another heart attack. He secretly thought to himself that if Nan Zisheng dared to play him, he would make sure the kid ended up 6 feet under. Right then, Nan Zisheng raised his head, catching his gaze with a subtle, knowing smirk. With external enemies invading, and pests like you rotting the rear, death is too good for you. Under a full moon in the freezing northern Gobi Desert, Nan Zisheng stood in the falling snow, looking incredibly badass in his stylish gear. Gazing into the distance, he recalled his past life, remembering how the Beast clans launched assassination campaigns. The moment high-tier awakened individuals emerged, he reminded himself that he had to proceed with extreme caution. Staring down at the iron wolf pack he had successfully tamed earlier, he ordered them to lead all the nearby wild packs straight to him. Upon receiving his command, the wolves howled to relay the signal to one another. Soon, thousands of massive iron wolves. Glancing at his system screen, it read, Beast Tamer Level 7. With over 1,000 Level 5 iron wolves currently trained. Essence stones for taming, 100,000. Maximum trainable beast tier is Level 6. Required essence stones for the next upgrade, 270,000. Beast Tamer Level 7. With over 1,000 Level 5 iron wolves trained. Essence stones for taming, 100,000. Maximum trainable beast level is 6. Required amount for the next upgrade, 270,000. Looking at the status panel, Zisheng realized the source stones required to upgrade his Beast Tamer class were starting to increase exponentially. Right then, Lin Yukai's convoy rolls past, and the driver quickly alerts him about a pack of 1,000 mutated wolves blocking their path. Turns out, these beasts can perform short-range teleports. Sitting in the back of the luxury car, Lin Yukai keeps his hands busy groping the gorgeous, voluptuous woman beside him, totally unfazed as he casually orders his. But suddenly, a massive noise echoes out of nowhere, startling him completely. Whipping his head around, his trusted bodyguard peers through the window and mutters in absolute terror as he sees tens of thousands of massive steel giant wolves complete. Lin Yukai is gripped with pure terror at the sight of the giant beasts, especially since they appeared with zero warning. Panicking, he screams at his men to teleport them to safety right away. Drenched in cold sweat, the bodyguard delivers the worst news possible. They can only teleport up to 1 kilometer, but this massive beast tide spans across several kilometers. Their only option is to charge straight ahead, smash through the wolves blocking their way, and pray they make it out alive. Hearing this, Lin Yukai goes completely pale, the color draining from his face in sheer panic. Without wasting a single second, he orders the bodyguard to execute the plan immediately. Standing in the distance, Zisheng watches the convoy speed past and knows his time has come. He coldly orders his boss, Tamed Wolf, to crush those 2 annoying pests. After unleashing his giant wolf, Zisheng begins to activate his own legendary divine beast talent. His powerful skill waves instantly spread across the area, rushing right past Lin Yukai's escaping convoy and surging straight toward the wild wolves. Feeling the sheer weight of his power, the wild wolves begin to undergo a dramatic transformation. The system screen flashes before him. Level 7 Beast Tamer unlocked. His tamed army now boasts over 101,000 level 5 steel giant wolves. Best of all, no source stones are needed to tame beasts up to level 6. Next, breakthrough requires 170,000 out of 270,000 beasts. Inside the convoy, could there be a powerful beast tamer ahead? Lin Yukai peers through the window, absolutely ecstatic, believing their savior has finally arrived. However, his bodyguard is highly skeptical, knowing that Yeqing has never harbored a beast tamer of this level before. But the foolish Lin Yukai remains incredibly optimistic, assuming they just stumbled upon a hidden master, so he orders his driver to head straight there and make contact. After all, a connection like that could prove highly useful. Refusing to let those scumbags get away, Zisheng channels his raw power and commands his 100,000 steel giant wolves to crush Lin Yukai's vehicles, ensuring not a single car. Hearing his command, the massive giant wolves charge fiercely toward Lin Yukai's fleeing vehicles. Looking out the back window, the passengers immediately realize that something is horribly wrong. They panic, assuming the mysterious beast tamer has failed, and the savage wolves are surrounding their cars once again. Terribly panicked, Lin Yukai screams at his men to unleash all their firepower. The guards quickly lean out the windows, spraying bullets to suppress the wolves, and they open fire directly at the beasts. But the sheer number of wolves is completely overwhelming. Men scream and struggle in vain as they get brutally torn apart, while other massive wolves throw their entire bodies against the fleeing car. The vehicle shakes violently, throwing everyone inside into absolute chaos. His bodyguard screams a warning, telling Lin Yukai that they are in extreme danger. Scared out of his wits, Lin Yukai shrieks for them to escape, but suddenly, a stream of dark, terrifying energy wraps tightly around his neck. Right at that moment, another massive giant wolf rams the car head-on, sending it flying through the air. Luckily, the bodyguard reacts just in time, teleporting both of them a few meters away from the crash. Seeing their prey escape, the wolves begin to howl, summoning even more of their pack to join. Pushed to the brink, the bodyguard finally decides to unleash his ultimate power skill. He sneers at the beasts, boasting that they are about to experience the true strength of a level 5 user. Gathering a dark, swirling energy, he hurls a powerful blast straight toward the oncoming pack, utilizing his nanocages to warp a few wolves away. He barely has time to breathe before wave after wave of bloodthirsty beasts keep rushing in to attack. Completely useless in a fight, Lin Yukai still has the nerve to bark orders from behind his bodyguard. With their nanocages running extremely low, the bodyguard is forced to use his standard teleportation skill, instantly warping himself and Lin Yukai to their designated location. But little did they know, Zisheng was already lying in wait at that exact spot, watching as they materialized right before his eyes. Walking up from behind, he coldly sneers, "I have been waiting for you, and honestly, you are running way behind schedule." Startled by the voice, Lin Yukai and his bodyguard spin around in absolute terror. Slowly pulling off his hood, he politely introduces himself as Nan Zisheng. Recognizing him, Lin Yukai immediately suspects those wolves from earlier were his doing. slowly realizing that Nan Zisheng is here to end his life. Zisheng unleashes an overwhelming wave of bloodlust, instantly confirming that Lin's dark suspicions are dead on. He warns the talentless Lin Bukai that one wrong move means a brutal end for him and his entire family by tomorrow. Like a flash of lightning, Nan Zisheng lunges forward and clamps his hand tightly around Lin Yukai's throat. The move is too fast for the guard to even react. Choking and gasping for air, Yukai desperately wheezes out his bodyguard's name. Springing into action, the guard begins conjuring a portal, hoping to rescue his trashy boss, Lin Yukai. Refusing to let them escape, Nan Zisheng immediately activates his signature skill, the Shura Dragon Slayer. This move condenses the raw spirit of Shura, transforming bloodlust into a dragon, blocking mental attacks, and locking down the surrounding space. The Shura Dragon Slayer completely disrupts the guard's teleportation technique, rendering it completely useless. The terrified guard finally realizes Nan Zisheng is an elite awakened. Zisheng grabs the guard's hand and squeezes with brutal force, completely crushing it as he screams in agony. A devastating punch to his head sends blood splattering everywhere. Just like that, he drops dead right in front of Lin Yukai. Trembling, Yukai opens his mouth to beg for mercy, but before he can eat, he drops him into a straight free fall, where the sharp, flashing fangs of giant wolves are eagerly waiting for their dinner. The talentless Lin screams in pure despair before following his guard straight to the afterlife. Over at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, a bathing woman suddenly senses a massive spike of energy coming from Yecheng. She is absolutely certain that someone has finally claimed the power she felt in Yecheng days ago. The ultimate power has awakened. This woman in the bath is Su Ling, a level 5 sensory ability user. Cutting her bath short, she quickly gets dressed, ready to report this directly to the Bureau. Amid a freezing blizzard, several vehicles grind to a halt in the vast, snowy wasteland. A deep voice echoes, "The gate is open. Don't worry, you can come out now." As the doors swing open, a pack of wolves leaps down. Their sharp, icy glares lock onto the waiting man. Suddenly, the fierce wolves turn into playful puppies, crowding around and nuzzling against his legs. The man chuckles, gently telling them, "Hey, stop licking. I said that's enough. Cut it out." But one stubborn wolf ignores him, extending its long tongue for another lick. Instantly, the man's eyes flash with a commanding crimson glow. "Sit down right now." His chilling command carries absolute authority. Shocked into a cold sweat, the wolves flatten their ears, shut their mouths, and in taking in the ridiculous sight, he can only sigh with a helpless grin. "Unbelievable. There's just no helping you guys." He looks down at his pack with pride, offering a gentle yet encouraging praise. "You guys did amazing this time." He slowly approaches them with a warm smile. "Your reward is head pats. Don't rush." One by one, the wolves sit obediently, tails wagging wildly and eyes gleaming with pure, unadulterated joy as they wait, basking in their master's touch. The wolves look completely satisfied, but suddenly, the man leaps onto a nearby truck, his face turning dead serious. "Now, for your next mission," he commands with authority. "Head out to the Beihuang Desert and hunt some origin stones for me." High above, the full moon shines, casting a silver glow over his defiant silhouette, standing completely unshaken against the roaring blizzard. The wolves howl in unison, eager for their new hunt. The scene shifts to the Yecheng slaughterhouse, where thick snow blanketed the entire ground. Zhang Yuan approaches with a heavy voice. "Nan Zisheng, the Lin family just got word yesterday that their entire squad was wiped out by beasts in Beihuang." Yet the young man just calmly looks down, taking a slow bite of his bun, completely ignoring her. Refusing to let it drop, Zhang Yuan presses further, asking if he was the one behind it. Still looking totally indifferent, he merely shrugs and replies, "Well, I only told him that." Nan Zisheng announced his plan to hunt mutated beasts, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to widen in shock. "Wait, you can actually control beasts?" Nan Zisheng pressed a finger to his lips, whispering, "Shh, that is a secret." His words only left Zhang Yuan even more bewildered. Once she processed this, she waved her hand to change the subject. "I handed over all the evidence of Lin Yu's embezzlement this morning. His assets will be seized very soon." Nan Zisheng finished his pastry, replying with a casual, "Oh, that is good." Zhang Yuan smiled politely and offered an invitation. "It is all thanks to you. Let us get a drink tonight." But he chewed and flatly refused. "Pass on the drink, I am busy." Suddenly, he paused, turning back to look at Zhang Yuan with a smirk. He flashed a sly smile, his deep voice dripping with mystery. "But if you truly want to thank me, maybe there is another way." Zhang Yuan felt uneasy, forcing a stiff smile. What way is that? Nan Zisheng did not miss the opportunity, flashing a thumbs-up sign with a playful look in his eyes. I want to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Yecheng, handling 10 times more mutated livestock than before, even 100 times more than the current ones. This bold proposal made her sigh helplessly, before reluctantly giving her consent. Fine. The front lines are short on supplies, so the higher-ups will likely be very pleased with this request. Let me handle it. The next day, inside the slaughterhouse's fourth workshop, they saw countless mutated beast carcasses floating in the water. After wrapping up his work, Nan Zisheng stood there, holding his sword with a cold, calculating look. Converting this into a slaughterhouse, to harvest beast cores, is honestly far too easy. A blood-red aura of death slowly emanated from him like creeping darkness, surrounded by mountains of beast carcasses. Looking down at his hands, he whispered to himself, "Now that we have captured the giant steel wolves, the beast wave is coming." 2 days later, a system notification popped up. Level 7 Beast Tamer. The giant steel wolf count hit 10,000. Beast taming cores reached 190,000. Next, upgrade progress. 17 out of 270,000. Scene shifts to the Beiwang Desert, where Nan Zisheng's powerful voice rings out. The rise and fall of the world rests on us. Today, I, Nan Zisheng, invite you to defend Beiwang and protect Blue Star. The system pinged. Level 8 Beast Tamer. Level 5 Giant Steel Wolves. 50,000. Beast Taming Cores. 150,000. Next, upgrade progress. 24 out of 540,000. A vast desert stretches out before him, filled with 50,000 giant steel wolves as the moon slowly turns blood red. The cold moonlight shines down everywhere, carrying a grim and violent omen. Suddenly, from afar, countless giant bulls with glowing red eyes charge like a hurricane, aiming straight for Nan Zisheng. Without a single trace of hesitation, Nan Zisheng stays calm, raising his right hand as sharp red energy radiates outward. With a stern glare, his commanding voice rings out with absolute authority. Level 6 Tibetan Bulls. Submit. Instantly, his power explodes, forming a massive shockwave of energy that sweeps through the giant Tibetan bulls. The massive legs of the stampeding bulls freeze mid-stride, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Strange streaks of light begin to glow on their massive bodies, signaling their complete submission. One by one, the mighty Tibetan bulls bow down submissively, right before Nan Zisheng. He raises his hand, declaring in a firm voice, "You will guard the White Bone Plains and hunt beast cores for me. Do not harm humans, do not attack cities, and always be ready when summoned." On command, they quickly disperse to carry out their duty. Immediately after, the system interface dings with a clear notification. Level 8 Beast Tamer. Tamed Giant Steel Wolves. 50,000. Level 6 Tibetan Bulls. 50,000. Beast Taming Cores. 100,000. Next, upgrade progress. 74 out of 540,000. The scene shifts back to the Beiwang Desert, showing formations of 50,000 level 5 giant steel wolves, and the White Bone Plains now guarded by 50,000 level 6 Tibetan. Next, at Lichuan Canyon, Nan Zisheng walks quietly amidst the battlefield, calculating his next move with care. With 100,000 beast cores left, I can easily tame a group of level 7 mutated apes from this canyon. He thinks to himself, his eyes burning with absolute determination. These creatures feel entirely different, radiating a much more powerful aura than the wolves and bulls from earlier. Suddenly, the sky splits wide open, and a blood-red moon casts a cold, terrifying. Suddenly, a massive mutated ape with wild, aggressive eyes leaps down from above, with its claws fully bared. Nan Zisheng glances over, silently impressed. Now that is some incredible speed. His aura is intense. Before the ape can even charge, Nam Tu Thang unleashes his overwhelming presence and roars. Tame. Nam Tu Thang swings his arm and delivers a brutal slap to the giant monster, sending it crashing flat onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, he feels a wave of relief and mutters, "Luckily, it is still within my taming level range." But before he can even catch his breath, a swarm of dark figures descends from the sky. The wind howls violently past his ears. Nam Tu Thang looks up in shock, his eyes filled with alarm and suspicion. What on earth is happening? He wonders, his muscles tensing up as he braces for anything. Suddenly, a heavy weight lands on his back, bringing a deep sense of dread. He spins around, his eyes widening as he spots the giant mutant beast he just knocked down. Now, it is roaring with its jaws wide open, radiating a terrifying threat. "No way," Nam Tu Thang murmurs, absolute disbelief written all over his face. The taming process completely failed. Instead of backing down, Nam Tu Thang gets even more pumped, unleashing an even greater surge of raw power. Then let us beat it into submission. Determination flashes in his eyes as he charges forward, driving his blade into the four-eyed beast. Saliva sprays from its gaping mouth as he lets out a thunderous roar. Asura Violence Layer. His heavy sword strikes the ground, triggering a massive blast that sends rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The system notifies him that the level 8 Beastmaster skill has activated. A halo of energy, far stronger than before, glows from his hands. A crimson light blankets the area, warping the environment as terrifying screeches echo through the red mist. Suddenly, dozens of other savage apes emerge, baring their fangs in pure excitement. Hearing those wild cries, Nam Tu Thang ponders. So, the taming failed because this beast did not want its pack to take control. He quickly leaps backward to dodge their aggressive onslaught. Killing so many level 7 savage apes would be a waste of good potential and energy. First, he needs to take out the boss hiding behind them. With that plan, he transforms into a streak of red light, soaring straight up as the airborne apes watch in sheer shock. Grabbing a vine tightly, he radiates pure killing intent as he looks down at the ape below and smirks. But suddenly, another ape sneaks up behind him, clinging onto the exact same vine. Nam Tu Thang shakes his head, completely unbothered, thinking, "It is a pity your brain does not match your muscle." He twists mid-air, causing both apes to slam into each other and crash down. Slipping off the vine, the ape panics for a second before grinding its teeth in absolute fury. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang calmly holds his saber and smiles, murmuring, "This blade really comes in handy." Before he can rest, another ape lunges for a surprise attack from behind. He leaps away instantly, causing the strike to miss by a hair. Landing gracefully, he says coldly, "It seems you beasts are still severely underestimating your new master." Blurring past what the human eye can track, Nam Tu Thang relocates to a much better vantage point. Coming to a halt, he calls out with commanding authority, "Show yourself." From the pitch-black shadows, a massive entity emerges, bringing a heavy darkness and two glowing red eyes that send shivers down your spine. Its deep, icy voice echoes, "It is high time for a change of leadership around here." Standing before the colossal entity, Nam Tu Thang looks tiny, yet his sharp eyes carefully analyze its terrifying scale. He chuckles mockingly. "Isn't this size a bit too dramatic?" The crushing pressure from a level 9 Ape King freezes the very air. If not for the Ashura power within him, the overwhelming gravity and sheer, he instantly unleashes his own aura to push back against it, channeling every ounce of his strength to face the colossal Ape King as its massive hand reaches out to crush him. Nam Tu Thang blocks with his sword, even though the violent impact numbs his arms. Too fast, he thinks. The Ape King opens its jaws wide, trying to swallow him whole. Nam Tu Thang pulls his sword back just in time, thinking, "You want to eat me, but I am not that easy to digest." A formidable and relentless aura explodes from the edge of his blade. He activates the power of his Asura treasure pill, forcing the Ape King back to dodge his strike. Even so, its pitch-black claws graze dangerously close to Nam Tu Thang. Suddenly, the Ape King leaps high into the air, shaking the ground. Its heavy punch explodes against the earth, blasting a massive crater. A moment later, Nam Tu Thang crawls out of the pit, coughing up dust as he catches his breath. But the glowing, furious eyes of the Ape King lock back onto him, promising that this fight is far from over. Nan Zisheng felt a surge of rage building inside him, even as sharp pain throbbed from his fresh wounds. Gritting his teeth, his gaze turned cold as ice. If he did not teach these mutts a lesson, they would think he was an easy target. His deep voice suddenly echoed with terrifying authority as he roared. Asura earthly hell form, a blazing crimson aura, erupted from his body, growing thicker and more menacing by the second. With a swift motion, he stripped off his jacket to reveal his toned physique, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he made a bold declaration. A violent surge of spiritual energy swirled around him, creating a massive vortex of power. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Ability Investigation Unit. An exhausted staff member sighed heavily, asking, "Hey sister, are you actually sure that feeling you had earlier was correct? It is past 3 a.m. already. If we keep doing this every single day, how am I ever going to grow up?" The speaker was a pink-haired girl in twin tails. Looking thoroughly exhausted, she crossed her arms and stared at her colleague. Meanwhile, a blonde girl was staring intently at a device, replying softly, "That terrifying bloodlust from earlier. My instincts cannot be wrong." This was Sulang, a high-tier aura-sensing psychic. She continued with a serious look. "Headquarters ordered us to keep guard over Yecheng for a few days, so just bear with it for now." Then, she turned around and gently reminded her, "Besides, We are the exact same age. Why do you keep calling me sister? Sure, you are late to hit puberty, but you cannot act like a kid forever, right? The pink-haired girl just scoffed, not caring at all. Just look at those massive things on your chest. I am already being polite by not calling you an old auntie. The atmosphere grew heavy as the moon broke through the thick fog. Su Lang tensed up and whispered, "Hush, it is here." Anxiously scanning the area, she quickly barked out an order, prepared to trace the energy southwest of Yecheng, in Lichuan Canyon. The pink-haired girl, Zhao Qier, immediately nodded in response. Pressing her hands together, she channeled a ring of spiritual energy while chanting, "Infinite heaven and earth, all things exist. Witness the light, reveal the flow of time." Zhao Qier, a level 5 aura detector, snapped her eyes open as her pupils shifted into 8 trigram patterns, glowing with a mysterious, eerie light. Shifting back to Nan Zisheng, he unleashed his earthly hell technique to suppress the giant apes, sending a massive pillar of crimson light shooting into the sky. Nan Zisheng delivered a devastating sword strike, leaving the giant ape king with only enough time to scream in agony. That single fatal slash knocked the beast flat on its back, while Nan Zisheng underwent a terrifying transformation, resembling a true demon from hell. His eyes glowed a blood-red color, cold and vicious, as his teeth sharpened into terrifying fangs that gleamed with raw malice. Fueled by a wave of pure ecstasy, he charged forward at absolute breakneck speed, resembling a crimson storm that demolished everything in his path. Back at the lab, Zhao Qier suddenly collapsed backward, her eyes entirely blank. Su Lang rushed over in a panic, holding her friend while crying out in fear, "Qier, wake up! What on earth did you see?" Slowly, Zhao Qier's pupils began to drift back to their normal state, but her face was deathly pale, completely drained of color, as tears and cold sweat streamed down her cheeks, while her entire body trembled. Terrified out of her mind, she managed to gasp out in pure disbelief, "It is too horrific. He is an Asura demon." Unleashing one final powerful slash, Nan Zisheng's eyes flashed with overwhelming authority. He looked down at the defeated ape king kneeling before him, asking in a chilling, commanding tone, "Are you tamed yet?" His body was still radiating an immense, suffocating pressure that made the surrounding air feel too heavy to breathe. The once mighty and colossal ape king now looked incredibly weak and fragile. Blood dripped from its mouth, its eyes rolled back, and sweat drenched its face, showing absolute terror and sheer exhaustion. It sat completely frozen, its eyes wide with absolute dread. Standing tall with his sword firmly in hand, Nan Zisheng spoke up, his tone carrying a harsh challenge. "If you are not convinced, but this time, I cannot promise I will go easy on you." The ape king coughed up another mouthful of dark blood, yet a stubborn spark of determination still flickered within its hazy gaze. Staring down, Nan Zisheng's crimson eyes slowly softened, and he muttered in respect, "Your spirit is not half bad." Lowering his tone, his arrogant smirk shifted into an invitation as he asked, "Why not become my ally, and we can rule over all races together?" Hearing this, the ape king's eyes suddenly lit up. It quietly stared at the tiny yet incredibly dominant human standing before it. A deep, calculating silence fell between these two who had just been locked in a deathmatch. Slowly, the ape king raised its massive fist, halting it right in front of Nan Zisheng. Smiling, he raised his own fist and slammed it against the beast's giant hand to seal the pact. His voice echoed with genuine excitement as he cheered, "That is the spirit." With that, his demonic aura vanished, and his face returned to normal. With a fluid motion, he sheathed his sword and calmly issued his next command. 1,000,000 brutal apes, heed his command. Starting now, the brutal Monkey King leads the charge to occupy Lichuan Valley. They must secure the origin stones, but attacking cities or harming humans is strictly forbidden. The glowing eyes of his beast army lock onto his every word, completely ready to carry out his commands. Moonlight pierces through the narrow canyon, casting a mysterious, high-stakes tension over the entire valley. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes, updating the status and massive growth of his level 8 shepherd forces. That includes 500,000 level 5 giant iron wolves, 50,000 level 6 Tibetan bulls, and 1,000,000 level 7 brute. His tamed beasts from level 0 to level 7 now stand at 174 out of 540,000. His northern desert layout now deploys 500,000 level 5 giant iron wolves, 500,000 level 6 Tibetan bulls, and 1,000,000 level 7. During a late-night investigation into these strange superpowers, Su Lung slumps back into her chair, completely exhausted but unable to stop analyzing yesterday's bizarre events. She looks up and sighs, "Kenny, even after last night, I can still sense a massive, unnatural energy." But as Zhao Kenny focuses on gathering her strength, she replies, sadly, That 24-hour ability can only be activated once a day. Besides, it only lasts 3 seconds, so you could never tap into its full potential. Su Lang turns with a helpless expression. She sighs. You know that is not what I meant. I just think those two abnormal energies from before might actually belong to the same person. Hearing this, Zhao Kenny gasps. Think about how long we have been investigating. The 10th ranking spot for Eastern ability users has always been kept completely vacant, reserved specifically for those mysterious, unannounced clans. Su Lang continues. But this Shura guy just arrived and took the 10th spot immediately. That is an absolutely terrifying amount of raw individual power. Zhao Kenny suddenly realizes the truth and sighs. Fair enough. Maybe I am overthinking. Anyway, let us get this list published quickly. Just then, the system screen flashes, updating the global superpower rankings and grabbing everyone's attention. The new update reads, Ranks 1 to 9 are pending. Rank 10 goes to the mysterious man in black, possessing the Shura ability, level unknown. Rank 11, Lan Bingning, level 8 elemental. Rank 12, Chu Tian, level 8 space ability. By the next morning, a piece of shocking news breaks across the entire region. A mysterious man clad in black has suddenly emerged in Yecheng's Lichuan ravine, and his massive destructive power has launched him straight into the 10th rank of the Eastern Alliances. Naturally, this immediately triggers a massive wave of intense gossip. An online user named Stand, Don't Kneel, from the East comments, the top 10 spots on the leaderboard are finally being revealed at last. A few years ago, we only heard about Shura users in the West, but who knew the East would get one now? The Shura ability is truly terrifying. It thrives on slaughter to gain power, but it often drives the user completely insane. I just hope this mysterious person is not actually from Yecheng, because all the real men from Yecheng are already fighting on the front lines. Another commenter chimed in, saying they would rather be a mad guy. The online comment section quickly becomes increasingly hostile, reflecting deep anxiety that someone with such overwhelming power could easily become a massive danger to the entire region. Over at a slaughterhouse, Xiao Liu hands a towel to Nan Zisheng, telling him to wipe his face while mentioning his phone is ringing off the hook. Nan Zisheng takes the towel, but before he can even wipe his face, a sudden emergency alert pops up on the screen right before him. Alert: America and Russia have both been defeated in succession, and the 8th line of defense has been completely shattered. On the television screen, a news anchor solemnly continues speaking. To defend the homeland, the 5th defense line of the Eastern Alliance has officially initiated a full recall of all veterans. Nan Zisheng breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing with deep anxiety. In this lifetime, not only is humanity falling much faster, but even the mandatory recall of veteran soldiers has happened way ahead of schedule. An intense feeling of dread completely takes over his mind. Right then, his phone suddenly lights. Her message reads, You smelly little brat, if you are free tonight, come home for dinner, because your mother really misses you. Feeling slightly relieved, Nan Zisheng decides to head back. Back at the family home, Nan Yuanshan is busy cooking in the kitchen and speaks softly. I am so sorry to make you journalists wait. My son and daughter are coming home tonight, so I must prepare a few special dishes to welcome them. Untying his apron, he smiles warmly and adds, If you do not mind, can we all share a meal once they get back? Behind him, the reporter holding the microphone politely declines, saying he is being far too kind. We really just want to discuss the veteran recall initiative, she explains. Hearing this, Nan Yuanshan lowers his voice, his expression instantly turning deadly serious. Go ahead and ask. I am ready, Nan Yuanshan says. Fang Li, a reporter representing the Eastern Alliance, finally begins her interview. With the live camera rolling behind her, she says, Hello, Mr. Nan Yuanshan. We heard that the moment you received the veteran recall notice, you signed up immediately. What was going through your mind when you made that choice? Nan Yuanshan answers with absolute resolve. Duty calls, and I simply cannot refuse. Fang Li presses further, asking, Your son, Nan Zisheng, publicly refused to enlist. How do you feel about his controversial choice? A flash of irritation crosses Nan Yuanshan's face. But right then, 3 people walk through the front door. The leading woman, carrying groceries, calls out, Yuanshan, I just got back and ran into Ziying and Zishan at the neighborhood gate. Noticing the camera crew, she stops in surprise, asking if they are filming. Nan Yuanshan smiles warmly, greeting his returning family. Go ahead and sit down. I will join you shortly, he says. His wife nods, telling them to carry on. Turning back to Fang Li, Nan Yuanshan gestures warmly, explaining that this is his beloved family. It has been months since we last gathered. He introduces his wife, a dedicated factory volunteer. The woman heading to the kitchen is Qin Shuimei, our hero's mother. Then, he proudly introduces his daughter, Nan Zisheng, an awakened rescue doctor and the supportive older sister of Ziying. His gaze shifts to Nan Ziying, who sits silently at the dining table. As he continues, "My son is not fighting on the front lines, but he works tirelessly at the slaughterhouse to supply vital provisions. He is a truly good kid." Looking at his son with immense pride, Nan Yuanshan adds that as long as it is honest work, he will always support his choices. His words catch the reporter off guard. Meanwhile, Nan Ziying watches silently, thinking what a foolish, loving father he has. Suddenly, Fang Li raises her voice, declaring that the 8th defense line of the Eastern Alliance has completely collapsed. "We heard many of your former classmates died on that very battlefield. Can you share your thoughts on this tragic event?" Shocked and furious, Nan Yuanshan snaps at her, yelling to leave his son alone. Turning to the reporter, his voice becomes icy cold. "Listen to me, reporter. I was assigned to the 6th defense line, but I volunteered to go to the high-risk 7th line instead. Is that sacrifice not enough for your story?" His sheer intensity leaves the reporter stunned and completely speechless. Nan Yuanshan shouts again, stating that even if his son stays behind, butchering dangerous beasts is still incredibly hazardous. "All supplies for the front lines are provided by us. Is that not a real contribution? You ignore our hard work just to write sensational stories from your safe offices. What is the point of your journalism?" Nan Zisheng, our hero's sister, steps in aggressively, shouting that she is ready to enlist too. She reveals that she just volunteered as a combat medic at the dangerous 7th defense line. Even Ziying's mother refuses to back down, declaring loudly that she will go to war in her son's place. The entire room falls into a heavy, stunning silence. Finally, Nan Yuan, deeply moved, Nan Ziying clenches his fists tightly as his expression grows incredibly dark. Calling out to his father, Nan Ziying stands up and calmly announces that he will accompany them out. His mother looks at him with deep concern, asking where he could possibly be going so late at night. His sister is equally worried, but Nan Ziying merely lowers his head, calmly telling his family to eat while he handles an urgent matter at the factory. Anxious, Qin Shuimei asks him what could be so urgent that it cannot wait until after dinner. Sighing deeply, Nan Yuanshan helplessly tells her to let him go, recognizing that his son has duties of his own. He is glad they at least got to see each other. Walking out the door, Nan Ziying stays quiet, absorbing the words. The scene shifts to a dense, primeval forest, where sunlight barely manages to pierce the thick canopy. A pitch-black wilderness, painted only with the raw, untamed colors of savage nature. Nan Ziying dashes down a narrow path, unleashing incredibly sharp slashes with his sword. He calmly tells himself, there is still plenty of time tonight. Glancing back at the scattered war elephants, a sudden, brilliant idea flashes through his mind. Stopping in a vast clearing, he shouts, challenging his target to stop hiding. Instantly, a massive war elephant charges out, shaking the very earth beneath his feet. Debris explodes everywhere as the beast slams its powerful trunk down, effortlessly snapping a massive tree in half. With zero hesitation, Nan Ziying draws his blade, releasing a terrifying arc of energy that instantly slices straight through the falling trunk. At the same time, he slices the war elephant's trunk, making it cry in agony as tears stream down. The beast rears back to resist, but Nan Zisheng quickly leaps onto its massive head. He says coldly, "I must make the most of my time today." Powerful energy erupts from his hand, creating a crimson vortex around the war elephant. The elephant's eyes glow a fierce red as it gradually submits to Nan Zisheng's dominant taming power. Pressing his sword against its forehead, he commands, "Go tell your kind that anyone who disobeys me will be executed immediately." Drenched in cold sweat, the terrified war elephant has absolutely no way to resist his overwhelming might. It immediately bolts deep into the forest without a single second of hesitation. Soon after, dozens of gigantic war elephants come stampeding toward him like a thundering waterfall. Suddenly, a command rings out from the herd, startling the beasts and making their eyes widen in pure terror. Beastmaster Nan Zisheng stands tall before them, a towering presence radiating from him that seems to shake the very fabric of space. He shouts, with absolute authority, 1,000,000 war elephants, hear my command. Extending his hand, crackling with raw power, his expression slowly shifts, turning incredibly sharp and cold. Guard the primeval forest, gather source stones, and remain on standby. Instantly, a system notification rings out. Level 8 Beast Tamer. Total tamed beasts, 3 million. Current taming grade is level 7. Taming source stones, 0. Progress to the next upgrade level is 274 out of 5,400,000. The screen continues displaying vital data about the various territories and the massive army of beasts he has successfully tamed. Deploying in the northern wasteland desert, 50,000 level 5 giant iron wolves. In Whitebone Plain, 50,000 level 6 Tibetan yaks. In Lichuan Canyon, 100,000 level 7 savage apes stand ready. And in the primeval forest, another 100,000 level 7 war elephants. Array master status. Deployed arrays, 0. Current array source stones, 1. Ability level 1. Upgrade points acquired, 10,000. Current level 1 arrays include the amplification, killing intent, and sword chi arrays. Note, each array requires a base consumption of 10 source stones, but they can be stacked infinitely to boost their ultimate power. Nan Zisheng reads the notification and exclaims, "The array talent tree is finally glowing. I need to upgrade it immediately. Time to head back to the slaughterhouse to grind some source stones first." Behind him, countless tamed war elephants stand ready. Turning around, he leads them back to the Yecheng slaughterhouse, where mutilated corpses of beasts lie waiting. The system continues. Usable source stones, 100,000. Placeable array points, 10,000. Nan Zisheng reads this and taps the screen. This is plenty to upgrade. Let's test. Giant beast skeletons begin to materialize, scattered all over the ground, ready to undergo a massive transformation. Closing his eyes, Nan Zisheng begins to chant, "Heavenly stems and earthly branches, let the swords rise." At his command, countless swords made of pure energy materialize in the sky, swirling into a massive, violent vortex. He roars, "Sword Chi Array!" With his incredible control, the storm of energy blades grows larger and denser by the second. They form a massive hurricane of blades, rain down through the air, and strike directly at the bones below. Yet, strangely enough, despite the incredibly heavy barrage of energy blades, the skeletons remain completely motionless. They just lie there, totally lifeless, making Nan Zisheng unwilling to accept the pathetic damage of this level 1 sword chi array, which falls far short of his expectations. He simply refuses to stop here. Determined to boost its power immediately, he channels his spiritual energy. His eyes flash with a brilliant purple light as he activates a brand new array. He roars at the top of his lungs, "Let's stack 2,000 sword chi arrays." With that shout, countless glowing sword projections stack on top of each other, creating an immense, crushing pressure that floods the area. Spiritual thread. He knows that once these arrays are set up across all the workshops, his workload at the slaughterhouse will be significantly reduced in the future. While Nan Zisheng is busy setting up the array at workshop number 2, a cold, murderous voice suddenly cuts through the air, bullying the weak. 2,000 killing intent arrays. Activate. But Nan Zisheng cannot stop now, pushing his power to the absolute limit as he continues to trigger array after array. 1 hour later, the system chime echoes. Array Master level has been upgraded. Array Master has successfully deployed 10,000 arrays, upgrading your ability to level 2. Available arrays. The system continues to explain. Note, each array consumes 200 source stones and can stack infinitely. The next upgrade requires deploying 50,000 arrays. With the prime stones successfully used, the upgrade goes through. Nan Zisheng instantly feels a massive surge of power, but there is no time to relax. As the dawn breaks after a pitch-black night, the first rays of light slowly illuminate the landscape, bringing right then, Nan Zisheng sits on a skyscraper rooftop, eating buns while deep in thought. Morning is here, meaning it's just then, Xiao Liu pops up from behind, calling out cheerfully, "Good morning, Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang." She walks in with her hands on her hips, asking curiously, "The door is open. So did Director Nan spend the whole night slaughtering again?" Sister Li sighs and replies, "That kid probably went home for dinner last night and came right back to work. His body cannot take this forever." Aunt Wang cannot hold back her anger, snapping, "Isn't this all because of those shameless reporters and their ridiculous news stories?" Sister Li asks in surprise, "What news?" Aunt Wang points at her phone screen and replies, "Haven't you all seen this yet?" She watched the live feed all night. The dark circles under Aunt Wang's eyes show her complete lack of sleep. On the phone screen, a viral news report about Nan Zisheng is currently blowing up and drawing everyone's attention. The article reads, "Responding to the call, Nan Zisheng's father has bravely rushed to the harsh, windswept 7th Defense Line. In ancient times, Mulan joined the army for her father, but today, Nan Zisheng's father enlists to protect his son." The post already has 4,509 likes. Reading the comments online, Aunt Wang fumes. He's a real man who has slaughtered countless beasts. Yet these keyboard warriors sit around trash-talking him all day. One comment says, I can't stand seeing Nan Zisheng act like such a coward. If I were him, I would rather die fighting on the battlefield. 3,684 people liked this toxic comment. Aunt Wang immediately fired back in rage. Then why don't you go die in battle instead of barking here, you hypocrite? Hiding behind patriotism to talk trash. Another post reads, it's obvious his family spoiled him rotten. A useless son and a heroic father. 2,813 users upvoted this brainless comment. Aunt Wang keeps blasting them. They are a loving family, unlike a lonely orphan keyboard warrior like you. Xiao Lu reads the feed and can't hold back her anger, furiously typing away on her keyboard. These internet trolls are completely out of line. Sister Li looks at Xiao Lu anxiously, sighing, the director, he. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles all three of them, making them spin around. Nan Zisheng appears from behind them, stating, good timing, I need to hand over my duties to everyone. Xiao Liu asks in utter confusion, hand over? Director, don't tell me you. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng receives a letter handed to him by a messenger. With a sudden wave of unease washing over him, he opens the letter and begins to read, his heart growing heavier with every word. The letter reads, my son, Zisheng, by the time you read this, both your sister and I will have already departed for the frontline battlefields. I know telling you this now might not matter much, and it will only make you feel more upset and frustrated. So, let me put it this way. Honor and glory must be shared, from our family to the nation, and ultimately, to all of humanity. Even though I am a legendary Fengshen chef, I am also a soldier at heart. So Brad, don't look down on your father anymore, and that goes for your sister too. Although I have no idea what secret plans you are hiding, I know it must be something grand. Since childhood, you have never been one to back down from a challenge. But do as you wish. Haha. You little rascal. That player named Asuna ranking at the very top is you, isn't it? Did you honestly think your own father wouldn't recognize you just because you wore a mask? You held back for so long, but now you can't endure it because of us, right? Ignore the noise of the outside world. Truth is, most people have many different sides. My son, if you give up now, all your hard work will go to waste. So stay strong. Your mother is still safe in the city. Please protect her in my stead. Nan Zisheng falls completely silent, left utterly speechless after finishing the letter. He can feel his father's deep devotion, unwavering resolve, and immense love, but a wave of emotion hits him when he thinks about the brutal battlefield ahead. Standing nearby, Xiao Lu notices his heavy expression and cheers. Sister Li chimes in warmly. That's right, manager. Right now, aren't you the one managing the slaughterhouse supply lines for all the neighboring cities? If our shipments to the front lines get cut off, everything will collapse. Sister Li gently adds, yes, you have to stay strong. We all believe in you. Aunt Wang, standing on the side, cannot contain herself and yells out fiercely, damn right, with me around. If any of those keyboard warriors dare insult you, Aunt Wang will tear them apart online. Nan Zisheng turned his head, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Yet he forced a grateful smile to thank everyone. I am fine. I am just reflecting on what everyone said. Did you not say 2 days ago that you wanted to rebuild the 5th defense line? Xiao Lu asked in surprise. Nan Zisheng replied with a light smile. Do not worry. It will not affect my work at the slaughterhouse. As the scene shifts outside, countless people and vehicles gather before a massive statue. Standing in the crowd, Nan Zisheng stares thoughtfully, whispering, Father, I remember, Father, you once said I would go to the battlefield. But besides killing some monster races, I could never bring any major benefit to the big picture. Even with a victory, I would not be able to protect Mother, nor could I help our family. But without a clear plan, humanity will eventually fall, and I will be unable to protect anyone at all. The myriad races are non-carbon lifeforms, meaning we cannot harvest source stones from them, making it nearly impossible to level up on the battlefield. Moreover, with the enemy growing stronger, humanity can only struggle to survive. Without proper preparation, defeat is the only. As Nan Zisheng walked down the freezing cold winter street, he quietly reminded himself, to win, he must focus entirely on building the 5th defense line. It will be the final battlefield between humanity and the myriad races. Father, I swear I will not let everyone down. 3 days later, at a half-finished construction site, a voice rang out. Chief Engineer Nan is truly a brilliant talent in the arc. A man wearing a blue shirt and a yellow construction hard hat speaks up cheerfully. The backup 5th defense line based on your design plan is a steel wall 30 meters high and 10 meters thick, stretching 300 kilometers northwest, connecting 200 cities. Even tanks cannot penetrate it. A true masterpiece of our veteran architect, Engineer Lee. Nan Zisheng nodded with a warm smile. Engineer Lee, everyone has worked incredibly hard. However, this steel wall is just a basic structure. It cannot stop the monster races. Actually, the key lies within the arrays, he said, his gaze turning sharp. To deploy these arrays, we need a massive amount of source stones. Instantly, countless glowing red source stones began to rain down from the sky. Nan Zisheng stood there, observing everything with absolute determination. The system announces, available source stones, 35 million pieces, ready to deploy the arrays. Tier 2 arrays, 1.75 million stones. Tier 1 arrays, 3.5 million stones. The empty area between Yecheng and the backup 5th defense line is the perfect spot to deploy the Heavenly Net Earthly Fire and Savage Solar Source arrays. Nan Zisheng murmured softly as he activated the arrays, an energy sphere forming in his hand, radiating the bright glow of the blazing Inferno array. 500,000 arrays are stacked per kilometer, forming a dense defensive grid that stretches across the entire ground. Each array acts as a protective barrier, linking together to construct a massive, unified defense system. All of these arrays, from the blazing Inferno array to the elemental sword Chi array, stack like layers of armor to shield humanity. Nan Zisheng stood on a bizarre rock rising from the earth, his gaze unwavering, his lips moving as he chanted, sun and moon in the sky, yin and yang slaughter. Each incantation activated a new array, gradually building an impenetrable barrier between layer by layer. The arrays stacked on top of one another, the elemental sword Chi arrays, 500,000 stacked per kilometer, alongside the blazing Inferno arrays, 500,000 stacked per kilometer, layered over another 500,000 elemental sword Chi arrays. Across the next kilometer, the blazing Inferno array is laid down yet again. Just like that, the arrays overlap endlessly, building an incredibly solid and unbreakable defense system right before everyone's eyes. The system notification rings. Array Master has deployed 500,000 arrays. Ability leveled up to Tier 3, unlocking the Long Spike Earththorn and Frost Freezing arrays, expanding the array range by 200 times. Note, each array consumes 30 source stones, allowing infinite stacking. Next upgrade requires 5 million arrays, with 25 million source stones currently available. Having finished reading the notification, Nan Zisheng steps down from the platform with absolute resolve. He continues speaking. Currently, the Tier 2 arrays cover 10 kilometers, which is more than enough to stop any low-level monster races. For now, there is no need to waste source stones on Tier 3 arrays to avoid delaying upgrades. We can use them during the second wave. Later tonight, I will deploy a massive 35-kilometer defensive line around Yecheng, stacking 1.25 million Tier 2 arrays in total. The next day at the construction site, Engineer Lee frantically makes a call. Something is wrong, Chief Nan. Nan Zisheng calmly asks. What happened? Engineer Lee, worryingly pointing at his phone screen. Engineer Lee gasps. Look at this. A breaking news alert flashes on the screen. Over at Yecheng, they just activated the backup plan for defense line number 5. Sadly, the Western Front is verified to be completely unstoppable now. The comments are brutal. Nan Zisheng is just a useless, money-wasting trash. Just stop already. Offense is the best defense. Stop wasting time on useless walls. Protesters are heading to City Hall to block it. Panicking, Engineer Lee warns Nan Zisheng that public opinion is but Nan Zisheng remains dead calm. Engineer Lee, do not worry. Just keep building. I will find a way to reinforce it. Relieved, the engineer agrees to follow his lead. Suddenly, Nan Zisheng gets a brilliant idea, his eyes lighting up. This defensive wall was actually designed to lure the beasts into a trap, letting them break through. Once they lower their guard, they will walk right into a deadly array. By then, they will have zero chance to fight back. After pondering, Nan Zisheng realizes a way to make this line even more lethal, transforming it into something far beyond a mere illusion. He quickly grabs the blueprint folder from Engineer Lee, immediately sketching down his brand new adjustments. Though his elemental forbidding curse talent is not fully unlocked, he can still set up some powerful arrays beforehand, just in case. Finishing his quick sketches, he hands the blueprints back to the engineer with a sharp look. We can dig channels in front of and behind this steel wall. We will flood the front with water and the back with crude oil. Go ahead and look at my notes. Staring at the paper, the engineer's jaw drops in utter shock. What are you planning? Nan Zisheng only responds with a wicked, razor-sharp grin. Precisely. When the beasts swarm, We will electrify the steel wall and connect it to the water canal. We shock the first wave to death. Then, when the stronger ones break through the steel wall, we ignite the crude oil to unleash an absolute sea of fire. Hearing this, the engineer claps in pure excitement. This plan is absolutely brilliant. I must head to City Hall right now. Those politicians are probably panicking. Without another word, he rushes off as fast as he can. Left alone, Nan Zisheng gazes into the distance, deep in thought. Once his elemental forbidden curse talent fully awakens, the purpose of this wall will be on a whole new level. Right then, the system alerts him. 90 million source stones of he chuckles. 2 days of hunting and slaughtering monsters has given him more than enough source stones to upgrade straight to level 4. With zero hesitation, he quickly moves to a mountain peak and begins unleashing his spiritual energy. Vibrant red energy surges outward, linking the massive arrays set up across Wancheng, Chucheng, and Gansheng. Along this 75-kilometer line, he stacks 3.75 million level 2 arrays. The system alerts him. As an array master, he has laid 5 million arrays, upgrading his ability to level 4, activating the Thunder Guide, Cleaving, and Undead Strengthening arrays. The coverage of his array expands by 40 times. A quick warning pops up. Each array consumes 50 source stones, but they can be stacked infinitely after this upgrade. His total active arrays reach 25 million, leaving him with 15 million source stones. Pressing his hands against the earth, Nan Zisheng releases his power and ponders. The next upgrade will definitely take a while longer. Suddenly, a group of flying figures appears in the sky behind him. Turning around, he senses a familiar, overwhelming presence. It is a powerful beast, but next to it is a human talent's aura. This is bad. Fearing that the beasts are targeting a human genius, he leaps off the cliff and sprints toward them in a panic. Meanwhile, deep in the frozen mountains, snow gently blankets the ancient compound of the reclusive Chu family. The landscape is cold and completely desolate. In this silent sanctuary, a figure suddenly appears outside a massive boulder. With a swift movement, a sudden explosion erupts in front of an elder. As the smoke clears, the old man asks, "Xinghe, why did you end your seclusion 2 years early? Weren't you supposed to wait until the alien races arrived?" The young man standing before him radiates immense power. Chu Changsheng, patriarch of the Chu family, stares intensely at him. This is Chu Xing, the 307th genius of the clan, stepping calmly out of the cave. He answers, "I sensed a massive spike of spiritual energy coming from the northwest border. I had an epiphany, broke through, and ended my seclusion early." Chu Changsheng frowns, deeply skeptical. The northwest is completely dry of spiritual energy. How is that possible? Chu Xinghe calmly replies. With absolute resolve, the young genius declares, "That is why, uncle, I have decided to investigate the northwest myself." Worried, Chu Changsheng warns him. The beasts are actively hunting down ancient human geniuses. It is far too dangerous for you out there. But Chu Xinghe shows no fear. He merely shrugs. In this brutal apocalypse, danger is everywhere. Besides, I might even meet a master who can guide me. This trip is definitely worth it. Moving with incredibly light steps, Chu Xinghe leaps high into the air, flying towards the northwest, using his domain. 1 hour later, Chu Xing arrives at the edge of a mountain shrouded in thick, heavy mist. Looking up, he can't help but marvel at the glowing red magic circles projecting from below. This array is absolutely massive. Could a single person really create this? He has never heard of anyone with such incredible mastery. There really is a hidden master in this northwest region. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe's eyes light up as he senses something nearby. Right then, a bizarre monster covered in razor-sharp spikes charges at him from behind. What is this? Chu Xinghe gasps. It is Myriad Demon, number 3578. The Steel Slaughterer. It lunges directly at him, unleashing its razor-sharp claws through the air. But Chu Xinghe quickly dodges. Keeping a close eye on the beast, he mutters, "Is that an alien?" He quickly loops around and lands, keeping his distance from the attacking Steel Slaughterer. Chu Xing is in serious trouble now. Suddenly, more alien beasts start bursting out from beneath the ground, catching him completely. In this moment, he realizes with alarm that these are all powerful alien entities. He was targeted the second he left seclusion. These aliens clearly hold a deep grudge against a three-eyed monster with a mutated, trailing tongue approaches. It is Myriad Demon number 1324, the Rotting Giant. Having spotted the 10th supernatural prodigy, it gets ready to eliminate him. At the same time, the Steel Slaughterer keeps up its relentless assault, trapping Chu Xing right between both beasts. The situation is incredibly dangerous. He knows he must activate his domain control. There is no time to hesitate. Chu Xinghe quickly presses his hands together to form a hand seal, crying out, "Sword domain, rise." Instantly, a massive wave of destructive energy erupts from around him, blasting directly toward the approaching alien powerhouses. Blazing blue spirit. Chu Xing roars, "Dare to cross me, and I will destroy you." He unleashes his full power. Each sword strike flashes like lightning, fiercely battering the steel slaughterer. Yet, despite his fierce assault, the opponent's power remains incredibly massive. Elsewhere, amid the steep cliffs, a man in white runs at breakneck speed, muttering that the world has changed far too much. The defense barriers are collapsing faster and faster. His father has already headed to defense line number 7, meaning the prodigies might face unexpected dangers. In his past life, the ancient prodigies of humanity did not emerge until the 12th year of the myriad races. Only then was humanity finally guided, rekindling a glimmer of hope thanks to the immense combat power of those ancient geniuses. Humanity avoided total extinction and survived for 8 more years, enduring until they were finally wiped out in year 200 of the myriad. The myriad races had long since dispatched deadly assassins to the Blue Star, quietly hunting down those ancient prodigies so they could eliminate them the very moment they emerged. Pondering these grim events, he continues to sprint forward at extreme speeds. Aside from his own plans, this world relies heavily on their survival. He absolutely cannot allow them to fall into such deadly danger this early. Meanwhile, over on Chu Xinghe's side, the situation grows increasingly tense by the second. He clashes head-on with the steel slaughterer, whose razor-sharp pincers easily block the explosive force of his incoming sword strikes. The rotting giant also deflects one of his strikes, forcing Chu Xing to cough up blood as he gasps for air. Curse it. Taking on 2 powerful alien elites at the same time is simply too much for him. He realizes this while desperately fighting. Suddenly, a swift strike from the steel slaughterer combined with a heavy punch from the rotting giant forms a devastating combo. Chu Xing has no time to dodge and is entirely drained of strength and unable to defend himself. Chu Xinghe spits out a mouth of blood, filled with pure frustration. Cough. Is he really going to lose his life here, right after finally leaving his long seclusion? As the 2 powerful alien beasts charge in again, he forces himself to sit up, refusing to give in. This cannot be. Resolving to fight to the end, Chu Xing bites his finger, drawing fresh blood. "Even if I die, I will take one of you down with me," he vows coldly. Instantly, his entire body vanishes right into thin air. A loud shout echoes out, "Run!" as a massive explosion rips through the forest. Fortunately, the white-robed man has arrived just in time to rescue. He gently props Chu Xing up against a tree, then looks back at the thick smoke billowing from the battlefield. Chu Xinghe struggles to speak, asking if he is the powerful master he had sensed earlier. Ignoring the question, the man in white simply asks if he is all right and still able to fight. Chu Xinghe pulls himself up and responds firmly that, with the senior's help, he can absolutely keep fighting. Nan Zisheng praises him, saying, "That is perfect," so he will attack the Iron Executioner first, while Chu Xing holds back the decaying giant. Since they are elite killers requiring ultimate caution, Chu Xing quickly flies off, calling out that he understands, while Nan Zisheng charges straight ahead toward the Iron Executioner. At that moment, a system notification pops up, detecting an unidentified ability and initiating target elimination. Forming a hand seal, Nan Zisheng thinks to himself that it has been a while since they last met, and that this monster is perfect for sacrifice. Level 3. Spiked Earth Formation. Activate. Instantly, countless sharp spires erupt from the ground, completely surrounding and trapping the Iron Executioner. Nan Zisheng sneers, realizing that a level 3 formation is clearly not enough to bring this monster down. With a loud roar, he increases the Spiked Earth Formation by 50,000, and adds another 50,000 Ice Freeze formations. Slamming his hands onto the ground, he unleashes waves of extremely sharp, destructive energy. Jagged rocky spires erupt once again from below, piercing straight up to ruthlessly attack the caught completely off guard. The beast is battered relentlessly and has absolutely no chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, over by the decaying giant, Chu Xinghe is desperately trying to lure the massive beast away from danger. But looking back, he is completely stunned, realizing that this is the exact same formation from the sandbox, but with many times more power. Amazed by its sheer power, he keeps watching and wonders why someone would deploy such a massive hidden formation in the northwest, keeping it completely secret. This unique style of fighting is unlike any ancient clan in existence. Who exactly is this mysterious elder? And what is his true goal here? The sharp spires quickly transform into solid, freezing glaciers, leaving the Iron Executioner completely frozen and suspended high up in the air. Staring at the frozen battlefield, Chu Xinghe can't help but marvel that the beast is completely locked in ice. However, that brief moment of distraction almost costs Chu Xing his life as the decaying giant lunges for an attack. Nan Zisheng glances over and shouts out a warning to stay focused and not lose concentration. The decaying giant slams its massive fists down in a frenzy, violently smashing Chu Xing straight into the hard ground. The impact triggers a massive explosion, blasting rocks and dust. With glowing red eyes, Nan Zisheng charges forward, unleashing the devastating Asura Violent Slayer. Without hesitation, he throws a heavy fist directly at the decaying giant, landing a massive blow. Still trapped inside the deep crater from the crash, Chu Xing gasps, wondering if that was actually the Asura. Could this man really be the legendary, mysterious 10th-ranked Asura from the old rankings? Calculating his options, Nan Zisheng thinks that since real combat opportunities are rare, it is better to use this monster to sharpen the young genius's combat skills, rather than just ending it instantly. The kid has incredible raw talent, but unfortunately, he hasn't matured yet, making it crucial to accelerate his growth. Suddenly, he pauses to consider a wild idea. Wait, aside from creating active domains, could this stackable formation technique actually completely exhausted? Chu Xing weakly apologizes for holding his senior back, but Nan Zisheng coldly cuts him off, telling him to stay absolutely still. With a swift motion, he draws a glowing mystical rune directly onto Chu Xinghe's forehead. As the young man asks in confusion, Nan Zisheng finishes the rune and reveals that it multiplies his formation power tenfold. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe's eyes roll back in pure agony, his face contorting in extreme pain as a gut-wrenching scream escapes his throat. Arc. Ah. Chu Xing screams in torment, but Nan Zisheng simply stands by his side, urging him to push through and endure. Suddenly, a system warning flashes, stating that the human host cannot withstand a tenfold formation power increase. Forcing this technique could cause the host to explode and die. Chu Xing now lies completely helpless on the ground, his energy entirely drained. Nan Zisheng gradually withdraws his power, looking down at the fallen youth with a quiet sigh. As expected, physical limits restrict this technique, but a tenfold boost should be more than enough to keep the kid alive. Nearby, the decaying giant still lies completely unconscious from the force of Nan Zisheng's previous heavy punch. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng stares down at the unconscious Chu Xing, showing a hint of disappointment on his face. He sighs, thinking that although he wanted the boy to practice, under these conditions, he'll have to handle it alone today. As he cracks his wrists to get ready, a sudden, massive explosion detonates in midair, forcing Nan Zisheng to look up in utter shock and disbelief. What is this? Chu Xing has unconsciously risen to his feet, hovering directly in the sky. With hands lightly joined, the boy quietly whispers, "Sword domain, activate." The massive pressure of Chu Xing's power begins squeezing the decaying giant, crushing it with an intense weight that sends the beast into a panic. At the exact same time, the Iron Executioner shatters its icy prison. It plunges down from the sky, swinging its massive blade directly at Nan Zisheng. Quickly forming a new hand seal, Nan Zisheng calls out his level 4 lightning cleave formation. Instantly, a crushing wave of energy slams down onto the Iron Executioner, blasting it far back through the air. Green energy flared wildly from its body, but it was nothing compared to Nan Zisheng's overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the decayed giant was also utterly crushed by Chu Xinghe's fierce and relentless combat skills. Nan Zisheng looked at Chu Xing in admiration, saying, "Not bad. That is the kind of combat power I like to see." Chu Xinghe immediately dropped to one knee and bowed, saying gratefully, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life and granting me enlightenment. From now on, the entire Chu family will follow your guidance." Nan Zisheng was quite surprised by Chu Xinghe's sudden submissive attitude. He simply replied, "Right. But first, please stand up." Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate, continuing on. "Since you are the mysterious Shura who sets up secret arrays and wears a mask, you must be planning. Perhaps the right time has not yet arrived, so you cannot let the world know of your existence. You are probably using these arrays to hide everything, keeping those alien races from tracking you down. After all, we all know the single most important thing in this world is fighting off those invading alien races. Is setting up this array here your way of preparing for the final battlefield?" Hearing this, Nan Zisheng stared at Chu Xing in absolute shock. He never expected this top prodigy to possess not only insane talent, but also a genius-level intellect. In his mind, he could not help but be completely blown away by Chu Xinghei's sharp observation skills and wisdom. Seeing Nan Zisheng stay silent, Chu Xing kept going. Looking at your face, I must have hit the mark. May I ask, does your true identity start with the letter N? Nan Zisheng's surprise instantly turned into pure horror. His eyes went wide, and he internally screamed, "What the actual hell?" Chu Xing grew even more confident seeing this reaction, connecting it to the strange behavior of someone constantly trending on the hot search list and analyzing his recent area of activity. It really was not that hard to piece together. Shura hunts down Orthodox forces, making the world brand him a ruthless butcher. Chu Xing calmly continued, "Someone recently filed an application for the array setup at defense line number 5 just a few days ago. To prevent any spying, I will avoid sharing." Chu Xinghei immediately followed up with a humble disclaimer. "Of course, this is all just my personal speculation, based entirely on intuition. If I guessed wrong, please do not be offended." Nan Zisheng stared at Chu Xing, his eyes filled with shock, as if looking at a monster. He thought to himself that it was like this guy had installed a camera directly over his head. Not to mention his flawless eloquence. Aren't top geniuses supposed to be in isolated cultivation before making their debut? How on earth does he know so much? Seeing that Nan Zisheng did not object, Chu Xinghei humbly kept speaking. "Actually, even though I cultivated in isolation for 10 years, I never used the internet or watched television." Nan Zisheng could not argue with that. Chu Xinghei patted his chest, saying with absolute sincerity, "Senior, I will personally lead the Chu family to reinforce defense line number 7. First, it is my own wish, and second, it allows you to buy precious time to prepare for your grand plans." Nan Zisheng listened in silence, deeply admiring him, thinking, so a person like this really exists in this world? Someone so brilliantly smart, he could truly be called a soulmate. After a brief silence, Nan Zisheng patted Chu Xinghei's shoulder and replied, "Thank you, Xinghei. I indeed need time, but the front lines are 10,000 times more dangerous than here. I hope you can survive this with me." Chu Xinghei suddenly interrupted, placing a single finger over his lips. "Shh, I completely understand you. I will definitely survive, and I will protect everyone's lives as well." Nan Zisheng fell quiet for a moment, thinking to himself, "My young friend." He then spoke up, "Xinghei, take me to the Chu family residence. Before you head out, let me set up an enhancement array for you." Chu Xinghei replied, "Thank you, senior." While the two were flying through the air, Chu Xinghei struck up another conversation. "By the way, senior, I actually have a younger sister. Although she is mute, her spatial teleportation abilities are actually quite impressive. Once her powers are boosted, I will have her stay by your side to assist you." Right then, a system notification flashed, catching their attention with the latest update. Genius of the Chu family, Chu Xinghei, has made his debut, defeating the alien assassins by slaughtering 10 Class C, decayed giant corpses, successfully rising to rank 9 on the global ability leaderboard. Meanwhile, the mysterious Array Master slew 10 Class B Steel Slayers, climbing up to rank 8 on the global ability. Chu Xinghei is officially leading the Chu family to reinforce defense line number 7. The bustling streets instantly erupted into chaos as people passing by suddenly recognized the legendary genius right above them. Excitement spread through the crowd as onlookers whispered, "My God, is that the ancient genius from the legends? Normal soldiers use trucks, officers take planes, but these guys are literally flying. Look at that insane speed. Maybe they will actually hit the front lines before the last batch of veterans." Another bystander muttered, "A sight like this only existed in the myriad races novel prodigies heading out to war. They will definitely push those alien beasts back." Welcome to the famous Yecheng Butcher Square. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghei stood before Nan Zisheng, saying seriously, "Senior, I am leaving my little sister, Chu Tian, in your care. I know she can really help you out." Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng was just chewing his bun, totally speechless. He was pretty surprised. When the guy said little sister, he literally meant a tiny kid. He asked in disbelief, "Chu Xinghei, are you absolutely sure you want me babysitting her for you?" The adorable girl with double buns was happily sucking on a lollipop, staring right up at him with big, sparkling eyes. This was Chu Xing's sister, Chu Tian. Suddenly, a nearby couple started glaring and whispering insults at Nan Zisheng. Going from looking at elite prodigies to seeing him made them feel completely disgusted. One scoffed, "The nerve of this guy, tricking a little kid." The other added, "Yeah, What a loser. Real warriors have incredible talent and massive courage. But what does this guy actually have? Chu Tian frowned at their words, slowly pointing a tiny finger right toward the gossiping couple. A wave of pitch-black energy burst from her lollipop-holding finger, instantly dragging the rude couple backward through the air. He stared in complete shock at this bizarre turn of events. Suddenly, a frantic voice screamed out. Someone help them. Two people just fell straight into the manure pit. Nan Zisheng gasped, wondering, was that Chu Tian? He quickly recalled the roster, scanning for her name. Number 11, Lan Bing, Level 8 Elemental. Number 12, Chu Tian, Level 8 Spatial Ability User. Nan Zisheng immediately beamed with a friendly smile, quickly shaking her hand while politely apologizing for his earlier behavior. The little girl happily shook his hand back, giving a simple, brief nod. Nan Zisheng realized that with her crazy spatial abilities around, he could save a massive amount of travel time. Not only could he take over the entire slaughterhouse workload along the 5th defensive line, but he also would not need to hide his necromancy summoner class behind. His eyes locked onto a screen as his mind flashed back, opening the system interface right in front of him. The necromancy summoning system panel. Ability rank, level 0, initiate. Upgrade requirement, 100,000 undead souls. Available summoning stone points, 9.5 million. Total summoned undead, 0. He smirked. His 4th major talent, necromancy, had finally activated. Grinning from ear to ear, Nan Zisheng felt completely ready to face whatever came next. The quiet alleyway suddenly echoed as a loud, shocked voice shattered the silence. Wait, what? Are you saying you want to handle the slaughterhouse duties for all 200 cities on the 5th defense line? Zhang Yuan stared in absolute disbelief, struggling to find her words. How is that even possible? Setting aside the sheer, impossible scale of the workload, the distances between those cities are massive. Nan Zisheng remained leaned against the wall, completely unfazed. He slowly raised a single finger to his lips. Shh, I already have all of that figured out, so just get your manager to sign me up. Zhang Yuan sighed softly before replying. Well, submitting the paperwork is the easy part. Besides, handling all those slaughterhouses would lift a massive burden. Satisfied with her answer, Nan Zisheng waved goodbye as he turned to leave, tossing back a simple, thanks for the help, then, I have other business to attend to first. Zhang Yuan stood there, narrowing her eyes as she watched him walk away. She mused that his abilities seemed far greater than before, and he certainly did not look like a coward anymore. But why on earth was he working himself to the bone in the rear, instead of heading to the actual front lines? Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng was running the numbers. With the sheer amount of origin stones he would harvest, combined with Chu Tian's spatial teleportation, he knew his future rank-ups and grand plans would move at lightning speed. He turned to the little girl with a grin. Let's go, Chu Tian. Still chewing her candy, she happily raised a dark energy-infused finger in salute. Cutting to a barren wasteland, the duo materialized right in the middle of a massive wolf pack. While she gently petted the thick fur of a giant wolf, Nan Zisheng checked the pile of origin stones they retrieved. He praised them warmly. Awesome job, guys. Keep it up. The system pinged. Total origin stones reached 99.5 million. Summoned undead ability rank, level 1 initiate. Next upgrade requirement, 100,000 undead. Available exchange points, 99.5 million. Looking at his summoned spirits, Nan Zisheng checked the system prompt and realized he finally had enough spirit stones. Smirking, he realized it was finally time to summon his very first undead spirit. He turned to Chu Tian and called out, Chu Tian, let us go. To the Qinling Mountains about 100 kilometers away. The little girl turned around, reluctant to leave the wolf's warm fur, but still raised her dark finger. In a flash, both of them vanished into thin air, leaving the confused wolves behind. Moments later, they materialized on a steep cliff. Nan Zisheng gasped in shock. Wait, this is not the Qinling Mountains? Did you mess up the teleportation, kid? Nan Zisheng looked down at the little girl and realized her teleportation range was still limited. Even after the boost, her maximum jump distance was only within 100. Meanwhile, Chu Tian remained fully focused on casting the teleportation. Shortly after, the two of them finally arrived at the Qinling Mountains. Nan Zisheng quickly warned her, Chu Tian, go find a safe place to hide first. But looking down, her tiny figure was already gone. He could only sigh in disbelief. Yep, definitely much smarter than her older brother. He let out a sigh and got serious, focusing on summoning his undead. Right then, a dark spirit began to rise from the ground behind him. Nan Zisheng roared. Awaken now. the great Qin soul. Immediately, a crimson aura erupted beneath his feet. All around, massive blue energy started swirling and gathering toward his red summoning circle. Nan Zisheng watched in sheer panic, sensing that something was terribly wrong. A majestic spirit materialized, clutching a sword, and roared, "Such insolence! Who dares to disturb my eternal soul?" The system chimed in. Warning: summoning Qin Emperor Yingzheng, Tier 10 spirit. Current level is insufficient for summoning. Nan Zisheng tightly gripped his hilt, his mind racing with intense worry. He has been dead for thousands of years, yet his presence is still this overwhelming. Is this the power of an emperor-class spirit? Can I even reason with him? Taking a deep breath, he drew his sword and spoke with utmost respect. "Senior, a great disaster is upon us. I wish to borrow your army." Yingzheng gripped his blade and barked, "Silence! How could my soldiers ever be commanded by a measly brat like you?" With that, he drew his glowing blade and unleashed a devastating slash, roaring, "If you want to command my imperial army, then prove your strength to me first." Nan Zisheng swiftly leaped backward to dodge, the color of his eyes shifting into a fierce glow. He replied, "If that is how it is, then forgive my rudeness." He yelled, "Asura unleashed." Yingzheng scoffed, "I united the 6 kingdoms. What under heaven have I not witnessed? A greenhorn like you dare to show off your basic skills in front of my imperial presence?" Suddenly, their two clashing sword energies collided, creating a massive, suffocating pressure that shook the entire area. Nan Zisheng broke out in a cold sweat, but stood his ground firmly. "You will never know unless we fight." Yingzheng grew even more furious, roaring, "How dare you? Such arrogance!" Undeterred, Nan Zisheng activated his next form, shouting, "Asura Dragon Slay." He unleashed another powerful strike directly at the ancient emperor. Yingzheng sneered, "You dare to call this weak move a dragon slay? Let me show you what a real dragon strike looks like." Suddenly, a massive true dragon materialized right behind him as he yelled proudly, "The Supreme Sovereign, True Dragon Devastation." The true dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged directly at Nan Zisheng. Nan Zisheng quickly countered, shouting, "Asura Demon Strike." Instantly, countless phantom warriors materialized behind him, but the massive dragon wiped them all out with a single devastating bite. Nan Zisheng gritted his teeth, thinking, as expected of an emperor-class spirit. Asura Demon General. Suddenly, a giant skeleton rose from the earth, radiating a terrifying dark aura. It clashed directly with the dragon, sending shockwaves and shattered rocks flying everywhere. Yingzheng remained absolutely unimpressed, scoffing, nothing but flashy parlor tricks." Nan Zisheng smiled confidently. "Oh, is that so?" A moment later, the crimson aura of the giant skeleton began to corrupt the dragon. Yingzheng gasped in utter disbelief. How could this possibly be? Seizing the opening, Nan Zisheng delivered a massive downward slash, saying, "Senior, forgive my offense." Yingzheng grunted in pain as the strike connected, and without hesitation, Nan Zisheng swung his sword to deliver another blow. Yingzheng raised his hand in panic, shouting, "Halt! Stop this right now! Stop! If we keep fighting, my imperial tomb will be completely destroyed." Hearing this, Nan Zisheng sheathed his blade and replied, "Thank you, Senior." Emperor Yingzheng of Qin sighed and said, "All right, you win. But tell me, how many years have I been asleep?" Before lending the troops, the living man and the spirit stood facing each other. He continued, "First, tell me how all of this started." After hearing the story, Emperor Yingzheng finally pulled out an object, handed it to Sheng, and said, "Since this generation is in trouble, there is no reason for us ancestors to hold back our help. This is the Tiger Tally, and with your power, summoning the Qin generals is going to be so much easier." Sheng raised both hands to accept it, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Just then, green spiritual energy flowed from the Tiger Tally, and he shouted, "Qin warriors, hear my command. Foreign enemies have invaded, so let us protect our homeland together." The glowing spiritual energy grew incredibly strong, spreading out and forming a massive domain. A massive shout echoed, "Great wind! Great wind!" Right in front of Sheng, countless glowing figures began rising up from the ground. The system immediately sent out an alert, summoning level 3 undead spirits and bringing forth 10 million Qin warriors. Undead traits. These spirits are completely immortal and can resurrect infinitely. Death condition. A level N undead will perish if killed N times in a row within 1 minute. The system continued. Upgrade requirement is summoning 40 million undead. Current raw stones owned is 89.5 million. Around Sheng, glowing colored spheres formed a ring, each marked with a word: metal, wood, water. He said with pure joy. The forbidden spell elemental talent tree is finally complete. A status window popped up. Level 1 forbidden elemental spell. Basic talent level. Fully condensing 10 forbidden elements. The higher the level, the greater the power, multiplying the raw force drawn from heaven and earth. Casting one forbidden spell costs 10,000 raw stones, but it can be cast without limits. To upgrade, cast 100 forbidden techniques in the forest. Countless creatures swarmed the sky, and Shang thought in a panic, oh no, this is bad. An alien energy is targeting ancient geniuses, and it is coming from two opposite directions. If I have to rescue both at the exact same time, I cannot do it alone. Suddenly, Emperor Yingzheng bellowed, Wang Jian, Meng Tian. Immediately, the two undead generals manifested and answered in unison. We are here, Your Majesty. Emperor Yingzheng commanded. I order you to wipe out these foreign beasts. Seeing this, Shang quickly spoke up. In that case, please head east, seniors, while I handle the west. Then, he shouted out loud, Chu Tian, teleport us now. The scene instantly shifted to a wild, open field 200 kilometers east of the Qin Mausoleum. There, countless powerful alien beasts charged forward in a frenzy, their wild screams echoing, meow, meow. I only wanted to go to the Qin Mausoleum to see who made such a huge ruckus with the undead. A young man was struggling against the alien beasts, trying to fend them off with a thin, glowing energy thread. This youth was Su Chang'e, the genius of the Su family and an outstanding ghost master. His thin red string wrapped tightly around the alien beasts, as Su Chang'e controlled it, screaming, I will slaughter you bastards. But far from being terrified, the alien monsters charged forward even more aggressively. Su Chang'e had to leap aside to dodge, muttering in utter frustration, I am outnumbered. Hey, can you cats coordinate with me a bit? Suddenly, the red string bound an alien monster's arm, and Su Chang'e just smirked. Do not be so scared, he is your brother. So he definitely will not kill you. Right then, as two of the monsters stood facing each other, the red-headed one swung its blade at the blue one without hesitation. Su Chang'e yelled in shock, Are you kidding me? These alien beasts really had zero humanity, hacking away at their own brethren without a single thought. The blue monster did not hesitate either, immediately launching a counterattack straight at the red-headed beast. Su Chang'e shook his head anxiously, saying, Whatever, your hide is incredibly thick, so do not fear. Show him your true skills and slash him for me. The two monsters clashed fiercely. Su Chang'e backed up the blue beast from behind, but suddenly, another alien lunged out of nowhere, targeting Su Chang'e directly from his blind spot. He quickly whipped his red string out to evade the strike. In the meantime, the blue monster charged right back at the red-headed beast once again. Out of nowhere, a wave of terrifying force erupted from the red-headed monster, blasting Su Chang'e far backward. He screamed out in pure panic. Oh, damn it, I only have 2 hands. How am I supposed to fight off 4 guys? The sharp blade of the red-headed monster sliced down. A violent wave of energy erupts. Su Chang'e grits his teeth, his anger boiling over. At worst, we all go down together. You bastards will not get a single thing from me. Suddenly, a flying sword clashes against the beast's sharp blade. Su Chang'e looks up, completely shocked, to see a very familiar figure. Wait, King Yingzheng has actually appeared, shielding him as he calmly says, Junior, I have come to save you as promised. Su Chang'e gasps in shock. Is that Qin Shi Huang? King Yingzheng raises his sword, releasing a crushing pressure, and commands, Get up. Let's finish this fight quickly. Still completely dazed by the king's sudden appearance, Su Chang'e says with deep gratitude, Even though I am still confused, thank you so much, senior. King Yingzheng watches the monsters charge forward and sighs. These foreign beasts must be the ones disturbing my descendants' homeland. We shall show them absolutely no mercy. Instantly, a general appears from behind, crushing a monster with a single blow. The other generals strike simultaneously, wiping out every single beast in their path with ease. All right. You and I can see the scene shifting as a massive swarm of monsters fills the sky. In a wild forest, 200 kilometers west of the Qin Mausoleum, 2 people stand back to back. The young boy warns her anxiously, Qin Sui, once I hold these monsters back, you must take the chance to run away. This young man is the Qin family genius, Qin Ying, a soul summoner. The girl beside him is his younger sister, Qin Sui, who shares the same power. She replies firmly, Brother, if we go together. If we die together. As the beast horde charges at them, Qin Ying pleads in desperation, Qin Sui, please listen to me. Slamming his hand onto the ground, He shouts, "Soul summon." A dense forest of ancient trees erupts from below. Massive roots wrap around the monsters, trapping them in place. Qin Ying spins around and screams at his sister. "Quick, run now." But it is too late. A red-headed monster breaks free from the barrier and lunges forward. Desperate, Qin Ying summons even more vines from the earth to block the oncoming horde. Suddenly, warm blood splatters across Qin Ying's face, leaving him frozen in shock. Qin Sui shielded him, taking a brutal slash across her back. Qin Ying screams in pure panic. Qin Sui, seeing his sister bleeding, Qin Ying roars in agony, tears welling up as he screams, "How dare you hurt my sister!" Roaring gale. Qin Ying unleashes a vortex of violent energy, sweeping away several steel slayers in an instant. Qin Sui tries to calm him down, saying, "Brother, I am fine. Watch out above you." Qin Ying looks up to see two massive beasts diving down, sending absolute panic through both siblings. Suddenly, a familiar blade aura cuts through the air, saving them. A deep male voice calls out, "Qin Ying, Qin Sui, Chu Tian, first teleport this entire horde of monsters 1 kilometer away from here." Instantly, the monsters vanish. The mysterious man stands before them, saying, "Do not move, and do not say a word." Qin Ying is completely confused, wondering what he is muttering. Without explaining, the man named Ying raises his hands, channeling spiritual energy into them, saying, "I will boost your power 10 times over." Flooded with an overwhelming rush of power, both siblings scream out in pure, agonizing pain. Arg. Once finished, the man named Ying tells them, "Next, you two must rely on yourselves to kill half of these monsters." Forming a glowing sphere of energy in his hand, he adds, "I will take care of the rest to test my forbidden spell." Ying flings his hand forward and yells, "Lightning Elemental Forbidden Spell." The energy sphere shoots out like a bolt of lightning, while strange clouds filled with crackling thunder gather, revealing a massive red pillar of power right in the center. Before the monsters can even react, they are blasted by the sudden, fierce lightning strikes. The system screen flashes a notification, "Elemental Spellmaster, Level 2. Each forbidden spell costs 20,000 source stones, capable of stacking infinite. Level up after using the forbidden spell 200 times." Qin Ying speaks up. "Benefactor, did you not say we would handle half of them?" Qin Sui chimes in, "Please, leave the rest of the battle to us now." Ying turns back and replies, "Apologies, I got a bit carried away." He silently marvels, "I did not expect this spell to be so devastating." Suddenly, you and I can hear a voice warning them, "Watch out." One of them slipped through. Qin Ying and Qin Sui spin around to find a beast charging directly at their backs. The two siblings, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, instantly combine their powers, coordinating their strikes perfectly. Qin Ying unleashes his alloy vine bind, while Qin Sui activates her abyssal storm. Powerful vines pierce straight through the rotten giant, causing dark, putrid blood to ooze from its wounds. Meanwhile, the Iron Slayer was sturdier and held its ground. It wasn't pierced, but powerful vines still bound it tight. After sizing them up, Lam Thang finally spoke, saying he had seen what they could do. He decided to handle the remaining Demon Blade Soldier himself. Clenching his fist, Lam Thang quickly cast an earth-forbidden spell. His magic sphere swelled 50 times over, sending a massive stone pillar shooting out of the ground, trapping the last beast on top. Lam Thang quietly muttered, "Earth Burial." Instantly, the pillar and the monster vanished, leaving nothing behind but flickering sparks of electricity. A thick cloud of dust settled. As it cleared, Lam Thang stood completely unfazed, not moving a single inch. Hiding behind a nearby boulder, Su Thian watched everything unfold, and her mind began to wander. She compared it to zapping a tiny mosquito, utterly speechless at how ridiculously overpowered Lam Thang actually was. Tan An and Tan Tu also stared in disbelief. Finally, Tan Tu broke the silence, telling her brother she just remembered an old saying. Tan An agreed, saying he had one too. Together, they simultaneously blurted out two different phrases, earth-shattering and world-changing. They were totally out of sync, but they just couldn't help marveling at the terrifying power Lam Thang possessed. With the monsters cleared, Lam Thang turned around and asked them what they planned to do next. Tan An and Tan Tu immediately dropped to one knee, thanking their savior on behalf of the Lu Qin family. Seeing this dramatic gesture, Lam Thang felt completely helpless. Sighing internally, he wondered if every ancient family had to do this dramatic stuff. Tan An then clasped his hands, passionately declaring that their lives now belonged to their savior. They promised to obey any command he gave them. Tan Tu quickly agreed, nodding in full support. Their excessive respect only made him feel more awkward. Pointing at himself, Lam Thang asked if they would really do anything. He then asked if they even knew who he was, which immediately made the two siblings look completely blank. Tanan awkwardly admitted they had absolutely no idea. Tan too felt embarrassed, apologizing because relieved. Lam Thang told them it was actually better that way. Internally, he sighed and realized he had probably been overthinking the whole situation. Clearly, raw combat boosts have nothing to do with intelligence, because not every prodigy can be as clever as Su Xinghe. The surrounding crowd watched in surprise, but the silence was shattered when a man suddenly burst into roaring laughter. He called Lam Thang his kindred spirit, declaring they should become close friends despite the age gap. Naturally, this bold claim drew everyone's attention. The elite fighters from the Qin royal camp noticed them, including Su Changge. A companion asked if this masked fighter was the guy Emperor Qin had mentioned. Emperor Qin nodded with a hearty laugh, confirming it was indeed him. Su Changje walked up, thanking Lam Thang for saving his life. He admitted he hated formal bows, so he would skip the grand salute. He admitted he now owed a massive favor, but made it clear he absolutely hated being in anyone's debt. He asked what Lam Thang wanted. Glancing at him, Lam Thang secretly rejoiced that a normal prodigy had finally shown up. Without holding back, Lam Thang directly stated he had two requests. First, they had to take him back to their family clans so he could buff everyone collectively. While Su Changje stood there completely confused, the siblings from the Qin royal camp immediately bowed, eagerly thanking their savior. Still lost, Su Changge demanded to know what on earth this buffing business was actually about. To make matters worse, the fanatical look on the siblings' faces made them seem like brainwashed cult members. Lam Thang simply tapped his forehead, sending a surge of energy through him. As he explained, it was a tenfold boost. Unable to bear the sudden rush, Su Changge screamed in agony, collapsing onto the cold hard ground from the intense pain. Looking like an absolute villain, Lam Thang added there was still more to come. Tan An quickly spoke up, asking if their savior had any other instructions. He swore they would gladly walk through fire and water to obey him. Lam Thang watched them, wondering if he should just send these two loyal siblings ahead to prepare everything. They were genuine inland geniuses, completely different from that wild card, Su Xinghe. Based on his memories of the future, the war next year wouldn't touch their families anyway. Besides, he knew he was currently safely stationed deep in the secure rear lines, but asking them to go fight on the brutal front lines felt like a bit of a moral trap. Shaking off the thought, he simply told them to stay safe out there. Su Changge smirked playfully from the ground, telling Lam Thang that he was quite the dishonest guy. Wearing a mask was fine, but he pointed out how ridiculous it was that Lam Thang found it so hard to just speak his mind. He began analyzing, noting that Lam Thang could easily summon hordes of undead soldiers to protect their home. And what about us? Are we just a burden to you here? Besides, do you really think lurking in the shadows makes you some eternal hero? Su Changge sneered, getting right into Nan Zisheng's face, leaving the young man. Suddenly, Qin Sui stepped forward to sharply counter Su Changge's harsh words. Shut up. I won't let you disrespect our benefactor like that. But Nan Zisheng raised his hand to stop her, quietly saying, he is actually right. Slipping his hands casually into his pockets, he calmly continued, I need your family leaders to head to defense line number 7 and buy me a few days. As for that slander, out on the myriad races battlefield, things get way deadlier than these childish little ambushes. If you two are truly elite geniuses, survive and meet me at the 5th defense line. He paused before adding, only then will I show you my true face. Hearing this, the Qin siblings immediately crossed their arms over their chests in a solemn promise. Understood, benefactor. The Qin family will not fail. Su Changge grunted. Well, that is more like it. Nan Zisheng handed a tiger tally to Su Changge, declaring, I am placing 10 million Qin soldiers under your command. Su Changge happily accepted it, saying, got it. Then, he bowed deeply to show his gratitude. Qin Ying waved his hands in a panic. No need for that, benefactor. But Su Changge playfully raised his hand, teasing, you may rise. Watching this, Emperor Yingzheng thought with pride. The descendants of Yan and Huang will truly flourish forever. A system screen flashed a notice, identifying Su Chang as a genius of the inland clans. The Qin family twin geniuses, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, led their clan to the 7th defense line as a flood of new alerts popped up. Inland geniuses assassinated by alien races upon awakening. The genius of the Northwest Lin family killed by alien assassins upon emerging. The genius of the Southwest Xiao family was assassinated by alien races. Gathering with reinforcement forces, Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian could only curse in utter frustration. What kind of world is this? These geniuses are being slaughtered the moment they appear. Exactly. They are supposed to be our future. While the front lines are struggling, our young talents in the rear are being systematically hunted down. These kids were supposed to grow into humanity's ultimate protectors. Now, who is left to protect them? Hearing this, Nan Zisheng frowned, in deep thought. The geniuses of this era were awakening much earlier than expected. This simply was not going to work. Even if he spent every second running around to rescue them, there was still no guarantee he could save everyone. Turning directly to Chu Tian, he said, instead of trying to cool down a boiling soup, it is better to turn up the heat underneath. Chu Tian smiled, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Nan Zisheng continued. We are heading to the northern desert. Once the 5 great geniuses awaken together, we will flush out every single alien assassin. Spiritual energy swirled beneath his feet as Chu Tian prepared to teleport them. Full of absolute confidence, Nan Zisheng declared, just watch how I sweep every last one of you up in a single dragnet. Under the silent night sky, only Nan Zisheng's resounding voice echoed across the barren landscape. Chu Tian, get us near the Han tomb complex first. As darkness enveloped them, his commanding call shattered the silence. Zisheng boldly proclaimed to the heavens, I, your great Han ancestor, have finally awakened. The grand era is here. Any descendant who dares disrespect a true warrior of the realm will face divine punishment. He slammed his fist into the earth. From the impact, arcs of crimson lightning erupted, violently shaking the entire ground. Split open as an ancient force awakened. Nan Zisheng called out to the legendary ancestors, Emperor Wu, General Wei Qing, and General Huo Kubing. Whoever dares violate this sacred land will face our absolute wrath. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, as the pitch-black night clashing with crimson lightning turned the sky into a terrifying, mystical storm. Suddenly, a massive notification flashed. Undead summoning, power level tier 3, summon limit, 10 million Qin soldiers, 20 million Han soldiers. Undead trait, capable of infinite regeneration. Elimination condition, if defeated consecutively, n times within 1 minute, a tier N undead will be permanently destroyed. Summoning upgrade condition, 400,000 undead. Available origin stones, 11,305 billion. Nan Zisheng's voice echoed with the force of rolling thunder. 20 million Han soldiers. Hear my command. March into the northern desolate desert and crush the alien races. The time of the 5 great geniuses has arrived. Unbelievable energy erupted from him, lighting up the entire world. Asura stepped forward, officially reaching his absolute max level state. Violent waves of raw power rolled off his body, his hair whipping wildly as the ground beneath shattered. Over at the Ability Investigation Department, Zhao Kier suddenly felt this massive tremor. It was him, the mysterious Asura. She gasped in shock. This aura is far more terrifying than before. I fear he is succumbing to demonic corruption. Beside her, Su Leng panicked. We need to alert the military immediately. He is in the northern desolate desert. Deep within the wasteland, Nan Zisheng does not stop, actively setting up his array, aligning front, back, left, and right with heavenly stems and earthly branches. He uses lightning as a conduit, and ice and fire as power. The entire sky erupts in a blinding flash of lightning. Zisheng roars, sparks of fire igniting in his hands, their power cracking the earth apart. From the glowing crimson light, the formation takes shape, deploying a massive army to lock down 100 miles. The array unfolds with overwhelming majesty. Watching from afar, Su Leng's sharp eyes flash as she senses a sudden surge of power. Another formation surges from a new direction. Shocked by this anomaly, she mutters under her breath, wait, could that be the power of the mysterious, ranked array master? Zhao Kenny clutches her head in frustration, realizing she is completely out of energy. Unable to sense anything happening around them anymore, she sighs, deep regret filling her eyes. What a waste. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng's array is almost complete. He bellows out, Undead summon, soul of the great Han, execute the outsiders, raise our Han glory. From the void, Wei Qing, Emperor Wu of Han, and Huo Kubing emerge, leading tens of thousands of spectral troops. The unstoppable army charges forward like a broken dam, storming the battlefield, letting absolutely nothing stand in their way. Watching from a distance with binoculars, Su Leng is left utterly speechless by the scene unfolding before her eyes. What on earth is happening? She gasps in panic. Beside her, Kenny's eyes widen in equal shock as she whispers, are those undead spirits? I have never felt such an incredibly powerful undead aura before, Su Lung says, her voice trembling as her mind races with fear. First, the mysterious Asura, then a secret array mage, and now we have an undead summoning prodigy too? This energy is many times stronger than anything we have ever measured, completely breaking past the standard 10-tier ranking system. Su Lung stands frozen, paralyzed by sheer disbelief. God tier, she chokes out. Zhao Kenny's face turns completely pale, her eyes bulging. God tier? Are you serious? Do you mean 3 God tier awakened are gathered right here in the northern desolate desert? They exchange a tense, panicked look. We need to report this immediately to the Supreme Commander of the Land Forces. In the middle of the desert, Nan Zisheng stands tall, his arms spread wide, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson, and his hair standing on end like swords. Activating the forbidden spell, he layers elements hundreds of times, unleashing a brilliant Tai Chi sigil that illuminates the entire night sky. In a distant city, the sky suddenly lights up as bright as day, leaving citizens completely bewildered. Wait, is it morning already? One citizen mutters while checking his watch. No, that is impossible. It is only 10 p.m. Whispers erupt through the crowd, desperate for answers. Could it be monsters? Another gasps, frantically checking the news. Suddenly, emergency broadcasts blare through the speakers. Breaking news. 4 highly mysterious, God-tier prodigies have suddenly gathered in the northern desert. Active military fighter jets are now being deployed to investigate. The shocking news sends citizens into a frenzy. God-tier prodigies? I have never even heard of that rank before. Another person sighs in awe. Could they be the absolute greatest hope for our East? Everyone feels the sheer gravity of the situation as the mainland army joins the fray. This massive incident has sent shockwaves right through the heart of the territory. The primary defensive line enters a state of emergency. Military helicopters rip through the dark sky, speeding over the city toward the northwest border of the desolate desert. Sitting up front, the officer barks out an urgent command. Hurry up, fly at maximum speed. We only have 1 hour to get there. The pilot replies anxiously, Sir, even at full throttle, it will take at least 1 hour. The officer snaps back. Cut the chatter. Hit maximum speed right now. At the same time, deep in the desert, Nan Zisheng continues his dominant summoning ritual. From his outstretched hands, countless undead start to manifest. 500,000 steel great wolves, 500,000 blazing iron oxen, 1 million violent apes, and 1 million war elephants. With flashes of red lightning, the earth trembles as these massive beasts materialize, their eyes burning with fire, waiting for orders. At communications, shocking reports are sent out. The Northwest is currently being overrun by 4 massive beast tides. It seems they are all controlled by a 5th, highly mysterious, God-tier beast-taming prodigy. This broadcast leaves the public stunned, some sighing in despair, others scratching their heads, muttering, another major incident in the northern desert? One person gasps, 5 God-tier prodigies appearing together. Memories of past beast attacks flood back, raising anxiety levels to an all-time high. How long has it been since our city last faced a beast-tide attack? So what is happening now? Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of a pharmaceutical factory, Su Xiaonan speaks with Chen Lianyi. Have you seen the news yet? She asks with worried eyes. Do you remember that massive wolf pack attack in the northern desert? Chen Lianyi falls silent. How could anyone forget the Beastmaster who controlled 10,000 wolves? Could it really be him again? His power is far more terrifying than anyone ever imagined. Meanwhile, at the supply hub, Zhang Nuan stares at her phone, scrolling through the news, while remembering her encounter with Lin Zisheng. Could he really be the legendary Beastmaster? Her heart wavered as memories of Lin Zisheng flashed vividly across her mind. Over at the East Sealand family territory, a bizarre phenomenon erupts. A massive crimson sphere spins violently in the sky, causing the ocean below to churn in wild waves. Land family prodigy Lan Changkong commands his sleek watercraft, gliding rapidly across the turbulent wave. This famous beastmaster Lin Zisheng. I absolutely must see him with my own eyes. He is determined to track him down. Meanwhile, inland at the Zhu clan, their prodigy Zhu Yuan rides his beast northwest, wondering if an elemental forbidden spell can truly be this powerful. This could be their family's ultimate opportunity. He pushes forward, his eyes burning with intense, raw ambition. Near the barren northern desert, legendary factions, like the Xuanyuan family and the Huang clan, along with the Yu and Shu clans, mobilize toward Lin Zisheng's location, though their path will be anything but easy. Sensing the approach of these powerful elite factions, Lin Zisheng wears a deadly, mocking smirk. Only a massive alien threat could draw all these geniuses together. His eyes flash crimson with dark resolve as he whispers that he is ready to push them to their absolute limits. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, the Huang family prodigy, Huang Xuan, struggles desperately against a colossal swarm of mutated. He refuses to believe his life ends here in the dirt. No, he simply cannot accept this. Despite his inner panic, he screams a fierce provocation at the monsters, daring the bastards to come get him. He demands to know if they realize who they are fighting. Suddenly, the undead beasts freeze, receive a silent command, and retreat, leaving him completely stunned. What is happening? Did they seriously just run away? But his confusion is only the beginning of a massive shift. Across the entire battlefield, endless hordes of undead beasts halt their attacks, gathering into a colossal army under Nan Zisheng's absolute command. With cold eyes and commanding authority, he declares the time has come, ordering his undead tide to advance and unleash total slaughter. Seizing the perfect moment, Nan Zisheng delivers a devastating, earth-shattering slash with his blade. The sky turns blood red as an explosive wave of energy obliterates everything. His ultimate move, the Asura burial kill, instantly cleaves a colossal monster completely in half. Crimson blood and blinding light erupt in a violent, swirling hurricane. He immediately unleashes an even more devastating technique, the legendary Asura Hell on Earth. This devastating strike triggers a massive earthquake, violently shaking the earth, while a raging storm of sand and rock rises to bury everything in its path. Nan Zisheng stands in the center of the battlefield, looking absolutely insane. With wild hair, a frigid expression, and eyes burning with crimson fury, he resembles an unstoppable, out-of-control god of war. All around him, the beast tide and undead minions tear into each other with feral rage, creating a scene of absolute, unexpected chaos. They clash violently as insane. Blood-curdling screeches echo across the barren desert, striking absolute terror into everyone watching. Suddenly, a majestic white warhorse carrying a legendary general appears from the heavens. Nan Zisheng looks up to meet his gaze. Watching from high above, the general observes the carnage. Even though Nan Zisheng's undead forces are incredibly strong, the chaotic fight against the alien races is highly concerning. Right before his eyes, the mutilated carcasses of fallen beasts pile up into massive mountains, while the mindless undead continue tearing each other apart. He realizes they must immediately reorganize to prevent. Nan Zisheng immediately commands both the savage beast tide and his undead army to fall in. He commands them to let him draw the enemy fire while they disperse to encircle the alien race. The beast tide must immediately target the steel slayers and the giant demons. Because the undead are immune to poison, they must focus on fighting the giant cave apes and rotten giant corpses. With his orders delivered, he slams his fist down, unleashing a massive pillar of crimson light that erupts into the sky and violently shakes the earth. As the battle reaches a fever pitch, Nan Zisheng turns back to his allies standing behind him, urging Chu Tian to coordinate their attacks together. He warns him to quickly eliminate any enemies that manage to slip past the formation and head for the city walls. In response, Chu Tian simply flashes a relaxed, confident smile. He holds a lollipop in one hand while casually unleashing a powerful surge of magic. Surprisingly, this sudden magic causes the entire beast tide to turn around and look, leaving Nan Zisheng sweating in utter bewilderment as the battlefield plunges into awkward, heavy tension. Quickly regaining his focus, Nan Zisheng unleashes a forbidden wind spell, creating a terrifying vortex of swirling, blazing red flames. A massive vortex of raw energy explodes, launching the giant beast straight into the sky. When it crashes back down, hordes of smaller beasts swarm in to tear it apart, creating a brutal, chaotic, and highly terrifying struggle. Meanwhile, Chu Tian leaps playfully through the chaotic battlefield, laughing his head off. These giants look absolutely pathetic. Nan Zisheng looks at him with admiration, warning, "Great job, Chu Tian, but next time we move out, we need to be a bit more careful." Surrounded by a massive horde of ugly, towering giants, the situation looks incredibly grim. Yet, Nan Zisheng just smiles, completely unfazed by the danger. "I guess I better get used to this," he mutters before diving back into battle, unleashing a lightning forbidden spell. Stacking 50 layers of power, he obliterates the massive monsters one by one. The prodigies are coming, and the military will not be far behind. "Time to wrap this up quickly," he says, activating the forbidden spell, Wasteland Scourge. Massive red crests of energy circle him like tidal waves, crushing and blowing away any beast foolish enough to stand close. The resulting explosion shakes the heavens and the earth, From a distance, a stunned voice gasps. Who on earth is that? How can anyone push night arts to such absolute heights? The speaker is none other than the young prodigy, Zhuge Yuan. But suddenly, his attention is grabbed by a massive light streaking across the sky like a falling meteor. A flickering crimson light flashes, hitting Zhuge Yuan with a splitting headache that causes him unbearable pain. Nan Zisheng appears instantly, boosting his power as he wraps arcs of crackling lightning around Zhuge Yuan, making him scream in agony, eyes rolling back in an absolutely terrifying scene. Once the buff and healing are complete, Zhuge Yuan wakes up and stammers. Senior, please wait. May I know your name? I will surely repay this debt one day. Nan Zisheng turns back, his voice cold. We left intel for you and the military in the northern wastelands. If you want to repay me, do as I say. With that, he vanishes like a flash of lightning. Zhuge Yuan looks up, but Nan Zisheng has already vanished. Realizing this powerhouse wants to keep his identity secret, he turns and yells, Listen up. We are going to the northern wastelands just like the senior said. Now, you and I see military helicopters swarming the skies above the snowy hills. A few of the helicopters touch down on an empty clearing. Commander Shu Chuyang stands in the freezing snow, asking, Are you absolutely sure this is the spot? Why is it completely empty? There are no signs of prodigies or beasts. A nearby soldier responds immediately. Sir, the scans confirm this is the location, but we have no explanation. Before he can even finish his sentence, the ground violently shakes and begins to crack open. Giant mutant beasts crawl out from the deep fissures, threatening to tear everyone apart. Zhuge Yuan arrives just in time, unleashing a forbidden spell that buries all the assassin beasts alive. When the commander questions him about what happened, Zhuge Yuan explains the entire situation in detail, but when asked about the legendary 5 god-tier prodigies, he quickly denies it. No, we only ran into that one mysterious warrior. He wore a mask, so we couldn't see his face. Zhuge Yuan keeps thinking, he buffed us and just vanished. Others around him agree, with a man in yellow adding, Same happened to us. He just disappeared into thin air. A member of the Xuanyuan clan emphasizes, The senior only left us with a simple clue. A bit further away, Lan Changkong discovers an ancient stone tablet covered in carvings, shouting to get everyone's attention. The commander immediately orders photos of the stone tablet, while instructing his men to summon all the top military generals and ancient family heads to the 5th defense line for an urgent meeting. Watching from a safe distance, Nan Zisheng whispers, Sorry, everyone, but it is not time for me to step forward yet. To get the military's help, I had to do this. He knows that although the homeland is mostly safe from assassins, revealing that the 5 god-tier prodigies have gathered would only provoke an even more brutal suspicion among allies, is always dangerous in war. If his identity is leaked, his master plan could fall apart, and their unity would collapse in an instant. Snapping out of his thoughts, Nan Zisheng calls out, Chu Tian, let's head back to the slaughterhouse. But then, he falls silent again, knowing that playing the weakling is the ultimate cover-up for his secret operations. Neither humans nor the mutant beasts will ever figure out the massive plans he is quietly setting in motion. Just then, a report arrives. The young prodigy Xuan Hong is leading his clan to reinforce the 7th defense line. Meanwhile, Lan Changkong cannot join because he is guarding the coast against potential attacks from the East Sea beasts. Rumors begin to spread like wildfire. Why are so many elite prodigies suddenly rushing to reinforce the 7th defense line? Could this be linked to those 5 god-tier legends that you and I saw rise last night? Whispers of curiosity filled the air. People wondered why the 5 heavenly geniuses remained hidden, guessing it was a move to protect these ultimate trump cards who could turn the tide of war. Deep inside the Line 5 military war room, tensions spiked as the commander-in-chief laid out their critical strategies and high-stakes battle plans. He detailed 4 vital battlegrounds: the volcanic source, the heaven, reaching waters, the steel forest, and the heaven, burning veins. Adjusting the 7th defensive line made it crucial to gather immediate intel and feedback from all military branches on how to deploy their forces next. The Xuanyuan clan leader, Xuanyuan Rulong, spoke up briefly, stating that he believed this was a massive, carefully designed battlefield layout. The god-tier geniuses likely wanted to focus all their efforts on a final showdown at the 5th line. This observation clearly highlighted the strategy of consolidating all available resources for one decisive final battle. He explained that the volcanic source contained man-made volcanoes and massive crude oil reserves capable of unleashing absolute destruction. The heaven-reaching waters was a massive canal leading to the Eastern Sea, while the steel forest was born from mutated iron trees. Finally, the heaven-burning stones represented a massive stockpile of reserved origin stones. Taking the floor, the second-line general, Feng Piao, commented on the rock carvings. These blade marks closely matched Asura's style, but Chuzhou warned everyone that Asura could succumb to demonic madness at any. This made the entire plan incredibly risky. Agreeing with the sentiment, third-line General Li Fei argued it was madness to risk the entire nation. A wave of anxiety washed over the room. Nobody wanted to risk everything based on unverified information from anonymous prodigies. Amidst the heated debate, the commander-in-chief cleared his throat, calling for silence to share his thoughts. Zhu clan leader, Zhu Chengming, spoke up to offer his support. While those carvings might indeed belong to Asura, the other geniuses must have been right there beside him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left this message after buffing and protecting our clansmen. Demanding volcanoes, canals, and steel suggests they need a massive array or forbidden spell to channel heaven. After listening to the ongoing arguments, Xuanyuan Rulong spoke up once again. He stressed that the 5 geniuses hid themselves for the greater good, agreeing that his old friend Zhug was absolutely correct. With our frontline suffering consecutive defeats, we must take this ultimate, high-stakes gamble, Xuanyuan declared. I have a gut feeling this will be our wisest choice, and our ancient family support it. His powerful words triggered a wave of agreement across the room, solidifying their resolve to pool every resource. With an unwavering gaze, Xu Chuyang added that in less than a single hour, those 5 geniuses slaughtered thousands of 10th-tier assassin beasts. This is an unprecedented miracle that no one else could ever hope to match. For our shared bloodline, and for our people, we must risk absolutely everything to seize this one chance. His speech set the leader's spirits ablaze, and the commander-in-chief's face hardened with fierce, unyielding determination to fight to the end. Suddenly, the base-wide broadcast speaker crackled to life, announcing the immediate launch of massive nationwide engineering projects. 4 mega-projects: the artificial volcanoes, the canal system, the steel forest, and the origin stone mountain were officially underway. These drastic moves instantly sparked heated debates and endless questions from every corner. People were left utterly bewildered, wondering if this was pure madness or a brilliant stroke of genius. With manpower and resources already dangerously depleted, launching such massive projects seemed totally insane. Yet, watching the crowd from above, Nan Zisheng felt this rapid decision proved both the sheer power and the unwavering faith of the nation. Finally, he smiled, whispering, "Congrats on making the right bet. I definitely won't let this trust go to waste." Just then, Li Gong, a chief engineer, walked over to Nan Zisheng with an observation. He noted, "These projects are remarkably similar to our blueprints. It seems High Command highly values our designs." But the situation took a dramatic turn when a mysterious red vortex suddenly erupted on the horizon of Line 7, sending shockwaves through the area. Both Nan Zisheng and Li Gong watched in sheer panic as they recognized the alien race's Void Gate. The gate had opened 2 whole years earlier than Nan Zisheng had predicted. This terrifying reality left him completely stunned, a massive weight crushing his chest as intense anxiety washed over him for his. The situation grew more critical by the second as the massive Void Star Gate expanded, signaling that a brutal alien onslaught was about to slam into the 7th defense line. Looking at this grim and terrifying prospect, absolutely everyone knew the front line was about to face an unprecedented, colossal wave of sheer destruction. Nan Zisheng realized the extreme urgency, immediately mapping out a plan for fast reinforcements alongside Chu Tian, fully determined to protect their final line of defense. Moving fast, Nan Zisheng summoned a massive backup force, gathering an army of 20 million undead and 3 with thousands of kilometers separating their current position from defense line 7. Teleporting such a massive army to the front line was a near impossible challenge. Right then, he turned his hopeful eyes toward Chu Tian, pleading with deep trust. "Chu Tian, is there any way you can teleport us and this entire beast tied to the front?" Unfortunately, Chu Tian was in no shape to do this, her face deathly pale and her hands trembling violently from sheer exhaustion. The lollipop she always carried suddenly shattered in her mouth, and fresh blood began trickling from her lips. Panicked, Nan Zisheng shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chu Tian, stop. If you cannot make it, do not force yourself. The distance is too vast. Your body cannot take any more strain." But despite his warning, Chu Tian refused to throw in the towel. She struggled up, with fierce determination in her eyes, telling everyone and herself, "I can do this." Even as her body weakened and blood continued to pour, her indomitable spirit and resolve to fight remained absolutely unshakable. This was her moment to summon every drop of energy left, risking her own life to protect her home and her allies. In this highly emotional moment, her fierce determination spread like a blazing fire, igniting a wave of raw courage and hope inside every single warrior standing right by her side. Over at Defense Line 7, the battlefield turned into a total war zone as the Void Gate tore open, unleashing a relentless wave of alien invaders. Under a blood-red sky, the stage was set for a brutal, unforgiving clash. Blinding blizzards quickly swept over the area, making the freezing atmosphere heavier and harsher than ever before. Standing firm and bracing themselves, every soldier knew that this desperate stand would ultimately decide the fate of their entire line. The defense line commander roared, rallying his troops with a desperate cry. "Hold the line, even if it costs your lives." His powerful command echoed across the snow, serving as a rallying cry for the brave warriors. Top prodigies charged forward first, with elite squads and heavy artillery backing them up from behind. This was more than just a clash of raw steel. It was a battle of pure resolve, as Old Zhang and Nan Zisheng stood by their cannons, talking. Old Zhang muttered, his voice shaking with worry. "Our nuclear shells are completely dry, and our standard ammo is running dangerously low. Is there even any point in fighting on?" Hearing this, veteran fighter Nan Zisheng snapped back. "Stop talking nonsense, Old Zhang. Look at the young prodigies down there. Last time we faced certain doom, they pulled us out of hell and summoned a massive army of millions of undead. We fought tooth and nail for that one win. And even if things look bad now, we have to believe we will find a way through." Yet, despite trying to stay positive, both veterans couldn't help but feel a deep, heavy dread as they watched those young warriors prepare for battle. Those kids are strong, but they are still just flesh and blood. They bleed and die like anyone else, Old Zhang muttered fearfully, but their inner fire was still burning. Old Nan patted his shoulder, saying, "We have to hold it together. We back them up to our last breath, even if it costs us our lives." Then, the collision happened, and the battlefield erupted. The two massive forces slammed together. Stepping up to the plate, the legendary genius Chu Sheng finally unleashed his true power. Activating his domain, he summoned 10,000 razor-sharp swords floating in the sky. The deadly blades rained down like an apocalyptic storm, skewering the alien monsters below with brutal precision. Violent explosions rocked the frozen ground upon impact, throwing the entire battlefield into a state of absolute, chaotic madness. Elsewhere on the field, Su Chang was going toe-to-toe with towering behemoths, each one a walking engine of pure destruction. He didn't hesitate to spit out a curse, roaring, "Damn it, all my summons, get in there and tear them apart." Showing his wild, reckless spirit, he dove straight into the enemy swarm, completely refusing to take even one step back. Standing right beside him, Qin Shi Huang was just as terrifying, wiping out waves of beasts with a single wave of his hand. Radiating the ultimate majesty of the Great Qin Empire, he proved to be a monstrously powerful warrior, striking pure terror into his enemies. At the same time, the siblings, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, found themselves completely surrounded by thousands of vicious beasts. The beasts surround them in a tight circle, completely cutting off the siblings' escape. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe fights on without rest, relentlessly switching between offense and defense. Towering monsters block every path, making the battlefield feel smaller by the second. Suddenly, Elder Nam shouts a coordinate, 4 o'clock, 3.375 meters, fire. A blinding light flashes, likely from the fortress defense preparing its massive cannons. Shells tear through the air, detonating right among the beasts as massive chunks of debris rain down. That thunderous blast instantly flips the tide of this entire desperate battlefield. Elder Nam keeps barking out orders. 8 o'clock, 2.978 meters, fire. Heavy artillery fires once more, keeping the fresh waves of monsters at bay. Screaming shells create a wall of fiery explosions, successfully halting their relentless advance. Right when they think things are under control, an absolutely massive shadow looms over them. The previous beasts were already dozens of times larger than humans, but this terrifying new monstrosity is easily hundreds of times bigger. The commander watches in utter shock, a single question echoing through his mind. What is that? It is a monster class never seen before. This titan sports a colossal frame wrapped in heavy steel chains, wearing only a simple loincloth. Yet the most terrifying feature is the pair of majestic bullhorns on its head. In its massive grip, it wields a brutal, menacing greatsword. This giant rampages straight through the battlefield, forcing the elite prodigies and soldiers to flee in total chaos. Atop his warhorse, Su Chang is drenched in a cold sweat, staring directly at the colossal nightmare before him. He simply cannot hide his shock. What on earth is this thing? It is as tall as a fortress wall. Su Chang cannot believe his eyes. Standing before him is a massive entity that far surpasses any beast he has ever encountered. With pure, brutal force, the giant demon slams its blade down, shattering the ground and leaving a massive fissure that the surrounding crowd instantly panics, screaming in absolute terror, utterly clueless on what to do. Sensing the extreme danger, Qin Shi Huang turns around and barks out an immediate command, Bai Qi, protect Su Chang. Without a single second of hesitation, Bai Qi leaps into action, showing absolute loyalty to his master's command. But the relentless monster refuses to stop, keeping its eyes locked onto Su Chang. Each heavy stride kicks up massive clouds of dust, as if the giant is shaking the entire earth. Remaining surprisingly calm under pressure, Su Chang shouts out to the others, I am totally fine. But this monster is definitely no joke. Go help Senior Qin Shi Huang right now. Meanwhile, the legendary emperor fights on, flanked by elite prodigies and loyal soldiers. He roars to the crowd, we must fight. Follow me. The warriors charge forward together, igniting a brutal, merciless clash between the colossal demon and the army. The giant demon retaliates with terrifying, overwhelming force. Its brutal strikes are so devastating that absolutely nobody seems capable of holding the line. But suddenly, the monster halts, as if realizing something crucial, spotting a vital clue. This sudden realization drives the monster into a wild fury. It lets out a deafening roar, unleashing its full power. Unfazed, Qin Shi Huang stands tall right before the beast, his aura radiating the legendary, indomitable spirit of the Great Qin dynasty. The spirits of Great Qin are battle-hardened, ready to die in battle. A glowing blue circle expands outward, serving as an invisible shield to protect everyone. He bellows, having been reborn today, why should we fear? Behold, the mighty Great Qin, utilizing his godlike power. Qin Shi Huang teleports in a flash, instantly reappearing right behind the giant demon. He raises his weapon, ready to strike. However, the Titan senses the incoming danger and whips around just in time to block him. Meanwhile, on another side, Fang Meng and the commander are heavily injured, their bodies covered in blood and clothes torn to shreds. Still standing firm with weapons in hand, they order the superpower division to resist with everything they have. The soldiers charge forward, relentlessly fighting the lower-tier beasts. Raising his blade for another round, the commander orders the prodigies, follow me to take down their leader. They launch a coordinated attack, risking it all against the beasts. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers from Defense Line 7, a brave man carries Chu Tian on his back. Chu Tian is completely drained, too exhausted to even move. Her companion looks back in deep worry, seeing she is at her limit. Chu Tian, can you still hold on? Pale and bruised with sweat dripping down her face, she pushes through to answer, just 200 kilometers left. My brother is right there. Even with blood trickling from her mouth, her indomitable spirit refuses to let her give up on this mission. Meanwhile, Su Chang and Qin Shi Huang continue to fight heroically, cutting down wave after wave of attacking beasts. Seeing the dire situation, Su Chang turns and speaks to Qin Shi Huang. Senior Shi Huang, please lead the undead army to protect the other races, and let us handle this crisis. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nods in agreement. Undead, follow me, he commands, immediately handing over the main battlefield command. Su Chang charges straight ahead, weapon in hand, summoning fiery red ropes that lash out toward the massive beast. The glowing ropes extend, tightly binding the beast to restrict its movements and creating a perfect opening for the other warriors to strike. I will hold it down for at least 30 seconds, Su Chang yells. As the ropes tighten, on the other side, Chu Xing fights back with relentless determination, his spirit completely unbroken. Activating his sword domain, he unleashes a barrage of devastatingly powerful strikes, striking in all directions to keep any enemy from getting close. Though his opponent stubbornly holds their ground and refuses to fall. Drenched in sweat, Qin Ying is not doing any better. Each enemy wave forces him to fight with everything he has, while the alloy vine wraps around him to launch devastating combo attacks with Qin Sui. Tighten up, forest of one tree, trap them, Qin Sui shouts, working with Qin Ying to form a tight defense that leaves no openings. High above them, the commander soars solo, heading straight toward the massive fire Qilin. His blade carves a blazing trail of fire, slashing downward to create a massive inferno that traps the beast. No matter how strong this monster is, it cannot escape our combined power, the commander declares fearlessly. Just as the giant beast raises two massive blades and slams them down, those two blades, with razor-sharp edges, unleash a deafening crash as they plunge deep into the earth, sending a violent shockwave echoing everywhere. The surrounding flames explode violently, fueled by the sheer wind pressure of the twin blades, spreading the firestorm rapidly in a massive gust. Floating midair, Qin Ying yells out to his younger sister, Sui Sui, to stay focused and keep fighting. The commander cannot stop either, refusing to back down even as the intense, searing heat of the flames burns around him. Focus and push forward, he roars, refusing to let fear take over, refusing to back down. The giant beast unleashes a massive ultimate skill, whipping its tail to summon giant tornadoes that sweep up everything. The violent vortex sucks in the nearby warriors, sending them flying through the air as they scream in absolute panic. As the vortex intensifies, the casualties rise rapidly, forcing the survivors to shout warnings to stay alert. This tornado is deadly. We have to get out of here. Everyone cries out in terror. High above, a rescue helicopter appears, signaling that help has arrived, as a voice commands everyone to clear out so they can destroy it. Nan Zisheng's voice echoes from the rescue chopper, bringing a surge of hope to the surrounded squad, while the heavily injured Chu Xing struggles to look up and immediately recognizes that voice. Senior Nan Zisheng is finally here, he thinks. Maybe we will survive this. Hope burns brightly in his chest. Flashing back to 3 minutes ago, Nan Zisheng looks at old Zhang with absolute resolve and asks for a favor. Set up the auxiliary fortress, he requests, leaving old Zhang shocked as he asks what he is planning mid-battle. Nan Zisheng replies grimly, warning that this alien beast is no ordinary threat. We still have a transport drone with a mini nuke in our inventory, and we must prepare it to protect our prodigies. Old Zhang breaks into a cold sweat, warning that they should only use that weapon as an absolute last resort. Unless it is a completely hopeless situation, we cannot afford to deploy it. But Nan Zisheng firmly replies that this is that moment, and while their lives do not matter, the death of the prodigy squad ruins everything. All the hope of our nation rests on their shoulders. Seeing Nan Zisheng's resolve, old Zhang feels his own passion ignite and finally agrees, promising to follow his lead. Back on the active battlefield, the helicopter flies directly toward the massive alien beast. Glaring at the beast with pure hatred, Nan Zisheng growls, warning the alien bastard that it is about to feel the true wrath of humanity. Swift and precise, his parting words echo as if it is his final farewell. While down below, Chu Xinghe stares up at the helicopter with wide eyes and his mouth agape. No, you can't. He screams out in absolute despair. Though surrounded by a blazing wall of fire, the commander shouts firmly, ordering everyone to focus their control skills so his sacrifice is not in vain. Sitting alone in the cockpit, Nan Zisheng grips the controls, his heart heavy with overwhelming emotions. Son, the battles ahead will have to rely on your young generation now, he whispers to himself. Leaving a final message for his son, he whispered, I will go first. With those final words, Nan Zisheng reached for the red button to self-destruct the helicopter, fully prepared to sacrifice his own life to destroy the beast for his country. But at that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed from the ground below, crying out, Wood element curse. A massive vine erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the helicopter and completely halting its movement. Nan Zisheng had arrived just in time to save the day. Holding Chu Tian tightly, he called out to Chu Xinghe, pull the small drone back, gently and slowly. Up in the helicopter, Nan Zisheng froze, unable to believe his own ears. Looking through the glass, he saw a masked young man carrying a little girl glide swiftly past. Was this really his son? Nan Zisheng wondered, deeply shocked, and moved. Below, the young prodigies on the battlefield looked up, instantly recognizing that Nan Zisheng had arrived. That's him, our savior, they whispered, feeling a sudden surge of pride and hope rising within them. He arrived with an overwhelming, dominant aura. Landing directly in front of the massive beast, Nan Zisheng gently set Chu Tian down, telling Chu Xing to keep the young girl safe. He immediately disabled all of their satellite communication devices. Chu Xinghe quickly grabbed his sister to comply. When Nan Zisheng barked the order, Chu Xinghe immediately agreed with a firm yes, and carried out the instructions. The commander couldn't help but ask, who is he? Why is he demanding we shut down satellite communications? Chu Xinghe quickly replied to Commander Wang, just do as he says first, and you will see who he is. Inside the inner defense line command room, the commander-in-chief was frantically managing the war. Why did we lose the 7th defense line signal? Send a team to investigate immediately. The commander-in-chief shouted his orders urgently, prompting the officers to quickly salute and respond, yes, Commander-in-chief. Looking deeply worried, the commander-in-chief added, that colossal beast just unleashed a massive tornado. I fear our young prodigies might not have survived. Has the 7th defense line fallen as well? His voice trembled with anxiety, knowing that losing this line would mean absolute disaster for the nation. Meanwhile, in his fierce battle against the monstrous alien beast, Nan Zisheng unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks. Nan Zisheng let out a thunderous roar, his eyes burning like raging fire as he yelled, "Asura form, fully open." His ultimate move erupted in a massive shockwave that literally shattered the air. The deafening blast shook the entire battlefield, leaving everyone watching wide-eyed and utterly speechless at his power. Nan Zisheng grabbed onto a nearby concrete pillar. His overwhelming power radiated outward, causing the surrounding walls to crack instantly. He stood there like an unshakable titan, before the deadly A-rank beast, the Blade Giant, but the beast was incredibly strong. Nan Zisheng's body began to warp, his clothes tearing apart to reveal a shredded, powerful physique beneath. His hair stood on end, and his eyes burned blood red, radiating a fierce aura all around him. Red arcs of lightning crackled around his body, signaling that his innate talent had fully awakened. Now fully transformed, the once ordinary youth stood as a legendary warrior, possessing godlike strength. Glaring at the beast, he spoke in a cold, booming voice. A green-haired man with a bandaged head stood frozen, staring at the unbelievable sight in sheer shock. Could this guy actually be the legendary, mysterious Asura they had all heard about? He muttered, recalling the moment the warrior first emerged, clearly unleashing a forbidden spell to unlock such power. No, that can't be. Is he actually a rare dual-element user? He questioned, completely baffled by the unfolding situation. Drenched in cold sweat from the tension, the man asked again, "Is he really a dual-element user?" But right away, Su Changji responded, his voice sounding sharp and highly alert. "Yes, he is. Actually, it seems he wields far more than just 2 elements." "What do you mean by that?" The man gasped in shock. Su Changji simply shook his head, completely stunned by the spectacle. At that exact moment, the monstrous Blade Giant, radiating sheer bloodlust, slowly turned its massive head to glare at Nan Zisheng. Eerie green mist suddenly materialized everywhere, making the atmosphere feel incredibly heavy and suffocating. Staring at the scene, the man thought to himself, the Blade Giant was no longer just a physical monster, but was now swarming with vengeful spirits conjured by those green mists. Nodding, the man shouted, "So that's what it is." Suddenly, Emperor Wu of Han charged forward on horseback, commanding, "Han's spirit army, follow me and slay the enemy." Pointing his sword forward, he roared, "Qin spirit army, fight with everything you have. Do not let the Han army outshine us today." Nan Zisheng stood high above them, signaling his warriors, "All soldiers and prodigies, take this time to rest and heal your wounds. Leave these beasts to us." Carrying a wounded woman, Chu Xing turned to retreat, telling the others, "We need to pull back now. Have faith in him." Meanwhile, the ferocious Blade Giant swung its massive sword straight toward Nan Zisheng, gritting its teeth as it roared, "A prodigy like you must die." Leaning back, Nan Zisheng narrowly dodged the heavy slash as the massive blade grazed past him. It left only a tiny scratch. Nan Zisheng smirked in triumph. Asura decimation. In a flash, he swung his hand with lightning speed. The Blade Giant's massive arm was sliced into multiple pieces, with the fragments constantly raining down onto the ground below. Nan Zisheng quickly unleashed his most powerful moves, the Asura Dragon Slay and the Asura Demon Slay. Every strike landed with absolute precision on the Blade Giant, shredding the massive creature's body parts one after another. Finally, Nan Zisheng unleashed the Asura Earthly Purgatory with his maximum power, completely shredding the Blade Giant. Its severed body parts crashed to the ground. The onlookers were utterly stunned by this sight, crying out that even if the 5 of them teamed up, they could not defeat this Blade Giant. How did he finish it off so quickly? But suddenly, the scattered pieces of the Blade Giant began slowly gathering to regenerate its form. Another person in the crowd cried out in absolute panic, "He is strong, but this Blade Giant is even more terrifying." Everyone slowly realized that the Blade Giant was regenerating, mutating into something far more powerful. As Nan Zisheng turned around to look, a massive, terrifying orb appeared, its outer shape constantly shifting and morphing in front of them. It morphed into a massive sphere covered in eyes, bristling with swords. Nan Zisheng smirked, saying, "Just as I thought, this is its extreme state." Its weakness was utterly obvious now. It had reached its strongest form, but its core energy was locked in the center, making it incredibly hard to move. The Blade Giant suddenly began to spin rapidly, creating a violent, raging tornado. Nanshan screamed out a desperate warning, "Watch out, kid. It is turning into a massive tornado." Without a moment of hesitation, Nan Zisheng unleashed a wind element forbidden spell, stacking 50 violent tornadoes together. A colossal crimson blade materialized in his hand as he instantly stacked his lightning element forbidden spell 50 times over. Nan Zisheng plunged straight into the heart of the raging storm, wielding his Asura demon blade to ruthlessly shred the enemy's physical form. Its dark, energy-filled heart was totally exhausted and tried to flee, but Nan Zisheng blocked its path, coldly asking, "Where do you think you are going?" He then activated a wood element forbidden spell, sending dark earth shooting up from 3 directions to impale the enemy's fleeing heart. The Asura energy erupted once again with terrifying power, blasting the enemy like a merciless, destructive hurricane. A blazing red sword slash tore through the sky, forming a massive cross that left the onlookers screaming in complete disbelief. Is he actually this terrifyingly strong? They simply could not believe their eyes, as Qin Yang stammered, "Our benefactor's forbidden spells are not limited to just one element." Witnessing this monstrous strength, Nanshan shook and broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "I am truly terrified of him." A booming voice then rang out, commanding, "Undead, charge. Beast tide, surround them, covering 1 kilometer. Then, standing amidst the smoking ruins, Nan Zisheng calmly muttered, "It is finally time to deploy the array." Pressing his hand against the earth, he began stacking 1.5 million elemental sword chi arrays, stretching 30 kilometers wide, as glowing red circles expanded rapidly outward. Next, he stacked 1.5 million elemental spike arrays across that same 30-kilometer range, before stacking another 1.5 million frost freeze arrays across the entire 30-kilometer area. Finally, he stacked 1.5 million raging thunder slash arrays, extending over 30 kilometers. An earth element forbidden spell instantly thrust a massive pillar of land right beneath Nan Zisheng's feet. A colossal dragon emerged from the earth as he declared, "Heaven and earth are dark. The ancient immortals are kings." Standing atop the undead horde, Nan Zisheng cast another spell, sending red rings rippling outward to stack 3 million undead amplification arrays across a 300-kilometer. The surrounding undead began to regenerate rapidly. He resolutely shouted, "This is unprecedented and unmatched." The soldiers roared back, "Hail Yanhuang." Meanwhile, his system screen flashed a brand new notification. Level 5 Array Master ability unlocked, opening the Beast Extermination Array with a 50 times amplification buff. Note, each array consumes 60 origin stones, with infinite stacking now allowed after this upgrade. Array deployment reached 50 million. Smirking like he just won the lottery, Nan Zisheng laughed. This upgrade came at the perfect time. Still laughing heartily, he cast his next massive spell, 3 million Beast Extermination Arrays. Suddenly, a system warning flashed. Insufficient origin stone reserves, unable to satisfy the array's cost. Remaining origin stones were only 36 million. His excitement instantly died, his face falling as he grumbled, Did he really rush into this too quickly?" Nan Zisheng felt a sudden surge of irritation, but he quickly suppressed it, coldly muttering, "Well, I guess I should conserve some energy." A moment later, flashing a sinister grin at his opponent, he commanded, 10 times amplification array. Go forth, 3 million single-target beast tide. Instantly, the amplification array surged with immense power, its range expanding rapidly as it forced the surrounding beasts to endure its overwhelming pressure. Trapped in pure, agonizing pain, they couldn't fight back against. They could only roar in absolute madness. Debris and shattered earth flew everywhere, creating a scene of chaotic, violent destruction. Deciding this was not enough, Zisheng soared through the sky, muttering to himself that with 6 million spirit stones left, he could set up another amplification array on the city wall. Raising his hand, he prepared to lay down his final, ultimate trump card. Seconds later, a massive surge of raw energy erupted from his body, causing the space around him to tremble violently. Zisheng remained calm and cold, declaring that it would stretch 30 kilometers along the city walls on the opposite side. The onlookers stood frozen, feeling the massive shock waves generated by Zisheng's overwhelming power. Looking up at the sky, they stared in utter disbelief and gasped. "Our savior is on the city wall, setting up a massive grand amplification array. That surging power is absolutely terrifying." Staring up at the glowing arrays in the sky, Su Change coldly muttered to the nearby soldiers that the man was leaving behind a crucial trump card for their 7th line of defense. A one-eyed soldier, standing nearby, watched with deep anxiety, whispering that he finally understood exactly who that monster really was. Now it made sense why he cut the satellite link. A god with 5 talents combined into one. Forget about the monsters. Even humanity would fear him as an outsider. Hearing this, Su Chang's expression shifted as he narrowed his eyes and agreed. Humanity is always so strange, constantly praying for a god to save them. Yet the moment a true god actually appears, they immediately fill with terror and fear. Qin Ying chimed in, noting that their savior held absolutely nothing back, and not just because of the desperate situation. As he spoke, Qin Sui quickly added that because they were on the front lines, he trusted them far more than the people back inland. Hearing their words, Su Chang'e nodded, saying that since the man told them to leave it to him, they should just trust him. Turning back to the sky, Zisheng reminded everyone that they only had 3 hours left before morning. They needed to recover and rest immediately, making absolutely sure not to waste his incredible kindness. In the quiet air, Zisheng gathered his remaining power, slowly landed back on the ground, and calmly noted he was out of spirit stones but not out of strength. Flashing a sly, confident smirk, he muttered that relying on Tu Lun alone would be more than enough to purge these monsters. With a swift wave of Zisheng's hand, every surrounding beast was instantly sliced clean in half. He unleashed a ruthless slaughter, his overwhelming brutality leaving the entire battlefield in stunned, breathless silence. Watching from a dark corner, Nan Zisheng quietly evaluated the kid, whispering to himself that he had initially thought him arrogant. Overhearing him, a nearby soldier pointed out that arrogance was completely justified, since the young man did just save his life. Calling a legendary prodigy a mere kid seemed a bit too much, especially after he rescued them. As the fighting raged on, the veteran snapped back, asking if he should call him an old man instead. Nan Zisheng let out a dry chuckle and admitted that actually made perfect sense. While the war raged on, deep inside the quiet hospital ward, Zishan stood carefully over a resting patient. She reassured the worried family, explaining that the girl was merely exhausted and completely out of danger. Using her professional experience to ease their minds, she assured them she would handle things inside while her brother kept watch outside. With dawn approaching, she suggested they get some rest, since they had been awake for nearly 2 days. Despite Zishan's soothing words, Chu Xinghe still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. After a brief pause, he admitted that while his arrival brought hope, the warrior shouldn't be wasting his valuable time and energy there. He blamed their own uselessness. Noticing his guilt, Zishan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and gently asked if he had ever heard the old warning about genius burning out too fast. Shaking her head, she gave up trying to convince him, telling him to figure it out himself. She turned to walk away, quietly mentioning that she had other wounded patients to tend to. Chu Xinghe gave a cold nod of approval, but after taking a few steps, Zishan paused, looking back with a sincere smile to assure him that her brother truly appreciated him deep down. Touched by her genuine words, Chu Xing glanced back slightly and quietly acknowledged it. Suddenly, Chu Tian stirred and slowly opened her eyes on the hospital bed. Her sudden movement caught Chu Xinghe's attention immediately, and the girl weakly called out to him with a very raspy voice. Hearing her weak, loving voice, Chu Xinghe rushed to her side, frantically asking if she was finally awake. Ignoring his question entirely, Chu Tian immediately worried about the battle, urgently asking her brother how long she had been asleep. She asked if the fighting outside had stopped, and if the hero still had enough spirit stones left to sustain his powerful techniques. Our reinforcements arrived in such a massive rush, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Chu Xinghe stared wide-eyed at Chu Tian, questioning, source stones? Then, realizing something crucial, he quickly instructed the young girl, Tianer, just lie down here, okay? I need to head outside for a bit. Meanwhile outside, Nan Zisheng had wiped out all the alien beasts, their lifeless corpses scattered across the ground. He panted heavily from exhaustion but spoke calmly. Whew, I have been slaughtering them all night. This wave of beasts is finally cleared out, right? Talking to himself, Nan Zisheng suddenly heard approaching footsteps behind him. Chu Xinghe stepped out and announced, Tianer has regained consciousness. You guys are free to leave now. Nan Zisheng turned around in confusion, asking, Chu Xinghe? Chu Xinghe began to analyze. There is a crimson slaying array ahead. Behind that formation lies an undead beast tide. You have arranged most things extremely well, but there is absolutely nothing you need here. So, return to your battlefield as soon as possible. That is where the true future of humanity lies. With that, Chu Xing pointed behind him and told Nan Zisheng, we will do our absolute best to buy time and make every effort to eventually regroup with you. The wall fortification array is our final trump card. Once that falls, we will immediately retreat. Seeing Chu Xinghe's absolute determination and kind heart, Nan Zisheng turned back and said, you have always been this way. Your words are always so calculated and thorough. Don't you ever get tired of it? With a resolute face, Chu Xinghe replied. If it makes things easier for everyone to hear, I am more than happy to do it. Seeing Chu Xinghe's stance, Nan Zisheng decided not to press further. He simply offered a soft, sincere thank you, saying, "Thank you, my brother." Suddenly, Chu Xinghe remembered something and called out to Nan Zisheng. "Oh, that's right, before leaving, a veteran soldier asked me to deliver a quick message to you." Recalling the words of Nan Zisheng, Chu Xinghe relayed them to Nan Zisheng. "Hey brat, our future is still long. Let's meet up again once this war is over. When that day comes, I will cook you my best signature dishes." Nan Zisheng softly replied, "I know." Just when it seemed the conversation was over, Chu Xing pulled out a small piece of paper, adding, "Oh, there is one more." This note was written by Nan Zisheng. Nan Zisheng took the paper and read it helplessly, thinking to himself, "It's Xiao-san, that mischievous brat." Meanwhile, at the slaughterhouse, Nan Zisheng stood inside the storage vault, observing the inventory with a sigh. There are only 80 million source stones left. Relying solely on this slaughterhouse formation for harvesting, the yield of source stones is just too low. We must neutralize the next beast wave as soon as possible, he thought, a serious look clouding his face. Additionally, the previously summoned undead are already on the front lines, so we must replenish our ranks immediately. Although we have made setups at the front lines, the alien counterattacks will grow stronger. I'm afraid they won't hold out for long. The 6th defensive line is virtually useless now. I must finish setting up the 5th defensive line before the 7th line collapses completely. On the other side, Zhao Lu was chatting with Aunt Wang, who said anxiously, "Seriously, this year is so bizarre. Last night, the 7th satellite defense broadcast was so heart-stopping, then it suddenly..." Hearing this, Zhao Lu shared. "But this morning, I suddenly felt better again, because a massive number of those aliens died." Sister Li, standing nearby, chimed in, "No way. Really? I actually suspect it wasn't some ghost market," Aunt Wang explained. "Ghost market? What dead person's market are you talking about? Every single casualty was an alien. If it's a market, then it should be called a celestial market instead." Hearing Aunt Wang's explanation, Sister Li agreed. "Exactly. A celestial market makes much more sense." Their banter kept Xiao Lu listening intently. Then, she suddenly piped up, "But wait. There are even stranger things happening. It seems like a lot of the wild plants out in our northwestern region have recently started mutating." Aunt Wang immediately interrupted. "Even the grass by the roadside has grown incredibly lush and razor-sharp." She excitedly continued. "It's not just the flora. I feel like I have recently awakened some power myself." Several others chimed in to join the discussion. "What Auntie says is true. I feel like I have endless energy surging through me too." While Xiao Liu and the others continued their lively conversation, Nan Zisheng quietly approached, his mind deeply lost in thought. He realized that after the void gate opened, the spiritual energy of the Blue Star was becoming increasingly dense, even though the invasion speed of the myriad races was accelerating. The awakening on Blue Star seemed to be happening at a blistering pace as well. Pausing for a moment to reflect, he concluded, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. With that thought, he waved to greet Xiao Lu and her group. She smiled warmly and noted, "Director, did you pull another all-night slaughter session? You really must take care of your health." Nan Zisheng smiled gently and replied. He told them not to worry, planning to head home for some rest. Around him, darkness crept in as a bright crescent moon climbed high into the sky. A cold light washed over the frozen earth. Amidst the bitter winter, Tyler decided it was time to meet Ethan. He said, "Ethan, let's head over to Star Valley so we can tame that massive flock of mutated giant eagles. These are level 7 mutated giants. The giant eagle is a massive, terrifying bird, with feathers as dark as a raging storm. Its haunting purple eyes made it look even more vicious. This beast is a mutated eagle, a truly terrifying storm creature. Armed with razor-sharp talons, it leaves countless innocent survivors screaming in absolute terror whenever they cross its path." The valley was totally lost, forcing an immediate retreat. Suddenly, the mutated giant eagle swooped down to the ground at terrifying speed. Its massive talons reached down, snatching up a panicked Gary. The crushing grip left him completely unable to break free. With one arm pinned by the razor-sharp claws, he poured all his remaining strength into a desperate great red punch. But the heavy blow didn't even faze the colossal bird, leaving him utterly shocked as he stared in disbelief. He was a level 5 awakened, so how on earth could he not even scratch this thing? Gary thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the mutated giant eagle's grip, screaming in agony. "Ah, somebody save me." But seeing his squad running for their lives, he roared in anger. You cowards! Not a single one of you has any loyalty. Nobody even bothered to look back as they kept fleeing in terror. Suddenly, a warp portal ripped open right above the giant eagle, causing Gary to widen his eyes in absolute shock. Before he could even process what was happening, Tyler and Ethan casually stepped out of the portal. Without hesitating, Tyler slammed his hand right onto the giant bird's head. He gripped its massive body tight, immediately initiating the taming process. Muttering the word, Tame. A blinding crimson light instantly engulfed the entire area. Tyler commanded, Eagle, hear my order. No attacking cities, and no harming humans. A system screen flashed before his eyes, displaying Tyler's taming level and his massive beast count. Level 9 Beast Tamer. Total tamed beasts, 130 million. Taming limit, up to level 8. Required amount for the next standard tier, 50 million. Looking at the system screen, Tyler quietly thought to himself that he finally maxed out a stat. Gary, having just been freed from the mutated eagle's tight grip, joyfully asked, Senior, are you the legendary god-tier beast taming genius of the Northwest? But, seeing the giant eagle's claws still tightly clenched, Tyler blinked in surprise. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Eagle, drop him. Before Gary could even celebrate, he was plummeting toward the ground, crying out in total panic. You must be kidding me. Once again, Gary found himself knocking on heaven's door, screaming at the top of his lungs, Ah, help me. Seeing this, Tyler barked, You giant featherbrain. Do you have no common sense? Do you actually think he has wings? The mutated bird just stood there blankly. Annoyed, Tyler smacked its head and scolded, What are you waiting for? Go save him, now. Promptly obeying, the giant eagle dove straight down, catching Gary and carrying him back up. Once they safely landed, Tyler asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Gary let out a huge sigh of relief and bowed. Phew, thank you for saving my life, Senior. I'm completely fine. Leaping down from the eagle's back, Tyler asked, Who are you? The beasts in this area are extremely aggressive. Besides, what are you doing out here all alone? Gary replied exhaustedly, My name is Gary, and I wasn't actually alone. The rest of my squad just abandoned me. With a respectful bow, Gary explained to Tyler, We are subordinates of Julian, the prodigy of the inland Huang family. We were ordered to head northwest to explore. Hearing this, Tyler's expression instantly turned dead serious. He questioned, Seize the sacred mountain? Gary quickly confirmed, Yes, indeed. You might not be aware of this, Senior, but over the last 2 days, the spiritual energy in these northwestern peaks has spiked incredibly fast. He went on to explain that to boost their cultivation, all the inland family geniuses are heading northwest to claim the sacred mountain for themselves. Tyler listened quietly, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sudden surge of energy here is definitely because of the void gate of 10,000 races. He thought, if I summon a horde of undead tonight, I can bypass the sacred mountain and trigger a massive undead resonance across the entire northwest. By then, he would rise above millions in the northwest and ascend as a true god. He turned back toward Gary, speaking with absolute determination. Head back right now and tell the Huang family this: every single spirit mountain in the northwest is mine to claim. No one else is allowed to lay a finger on them. Huang Jia hesitated, but Lin Sheng saw the absolute terror written all over his face and cut him off with a cold, decisive voice. Anyone who ignores my warning, no matter which powerful family they belong to. Lin Sheng paused, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, will be wiped out immediately. As 3 massive mutated eagles screeched and dove down in a show of pure force, a terrified Huang Jia stammered, saying he would deliver the message right away. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the peace of the quiet forest. Lin Sheng frowned in confusion. Could that scream be coming from those Huang family members who escaped earlier? Wasting no time, he leaped onto his giant eagle's neck and ordered them to fly over and investigate. Looking down, he saw a massive mutated beast tearing apart a heavily corroded corpse. Lin Sheng instantly recognized it, a mutated poison lizard. Faced with such a powerful beast, he immediately prepared for battle, determined to tame this creature and add it to his collection. The mutated poison lizard quickly spotted Lin Sheng as well, hissing in warning as it locked its eyes on him. Lin Sheng muttered that the myriad races had their own corpse shepherds, so he needed his own poison lizard army to balance the scales. With that, he charged forward. Within just 2 seconds, the fierce beast was completely tamed. The system chimed, confirming his army of 10 million level 7 steel giant eagles and 10 million level 8 mutated poison lizards. With his new forces secured, he ordered the lizards to never attack any human cities. or harm innocent civilians. Instead, they were to station at Yuangxing Valley, mine source stones, and remain. Glancing back toward the path where those cowards had fled, Lin Sheng sighed, realizing they had all met their doom already. After all, they lacked any real loyalty. People who only cared about saving their own skins were useless to him. Turning to Chu Tian, Lin Sheng suggested they head over to the Tang tombs next. Perched on a lizard, Chu Tian nodded in agreement. Standing right at the center of the Tang tombs, Lin Sheng let his powerful voice echo through the ruins. The great Tang Empire once ruled supreme, earning the respect of the entire world. With deep respect, he called upon the ancient emperors and generals to rise once more. Right away, the spirits of ancient generals emerged from their graves, led by the founding emperor, Li Yuan. Soon, the mighty Li Shimin stepped forward, his majestic voice. Then, the legendary Empress Wu Zetian materialized, declaring her own powerful presence beside them. Standing firm inside a glowing red ritual circle, Lin Sheng unleashed another wave of commanding energy. The Great Tang dominated for 300 years, so let its massive army awaken. At his command, tens of thousands of spectral soldiers materialized behind their generals. He kept going, chanting an ancient battle verse to summon the legendary defenders of the northern borders. Right then, the system panel flashed with a new notification. His level 6 summoning skill had called forth 10 million Qin soldiers, 20 million Han warriors, and 30 million Tang troops, triggering a special resonance effect. The next upgrade required summoning 70 million spirits in total. With his massive spectral army fully assembled, Lin Sheng drew his blade and requested the 3 ancient sovereigns to lead their respective forces, spreading out to cover the 3 northwestern mountain ranges. He promised to wait for them at Tang Saber Mountain. With a resounding roar, the spirits accepted his command. His expression grew dead serious as he gave his final warning. Be polite first, but execute anyone who stubbornly refuses to cooperate. Just as he finished speaking, a muscular youth stepped forward with a loud, mocking laugh, calling it completely ridiculous. These spirit mountains do not have an owner, so whoever claims them first gets to keep them. This arrogant newcomer was none other than Huang Xiao. A panicked Huang Jia tried to warn him, pleading with his young master to retreat because they were dealing with a legendary, god-level beast tamer. Huang Xiao rudely cut him off, dismissing the rumors as mere media hype exaggerating a fake god-level title. As a level 10 lightning genius and the chosen one, he proudly declared that he feared absolutely no one. Under the cover of night, he led his followers straight to Tang Saber Mountain. Looking out from the high summit, he smugly muttered that letting Lin Sheng have Yuanxing Valley was a generous compromise. But this peak was different, boasting the strongest spiritual energy in the entire region, making it the ultimate spot for cultivation. His pride swelled even more as he laughed arrogantly into the night sky. With all the other families agreeing to his claim, he warned that if the beast tamer dared to challenge him, he would not leave alive. Before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden voice startled him. "Oh, did you say you would make sure I never return?" Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian suddenly appeared right in front of Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao asked in surprise, questioning if he was that elusive beast tamer everyone talked about. Huang Jia turned pale, hurriedly explaining that he had delivered the message, but Huang Xiao's razor-sharp gaze was already staring straight through him, shutting him up completely. His massive ego bruised, he flew into a rage and shouted, "Huang Jia, you have completely ruined the reputation of the Huang family. Get lost, and never let me see your face again." Nan Zisheng mocked him, saying he actually found the servant smarter than his master. This insult pushed Huang Xiao over the edge, making him glare back with pure rage. Nan Zisheng showed zero fear. He stepped forward with his sword raised and demanded, as a superior prodigy, "One last time, are you really going to ignore the big picture, just for personal gain, and monopolize these mountains?" Huang Xiao stood his ground, his eyes full of arrogance, as he channeled magic into his hands, boasting that he was a half-step revered king and no ordinary fighter. "If you show me some respect and back off now, I might just spare your life." He arrogantly bragged about his past achievements, smugly warning that a mere beast tamer would never stand a chance against him. "Let me tell you, every beast on this mountain was either slaughtered or fled with its tail cut off." Nan Zisheng coldly replied that since his opponent refused to listen, he had only himself to blame. Gripping his sword, a surge of lightning crackled across the blade. Huang Xiao gasped in shock, wondering how a beast tamer could possibly wield such high-level lightning magic. Without another word, Nan Zisheng locked his cold gaze onto his enemy and unleashed his lightning blade technique. Sensing the extreme danger, Huang Jia immediately screamed out a warning to watch out. But before he could react, Huang Xiao grabbed Huang Jia and used him as a human shield to block Nan Zisheng's deadly lightning strike. Seeing how the loyal servant was heartlessly discarded as a shield, Nan Zisheng knit his brows in disgust, his voice growling that this self-proclaimed genius was actually worse than a worthless beast. Huang Xiao casually tossed the loyal servant onto the ground, coldly stating that trash existed solely to block attacks for him. Entirely unbothered, he summoned a massive energy orb and I will show you what true lightning power looks like. Rolling heavenly thunder. Huang Xiao laughed like a maniac, looking down at Nan Zisheng with sheer contempt and asking if he was terrified. Did he want to beg for mercy? Too bad it was too late. Nan Zisheng mocked him back, asking if being unarmed meant he was afraid. He vowed that today, he would show this arrogant beast exactly what happened to people like him. A blinding burst of electricity erupted from Nan Zisheng's body, as he declared that he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Still unbothered, Huang Xiao arrogantly scoffed that his own lightning magic was matchless under heaven, meaning Nan Zisheng's petty attack. Nan Zisheng simply smirked, asking in an incredibly sarcastic voice if that was truly the case. Clasping his hands together, he began casting a forbidden spell to massively amplify his lightning elements. Caught completely off guard due to his own arrogance, Huang Xiao stammered. A forbidden spell? Before he could even react, a violent torrent of lightning erupted from Nan Zisheng and blasted him, leaving him to scream in absolute agony that this was impossible. Staring down at the arrogant fool, who was crushed in a single move, Nan Zisheng raised his sword and growled that he was about to learn a lesson he would never forget. Showing absolutely no mercy, he slammed his foot onto his ugly face, declaring that whether they were level 10 or half-step revered kings, they were still nothing compared to his level 2 strength. Huang Xiao screamed in absolute horror, but before he could say another word, a booming voice echoed from the distance, identifying himself as the Huang family patriarch, Huang Jutian. Nan Zisheng glanced toward the sound out of curiosity. Though he kept his foot firmly grinding the young man's face into the dirt, the booming voice demanded to know what kind of thieves dared to show off on their family's spiritual mountain. Nan Zisheng secretly wondered if this entire family was actively trying to get their bloodline completely wiped out. Huang Jutian grumbled that inviting the family to move here was supposed to be a good thing, but his precious prodigy had somehow gotten himself in this mess. Another man stepped forward, asking in a stern voice, demanding to know who he was and why he had brutally attacked their descendants, while a hot-headed elder cut in, insisting there was no need to even ask. He claimed they were clearly trying to steal their spiritual mountain after his son had rightfully claimed it first. Huang Jiutian frowned, stating that their family would hear both sides of the story and let the stranger explain himself first. If he's out of line, I will arrest him, one of the men nervously stammered. Patriarch. Nan Zisheng stared directly at Huang Jiutian and calmly replied, as expected of a patriarch, let's discuss who is right and wrong. He introduced himself. I am the Northwest Forbidden Spellcaster, one of the 5 God-grade geniuses. That shocking revelation struck everyone there like a sudden bolt of lightning. Huang Jiutian gasped, his voice trembling with absolute shock. The legendary God-grade Forbidden Spellcaster? Another added, I saw on the news that the 5 God-grade geniuses of the Northwest slaughtered thousands of monsters to save humanity. Nan Zisheng replied without any hesitation, for the greater good, every spiritual mountain in the Northwest is reserved for our use. No one can claim them for themselves. I warned your son, but he refused to back down. His selfish greed is putting our entire survival at risk. Huang Jiutian frowned deeply, questioning, is this true? It seems Xiao has been incredibly foolish. Huang Xiao's father refused to accept this, shouting, Patriarch, are we really letting this kid's reputation scare us? You might be afraid of him, but I'm not. Even if I die today, I'll avenge my son. Before he could even finish, the patriarch roared in fury, stepping forward. He instantly delivered a devastating, crushing blow right to the man's back. Xiao acts so recklessly because you spoiled him to the core. Cowering in agony, Huang Xiao cried out, Patriarch, third uncle, how could you? But Huang Jiutian immediately cut him off, roaring, shut up. Do you even understand the bigger picture? We claim this mountain to prepare for war against the beasts, not for your personal cultivation. But what you're doing right now is nothing short of absolute betrayal to humanity. Huang Jiutian turned toward Nan Zisheng, bowing respectfully. Please forgive our family's earlier ignorance, sir. If this mountain is vital to your work, we will withdraw right away. Nan Zisheng nodded back, praising his righteousness. Huang Jiutian then ordered his guards to bind the troublemakers for severe family punishment. Nan Zisheng quietly thought, once the Huang family unites and fights on the front lines, he can grant them his powerful buffs. There's no rush. Over at Longling, the Necromancer Emperor issued a command to the remaining undead forces. By order of the 5 God-grade geniuses, Longling is now under our control for the grand plan. All remaining family members, retreat immediately. Meanwhile, over at Manhwa, undead soldiers were locked in a ferocious, non-stop battle. A booming voice echoed. Those who ignore the grand plan will be executed without mercy. Over on Kunlun Mountain, 3 spirits gazed at a tombstone. One spirit whispered proudly, "Our descendants are honorable and wise. The future looks bright." The female spirit beside him nodded. Di Qing, you are absolutely right. Shortly after, at the peak of Daoshan, Nan Zisheng stood tall, overlooking tens of thousands of undead soldiers below. He declared, "Time is running out. Level 6 undead resonance, activate." A massive surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping him. Nan Zisheng began to chant. The wind sweeps the seas. The ancient waters run clear. Cast off the armor. Our victory is declared. Staring down at his massive undead army, he continued his incantation. His voice echoed across the vast sky. The wind blankets the seas. The ancient waters run clear. Suddenly, a nearby hospital felt the shockwaves of his spell. Confused patients looked around, asking, "Where is that Prince of Qin's battle array music coming from?" Another patient gasped, "I don't know how, but a sudden surge of immense power is filling my body." As Nan Zisheng chanted on, workers at a nearby defensive base rubbed their eyes in disbelief, asking, "Is this just a wild hallucination? I feel like I've suddenly awakened some kind of incredible superpower." Another worker chimed in, "Me too. Lifting these heavy steel beams by myself feels like absolute child's play now." The magical chant continued to echo. Under the peaceful autumn sky, our armor rests. Even at a local slaughterhouse, workers gasped, "This is real. We've actually awakened powers." Antoine yelled in excitement, "I can easily wield this heavy alloy knife now. I bet I could slay mutated beasts with this. Let's try it." Xiao Lu cheered happily. "It's not just you guys. I've also grown incredibly strong." Nan Shangshang laughed. "Looks like even this old geezer is finally going to be of some use around here." By the very next morning, the news of this massive awakening went completely viral. Preliminary reports confirmed that over 8 million citizens along the northwest border, mostly women and children, the elderly, and the sick, had awakened demon-slaying talents at base level 4. It was the most miraculous event in human history. Leaving the entire nation, no one expected that those suffering on their deathbeds would suddenly receive such a massive, life-changing blessing. A citizen cheered. "This is surely a divine blessing protecting our Northwest. God bless humanity." Another voice cried out, "Now we finally have the strength to enlist in the 5th Defense Line Army." The heated discussions continued among the crowd. Not just the military, but even ordinary citizens can boost their productivity, making massive contributions to our development. Meanwhile, the broadcast networks rolled out urgent live updates. Last night in the Northwest, a strange anomaly occurred, turning the Yuanlin Forest Sea into a metallic forest of steel. Awakeners have begun investigating. And for everyone's safety, standing high upon a towering cliff, Chu Tian spoke up. "Brother Lin, you are incredible. Did you cause the anomaly in the Yuanlin Forest Sea?" Lin Sheng replied, "No, that was not me. The metallic shift in the Yuanlin Forest Sea is likely linked to the alien Void Gate, which means the 7th defense line is in deep trouble. We really need to make every second count." Looking at Chu Tian, he added that if a major anomaly is unfolding in the Yuanlin Forest Sea, they must go. She obediently agreed and casted her. Meanwhile, at dawn in the Yuanlin Forest Sea, the ancient colossal trees had already undergone a terrifying mutation. They could actually move, with a single, glowing eye staring from the center of each trunk. A voice cried out, "This is worse than we thought. These massive trees are not just mutating, they can actually walk around. Their numbers rival a beast tide, and they are heading straight to lay siege to the city. This is no joke." Another anxious voice whispered, "Does this mean we have to retreat right now?" 3 figures charged forward, led by Li, a powerful wood attribute ability user. He commanded, "We must assess their exact combat power and fighting style before deciding to pull back, blend into the vegetation, and stay out of their sight." But suddenly, countless thrashing vines erupted from the earth, launching a relentless assault on the trio. Li desperately fought back, but his attacks barely scratched the colossi. He thought in shock, "Damn it, my abilities can't control them at all." Now, surrounded by 2 massive mutated trees, Li screamed in terror, "They aren't just immune to control, they actually possess consciousness. They even know how to use tactics." The team pressed close together, glaring nervously at the looming giants. Li shouted, "It is too dangerous. Let's combine our attacks." Trapped in the tight circle of steel treants, they unleashed everything, though it seemed utterly hopeless. The next second, they roared in unison, "Charge!" Surprisingly, their sudden joint strike knocked the massive tree back, catching them completely off guard. The raw power of this colossal tree had to be at least level 78. They stood no chance at stopping it. Terrified, Li urged, "We must send the intel back first." Enraged by their defiance, the giant wood beast lunged forward with brutal fury, leaving them to fearfully wonder if this was where they would die. Their eyes locked in dread, but in a sudden twist of fate, the monster suddenly halted its attack. To their absolute bewilderment, the glowing eyes of the towering treants flushed red, and they obediently knelt down onto the forest floor. They muttered in sheer disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" Looking up toward the mountain peak bathed in a blazing crimson light, a booming voice echoed, "Steel treants, heed my command. Do not siege the city, and do not harm a single human." Li gasped in confusion. They look like they are worshipping the light. "What is this?" The mighty voice continued to command, "Guard the Yuanlin Forest Sea, gather origin stones, and await battle orders." System notifications flashed rapidly. Tamed a level 8 steel treant, value 80 million. With tamer class at level 10 and 100 million total beasts tamed, he has officially reached level 9 tamer rank. Target for the next rank is 500 million. System notification, the following talent paths have been successfully unlocked. King's Majesty, unleash the aura of ancient divine beasts to suppress and tame targets. Lin Zisheng stared coldly at his interface, quietly assessing the sheer scale of his power. Ancient Revival. Once the beast tide reaches 100 million, their primal ancestors can be summoned to multiply combat effectiveness. He was even more astonished by the next talent, the Danghai Torrent Forbidden Spell. 6 great beast tides can resonate to cast forbidden magic. Lin Zisheng began calculating tamer level requirements and the possibility of taming marine beasts. With all of today's leftover origin stones, he would use them to set up a barrier for the 5th backup defense line. Suddenly, Lin Zisheng clutched his head as sharp pain struck. Chu Tian watched him with deep worry, asking, "Brother Lin, what is wrong with you?" She quickly grabbed him and teleported them back to the academy dormitory. Lin Zisheng sat up wearily and immediately asked what had happened to him. Sitting on the adjacent bed, Chu Tian quickly spoke up, "Brother Lin, you are awake. You fainted in the Yuanlin Forest Sea this morning. That scared her half to death." Waking up anxious, Nan Zisheng asked if he had been unconscious all day while Chu Tian rushed to reassure him. She urged Brother Nan not to blame himself, reminding him that after returning from the front lines, summoning undead, and taming beasts. Seeing him trying to get out of bed, she stopped him, insisting that no matter how powerful he became, he was still only human. Nan Zisheng agreed, noting that compared to the alien races, humanity remained weak. Chu Tian sighed sadly, pointing out that Brother Nan always seemed determined to carry the entire weight of humanity on his own shoulders. She asked if he was exhausted, lamenting how useless she felt when she wanted nothing more than to help him. Nan Zisheng stepped over gently, patting her head while apologizing for causing his favorite little girl so much unnecessary worry. Smiling, he assured her he was not alone with her, his family, brothers, and millions of allies by his side, adding that she had already helped him immensely. Without her, he could never have made it this far. Prompting Chu Tian to smile and tease him playfully. She joked that since he treated her like a child, she no longer had to worry about inner conflicts or expect him to constantly pamper her. Wondering if they should head to the 5th defense line now, the scene shifts to that very location as night falls, plunging the area into silence. A voice echoes through the darkness, deploying a level 2 blazing fire array alongside a sword energy barrier stacked 10 million times over 200 kilometers. Nan Zisheng stands tall in midair, enveloped in a faint blue aura, while wearing a cold, expressionless mask. Another voice reports that the harvested source stones from Meteor Valley and the Sea of Primeval Forests have been successful. Asking if it is enough, Nan Zisheng calmly responds that it is plenty to secure this entire defense line. Looking down at the snow-covered wasteland, he continues his calculations. A level 3 freezing frost array, with 20 million earth spikes, now stretches across 300 kilometers. Shifting his gaze to the crackling lightning above, he stacks a level 4 lightning attraction array 30 million times over 300 kilometers. Suddenly, a notification screen flashes before him, declaring his advancement to a level 7 array master. This action unlocks the powerful Hellish Sword Chi, Hellfire, and Abyss Spike arrays, with each activation consuming 70 source stones while allowing infinite stacking, reaching 70 million arrays for the next upgrade. Nan Zisheng clenches his fist, declaring that his ultimate defensive barrier is finally complete. With his array mastery upgraded and the 3 grand projects nearing completion, they can leverage this massive momentum to cast high-level spells and forbidden curses. As for the massive stockpile of source stones provided by the Empire, he decides to save them until the battle at the 5th line officially begins. Meanwhile, across the trending hot search pages, viral topics are capturing everyone's attention, detailing how the Northwest's construction speed has absolutely skyrocketed since the nation's awakening. The Grand Canal project diverting the East Sea to merge with the West Sea has successfully spanned 10 northwestern cities over 1,000 kilometers, leaving citizens deeply questioning its ultimate purpose and claiming the region is wasting precious resources. Perhaps it is finally time for local geniuses to step up and stop this madness. Loud, arrogant voices soon echo throughout the city, expressing disbelief that the newly emerged Zhao clan had to witness such ridiculously massive waste right after their grand debut, calling the Northwest completely insane. The newly emerged Qian clan declares they must stand up and take action. The Sun clan joins in, vowing to help demolish those 3 mega projects, while a handsome, brown-haired youth proposes a joint venture to Brother Qian and Brother Sunday, suggesting they livestream the entire demolition process, so the entire nation can bear witness to their heroic, self-right. The other 2 eagerly agree, praising Brother Zhao's brilliant idea, which instantly sends the trending searches into an absolute frenzy. Netizens cheer enthusiastically, celebrating that local prodigies are finally taking a stand to dismantle the controversial Northwest project. However, their exact strength remains a mystery, though rumors claim these prodigies are all peak sovereign king-level powerhouses. Can the Northwest forces even stand a chance? Meanwhile, on the coast, Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian stand atop a massive boulder, eyes filled with determination. Nan Zisheng mudas, acknowledging the Empire's vast power, before deciding it is time to draw upon this momentum and unleash the ultimate, most terrifying forbidden curse. His eyes flash red as his commanding voice suddenly echoes across the shore, invoking a level 5 water forbidden spell. Instantly, a massive torrent of water erupts from his hands as he unleashes the water dragon heavy strike, conjuring a violent tidal wave that force from within the raging tides. A massive water beast with glowing red eyes emerges, prompting Nan Zisheng to raise his hand and immediately invoke the water dragon rush. A massive water dragon surged from the ocean, its blood-red eyes locked onto the target. The order was given, and it lunged forward. The surrounding waters erupted violently, surging forward as Chu Tian held his ground on the beast's back. Nan Zisheng calmly announced that Shura mode was active, causing the water to rise like a massive flood everywhere. Water droplets sprayed in all directions, forming shimmering streams that caught the light. As Nan Zisheng raised his hand, a fiery red magic circle appeared before him, his eyes burning like hot coals. He roared, "Water forbidden spell, strike." With a powerful sweep of his arm, he slammed his hand into the snow, unleashing a crimson aura everywhere. The raging torrent finally began to settle, and soft snow drifted down like ash from a shattered masterpiece. Nan Zisheng smiled. Not bad at all, considering a level 5 water spell alone could shatter their defenses. This Shura domain, when combined with the canal and forbidden magic, would become an absolute killing machine. He clenched his fist tightly, sending a warning wave of crimson energy rippling outward. Level 5 water forbidden spell, Water Dragon Impact. Stack 5,000 times. Nan Zisheng commanded. Instantly, a system alert popped up, confirming the level 6 elemental spellmaster had consumed 60,000 prime stones. It allowed infinite stacking, boosting the spell capacity up to 6,000 casts. Crimson energy billowed outward in all directions, spinning into concentric rings to form a massive defensive barrier. Chu Tian watched the progress from behind and smiled, noting his master had reached level 6 and was nearing perfection. Right then, a broadcast blared out across the area, welcoming viewers to the canal, one of their 3 massive projects. 3 young men stepped into view, one in red, another in purple shades, and the last in silver armor. The red-clothed youth declared they were going to destroy the canal for justice, immediately prompting a flood of supportive comments. Viewers praised them as the heroes of this era, calling the 3 sovereign kings incredibly powerful and responsible. Holding the camera, the red-clothed fighter swore to destroy the canal and punish those who built it. The purple-clothed fighter interjected, telling Brother Zhao to let him lead. Before he could finish, the warrior in silver armor laughed, telling his brothers to hold on. Instantly, the silver-armored youth roared, "True fire of destruction," as massive pillars of flame erupted to engulf the entire area. Startled by the sudden blaze, Brother Zhao cried out in panic, asking Brother Sun what he was doing. Brother Sun laughed, saying there was no need to play fair when they could all just attack together. As flames roared and the water churned with flying debris, a colossal sword plunged from the heavens directly into the shattered earth. A voice boomed, "Army-shattering slash, flow reversal, earth-shattering mountain, bury this place." The livestream chat immediately exploded with excitement, hailing the sovereign-tier genius as an absolute force of nature. Online viewers went wild, completely hooked by the epic scale of three powerhouses teaming up to destroy a single canal. Meanwhile, on the dark, windswept peak of Modao Mountain, Nan Zisheng stood atop a massive boulder, surveying the landscape below. He muttered that Lingshan was indeed assisting them. The death energy was growing thicker by the second. Zhu Tian stood lost in deep thought before suddenly asking if the newly awakened townspeople could grow their powers this way. Nan Zisheng gave a firm nod of agreement. Zhu Tian's eyes tracked several red streaks flashing across the night sky, wondering why 4 shooting stars would suddenly change their course like that. He stared up in confusion as the brilliant crimson streaks merged together to form a single, massive light. Nan Zisheng could not hide his worry. This familiar pressure, he warned, likely belonged to an A-rank alien species. He wondered if it was a new assassin sent for them, his face tight with growing anxiety. With the canal's forbidden water array already rumbling, he wondered if the enemy had uncovered their secrets and sought to strike first. Nan Zisheng's sharp eyes went cold as steel. His voice hardened with absolute resolve. Since they have brought the fight to his doorstep, he would stop holding back, immediately unleashing the water dragon impact. Back at the main canal, the 3 self-proclaimed kings watched the churning water, with Brother Sun arrogantly scoffing that this structure posed no real threat to them. Whether drying it up, blocking the flow, or burying it entirely, it would only take them minutes. Brother Qian chuckled, finding it almost too easy. But Brother Zhao's face suddenly went pale as he pointed frantically toward the water. The river itself was transforming, violent currents churning as massive water dragons began to take shape beneath the crashing waves. Brother Zhao screamed for everyone to run from the forbidden spell, which instantly swept the 3 sovereign kings away as the chat went wild. The 3 kings were swallowed by a water monster. The Northwest Project hides a dark secret. What on earth is happening? The screen cuts to black, and the live stream is dead. Panic spreads everywhere. Zhao's eyes widen in sheer shock as a massive, dark silhouette with glowing red eyes rises slowly from beneath the water. Qian screams in absolute panic, crying for help. Before they can even react, a colossal foot stomps right toward them. Nan Zisheng stands completely still, raising his hand as a crimson aura radiates from his fingertips. Glaring coldly at the 3 kings, Zisheng demands in a sharp voice, "Who are you? And why did you come here to cause destruction?" Zhao quickly answers, "We are the prodigies of the mainland's 3 great families. We only came to investigate." Zisheng smirks coldly. "Oh, is that so? How foolish." Zhao stares down, not daring to meet his eyes, whispering, "Yes, it is, but we finally understand." Meanwhile, Zisheng silently notes that these 3 are actually newly risen, powerful sovereign-level prodigies. The beast assassins are likely targeting their family headquarters right now. Turning back to the trio, Zisheng commands, "Take me to your families right now." Surprised, they gasp in unison, "Take you where?" Zisheng warns grimly, "Move if you do not want your clans wiped out." Stunned, they stammer together, "Wiped out?" At Mount Longfeng, night falls over the snow-capped peak. Suddenly, a section of the mountain erupts in raging, brilliant flames. Zisheng and the 3 kings watch in horror as the estate is consumed by a sea of fire. Zhao screams out, "Father, patriarch, uncle, is our family gone?" Utterly devastated, he collapses to his knees on the cold ground. Seeing his friend in deep agony, Sun steps forward and gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. Zhu Tian and Nan Zisheng examine the lifeless bodies on the ground, carefully scanning their grim surroundings. Zisheng remains silent for a brief moment before speaking. Indeed, these are the tracks of a Class A beast. Though Zhao is still grieving, Zisheng will not let emotions slow them down. "This is no time for tears," Zisheng says firmly. "If you want revenge, follow me right now. Hurry." Zisheng quickly turns and orders Zhu Tian, teleport us to the Qian family residence immediately. Over at Phoenix Ridge, monstrous flames erupt as thick black smoke billows into the sky. A desperate, agonizing cry echoes out. No, a catastrophic fire is ravaging the area. Yet, Zisheng remains completely unshaken, giving his next order, teleport to the Sun family. At Mount Yudu, the Sun family home, the tension is incredibly suffocating. A giant, coal-black bird unleashes furious torrents of raging fire, completely incinerating everything in its path. This is the feared Class A beast. The legendary flame. Panic-stricken screams echo one after another. Suddenly, a member of the Sun family, his body fully ablaze, charges headfirst toward the monstrous bird, roaring, "Beast, we die!" He grabs the beast with burning hands, screaming, "Ultimate fire self-destruction." A catastrophic explosion erupts, instantly followed by a desperate scream from the family patriarch. The three kings charge forward to attack the sky condor, roaring in unison, "You wretched beast, we will fight you to the death." Sun refuses to back down. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian simply stand in silence, coldly watching the battle unfold. The dark bird unleashes waves of crimson energy, its voice dripping with utter contempt. Humans. Such tiny, weak, and utterly helpless creatures. It sneers. Humans only deserve to be corpses. Suddenly, Nan Zisheng leaps into the air, wielding a glowing red sword. Vast currents of purple energy swirl violently all around him, whipping up a massive and destructive vortex. He asks coldly, "Oh, is that so?" With sharp, razor-like eyes and a decisive, chilling tone, he says, "Today, I will show you." The three kings shout out together, unleashing their ultimate offensive techniques: army-shattering slash, earth-shattering mountain, and true annihilating fire. A series of echoes roar out, and a colossal white sword instantly manifests in the sky. Furious flames erupt everywhere, as shattered rocks and debris rain down like a heavy storm. A powerful gust sweeps across, ripping numerous feathers from the blackbird. These purple feathers scatter wildly, merging with the flames, and flying debris to hurtle right back at the creature. Each blazing flame erupts, as if determined to reduce everything in its path to ashes. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of wind blasts backward, throwing the three kings back. They groan, crashing hard onto the ground. A calm voice rings out from Nan Zisheng. "You three are already injured. For now, just stay back and watch." Immediately after, a bright red beam strikes straight down, illuminating the dark bird. Wasting no time, Nan Zisheng unleashes a rapid barrage of powerful slashes. Ruined feathers flutter to the ground as brilliant red sword waves charge directly toward the massive bird. The three kings watch this scene unfold with absolute astonishment. Zhao is the first to speak. His Asura killing intent is incredibly powerful. Jian quickly chimes in, "So he is the Northwest Asura, and not a forbidden spellcaster." Sun finally concludes, "There is still hope for revenge." Under relentless attacks, the blackbird's eyes burn with sheer cruelty. It unleashes a massive torrent of fire to strike back, spiraling towards Zisheng like a violent whirlwind. Suddenly, a shout echoes teleport. Chu Tian quickly uses his teleportation warp, saving Zisheng from the direct blast. The beast looks around in utter confusion, clueless about what just happened. Zisheng chuckles and praises Chu Tian for the assist. Zisheng bellows Shura demon slash. With one swift swing, a massive wave of crimson energy rips toward the beast. The bird glares at Zisheng and admits that he is actually quite impressive. The red energy shears through its skull, melting its head into a bubbling liquid that drips onto the ground. Yet it still sneers, saying he deserves to be a slave instead of a corpse. Zisheng coldly scoffs a slave. He barks back that he will be its grandfather instead. Raising his sword, the crimson aura forms a massive dragon. The dragon charges with an open maw. Zisheng's cold voice rings out if it thinks its regeneration can save it. He will grind it to absolute dust so it can never heal. As the dragon charges, the bird curls up, wrapping its feathers tight into a solid ball. It screeches in rage at the foolish, arrogant human. Spreading its wings, it takes flight amidst a sea of red flames, screaming for his death. Zisheng grips his sword and snaps at it to shut up, unleashing the earthly Shura purgatory. Searing energy erupts from his sword, instantly slicing the bird into dozens of bloody pieces. Still gloating, the monster claims fire will always revive it, but Zisheng does not let it finish. He raises 2 fingers to cast a spell as red aura flares. Bone freezing array, 50,000 times power. An ancient red magic circle expands, instantly freezing every single shattered piece of the bird's body solid. The beast screams in rage as its internal flame is completely frozen over. Brother Qian gasps in utter shock, wondering how the mighty flame condor got frozen solid. Beside him, Brother Zhao is equally stunned to see Shura Master Complex Array with a cold glance. Zisheng keeps channeling his spell. Red light flashes as he activates a 10-fold targeted boost. Beams of red light sank into the foreheads of the three kings, forcing a painful scream from their throats. Floating amidst the frozen shards, Zisheng looks down at the kneeling trio, explaining they have now seen its strengths and weaknesses. Its strengths and weaknesses were on display. This ice will only hold the monster for a short moment. Landing on the ground, he grips his sword and tells them to claim their revenge with their own hands. Brother Zhao is stunned, softly calling out to him. Glancing at them, Zisheng cuts him off, ordering them to head straight to defense line number 5 for battle after their revenge. His voice is calm yet powerful, reminding them that humanity's shared enemy awaits at that very wall. A major update flashes across the continent. An A-rank alien species is targeting geniuses of ancient clans. The Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Wang families have been completely wiped out, but with Shura's aid, survivors Zhao Yang, Qianjing, and Sun Li successfully slew the Flame Condor in the city. The public is furious, outraged that those filthy aliens are now sneaking into the safe zones to assassinate their brightest prospects. Is this assassination force even larger than the one before? Many hope the northwestern elites can handle this threat. Meanwhile, Zisheng and Chu Tian overlook the city from a high peak. Gazing over the vast city, Zisheng suggests gathering some source stones before heading east to capture all the assassins in one sweep. Chu Tian readily agrees. Under a crescent moon in the quiet night sky, Zisheng and Chu Tian float together, clasping each other's hands tight. Crimson energy swirls around them, forming a blindingly bright circle of power. Zisheng chants an ancient spell, his roaring voice echoing across the wind, calling upon the power of the vast, boundless seas. A blinding pillar of starlight instantly erupts from the heavens, shattering the night air with immense pressure. The crimson barrier expands across the ocean, forming a solid wall of energy as Zisheng continues his incantation. The waves begin to churn violently as a sudden notification from the system board pops up. Tamed sea beasts include 70 million level 9 mutant swordfish, 20 million level 9 mutant tiger sharks, and 10 million level 10 mutant white sharks. Deep below, millions of fearsome mutated sharks and swordfish breach the water. Their colossal forms leap through the air, sending massive waves crashing as the ocean begins to boil. Under Zisheng's control, the entire sea begins to shake violently, while the marine creatures spiral around the center, turning the endless water pitch black. Zisheng continuously recites further spells. A voice booms, shaking heaven and earth. Sacrifice moon world. Summon your whetstone beasts. The sea begins to churn, forming massive whirlpools, followed by a violent and powerful waterspout. Watching from afar, Zisheng turns to Chu Tian and says, with a formation like this, even he might not easily escape. Chu Tian immediately replies with absolute confidence. Do not worry, Brother Nan, you can do this. Now let us see if those assassins dare to make a move. Not far away, a burly, bearded man stands holding a coconut, the top genius of the East Sea Land family, Lan Changkong. Without even raising his head, Lan Changkong stares at the scene ahead and mutters to himself. This is an unprecedented wave of sea beasts, on a scale completely beyond imagination. Watching the swirling waterspout, Lan Changkong instantly orders his men to prepare all clansmen for battle while he investigates, telling them to wait for his command. His subordinates instantly obey. Lan Changkong then summons a giant water dragon, leaps onto its head, and commands the beast using the water control art. Dragon Flight. Staring at the massive waterspout before him, Lan Changkong reminds himself that his family has protected the East Sea coast for generations, and they will never let these beasts cause chaos. As the water dragon nears the waterspout, he notices something strange beneath the surface. Countless fish are gathering a beast-tide alliance unlike anything he has ever seen. Species that were once sworn enemies are now working together like an elite army to surround him. Lan Changkong panics, thinking they would never form an alliance. Suddenly, a cold and powerful voice echoes through the air, calling them fools who targeted the wrong person. Standing nearby, Chu Tian asks, Brother Nan, did you forget to tell them they cannot attack cities or harm people? Once again, the red circle glows, and the cold voice continues. Do not attack cities, do not harm civilians, execute all outsiders. Confused, Lan Changkong watches the fish retreat and gasps in utter shock. How did the beast tide's killing intent vanish so suddenly? Could it be that beast tamer genius from the northwest? Suddenly, 3 dark shadows loom behind Lan Changkong. Spinning around, he is confronted by 3 massive, terrifying monsters. A serpent with razor-sharp fangs and horns on its head speaks, the master of the Great Sea. Another beast, with glowing orange eyes and a spiky, rough back, adds, Those who will not serve must be killed immediately. A cold notification pops up on the system screen. Your sea beast whetstones have arrived. Lan Chengkong feels a sudden wave of dread, thinking he is completely finished. These deadly assassins are definitely targeting him now. They likely mistake him for the beast tamer riding the dragon. Suddenly, the water in front of him bulges upward as something massive begins to rise. Instantly, towering beasts emerge from the depths, catching him off guard for a moment, but he knows this was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, getting cornered like this was inevitable one day. Besides, being chosen as a whetstone by a god-tier beast tamer is actually quite an honor. Suddenly, killer fish break the surface, lunging at the giant beasts in a relentless assault. Lan Chengkong watches with a hardened gaze, staring intently at the spectacle unfolding before him. Is this sea beast Hyde leading the charge? Controlled by a beast tamer? He wonders, unsure if he is asking himself or someone else. And it is not just the sea beasts. Other marine creatures refuse to be left behind as well. Swordfish, sharks, and one-eyed demon turtles launch a fierce onslaught, leaving the giant beast with only one eye visible as it thrashes around in total desperation. The creatures clash violently. Great white sharks duel ferocious sea serpents, while the largest of them, the white frost Jiaolong, charges in to fight them all. It unleashes a terrifying roar, breathing out waves of absolute zero frost that instantly freeze everything solid on the spot. Meanwhile, the giant serpent fighting the swordfish and other beasts is completely overwhelmed, breaking apart under their fierce coordination. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Tian whispers, "These beasts can easily handle any enemy below grade A." Zisheng chimes in, "Exactly, but against a grade A threat, they are still lacking a bit." As he speaks, he amplifies the formation, expanding its reach across 700 nautical miles. Looking down from above, Lan Chengkong notices strange ripples spreading through the air, and a sudden chill runs down his spine. He spins around, only to find the white frost Jiaolong towering right behind him, cold and majestic like a glacier. Is the sea beast tide truly unstoppable? Are they coming for him now? Lan Chengkong sighs, preparing himself for whatever comes next. Today, he vows to fight to the end. Spreading his arms, he charges forward, conjuring fierce water tornadoes to strike the beast. But the white frost Jiaolong simply opens its jaws and unleashes a freezing breath. It blocked all his attacks, hitting Lan Chengkong so hard he lost his footing and crashed right into the sea. Its energy was so overwhelming that even his water dragon couldn't stop it, leaving Lan Chengkong completely baffled. How could it become so incredibly powerful in such a short amount of time? The ice dragon unleashed a volley of razor-sharp frost spears, piercing Lan Chengkong before he could even attempt to dodge. Immediately, blood coughed from his mouth. As the monster loomed closer, its chilling gaze paralyzed him, trapping him deep beneath the water. Just in time, a school of fierce swordfish charged out of the depths, sinking their teeth into the dragon's horns. Looking up, Lan Chengkong spotted a crimson beam of light piercing through the sky and shining directly upon him. Realizing this was a powerful array, he quickly seized the chance to activate his water-manipulating technique. He summoned the devastating power of the boundless ocean, unleashing a massive heatwave that began to scorch the dragon. The monstrous beast stared in absolute disbelief at Chengkong's overwhelming, explosive counterattack. Screaming in sheer despair, it was completely incinerated, reducing not only the dragon but also the nearby sea serpents and one-eyed turtle demons to ashes. Nothing remained but scorched debris. Even Zisheng, watching from the sidelines, had his clothes singed by the stray heat of the massive array. With his current combat strength, whether facing A-rank or S-rank alien beasts, he could easily crush them without breaking a sweat. It was safe to say that no one in this area could match him anymore. Zisheng turned to Chu Tian and ordered him to bring Lan Chengkong over for a chat. Chu Tian nodded, instantly understanding his master's intent. Having successfully defeated the colossal beast, Lan Chengkong made his way back, calling out to sincerely thank the beast tamer and formation master seniors who had just saved his life. "Would you seniors mind showing yourselves so I can thank you face to face?" he shouted out, desperate to express his deep appreciation. Right at that moment, a dark portal opened up and Chu Tian stepped through. Staring in shock at the young man before him, Lan Chengkong wondered, could this youth be the senior? Before he could even react, Chu Tian dashed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him straight into the void. In a blink of an eye, Lan Chengkong found himself standing right before he could even speak. Zisheng gestured for him to be quiet, commanding, "Silence. Just listen to me. Lan Chengkong, if we use the East Sea as bait to lure and slaughter those alien assassins, can you shoulder this massive responsibility?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Lan Changkong firmly replied, "If it is to protect this world, I will never back down." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Zisheng nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I will enhance the array inside your body tenfold. From today onward, you are the Lord of the East Sea, commanding 100 million sea beasts. If those alien assassins dare to return, he will lead the beast tide to lure and crush them." With those words, Nan Zisheng placed his hand on Lan Changkong's forehead, instantly boosting the formation. Changkong had no choice but to obey. He gave a firm nod, his voice blending into the surging new energy. Once finished, Chu Tian looked up at the sky. Crimson energy began flowing in a single direction. "Look there, the void portal. The 7th defense line is about to fall, and they are doomed." Right now, Chu Tian looked absolutely terrified of the impending disaster. Across the crimson sky, swarms of ferocious beasts soared like starving predators in an ocean, gathering together as they prepared to launch their massive strike. The elite A-rank awakened had already received their direct orders from Senior Nan. They were ordered to abandon the 7th defense line and immediately fall back from the 6th line. Every single unit was mobilized to concentrate at the 5th defense line, the spot destined to be their final, decisive battlefield. Commander Wang stood at the rear directing the grand retreat, ordering his soldiers to preserve every bit of strength for the upcoming clash. Over at the 5th defense line, Chu Xing shouted out to Commander Wang. He urged him to lead the main army back first, promising that they would cover the rear to buy time. With that, he immediately prepared for battle, reinforcing the final formation while effortlessly channeling his massive pool of energy. Even as the terrifying beasts closed in, Chu Xinghe remained dead calm, declaring they must hold their ground until the main army was completely safe. Han Wudi stepped forward to lead the charge, shouting for the youngsters to fall back first. The 5th line still needed them, so the veterans decided they would be the ones to guard the rear. They swore to fight to their last breath, refusing to let the enemy advance even one step. Hearing this, Xing hesitated, but Su Chang'e, fully understanding their grim situation, gently urged him to respect the elders' wishes, pointing out that as a smart leader, he must prioritize the bigger picture above all else. Standing in the thick of it, Xinghe took a deep breath and roared, saluting the ultimate sacrifice of the elders and the beast tide. They were absolutely determined to fulfill their mission in this battle, showcasing the true resolve of the world's greatest prodigies. Deeply moved, Chang'e bowed low to bid a final farewell to the seniors, bidding farewell to the heroic beast-tide warriors. Soon, news spread that the 7th line had officially retreated. Only the Undead Legion and the suicidal beast-tide remained, desperately holding off the ferocious enemy onslaught, fighting hard just to buy precious preparation time for the 5th defense line. 300 million fighters gathered here, including over 80 million highly powerful awakened individuals. The Lan family of Donghai had birthed a true god, eliminating the A-rank alien assassin inland, while completing 4 major projects, and from high above, a massive sea of humanity poured into the city, all of them staring up at the sky. The citizens of the Northwest, awakened with the powerful undead talent, swore to defend the 5th defense line to the death, ready to sacrifice everything for their land to survive. At the Fentian stone construction site, Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian stood in a hollow, preparing for the impending battle. Zisheng was absolutely determined, intending to finish the entire upgrade and setup process that very night. The Fentian source and raw power of the origin stones would all be absorbed. Billowing smoke rose as a powerful surge of energy erupted from deep underground. The origin stones in his hand multiplied 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, until a staggering 100 billion origin stones were gathered, causing his power to surge like a raging storm. Over at the Forest of Steel construction site, Zisheng stood among giant boulders, touching them as he chanted, "Forest of Steel, forbidden spell of metal." Instantly, a massive swirling vortex manifested. Steel melted to liquid, merging with iron as the metals fused together. In just a split second, 100,000 steel forbidden spells were active, sending a relentless. The sky was completely choked in dense black smoke, resembling a massive volcano on the verge of erupting. The ground grew scalding hot, glowing blood red. Zisheng raised his hand to the sky as torrents of churning lava surged upward like massive dragons to crush everything in their path. 100,000 lava, forbidden spells were deployed, sending brilliant crimson sparks shooting straight up to pierce the heavens. Astral Origin Forbidden Spell, Endless Destroyer. His ability reached its absolute limit, activating his god-tier talent. He could control not only natural forces, but even the stars themselves. Nan Zisheng frowned slightly, staring at the devastating forbidden spells that were finally ready to deploy. thinking about the strategy of an origin spirit level forbidden spell. Deploying a forbidden spell of this extreme level might be too much for even the blue star to withstand. They had to wait for the ultimate critical moment to finally unleash it. Standing amidst swirling streaks of purple light, Zisheng spoke up again, stating that they now needed 3 things: beast taming, undead forces, and powerful formations. Many inland areas could handle beast taming and undead summoning at once. Chu Tian immediately got the point and replied, "Understood." Zisheng slammed his hand hard onto the ground. Instantly, a surge of crimson energy erupted like a violent tidal wave, completely flooding the entire area. A booming roar echoed across the land, calling back ancient forces and the legendary ancestors of past awakened generations. The way of the 3 kingdoms rose against brutal foes, while Shu fought through 5 passes, raising spears high on Dangyang Bridge. The Wu of the 3 kingdoms left behind eternal legends. Then came the light of Great Song, a rising sun igniting fires across 1,000 peaks. The iron hooves of the Great Yuan, the Wanli era of Great Ming, battling decaying empires. The golden armored Qing, drawing bows to define true heroes. As the powerful summon echoed, the spirits of these ancient ancestors finally returned. With his abilities pushed to the absolute maximum, hundreds of millions of undead spirits rose, fully prepared for battle. Standing high above, Zisheng looked down at the massive army below, his commanding voice echoing across the horizon. "Ancestors, prepare to defend the 5th line of defense. This is where our final stand begins." Exerting his sovereign presence, he declared, "Under heaven, there is no land that does not belong to the king, and across the 4 seas, there is no one who is not the king's subject." Finally, he unleashed his full beast-taming power, summoning venomous insects, deadly snakes, and mutated monsters. Every single creature bowed and obeyed Zisheng's absolute. From all directions, waves of beasts came rushing in, activating the legacy of the ultimate beast tamer. Zisheng roared as his summoning power exploded, calling forth 1 billion beasts and 100 million sea monsters. He awakened the ancient, dormant bloodlines within every single creature, expanding the beast tide to call upon all mutated beasts, igniting their life force to prepare for the looming war. Beasts began to self-detonate in a frenzy. Countless monsters and bizarre creatures from the ends of the earth and the deepest seas swarmed forward like an unstoppable wave. The sky turned a violent, blood-red color, glowing with intense crimson light that signaled the awakening of an ancient, terrifying power. As the beast tide expanded without limit, their ultimate destination was the 5th defensive line. Gripping his iron staff, Zisheng raised it high, showing his absolute resolve to fight to the end. But suddenly, fresh blood coughed up from his mouth, staining his face a deep crimson. He had pushed his energy limits way too far, and the agonizing pain made it impossible to stand. He collapsed, using his left hand to prop himself up, while forcing his blade deep into the ground with his right to stay upright. Truth be told, he just didn't have the strength to keep this up. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Chu Tian rushed over in a panic. "Brother Sheng, you've completely drained yourself. You can't keep going like this." But unfortunately, time was running out, and it waited for no one. Panting heavily with bloodshot eyes, Zisheng rasped out with sheer determination, "I don't care. I have to make it work. We don't have any time to waste." Still deeply worried, Tian tried to reason. "But what if something goes wrong? Your body can't handle this." Yet, Zisheng forced himself up. Even though blood was literally dripping from him, he didn't hesitate for a single second. "There's no time to second-guess ourselves. We're still missing the final formation, so take me to the 5th line." Seeing his absolute resolve, Chu Tian could only nod and reply, "Yes, sir." Following orders, Chu Tian and Zisheng sped toward the 5th defensive line of the Great Xiadan like shooting stars, not wasting a single second of precious time. Arriving at the scene, Zisheng spread his arms wide and immediately began casting. Powerful arrays activated one after another. The Underworld Sword Chi Array, boasting 100 million units of power, stretched for 10,000 Next was the Purgatory Firepool Array, with another 100 million units spanning 10,000 kilometers, followed by the Sky-Piercing Thorn Array, adding 100 million units across 10,000 kilometers. The defensive formations stacked on top of each other, creating a massive shield to protect the central plains. But suddenly, from deep within the massive hills, a strange, bizarre figure began to emerge. It looked like a colossal ancient tree, its thick trunk splitting into massive branches that stretched further into countless smaller limbs. Oddly enough, the very top was shaped like an unblossomed flower bud, glowing with a brilliant light. Zisheng could feel the overwhelming pressure of the arrays. Waves of agonizing pain washed over him, causing sweat to pour down his face like rain. His exhausted body was pushed right to its absolute breaking point. But just then, their legendary senior finally returned to the scene. Having heard the call from afar, he arrived exactly when they needed him most. Chu Tian quickly ran toward him, his voice choking with emotion. Brother Xinghe, Brother Nan's hair has turned completely white. His hair is white. Nan Zisheng comforts her, telling her everything is fine since he is here. The Qin siblings exchange worried glances, asking what is happening. Nan Zisheng replies that his white hair shows he is ready for battle, meaning they can finally lay all their cards on the table. Meanwhile, the foreign beast army breaches the final defenses of Nanbai Xuan and Beibing Xuan, completely wiping out both of these critical regions. The foreign army marches on, crushing the defense lines of Chuanqi Kingdom, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Yet, Miguo continues to put up a desperate resistance, but once an S-class alien monster emerges along with millions of beasts, Miguo is forced to face a massive, brutal assault raining down from the skies. Drones buzz overhead to monitor the chaos as soldiers and citizens alike struggle to survive the relentless, brutal monster attacks. With the final battle looming, Nan Zisheng drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the legendary 5 god-tier geniuses of the Northwest are actually just him. His sudden confession leaves everyone utterly dumbfounded. What? No one can believe it. Some even suspect he is just playing cheap psychological tricks to ruin the army's morale. Amid the chaos, Nan Zisheng slowly pulls off his mask, shocking the crowd once again. Isn't Senior Nan supposed to be that despised, infamous runaway deserter? The crowd simply cannot believe their eyes. Zhang Yuan had a slight feeling about this, yet he still refuses to believe it. Is that really Senior Nan? No way. This is a massive insult to our idol. How is this even possible? Furious onlookers refuse to accept the truth, demanding to hunt down this imposter who dares to fake being their favorite beast tamer. No one can believe Senior Nan would show up like this, leaving the crowd completely stunned and fueling widespread outrage. Nan Zisheng goes on to flex his absolute dominance by unleashing all 5 maxed-out god talents: Asura, beast taming, necromancy, array magic, and forbidden curses. Now I have the right to speak. His bold declaration echoes out, leaving everyone around him completely speechless, staring at the mind-blowing spectacle before them. They can hardly believe their eyes. His sister cannot hide her absolute joy, cheering that even if the world is ending, at least her brother can finally go all out once. That young man, once mocked by everyone, is finally showing his true, legendary self. He is definitely showing off too much, but they must admit, he should have done this long ago. She whispers that she is glad he no longer has to hide his light. He speaks up again with absolute determination, warning that the alien beasts are attacking, and, since he is the absolute strongest power of Great Xia, with the most experience fighting these beasts, he will not run from his duty to command them. The entire army is ordered to pull back from the 5th military defense line, shifting to the reserve line to fortify their position. General Wang, the supreme commander-in-chief, immediately orders all his soldiers, from the young to the sick, to guard the northwestern town and secure vital foods. The order is clear. Only when their defenses completely crumble can the soldiers risk their lives in battle. The array activates, leading with forbidden spells followed by a charging beast tide. Though the warriors know it is suicide, they charge forward with grim resolve. The battle formation is reinforced from behind, as soldiers and awakened fighters seal every gap, while the citizens at the rear stand firm, refusing to back down from the fight. Crying with joy, a citizen shouts that they always knew their eldest son was special, proving he is their true god. Others eagerly agree. Weren't they talking trash earlier? But none of that matters now, because it turns out he was behind everything all along. He commands the entire force to concentrate all their military gear and resources right at the 5th defense line. If they fail, there is no turning back. Even with a solid plan, Senior Nan still worries about the arrival of Triple S, or even Super Triple S class beasts. He needs to recruit a powerful, well-balanced suicide squad of awakened users to breach the Void Gate and launch a counterattack. They do not need a massive group, just 10 elite warriors who can perfectly cover each other's weaknesses. The Suicide Squad is quickly formed as top-tier warriors step forward to volunteer, starting with 23-year-old Chu Xing, a genius of the Chu family's 130th generation, and a peak ancient god Aura master. Next is 25-year-old Su Changzhe, a peak ancient god ghost tamer whose legendary trash-talking skills can literally curse the beasts to death. Then, 18-year-old Qin Sui and Qin Ying, who are both ancient god spirit summoners ready to fight with full power. alongside 23-year-old Lan Changkong, an ancient god water user who can counter the East Sea clan, but hopefully he does not frame me for his mess this time, jokes 22-year-old Zhang Yuan, who confidently boasts that while he is no fighter, his unique supply magic guarantees they will always have delicious food and great gear forever. She reminds him that her cooking is practically god tier, adding that taking her along would pay back the favor he owes. She spoke with serious eyes, and Senior Nam smiled back, saying her special ability was exactly what he needed. Just then, a Ferrari pulled up in the distance. Su Ling introduced herself as a 23-year-old, level 10 ability user, thanking them for the chance. She added an apology, expressing regret for the harsh words she had spoken to them in the past. Sensing danger with her special ability, she felt compelled to join the Suicide Squad. Up next was Zhao Care. At 20, she possessed a level 10 time reversal ability. Though restricted to 15 seconds, she knew she still needed more time to grow and fully mature. She explained that her worried parents had insisted she follow and stay by his side. Having previously awakened her healing powers right on the battlefield, it was a massive step forward for her. Determined, she spoke up. Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaolan joined the Suicide Squad as well. Fully aware of the extreme danger ahead, Chen Lianyi noted that one protector was not enough, promising they would make amends for everyone who had doubted him. Su Xiaolan agreed. Senior Nam looked at his fellow warriors, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. Thanking them, he officially declared the launch of their Suicide Squad for the upcoming counterattack. He ordered the army to prepare as the alien race struck, activating magic circles and forbidden spells instantly. The squad watched in awe as waves of monstrous beasts charged at them fiercely from all directions. Legions of undead rose up as well, desperately trying to stop the warriors guarding the fortress walls. The defensive troops rushed down to fight, assuring them they could win. Senior Nam pointed out a spatial rift. Ordering Chu Tian to open the portal, the spatial user dashed forward first to activate his teleportation magic. The warriors followed closely, preparing to charge into the void. They aimed to destroy the rift together and end this dark era once and for all. Senior Nam rallied them as the Suicide Squad set off, ready to face any challenge and give everything to the counter-offensive. Through the glowing orb, they could see a cozy little cottage, illuminated by warm, golden lights inside. Several figures stood right outside the cottage. Noticing them, Zisheng curiously asked what kind of place this was. Chu Tian answered, explaining that it was a pocket dimension she had created as a safe haven for everyone. Time here moved perfectly in sync with the outside world, making it great for resting, cooking, healing, and storing their gear. She explained that they could treat it as a quiet, isolated pocket dimension completely untouched by the harsh world, proudly calling it the Sanctuary of Peace. Zisheng remained entirely unfazed by her words, coldly reminding them of their reality without showing any emotion. He pointed out that their time was limited and their mission too critical to be wasting on comforts. Sneaking up behind him, Su Chengge patted his shoulder to interrupt, playfully asking Zisheng if he was even a human being. He teased if Zisheng was some immortal who survived solely on mountain air and morning dew. No matter how powerful he was, he still needed to eat, drink, and get some proper rest. He asked if Zisheng really believed they could wipe out the alien race in just a week, pointing out that his stubborn attitude was getting out of hand. He argued they could still enjoy life during war, reminding him they had not slept a wink in days. Pointing out that setting up the barriers had literally turned his hair white, the team stepped in to soothe the stressed commander. They urged him to at least appreciate the kind gesture and take a look inside. Even in the apocalypse, the adults agreed they could not bring themselves to disappoint a child. Stepping inside the house, Cheng looked around and cried out in excitement that it was his dream room. Seeing him stand there with arms open wide and sparkling eyes, the group burst into laughter. They joked that his dramatic expression and silly pose actually made the rest of the team look incredibly cool. They giggled, teasing that the mature young man surprisingly had the soul of a teenage girl, laughing at how impossible they were to argue with. Zisheng turned around to ask the two silent siblings why they were not heading inside to check it out. Qin Yingshu and Sui Sui replied in unison. They swore to follow their savior through life and death. Left completely speechless, he could only tell them to move inside. Back at the house, Su Cheng opened the door and walked inside, laughing about the stubborn pair of siblings. He praised her talents as a food spirit summoner, but the moment he looked deeper into the room, the shocking sight made him freeze mid-sentence. The others stepped inside and gasped in utter shock, wondering if his dream room had actually turned into a total nightmare. They wondered if she was traumatized, while her brother laughed and proudly declared she was definitely his sister. Chu Xinghe stepped up to explain, noting that the dark style perfectly captured her childhood, which was why everyone was taking it so calmly. Up on the wall, photos of everyone hung in a neat, orderly row, lining the entire room. Chu Tian smiled, relieved that everyone liked it. But Su Chang quickly cut her off with an annoyed sigh. Seriously? How can you even tell? Unlike the others, though, Zisheng actually dug this vibe. It is pretty cool, right? Talk about surviving by staring death right in the face. The little girl shrugged, saying it was nothing fancy, just some basic preparation ahead of time. With zero time to overthink, Su Chang flopped onto the bed to pass out. Catch you guys later, he muttered, sitting nearby. Lan Chang felt surprisingly relaxed instead of anxious. Sure, it was creepy, but if he just closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the girls focused on cooking and cleaning, with one deciding to inspect the kitchen and pantry first. They wanted to grab a bite, wondering where the lab and clinic were, and if the bathroom had a tub. Looking at the peaceful sky, Zisheng wondered aloud if this was what the post-apocalyptic world would feel like. Chu Xinghe scoffed, telling him he was way too uptight and should really take a page from Su Changje. The guy was already out cold. Since overthinkers tire themselves out, he suggested Zisheng get some rest too. Over in the kitchen, Sister Yuan was working her magic, tossing ingredients in the pan like a pro. This was their official launch meal, so she was determined to whip up an absolute feast. Even with a whole year of supplies in the pantry, who knew if they would ever sit down for a full family meal together like this again? Right on cue, Sui Sui walked in carrying a basket, offering up some freshly picked vegetables to Sister Yuan. She added that the guys were planting even more outside, leaving Sister Yuan shocked by how fast they worked. She momentarily forgot they were food spirit summoners, but then wondered why they bothered farming when they could just summon food. The girl explained her brother believed that growing food by hand and pulling it from the dirt felt real, giving them something to hold on to even if they had to leave. Cutting her off before things got too emotional, Sister Yuan shooed them out, complaining that the heavy smoke would irritate their eyes. Nodding, the girl left. Meanwhile, in the lab, Xiaonan smiled, noting that little Chu Tian was definitely something special. She wondered how all their gear got teleported over so fast, but quickly shrugged it off, as long as it worked. Her top priority was brewing combat boosters to level up everyone's fighting power. Her partner agreed, deciding to focus on quick recovery potions and stamina boosts instead. Over in the medical bay, Nan Zisheng sat on the bed, admiring the clean white sheets. She smiled at how thoughtful the kid was. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Tian was closely monitoring the void energy. The void gate was 300 kilometers away. She figured that establishing a scout outpost just 30 kilometers out would let them easily monitor the enemy via flying arrays. Seeing this, Zhao Kenny crossed her arms, questioning why she did not just build a brand new blue star to save all of humanity if she was capable of creating mini-universes. Chu Tian fired right back, asking why her chest was flat if she could choose. She asked if only flat-chested adults deserved to live while kids did not. That brutal roast absolutely set her off. Clenching her fists, she prepared to lunge forward, shouting in pure rage at the little brat. Su Leng held her back, telling her to relax since the 9-year-old only accidentally blurted out the truth. Before they could argue, Chu Tian put on a tragic face, whispering that being flat was fine since she could still live. She explained that building this sanctuary had cost her 50 years of her own lifespan. She added that she might not even survive long enough to grow up. Feeling terribly guilty for losing her temper, Zhao Ken, of course, the clever kid, was just putting on a show, laughing to herself about how incredibly easy it was to fool adults. Back inside, the dining table was already piled high with delicious food. Sister Yuan brought out the soup, happily admitting she cooked a bit of everything to make sure everyone was happy. The incredible aroma instantly won them over, with one of them claiming the smell alone woke him right up. Once everyone gathered around the table, Zisheng decided to speak up. He wanted to briefly run through their next moves while they were all together, and Lan Chang quietly listened. But Nan Zifeng complained, asking if they could just eat first. Chu Xinghe spoke up seriously, offering to summarize it instead. The front and backyard warp gates were officially ready. Passing through the front gate allows a return to the 5th defense line, just in case things go wrong. But heading through the back gate leads straight to the void gate. Pressing the red button on its handle opens the exploration point. Exactly 30 kilometers away from the void gate is a dedicated sound transmission line. Looking towards Zisheng, he explains that Su Leng and Zhao Ke will guard the exploration point, minus their scheduled rest times. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, Chen Lianyi, Su Xiaonan, and Nam Zishan, who lack combat power, will stay in the safe zone to handle logistics. He asks Nan Zisheng if the plan works. With a smile, Zisheng replies that it is like he read his mind. However, Nan Zisheng is completely unsatisfied with that arrangement. She rejects staying behind, arguing that although her combat power is weak, her support buffs can help everyone on the besides. If anyone gets severely wounded, she can treat them right there on the spot. And for her safety, Chu Tian will protect her. The little girl raises her hand and happily accepts the job. She warns her brother not to show favoritism just because they are siblings. Left with no choice, Zisheng finally gives in and lets her join the front lines. He reminds everyone the rest of the team will rest for 3 hours after eating before setting out, with future shifts rotating based on the ongoing battle. If there are no objections, it is time to eat. Xiaonan mutters that being labeled weak hurts a bit, but rules are rules. Xiaonan agrees, admitting that forcing their way to the front would only cause trouble, making them far more useful supporting from behind. With that settled, they gather around for a warm, cozy meal together, asking each other to pass the sweet tofu. One complains about their terrible taste, demanding salty tofu instead, while another mentions their vegetarian diet. Anyone want some? Lan Chang? Someone asks if he is really 23 or just lying, prompting Su Chang'e to be questioned on his basic manners. Chang'e teases him, calling him a pickled companion and joking that while other 20-somethings look fresh, he looks like he has been cured for decades. The teammate snaps back, rejecting the nickname, before asking Sister Lianye if she realizes she is spreading stinky tofu all over her bagel. Lianye shrugs it off as her unique culinary path. Outside, the scene shifts to a strange cube where two dark figures. Su Leng speaks up, reporting that besides the alien beasts at the Void Gate, they have also detected energy signatures from hundreds of awakened. Zhao Care adds that, judging by their uniforms, it looks like the million-strong traitorous Futuo squad that allied with the Asan Kingdom. She warns that 1 million Futuo traitors lie in wait outside, ranging from Tier 8 up to the Elite 9 God tier. Zisheng nods calmly, deciding they will slaughter these watchdogs first, while Chu Tian asks if everyone is fully prepared to fight. Beyond this door lies an entirely different world, and the team is completely ready, refusing to waste any more time. Clapping her hands together, the girl shouts for the gates to open. Once inside, a colossal figure waiting for them demands if Nan Zisheng thinks he can launch a counterattack. They have been waiting at the Void Gate for a very long time. The enemy urges them to surrender to Jiali, claiming the alien race represents the true gods and absolute enlightenment, promising mercy if they simply submit to their grand Buddha power. Before the enemy can even finish his sentence, Su Chang'e cuts him off, telling him to submit to his own grandfather, telling him to go be a loyal dog to Jiali, and that if he keeps spouting this fake holy garbage, he will personally stitch his mouth shut. Chang vows to change his last name if he does not beat him into a pulp today, challenging anyone to step up and save him. Showing absolutely zero fear, the entire team charges forward at once, laughing and cheering at his savage trash talk. Having Su Chang'e on the battlefield certainly makes things a lot more entertaining. He bluntly remarks that using the name of Buddha to commit atrocities is sickening to the bone, though he admits everyone has areas they are not exactly perfect at. With hands folded, Protector Anup declares that since they refuse to reform, he will use his divine Vajra force to forcibly subdue them. Homage to Amitabha Buddha. Instantly, the massive Protector Phantom unleashes a blinding golden punch, countered directly by Zisheng's own Hell on Earth. Slash. Refusing to back down, Zisheng charges forward at full speed, weapon in hand, ready to slay any god or Buddha in his path. With a single devastating strike, Zisheng completely shatters the Vajra Protector's ultimate technique into 1 million floating fragments. Yet, Protector Anup refuses to yield, immediately unleashing his next move, the imperishable golden Buddha body. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe also strikes, activating his defensive aura field and urging everyone to stand together and resist. They deflect the giant phantom, triggering a series of massive explosions that shake the heavens. As a fully united squad, their combined strength easily surpasses the enemy's defenses, dispersing the golden ore. They are trying to drain our physical strength. Zisheng, with eyes burning blood red, declared that they could not afford to play a game of attrition with these guys. First, we absolutely need to break their formation apart. As he spoke, massive phantom hands materialized all around Zisheng's group, completely locking down the Diamond Guardian in a sea. Watching this unfold from inside their protective cube, the two of them, including Chu Tian, began to talk. Seriously, if we keep draining our energy like this, forget about defeating them. I am worried we won't even be able to get close to them. You are seriously underestimating Brother Nam and the others. Getting close to them is not going to be easy at all. Back in the heat of battle, Zisheng suddenly looked up and shouted, "Chu Tian." The young girl quickly replied, "I got it." With every passing second, those massive phantom hands closed in tighter and tighter. Suddenly, a flash of purple teleportation light began to glow around the entire group. In the blink of an eye, everyone was teleported to a new spot, dodging just as the fists struck. Right next to Guardian Anop, a portal ripped open, and out stepped some very familiar faces. Zisheng charged out first, roaring, "Thunder Asura Forbidden Curse, /" Seeing this, he panicked and ordered, "Hurry, activate the Diamond Prajna mantra for protection." Instantly, a crowd of his disciples materialized to block the path and shield him. Seeing this, Zisheng quickly assigned tasks. "You guys handle the 4 great Diamond Guardians, while I go straight for the leader and the others to cut them down." Su Chang'e replied, "All right, there is plenty for everyone, so no stealing kills." The Wooden Block brothers count as a single person. Hearing this, Jin Ying and Shi looked completely dazed, wondering, are those Wooden Block brothers supposed to be us? Wasting absolutely no more time, Su Chang dashed straight toward the old guardian, shouting, "Puppet String Coliseum, you old bastard in the black cassock, bring out whatever dirty tricks you have." Furious, he folded his hands and interrupted, "Your sins of speech are too heavy. You need immediate purification." He was Guardian Wylai. Su Chang'e mocked, "Bring it on. Let's see if you can purify me, or if I spit on your grave first." Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Sheng was busy unleashing consecutive strikes. Force field isolation domain. "You are the 9th grade Divine Guardian, right? Your opponent is me, Chu Xinghe." Standing right in front of him, the Guardian spoke, "Buddha only saves those who save themselves. I advise you all to stop bringing misery upon yourselves." He was Guardian Anop. Lan Changkong then whipped up a massive water vortex, shouting, "Water wall isolation." Yet, the old Guardian did not take a single scratch. Turning his head, he remarked, "Water is the ultimate good. It does not compete with anything. Young donor, you are going against the natural way." He was Guardian Yibei. Lan Changkong snapped back, "What are you talking about? I did no such thing." Nearby, the Sui Sui siblings teamed up to summon twisting, thorny vines that shot forward. Forest of Thorns, the scruffy, bearded guardian clasped his hands and muttered, "Amitabha, I do not wish to speak much." He was Guardian Red. The siblings snapped back, "Neither do we." Still, in a state of soaring rage, Zisheng unleashed his skill, shouting, "Spirits of the dead, arrive. Fight for me." As soon as those words left his mouth, countless vengeful souls rose, their eyes filled with pure hatred. Without a single second of hesitation, he pointed his sword forward and ordered, "Slaughter these fake Buddhas for me. Diamond might kill." But this old Guardian Anop was definitely no pushover either. In the blink of an eye, he materialized right in front of Zisheng, shouting, "Such incredible power. No wonder even the gods praise you and wish to recruit you." Zisheng shot back, "Cut the chatter. You are next on my list." Suddenly, brilliant golden rays beamed from his mouth as he said, "Greed, anger, and ignorance are the 3 poisons of Buddhism. Yet you have committed them all. Greedy for the mortal world, angry at the gods and Buddhas, and ignorant of karma. Since you have sinned, you must face your karma." The space around Zisheng was instantly flooded with dense scripture characters, making his head spin as he covered his ears. Ugh, a mental attack. Shut up. Shut the hell up. In this critical moment, luckily he turned the tide, roaring, "Sound Elemental Forbidden Curse, great soundless tone." Right after that, he charged straight at Anop, slicing right through his blinding rays of light. In this life, I, Nam Zisheng, hate fake gods and deceivers the most. Greed, anger, and ignorance. You are clearly greedy to become Buddhas, angry when met with resistance, and obsessed with betrayal. Yet you dare lecture others? Both sides clashed like moths to a flame, forcing him to summon a shield to hold. "I am willing to become an Asura for the common people. But what about you? Stepping on your own kind, just to become Buddhas. In the end, who is the Buddha and who is the demon here?" Anop yelled back, "Diamond Mantra Shield." Zisheng refused to back down either. With a massive slash, a huge crack tears through the barrier. It is time for the Asura Wrathful Flame to burn away that fake mask. Just when it looks like the villain is done for, a massive phantom of the Tathagata Buddha suddenly appears, blasting Zisheng backward. Anop yells that Zisheng is too disrespectful, claiming he must reveal his true divine form to finally force him to yield. Facing the massive Tathagata Buddha, Zisheng just smirks and mockingly questions if that is actually a true divine form. He asks if this is the mission the alien race gave him, calling him out for being so obsessed with physical illusions. Mocking his terrible cultivation immediately strikes a nerve with Anop, driving the false priest into an absolute, raving fury. Anop screams that he is the reincarnation of the Buddha himself, but Zisheng just laughs right in his face. Zisheng laughs that he has never seen such a fragile deity, mockingly asking the villain if a simple name makes him a true god. In reality, Zisheng says he is nothing more than a cheap knockoff monster from a fake temple. Within the giant Buddha's massive palm, a highly destructive fist of energy begins to gather. Anop roars that Zisheng's sins are far too heavy, vowing to cast him deep into the lowest depths of hell. Instantly, an overwhelming and crushing pressure descends, trying to flatten Zisheng into the ground. The ground shatters completely, but Zisheng just scoffs, saying he has already lived through hell and refuses to watch this clown show. Forcing himself back onto his feet, he challenges the villain, promising to show him what a real, terrifying hell looks like. Before Anop can even celebrate, Zisheng shatters the pressure and retaliates by unleashing his own 5 elements hell formation. Breaking into a cold sweat, Anop is horrified, unable to believe his god-tier spell could get shattered so easily with one blow. Swooping down from high above his enemy, Zisheng descends with his blade drawn. He reminds Anop that he is absolutely no god, and his grand magic is nothing more than cheap child's play. Since the enemy is out of tricks, Zisheng unleashes a giant red dragon with his deadly Asura lava forbidden spell. Raising his defense, Anop collides with Zisheng as they trade a massive flurry of blows. Even with a golden protection spell, Anop gets completely locked down by Zisheng's freezing ice chains, rendering him helpless. The seal locks in place. An instant later, a colossal explosion shatters Anop's ultimate barrier into a million tiny pieces. Anop screams for his alien god to save him, but before anyone can act, he vanishes entirely, shocking Zisheng. That sudden disappearance makes him wonder if an S-class alien entity has arrived. In his past life, humanity was wiped out shortly after these S-class entities appeared. Because of that, he never got to face many of them, leaving their true origins and powers a complete mystery. Before he can process this, a painfully familiar voice calls out for help from behind, catching him off guard. Spinning around, he is horrified to see his father held hostage by Anop, who threatens to end him. The villain orders Zisheng to surrender, promising that the alien deity will spare their lives if he only submits. Shang Nam desperately cries out for his son's help. Meanwhile, Yingxi Qin and Sui Sui are holding the line, using their shield to block a swarm of disgusting monsters. While they casting defensive spells to purify the parasites, Anop suddenly snaps, demanding absolute silence from everyone. He threatens to kill the hostage immediately, causing Sui Sui to look back in absolute, wide-eyed panic. Realizing it is their savior's father, that brief distraction costs them, shattering their shield and sending them flying. Realizing things have taken a terrible turn, Chu Tian reacts instantly, opening up a spatial portal to pull his comrades to safety. After they safely teleport away, Zishan Nam rushes over, confident that she knows exactly how to help. Ready to cast her divine healing, she promises to buy time with a guardian while planning a rescue strategy with Zisheng. With their plans set, Chu Tian turns his gaze back toward the massive enemy phantom. He casts a space teleport, instantly vacuuming the giant, confused guardian right into his dimensional rift. Having successfully banished the beast, Chu Tian breathes. Meanwhile, Xinghe Chu and Changhe Gu are facing their own nightmare opponent. With pure killer intent in his eyes, he urges everyone to stay focused on the fight and trust Zisheng. Changhe Gu binds the giant phantom's arms with absolute force. He snaps back that he needs no reminders, telling his ally to watch his own back instead of worrying about him. Smirking, he mockingly asks the monster if its supposed divine weapon is a bit too short to reach him. They can't even touch us. Hearing those mocking words, Deepak loses his mind with rage and charges forward. Insolent fool, how dare you insult our divine weapon? Meanwhile, a massive column of fire blasts toward Chang Kong Nan, forcing him to summon a protective water shield. It is the Shiva divine punishment, karmic flame lotus. Yet, staring down this apocalyptic fire, he does not show a single trace of fear. Please, it is just basic fire mixed with poison, he scoffs. Why put on such a ridiculous, holy act for this? I am a professional, heavenly firefighter, and my counter is the boundless ocean. Meanwhile, as the battlefield erupts around them, everyone completely ignores Anop. Anop snaps, threatening them once more. Are you seriously not afraid that I will execute him right now? Glaring at Zisheng Nan, he barks. Zisheng, if you do not drop to your knees and surrender this instant, I will end him. Yet Zisheng remains dead calm. Father, he asks quietly, I need to ask you something. Do you actually want me to kneel to save your life? Shangsheng Nan looks pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down his face as he stammers out. What on earth are you talking about? Of course I do. I am your father. Do you actually want to stand there and watch me die right before your eyes? Landing beside him, Chudian whispers, Brother Nan, I can warp Uncle Nan out of there. But there are major risks, and he will have to endure some pain. Zisheng glances back, interrupting her. No need. Your only priority right now is keeping my sister and the others safe. I will save my father myself. Just teleport me over there, as close as possible. She nods in agreement, murmuring. Understood. Seeing them whispering, Anop starts to panic and yells, Zisheng Nan, I highly suggest you do not try any funny business with me. I can end him in a split second. Zisheng simply shrugs and asks, what kind of tricks could I possibly pull? But before the threat even finishes, Zisheng vanishes completely, instantly materializing right behind his back. Like saving my dear, sweet father. Of course, without a hint of hesitation, Zisheng unleashes a brutal slash, completely erasing both of them. The enemy screams in agony. But why? Because you seriously underestimated that old man. Zisheng replies coldly. Now, S-class alien beast, are you going to show your real form, or what? Realizing there is no point in hiding anymore, the monstrous S-class beast finally exposes its true form. Looking at Zisheng in disbelief, it growls, don't humans cherish family bonds above all else? How can you remain so completely cold? Or, was there a mistake in my disguise? Zisheng scoffs in reply. A heartless, parasitic race like yours will never comprehend what makes us truly human, the beast continues. To be honest, compared to these foolish Buddhas, I would much rather have someone like you join our ranks. This is the final mercy I am offering to an insect like you. Reject it, and you die. Before the monster can even finish, Zisheng launches forward like a lightning bolt, cutting him off. No thanks, just go ahead and die. Taking the massive hit, the beast's physical shell is instantly ripped to shreds. Yet a trembling voice echoes, what a stubborn pest. In that case, do not blame me for unleashing the absolute worst suffering imaginable on you. Zisheng does not even bother listening, roaring, shut your mouth. He instantly swings his sword at the beast's arm, invoking a painful lava slash. Arg. Zisheng laughs coldly at the struggling creature. It seems your only trick is shapeshifting and illusions to terrify people. Your real combat and defense power is pathetic. Millions of worshippers were blinded by their own greed and fell for your tricks, but my absolute resolve will wipe you out completely. Even after thinking it over, the beast is in absolute denial. No, Zisheng Nan, I still refuse to believe you would disregard your own father's survival. If you ignored me earlier because it was an illusion, then this time, it is the real deal. Those words make Zisheng suddenly freeze in his tracks, his eyes widening in complete shock. What is this? Suddenly, a flood of memories rushes through Zisheng's mind. He sees Shangsheng Nan cradling his baby self, whispering, forgive me, my love. I returned home late. I know you had to suffer, but thankfully, we managed to secure a massive victory again. They probably won't dare to threaten our borders again for at least a few years. His mother smiles and asks, what should we name our beautiful boy? Ying Ying. What do you think about calling him Zisheng Nan? Years flash by. A young Zisheng runs home crying after being picked on by other kids. Dad, some bad boys are bullying me. Sobbing, he listens as his father asks, did you hit them back? The boy sniffs. They are much bigger, stronger, and there are too many of them. Hearing this, Shangsheng kneels down and grabs his son's shoulders. So, you just cried in fear before even trying to fight back? Did they stop because you begged? Zisheng whimpers, no, they just get meaner and meaner, and they keep picking on me every single day. His father squeezes his shoulder. Then, my boy, next time, do not be afraid. Stand up and fight back. Even if you cannot beat them all, lock onto just one of them and bite down with everything you have. Taking his father's advice to heart, the young boy fights back like a rabid animal, terrifying his bullies. Zisheng, are you insane? Get off him. Help. Zisheng Nan is completely crazy. Hiding behind a wall nearby, Shangsheng watches his son with a proud, knowing smile. That is my boy. Those jerks won't ever dare bully you again. Another day, Zisheng gently applied medicine to his father and asked, Dad, aren't you supposed to be incredibly strong? Why did you let them hurt you like this? His father winced, hissing, you little brat. Your dad only got hurt on his face this time. Keeping my head on my shoulders is already a massive win. Do you really think the battlefield is like some fantasy story? The battlefield is brutally harsh. On the battlefield, sacrifice is just a normal occurrence. When my comrade was taken prisoner, I had to end his life with my own hands. Back then, a reporter approached, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Nan Zisheng. We heard that when the veteran recall was announced, you enlisted instantly." He replied, "It is a duty I cannot turn away from." Recalling those memories, Zisheng's eyes burned with pure hatred as he demanded, "How do you know all of this?" The alien fiend sneered, "That obviously came straight from your father's mind, you pitiful little worm. Honestly, with your current power, putting an end to me wouldn't be hard at all." With a sharp snap of his fingers, a massive phantom projection rose up from the ground behind him. But the person trapped in that phantom's grasp was none other than Nan Zisheng. Coughing up blood, the young man screamed out, "Father!" Controlling the giant hand, the alien slammed him onto the cold ground, explaining, "Now, do not misunderstand me. These brutal wounds were not caused by me. He got them himself, while fighting desperately on the front lines. Look at it this way. I actually saved his life." The moment those words fell, Nan Zisheng began convulsing, screaming in agony. "So now, it is his turn to pay me back." Ah! Suddenly, Su Lang's urgent message came through. The commander at Defense Line 5 just confirmed that Nan Zisheng has officially gone missing on the battlefield. Zisheng replied quietly, "Got it." But when he looked up, his father was already completely possessed by the alien monster. "I have now completely merged with your father's bloodline. Your father is me, and I am him. Letting me go means sparing him, but killing me means slaying him too." Nan Zisheng, can you actually bring yourself to strike down your own blood? Hearing this, Zisheng stood frozen in place, speechless. Calculations ran through his mind. Seeing him hesitate, the alien grew smug, believing he was safe, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha. As expected, you pathetic insects are born weak, forever chained by your useless human emotions. In that case, I am leaving now. No more wasting time." Preparing to flee, he shouted, Earth style, "Escape." Suddenly, Zisheng called out, "Father, what should I do?" Nan Zisheng weakly cried back, "Son, please save me." The alien gasped in utter shock. "Huh? How on earth do you still possess your own consciousness?" Before the alien could even finish, blood-red flames erupted from Zisheng as he roared, "Old man, stop putting on a show. Lava forbidden spell." The massive phantom was instantly engulfed in fire, screaming in agony. "Ah, but why?" The alien inside Nan Zisheng's body grunted, its face contorting in confusion. "Even though he spoke the exact words I simulated earlier, you clearly knew he was the real deal. Just what kind of creatures are humans?" Nan Zisheng immediately unleashed her unique abilities to heal the wounded. Holy healing light. Chu Tian asked, "Since Brother Zisheng can summon the undead, why doesn't he just summon Uncle Nan back now?" She responded, "I believe it's for the same reason he refuses to summon those who fell on the alien battlefield." Her gaze drifted off toward the distant horizon, adding, "Zisheng wants them to rest peacefully. Once this war ends, he hopes to give everyone a chance to reunite properly. After all, on the battlefield, spirits can die a second death, and they would be completely wiped out with nothing left." Hearing this, the little girl sighed. Sigh, he always insists on carrying everyone and every burden on his own shoulders. There is really no helping it. Saying that, she angrily stomped on the bugs on the ground, adding, "Speaking of which, these insects are so hard to kill." Sui Sui immediately unleashed a barrage of skills to eradicate the stubborn pests. Out of nowhere, Dizun charged forward, roaring, "You bastards! Where is my divine phantom? Where did you hide it?" Sui Sui turned to Chen Yang, saying, "We cannot just wait for someone else to clean up our mess. We shouldn't rely on others." Qin Ying urged, "Go on, clean up the battlefield." Nearby, Zisheng stood in silence, watching the wandering spirits rush away. Stepping through the teleportation portal, Zhang Yuan carried a pile of food and called out, "It is morning, everyone. Time to eat." Seeing her arrive, Su Chang'e ran over to help carry the load, asking, "Oh, so early? You really are dedicated to your job." She replied, "This is just how I survive. If I do not work hard, should I just wait around to get fired?" Wasting no more time, they walked over to the rest of the group, calling out, "Come on over, everyone. Let's eat." Chu Tian, go call Su Lang and Zhao Care over here. The little girl responded, "On it." Back with Zisheng, he stared at the pile of dust on the ground, his heart clenches in pain. He softly murmured, "Please plant a tree where my father rests." Qin Yushi anxiously explained that if they didn't act immediately, they might never be able to find him again. Engulfed in blazing fire, the beast shrieked in agony, mocking that even if he spoke, they would never understand. Suddenly, Qin Yishi stood up and interrupted, explaining that this resilience was exactly why humanity kept multiplying. He struggled to say more, muttering an apology, before promising his son that they would eventually reunite. As he watched Nan Zisheng burn to ashes, Zisheng collapsed to his knees in tears, swearing that they would eventually reunite. Screaming in agony, he urged his father to rest and drift into a deep sleep. He promised to bring him home and share a delicious meal once he finished clearing out this battlefield. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng was struggling as the swarm of worms grew thicker, prompting Chu Tian to yell at the disgusting parasites to get lost. Weeping desperately as she struck down the relentless worms, she apologized to Uncle Nan for dragging the entire group down. Nan Zisheng interrupted, reassuring them that it wasn't their fault, but rather the heavy choice made by her brother and father. She admitted it was tough to control her emotions, like her brother did, telling them there was no need for comfort. Driven by sheer madness, Zisheng unleashed a relentless barrage of brutally devastating strikes. Unleashing the dragon hurricane, his eyes flared crimson as he roared to clear them out, while Lan Changkong watched from behind. Noticing that only the Mutu brothers remained on their side, Su Cheng suggested helping, but Chu Xinghe immediately stopped him, stating it wasn't necessary. They desperately needed to grow up on their own. Realizing the battle was entirely lost, a sweating Raj bolted in sheer terror, cursing his wiped-out squad, only to hear a booming command to halt from right behind him. Demanding to know where he was fleeing, the pursuer lunged forward, unleashing a terrifying swarm of parasitic sea snails to ensnare him. Qin Yishi countered instantly, throwing out parasitic seeds that latched onto the targets as the swarming worms clung tightly to them. Panting of bad karma and reincarnation, Qin Yishi summoned thick vines, tightly binding Raj to ensure there was absolutely no escape. Screaming about alloy spikes as he crashed down, the defeated man cried out in despair, questioning why Buddha had abandoned him. An ancient tree erupted from Raj's corpse, and Sui Sui stood beneath its branches, coldly answering his final, desperate question. She pointed out that Buddha only ever delivered those who were willing to save themselves. Back with Zisheng, he commanded the vengeful spirits, offering them a single chance at redemption if they truly sought liberation. He ordered them to march to the 5th defense line and atone with their souls, using Buddha's mercy to guide them while they helped him break free from the cycle of reincarnation. Anop glanced back in complete confusion, wondering aloud why his sacred Dharma avatar had suddenly vanished. Chu Xinghe explained. He bluntly revealed that their sacred avatars were nothing but illusions conjured by the invaders, demanding they wake up because their false gods were already dead. The man shrieked in denial, while Lan Changkong continued to completely dominate his own battle. It was truly bizarre how their destroyed divine avatars reverted to look exactly like ordinary, fragile human beings. They had seemed incredibly brave before, yet they suddenly degraded into such pathetic, sniveling cowards. Seizing the moment, Su Chang bound Deepak tightly, scoffing that they were simply blinded by dark magic into believing they were actually holy deities. In truth, all their flashy techniques were merely fueled by their own unlocked latent potential anyway. But once the illusion shattered, their faith collapsed completely. They immediately realized they were powerless and succumbed to fear. After all, stupidity always leads to death. Instantly, a lethal strike pierced straight through Anop's chest, while Deepak was ruthlessly hacked into bloody pieces, leaving his remains scattered across the battlefield in a crimson mist. With the battle finally over, Zisheng's group stood in silence, staring at the tree Qin Yishi had just planted. Sitting nearby, Su Chang silently kept his eyes on them. He turned to Chu Tian, warning that the food would get cold, and asked her to teleport everyone over for a meal, which she quickly agreed to. A moment later, everyone finally gathered, and Zhang Yuan handed a lunchbox to Zisheng, warmly inviting their captain to eat. Zisheng quietly thanked her. Placing a chicken leg in his bowl, Su Chang'e smiled, reminding him that food is strength. While Chu Tian shared some of her meal with Nan Zisheng, the entire group gathered around, filling Zisheng's bowl with food as a silent comfort, leaving him deeply moved by their warmth. Not wanting to disappoint them, he began to eat, as Su Chang'e playfully urged him to finish up so they could get back to work. Eventually, the entire group finished their meal, quietly placing the empty containers back on the ground. Zisheng then turned to Su Lang, who was sitting nearby, and requested her to draft the letters once more. The Monster Institute was sharing real-time data with soldiers stationed at the 5th defense line. Write this down, he tells her. Mima is an S-tier beast that specializes in illusions, shape-shifting, and possessing others. Its defense is extremely weak. Do not let its illusions scare you. If comrades get possessed, show no mercy and put them down immediately. He crisply responds, understood. But right at that moment, An urgent report flashes on her screen. Disaster at the 5th defense line. An S-tier threat, the Sonic Bat King, has breached the front lines, causing massive casualties. Rumors say this monster wiped out the Shunqi Kingdom, proving its deadly power. But before Su Lang can even finish warning the team, a massive void portal suddenly rips open right above them. Oh no! The void portal just summoned a horde of A-tier monsters right here. Grotesque, mutated beasts start pouring out of the rift in overwhelming numbers, ready to tear everything apart. Zisheng calmly stands up and looks at Chu Tian. Come with me to reinforce the 5th line. The rest of you, stay here and wipe out every last one of these A-tier monsters. Over at the 5th defense line, the array battlefield is in complete chaos, swallowed by thick smoke and roaring flames. Countless portals materialize in the sky, dumping waves of monsters onto the ground with earth-shattering explosions. Over in the Forbidden Zone, massive four-armed giants and grotesque, one-eyed A-tier beasts are utterly tearing up the battlefield. Meanwhile, giant savage gorillas dominate the beast hide, while the undead front is just as brutal, with warriors unleashing fierce, endless skills like the legendary single saber meeting. Suddenly, a massive, invisible shockwave ripples through the sky, forcing the rampaging gorillas to stop and look up in confusion. Before they can even process what is happening, their massive bodies are instantly torn into bloody pieces. Shocked, Commander Wang gasps, "What is this?" But before he can get answers, the invisible wave hits, sending everyone stumbling. There is no attacker in sight, and absolutely no sound. What kind of terrifying power is this? He feels his internal energy violently surging, threatening to explode. Forcing himself to stay calm, he takes a deep breath to suppress. Stealing his resolve, Commander Wang points directly at the sky and yells, "Trace the trajectory of that blast. It must be coming from those dark clouds in the distance. Steel Eagles, hear my command. Charge and scatter those clouds." But as the mist clears, he realizes it is actually a colossal, monstrous bat. He gasps in absolute horror, realizing what they are up against. A bat monster? Could this be an inaudible, high-frequency sonic wave attack? It uses high frequencies to destabilize their internal energy, forcing them to literally blow up from the inside. This is definitely S-tier destructive power. Realizing they stand no chance out in the open, Commander Wang barks orders at his troops. All active ability users, fall back to the underground shelters immediately and preserve your strength, and get a message to Nan Zisheng right now. Meanwhile, over at the slaughterhouse, a trio of warriors is furiously butchering monsters. Ever since awakening our necromancer talents, cutting down these beasts has been a breeze. I never thought we would ever become this ridiculously strong. Exactly. We might be getting old, but we are still absolute powerhouses. Haha. Back outside, those devastating sonic waves grow even more intense, spreading across the battlefield, forcing soldiers to their knees as they clutch their heads and scream in agony. In an instant, the tides of battle shift, leaving the humans completely defenseless. At the 5th defense line, the colossal bat opens its maw to unleash another massive shockwave, but Zisheng and Chu Tian arrive just in time. A sonic attack? The situation is critical, Zisheng says. We need to block this sound immediately to protect the city's forces. With that, he channels his magic and roars, "Silence element, absolute sound barrier." Instantly, a massive barrier expands, doubling to 1 billion and covering 500 kilometers. The soundproof shield is complete, but it drains a staggering 100 trillion star points. With his remaining 500 trillion star source, Zisheng barely feels the drain of this high-tier spell. Realizing the pressure has vanished, Commander Wang cheers. The sonic attacks have stopped. It's Nan Zisheng. Soldiers, follow me back to the front line and keep fighting. Finally freed from that excruciating, head-splitting noise, the soldiers push themselves up from the dirt, completely confused. What on earth just happened? I felt like my head was about to burst. A top-tier powerhouse must have arrived to help us. Let's move. They rush out to see the front-line battle firsthand. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Zisheng glares at the beast and shouts, "Chu Tian, warp me over there right now. Let's take this monster down together." Standing right behind him, the young girl nods. Got it. Without a single second of hesitation, she opens a spatial rift that instantly propels him right next to the massive sonic bat, securing a perfect flanking position. Getting in close, Zisheng unleashes a massive slash, but the beast somehow manages to dodge his blade. This thing is dangerously fast. With no other option, lightning is his only choice. He unleashes the Lightning Forbidden spell, keeping his wood spell active as support. As the wood forbidden spell sprouts upward, Zisheng stacks it with a massive thunder slash forbidden spell. But despite a barrage of lightning bolts heading straight for the mutant bat, it easily dodges every single strike without taking a single scratch. Is this thing really faster than lightning itself? Standard attacks simply aren't going to cut it against a beast this fast. Suddenly, the mutant bat stops. Turning to glare right at Zisheng, it opens its massive jaw and unleashes a deafening roar. Boom! A blast of dark energy erupts from its mouth, hurtling straight toward him at a terrifying speed. Fortunately, at the absolute last second, he delivers a powerful slash, shattering the oncoming darkness and saving his own life. Light forbidden spell, shatter. But the bat seizes the moment he is distracted. In a flash, the mutant bat appears right behind him, its eyes glowing like embers. It unleashes an incredibly powerful sound wave, slamming into Zisheng and sending his body flying backward through the air. A single sound cancellation forbidden spell is completely useless against this force. He has to find the right combo threshold to make a difference, instantly cycling through different forbidden spells. Soundproofing forbidden spell multiplied 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and still, it does absolutely nothing. Forcing a retreat, Zisheng realizes that neutralizing this sonic attack will require at least 100 million stacked forbidden spells. Right now, his remaining prime stones can only fuel over 4 billion more forbidden spells. He cannot afford to drag out this war of attrition. Suddenly, Chu Tian rushes up from behind, yelling out, "Brother Nan, its attack range is too massive." She looks down with deep worry, watching that the soundproof barrier is too massive and thin. It is about to shatter. With no time to lose, Zisheng points down and shouts, "Soundproofing spell, increase 3 billion times." With that done, he looks at Chu Tian and says, "We cannot go on like this. Chu Tian, teleport the bat and me out of here, far away from the battlefield." She nods, saying, "Got it." But before she can even execute the teleport, the mutant bat suddenly vanishes, reappearing right behind her out of absolutely nowhere. It blasts a powerful sound wave that sends her crashing straight down. Gasping in pain, she spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. As she falls helplessly through the air, massive tree roots suddenly surge out, wrapping around her to break her fall. Wood forbidden spell, protect. The branches gently carry Chu Tian down to Commander Wang. Zisheng yells, "Commander Wang, take care of Chu Tian, and do not let her leave the sound barrier yet." With things handled below, he locks his eyes back on the mutant bat. Sound silence spell, 100 million times. Silence. He barks the command, launching a barrage of lethal slashes alongside a soundwave interference forbidden spell. Since physical attacks are barely working, he will just fight fire with fire and turn their own tricks against them. Hovering above, Zisheng pours every ounce of his strength into counterattacks to deflect the bat's massive sound. The impact is minimal, but as long as it works, he will take it. He does not stop there, relentlessly firing off a variety of different spells. Soundwave, offensive spell, multiply by 100 million times. Struck by the brutal rebound of its own attack, the mutant bat is caught totally off guard, blown backward as it screeches in sheer agony. The feedback tears right through one of its ears, leaving it bleeding as its eyes burn with pure hatred. Its ear is damaged. This tactic is actually working. Consumed by rage, the mutant bat suddenly conjures a glowing purple orb, aiming it directly at Zisheng while roaring, "Die, insect." But he is not about to let that happen. Countering once more, he focuses the sound waves into a concentrated beam. Focused soundwave spell. Increase 100 million times. Unfortunately, the raw power of the mutant bat is still too overwhelming, blasting him clean off his feet. With no time to dodge, he desperately calls out, "Vine shield." His prime stones have plummeted to 150 trillion. A giant tree trunk catches Zisheng from behind, cushioning his fall. He wonders in disbelief. Is a focused sound wave amplified 100 million times still just a drop in the bucket? His current prime stones are only enough to maintain 1.5 billion forbidden spells. He cannot afford to gamble here. He needs a single, decisive blow. Sound waves rely entirely on spells for energy, meaning they are highly limited, while consuming massive resources. Is it possible to use a forbidden spell to convert ordinary sound into a devastating shockwave? But sitting around thinking will not solve anything. Deciding to risk it all on a gamble, Zisheng charges straight toward the mutant bat and roars, "Sound conversion forbidden spell." At that exact moment, the mutated bat opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating attack straight at him. But the strike suddenly reflected right back, severely injuring its own wings. Just a pest. Seizing the moment while the mutated bat was distracted, Zisheng spun around and dove straight down. Heh, indeed. His own voice was limited. But what if he used the combined roar of billions of Huaxia citizens? Sensing the growing danger, the bat lashed out frantically, but failed. As Zisheng landed beside him, Commander Wang asked anxiously, Nan Zisheng, is this the end? Can we really not hold the line anymore? He replied in a panic. Boost the sound muffling spell by 500 million. The soundproof barrier will shatter in 10 seconds. Quickly order everyone in the city to scream at the top of their lungs. Instantly. Though he did not understand what was happening, the commander replied, understood. With that, he immediately began broadcasting the message to everyone. Huaxia is in danger. I need everyone in the city to shout with me. Commander Wang broadcasted the rallying cry, Huaxia will prevail. Hearing his desperate call, the citizens did not hesitate, roaring back in unison, Huaxia will prevail. The entire battle zone shook as millions of voices joined the chorus, chanting, Huaxia will prevail. Huaxia will prevail. Even Zisheng's shadow spirits joined the frenzy, screaming along, Huaxia will prevail. Needless to say, the soldiers poured every ounce of their strength into shouting, Huaxia will prevail. Empowered by this overwhelming wave of strength from the crowd, Zisheng finally had his chance to turn the tables. Aiming his sword at the sky, he triggered his absorption forbidden spell. Just as the mutated bat lunged at him, it unleashed a devastating sonic shockwave, a highly focused directional blast. But Zisheng stood his ground, summoning a massive red dragon phantom that soared into the sky as his spell reached a staggering target of 1 billion accumulated sound waves. The mutated bat countered with another blast of raw energy, screaming, directional sound wave. The two devastating attacks clashed head-on like moths to a flame, closing the distance rapidly. As they collided, the red dragon opened its massive jaws, spewing blazing crimson sparks, roaring, Huaxia will prevail. This powerful sound wave finally took effect, scaring the mute. Its body went limp as the red dragon coiled tightly around it, leaving no room for escape. Seizing the perfect opening, Zisheng roared, listen to the dragon's roar of Huaxia. Repent for your arrogance towards humanity. With that, the dragon opened its massive mouth and roared directly into the beast's ears. The deafening noise scrambled its brain, and before long, the creature could no longer bear it. Its body shattered completely, disintegrating into dark ash. At long last, the crisis was over, and Zisheng let out a heavy sigh of relief while staring up at the sky. He had to act fast and head back to the Void Gate to prevent the Sonic Bat Legion from warping through. If another S-Class abnormal shows up here, make sure to notify me immediately. Commander Wang agreed. Turning to the unconscious Chutian, Zisheng asked softly, Chutian, are you okay? Can you still teleport us back to Anlak? Hearing his voice, the girl barely regained consciousness, weakly pointing her trembling arm toward the newly opened portal beside them but she passed out immediately after, her limits fully reached. Zisheng shook her, shouting, Chutian. With absolutely no time left to waste talking, he scooped her up and charged straight through the portal, knowing he had to get her medical treatment immediately. Meanwhile, outside the Void Gate, Chu Xinghe was unleashing his signature moves, absolutely decimating the oncoming mutant swarm. With his killing domain active, Su Chang'e was also busy, unleashing continuous slashes on the A-class monsters. He grumbled that only a few useless turtles remained, and they were too pathetic to eat. Nearby, Lan Chengkong summoned a massive water vortex, sweeping away everything in its path. Humph. You guys got the best of me last time, but I am not that weakling anymore. The Sui Sui siblings worked in perfect coordination, summoning thick vines that tightly bound the mutant serpents and kept them completely locked down. Heavenly breath raging blue prison. Constrict. After a while, the team finally wiped out the entire alien horde. Panting heavily, they breathed a sigh of relief, joking that all this intense fighting had only made them hungry again. Suddenly remembering something important, Chu Xinghe asked anxiously, I wonder how Nan Zisheng is doing over there. Lan Chengkong replied, no news is good news. Su Chang'e chimed in, yeah, that is right. But just as they spoke, another massive portal suddenly tore open in the sky. Chu Xinghe looked up and muttered, so the Void Gate only sends one wave of A-class monsters and then stops? Could the timing and creature types be? Could there be a pattern here? Su Chang'e smirks, noting that his buddy might have just stumbled onto something incredibly interesting. He quickly orders Su Lang to track the exact arrival times of the invading monsters, along with their respective power levels. Hearing the command, Su Lang responds immediately from the other side with a brief, clear, okay. But before anyone can even process what is actually happening, a bizarre, Creepy, greenish, black mist suddenly begins pouring down directly from the top of the massive portal. The dark energy spreads with terrifying speed, leaving Su Changjae completely pale as he screams in sheer panic. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, in a much calmer sanctuary, Zisheng has finally brought Chu Tian back to safety. Watching from inside the room, Chen Lianyi gasps in shock, realizing Chu Tian is badly hurt, and urgently tells him to lay her down on the bed. She rushes to grab her newly formulated healing medicine, her anxiety spiking as she notices how incredibly pale the young girl's face has become. With wide, focused eyes, she doesn't hesitate for a single second, immediately pouring the healing potion straight into the girl's mouth. This mild medicine needs some time to work before she wakes up. Unfortunately, her internal injuries are so severe that even after waking, she won't be able to use her special powers anytime soon. Right then, a panicked Su Leng reports that a brand new S-class monster has emerged from the void portal, with completely unknown abilities. Zisheng hears this and instantly replies that he is heading over, but she cuts him off, explaining that Chu Xing wanted him to trust that the team can handle this on their own. If they fail to overcome this hurdle, they simply aren't worthy of being his comrades anymore, especially since their captain has far more critical missions to handle. Anxiously, Su Leng drops a bombshell, reporting that America has just been completely destroyed. Millions of rebel espers are currently following the S-class Sky Terror, marching straight toward defensive line number 5. They are expected to arrive in 5 hours, leaving Zisheng completely stressed by this overwhelming news. He sits beside the bed, staring quietly at Chu Tian, who still remains unconscious. After the battle with the Soundwave Bat King, his reserve of origin stones is almost completely depleted. Without these stones to power his array, summoning zombies or taming beasts is impossible, leaving him with only Asura as an option. It is simply too weak. With Great Xia running extremely low on these stones, his only option is to harvest more beyond the borders. But without a teleportation spell, accomplishing this task quickly seems almost impossible. Overhearing their conversation, Xiaonan rushes into the room clutching a small vial, claiming he developed a special drug last night that can temporarily trigger a massive burst of. However, Chen Lianyi instantly objects, warning that this formula is dangerous because it essentially drains one's own life force. While it might work as a last resort for someone who isn't hurt, taking it in her fragile condition would cause permanent, irreversible damage. Zisheng agrees, refusing to take such a reckless gamble on a fragile 9-year-old child. His only option now is to summon Falcon to fly over first, taking things one step at a time. Disappointed, Xiaonan puts the vial away, apologizing and promising to brainstorm a safer alternative. Just then, Chu Tian struggles to sit up in bed, her body trembling as she volunteers herself. Visibly shocked, Zisheng anxiously asks if she is finally awake. However, he refuses to let her risk her life, gently coaxing her to rest and telling her that everything she heard was just a bad dream. Cutting him off, the girl quietly says that Brother Nan wouldn't lie. She adds that she is no longer a simple child, easily comforted by sweet words. Seeing Chu Tian grow increasingly pale, Zisheng calls out her name, his worry reaching a boiling point. He strictly orders her not to act recklessly, but she merely forces a weak smile and asks Brother Nan if he forgot. She reminds him of how she stubbornly played mute, just to follow him. As she speaks, Chu Tian telekinetically pulls the pill over, saying she has always been a stubborn child, so why stop now? She tells Brother Nan that, deep down, he knows this is simply the reality of war. Before he can even think to stop her, Chu Tian tosses the pill straight down her throat. Immediately, her tiny body reacts violently, arching completely off the mattress, while she unleashes a truly agonizing, bone chill. Her eyes roll back, leaving her completely lifeless with her mouth wide open, forcing a terrified Zisheng to scream her name. But suddenly, Chu Tian places her hand firmly over his face, silencing him before he can utter another word. With that, she leaps off the bed, looking perfectly healthy, as if nothing had ever happened, cheerfully declaring to Brother Nan that she is full of energy again. She tells Brother Nan that she has never felt this incredibly powerful in her entire life. Insisting that wasting this power would be a shame, she urges them to set off. While a concerned Zisheng asks if she is truly okay, she replied that it was easy, and that she could even teleport him off Blue Star entirely, not just to another country. Upon hearing those words, he turned his gaze toward Xiaonan. He asked Xiaonan if she had more of that medicine and to prepare some, and she agreed to get it. Chen Lianyi chimed in, telling them to bring plenty of healing medicine if they were absolutely set on going. That way, they could at least minimize the side effects. And he quickly agreed. Before anyone could even think about leaving the house, Zhang Yuan walked in carrying 2 bowls of fresh, warm porridge, insisting that they finish eating before setting off. Accepting the warm bowls from her, they both felt incredibly grateful and polished off the porridge in one big gulp. They thanked her, and she replied that it was no trouble. Meanwhile, over at the Void Gate, Su Changji's group was still facing down a colossal, hideous monster. Chu Xing declared that since they couldn't just let Nan Zi outshine them and take all the credit, Su Changji confidently replied that it was no problem at all. He noted that since its appearance, the creature had only expanded without showing its true strength, so he decided to use guilt sense to probe it. With those words, he unleashed a swarm of shadow puppets that charged straight ahead. He ordered all of his shadow puppets to rise up. Without a single moment of hesitation, the entire horde of shadow puppets lunged forward to tear the bizarre monster to shreds. However, before the puppets could even make contact, their entire physical bodies were completely corroded by the toxic monster, leaving behind nothing but bare bones. Was this damn thing made of pure acid? The puppets shriveled up more and more by the second, turning into lifeless, hollow husks. He couldn't believe that even his high-grade puppets were being corroded so easily. Seeing that the situation was getting extremely dangerous, Chu Xing quickly sliced through Su Changji's control threads and spoke up, warning him of the danger. Chu Xinghe cut them loose, prompting Su Changge to apologize for being momentarily distracted. Since they were dealing with acid, they had to find a way to stop it from spreading first. Su Changge turned to Lan Changkong and pointed out that with such extreme corrosion, neither swords nor their wooden allies' constructs stood any chance of containing it. He urged old Lan to try his water element power, making Lan Changkong ask in confusion if he was referring to him. With absolutely no time left to chat, everyone urged him to act immediately, prompting Lan Changkong to quickly unleash his ultimate technique, Boundless Ocean, Water Cube. In the blink of an eye, the giant creature's entire body was completely frozen solid inside a massive block of ice by Lan Changkong's surging water. But before anyone could celebrate, the terrifying monster began melting through the thick layer of ice at an alarming speed. What is this thing? The giant acidic mass began collapsing downward, rapidly rushing toward the group standing below at a dizzying speed. Facing this extreme danger, the Sui siblings conjured a massive protective barrier right in front of them, expanding their root shield thickness to 10 meters, then 50 meters, and finally 100 meters. Yet, tiny cracks quickly began splintering across the shield, as powerful impacts triggered a series of loud explosions. With the siblings shouting that the shield would not hold for long, Chu Xinghe kept reinforcing it while looking back to quickly analyze the battlefield. Even though Lan Changkong's water cube was taking heavy corrosion damage, it had not vanished yet and was successfully holding back the acid spread. Now they just needed to find a way to attack and locate its weak spot. Since water could successfully contain its movement, they wondered if fire would work, but someone pointed out they had no fire users among them. Hearing this, Qin Yishi suggested that they could quickly create highly flammable plants, meaning they would only need a single spark to set it ablaze. Chu Xinghe immediately chimed in, proposing that his sword energy could generate the sparks, so they should work together. Without losing another single second, the two of them coordinated their actions flawlessly and charged forward into battle with incredible speed. Standing atop the giant vines, Chu Xing quickly gathered his sword energy and shouted as he unleashed a crushing strike. As soon as he spoke, a bright spark flashed and ignited the vine roots, piercing through the monster's core. But this fiery combo still did absolutely nothing to slow it down. The creature's body slowly split apart, prompting the shocked group to wonder if it could actually regenerate by splitting. Before Chu Xinghe could even react to the split, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, sending him flying backward through the air with intense force. Looking up, he realized that fragments of the monster's shattered body were flying toward him, closing in faster with each passing second. In that critical moment, Su Changji fortunately managed to wrap his threads around Chu Xinghe's body, pulling him back to safety just in time as danger loomed. Lan Changkong summoned a protective water barrier to block the incoming attacks, checking to see if Chu Xing was all right. Chu Xinghe reassured them he was fine, but Qin Yishi and Sui Sui were reaching their absolute limits, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion. Their barrier repair speed was falling far behind the rapid corrosion, leaving the shield on the verge of being completely dissolved. Chu Xinghe urgently turned to Lan Changkong and asked if he could control the falling black rain. He replies that he cannot control them because they are essentially splitting entities, not water. Only the currently corroded water parts remain under his control. Hearing this, he suggests that fire attacks could detonate the monster to delay its regeneration, but they can only strike from a distance. If they can pierce the corrosion, locate the inner core, and ignite it, they might just turn the tide and win. Ka rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering how to penetrate it. Using a space bubble left behind by So Tin Ha, Nam Tu-san launches another highly dangerous plan by wrapping her entire body in the teleportation sphere and charging directly at the giant monster. She wonders if this space bubble will actually be able to penetrate the creature. Realizing her life is on the line, she decides to just go for it. After a tense moment of teleporting, Nam Tu-san finally manages to infiltrate the monster's massive body. She is inside, confirming that the protective space bubble held up perfectly. Hearing her voice, everyone gasps in pure relief. However, noticing that So Tin Ha is badly wounded, Nam Tu-san immediately offers to use her healing powers on him first. He interrupts her, stating that they must hurry as their shield is failing. He asks her to test if her holy light can resist the corrosion. Without hesitation, she raises her palm and summons her holy light shield. Amazingly, the glowing barrier manages to block the terrifying strikes of the abnormal monster. It seems to hold for now, but she warns it won't last long. To make matters worse, with her current energy limits, she can only cast the large-scale holy light twice. So Tin Ha tells her a single moment is enough. He instructs her to deploy the holy barrier first to protect their wood attribute allies. Nodding instantly, Nam Tu-san expands the glowing barrier to shield them all under its divine protective light. So Tin Ha quickly lays out their next strategy. He will charge ahead to slash the beast open and expose its core. Meanwhile, Ka and his giant puppet must wrap and slam the explosive seeds directly into the center. The team confidently replies, "Understood." Wasting no more time, Nam Tu-san and So Tin Ha enter the space sphere and rocket into the sky. He tells her to stay calm and simply sync her movements with his slashing sword energy. She agrees. When the moment strikes, they raise their hands, unleashing their combined thousand-sword domain and holy light. The moment they strike, a blazing golden light illuminates the giant creature, forcing it to open its mouth and roar in pure agony. Its distorted body writhes in pain as dozens of eyes snap open, frantically searching for the source of danger. Scanning the beast closely, they finally spot its fatal weakness and cry out that they found the core. Suddenly, Nam Tu-san feels intensely dizzy, causing a worried So Tin Ha to call her name. She assures him she is just exhausted and urges him not to worry about her. Nodding, he looks down and shouts to Ka to hurry before the beast regenerates itself. Fully prepared, Ka summons a massive wave of ghost puppets and commands them to attack. He calls on the wood attribute allies to release their explosive Bodhi seeds, and they immediately comply. Once loaded up, the ghost puppets charge forward in unison, heading straight for the monster's inner core. Even as the acid melts their physical bodies, reducing them to bare bone, their skeletal arms still desperately reach for the glowing core. Finally reaching the target, the explosive seeds fall in. They scream to So Tin Ha to detonate them. On command, So Tin Ha fires a massive blast of fire, causing energy and sword chi to clash violently. A massive explosion instantly rips through the area, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Caught completely off guard by the blast, the giant monster's body is blown into a million tiny fragments. As its disintegrating flesh burns everything below, So Tin Ha urgently yells at them to move. He orders everyone into the space bubble as the entire water cube is about to detonate. The moment they escape inside, the water cube explodes, violently throwing their protective bubble around. Nam Tu-san opens her eyes wide, jokingly asking how long they have gone without bathing. Chu Xing shyly explains that his family upbringing has always been strictly clean, even inviting her to take a sniff. Turning around, Lan Changkong snaps in anger as he sees Su Chang'e shoving his nose close to sniff him. He demands to know what Su Chang'e is doing, yelling that he only looks like he was hit. He is not the real victim, so why is everyone staring? As a water prodigy from the East Sea, there is no way it is him. But Sui Sui suddenly confesses that she might be the one. She explains that since she was told soil is precious, she could not bear to wash the mud off her body. Chen Yingxi offers a forced smile, telling his silly sister there is no need to go that far, making Su Chang'e laugh. He bursts out laughing at the dense siblings, but Chu Xinghe interrupts, pointing out they are safe and should stop crowding. Without a single second of hesitation, Nan Zisheng shatters the barrier sphere and frees everyone. Agreeing that her entire body has gone numb, she walks over to sniff Sui Sui, finding a different earthy scent than the one earlier. She smiles awkwardly, relieved that she might not have to take a bath. Suddenly, Qin Yingxi ruins the moment, telling his sweet sister that is not what they meant. To clear things up, Nan Zisheng approaches Su Chang'e and Lan Changkong to give them a sniff. One boasts his fragrance is heavenly, while the other begs her to back off to protect his innocence. She cuts them off, declaring it is neither of them. Just as Chu Xinghe steps up to speak, he quotes the classic rule about eliminating the impossible, then asks the lady doctor if she has any healing power left. Nan Zisheng asks with deep worry if it hurts, but he smiles and says he was only teasing. Just as the romantic tension builds, Su Chengge ruins the moment by asking how he could not be in pain. He dramatically claims the pain is fatal, prompting a deeply embarrassed Chu Xing to tell him to shut up. With the danger cleared, everyone takes a deep sigh of relief and gets back to work, willing to stay quiet for his friend's romance. He offers to take the night watch so the others can recover. Lan Changkong joins in, admitting that while he cannot stand him, he still has enough strength to keep him company. He praises his loyal friend while throwing major shade at those who choose romance over friendship. Meanwhile, down in freezing Antarctica, everything is ice. Penguin carcasses litter the frozen ground, and Chu Tian sadly notes, this is her first time seeing them like this. Standing right beside her, Zisheng promises to summon all their souls to keep her company once they win. He assures her that both he and the penguins will be there. The little girl gently strokes the penguins and softly nods in agreement. Moving deeper into the ice, they finally discover a pile of glowing crystals, which happens to be the very last origin ore of the blue star. Securing this final batch could very well guarantee their ultimate victory in this brutal war. Wasting no more time, Zisheng quickly sweeps all of the precious mineral crystals into his spatial dimension. With billions of origin stones safely secured, he looks out over the wasteland and speaks. He commands the fallen warriors of Antarctica to awaken from their deep slumber. He orders them to reinforce Huaxia's 5th defense line and fight for humanity and the blue star once more. Touching his hand to the icy ground, countless heroic spirits rise up, soaring majestically into the dark sky. Watching this incredible sight, Chu Tian asks. She wonders why on their journey, he summoned spirits from all the fallen nations, yet chose to leave Great Xia's heroes in peace. He quietly replies, admitting his own selfishness. Gently patting her head, he explains his deep desire to protect Huaxia. He hopes that after this war, humanity will never face civil war, racial conflicts, or global struggles. He envisions a world where people live in peace, prompting Chu Tian to call him a true idealist. His dream is incredibly difficult, yet it is beautiful, and she hopes to see it, wondering if she will have penguin friends. Zisheng looks ahead and confidently promises that she will. It is finally time for them to confront the Void Terror. A massive portal opens up, revealing a terrifying, 6-eyed giant scorpion looming on the other side. Stepping through the portal, Zisheng prepares himself to face both the monstrous beast and a massive army. As the island hovered in the sky, Zisheng spoke up. You guys seriously picked the perfect spot. It is spacious, with excellent feng shui, absolutely perfect for a burial. Hearing this, the monstrous scorpion asked, are you truly the legendary Mr. Nan Zisheng? I am Void Ripper, a long-time admirer. Zisheng calmly replied, you know, your opening words have actually managed to surprise me. Not only is your blue star speech flawless, but you are the most polite alien I have met. Unlike the others, they either cannot communicate at all, or they just scream about bugs before starting to kill. Even the succubus does not compare to you. The creature explained that she previously captured millions of Buddhas using illusions is something I fully but I could never figure out what happened on your side until I finally met you today. He smiled and replied, you flatter me too much. After overhearing the strange conversation happening down below, the people hovering above finally spoke up. Now that you understand, why do you not just surrender quietly instead of putting up this meaningless resistance? For the future of Blue Star, America, as the highest and most influential nation on this planet, will make the best choice on behalf of. He was the American captain, John. As he spoke, his followers clenched their fists and cheered. Only a great America can make Blue Star glorious once again. Long live America. Long live America. Witnessing this incredibly shameless display, Chu Tian spat onto the ground and muttered in absolute disgust, that is completely revolt. Zisheng burst out laughing. Haha, you have already surrendered, yet you still put on such a show. What a waste of talent not winning an Oscar. Hearing this, John, who was laughing, suddenly froze. With a murderous gaze, he barked, you will not surrender, and you dare to laugh? Let my hammer smash your face to pieces. Before they clashed, the monstrous scorpion reminded John, if you want to fight, just fight. What is the point of all these useless words? In this battle, I need to see your worth. If you lose, it simply proves that you are all completely useless. Raising his hand, he replied, understood, Commander. To avoid wasting any more time, He charged straight at Zisheng with his lightning-infused hammer, roaring out, "Prepare to die." Still standing there calmly, he asked, "Are you really the only one fighting? And just at the ancient god tier? You are not even worth my time. Why do you not all come at me together?" Hearing Zisheng's provocative words, John grew even more furious, unleashing an incredibly violent strike straight toward the ground. Fortunately, Chu Tian and Zisheng soared upward, barely dodging the thunder god's hammer. The corners of his mouth curved up. "With only this much energy, you dare to call yourself a thunder god?" Suddenly, John summoned a massive beast's phantom projection that lunged forward with wide jaws, shouting, "Save your breath, thunder god dragon." Zisheng simply asked, "Speaking of dragons, have you ever actually witnessed a dragon from my dragon Xia?" So, he decided to open his opponent's eyes. Pointing his sword straight toward the sky, he conjured brilliant streaks of golden lightning. "In today's battle, I will truly open your eyes." Lightning element forbidden spell, stack up. As his words fell, a massive golden dragon phantom with glowing eyes materialized in the sky, easily twice the size of that thunder dragon. With just a single bite, the opponent's thunder dragon was completely obliterated, vanishing into thin air. John shrieked, "My thunder dragon!" He dropped back to the ground, still entirely unable to believe the sight before him. "This is impossible." Before he could even finish his sentence, a barrage of golden lightning bolts violently shot toward where he stood. Lightning shield. But John's shield stood absolutely no chance against the overwhelming lightning. He was violently thrown backward, letting out a desperate scream. "No, this cannot be." In an instant, he was roasted crisp, leaving only a charred skeleton collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this sudden turn, highly satisfied, Chu Tian chimed in, "Is this some kind of delusion of grandeur? By the way, does that letter B on his head stand for business or greatness? You know, back in Dragon Xia, that letter is not a very nice word." The alien scorpion glared coldly at the remaining crowd and demanded, "Your captain is dead," proving his own complete uselessness. "What about the rest of you? I do not mind personally cleaning up those who are worthless." Hearing those threatening words, the entire crowd stood completely frozen, not dare to make a single sound. After hesitating for a moment, the bearded man finally makes his move, charging straight at Zisheng with everything he has. He barks orders to the others, calling out for the great warriors to follow him and avenge their fallen Earth captain. A forbidden spell to kill. Avenge the captain. Meet Johnny, the ruthless American vice captain. Faced with this massive assault, Zisheng shows absolutely zero fear. Instead, he looks amused as a vibrant green energy starts swirling around him. He chuckles, thinking this tough guy really will not back down until he is dead. Still, he respects the courage. Besides, they are all destined to become his soldiers anyway. Today is just the perfect chance to test out his latest technique. Without a single second of hesitation, he unleashes a massive tornado directly toward the charging crowd. Wind element forbidden spell. Stacking wind blades. Sound element forbidden spell. Overlapping sonic waves. Enduring endless slashes as the tornado tears through them. The American soldiers are left battered and screaming in agony. No matter how hard they resist, the brutal sound waves pierce their ears until they bleed, shaking the 8 desolations. Desperate to survive, Johnny clenches his fists, bracing himself as he roars, "Earth shield!" With his shout, a massive stone dome erupts to shield them, which actually catches Zisheng slightly off guard. He scoffs, admitting the shield is decent, but asks if burying themselves alive like this is a bit too cruel. Maybe he should help them rest in peace. Granting their silent wish, he summons the giant spectral form of an earth dragon. Earth dragon technique. The beast crashes violently into the ground, shattering their solid defense and channeling the sonic energy. A massive explosion tears through the battlefield, sending Johnny flying through the air while screaming in agony. Gasping in denial, he cannot believe his eyes, demanding to know how Zisheng could possibly possess such insane power. Staring down at Johnny as he lies defeated next to his dead comrades, Zisheng slowly walks over to respond. You want to be great again? It is simple." With that, he kneels to touch the soil, igniting a massive undead summoning array and commanding them all to rise. Fight for Blue Star and Huaxia. Now, go and reinforce Huaxia's 5th defensive line immediately. One by one, they rise as glowing wraiths, their eyes burning with energy as they chant to reinforce the defense line for Blue Star. Fight for Blue Star. Watching this undead army march away alongside his disciples, the alien scorpion remains totally unfazed, calmly remarking that Mr. Nan Zisheng is indeed a highly— But unfortunately, knowing Zisheng would rather die than surrender, A brutal showdown between them is now completely unavoidable. Wasting no more time, Zisheng grips his sword and charges forward at lightning speed. He admits this creature is easily the smartest beast he has encountered so far, putting even the succubus to shame. He actually respects that intelligence. But as he speaks, he summons a massive wall of wraiths to block the path ahead. But an enemy is still an enemy. Purgatory sword slash. As those devastating strikes fly closer, the alien scorpion calmly surrounds its body with a thick golden aura, replying that it still wants. How about we make a little wager? The second the wraiths touch that glowing barrier, they vaporize into nothingness. The beast proposes a simple bet. If it wins, Zisheng serves it. But if Zisheng wins, the beast serves him. Hearing this wild offer, Zisheng merely smirks, admitting that the wager sounds highly entertaining. But if the beast wins, Zisheng dies. And if Zisheng wins, he will only spare it if it proves its worth. Without missing a beat, he unleashes another massive strike, conjuring a colossal, raging vortex known as the reverse tornado. Yet even this towering cyclone fails to pierce the scorpion's absolute defense, getting easily dissipated into harmless gusts of wind. Sparks of blazing fire begin to wrap around its sharp tail as it accepts his terms. With a sudden whip of its tail, the alien scorpion unleashes a barrage of blazing red fireballs directly at Zisheng. Facing the incoming onslaught head-on, he refuses to back down. Swiping his hand to form a glowing seal in the air, he roars, "Ice barrier, 50 times multiplier." The devastating explosion rips through the entire battlefield, completely tearing apart the solid rock below. As thick smoke blankets the area, a towering shield created by Zisheng stands tall, completely blocking the blast. Refusing to let up, the alien scorpion continues its relentless assault, causing explosion after explosion. Realizing its current attacks are useless, the beast prepares to unleash an even stronger technique. It conjures a massive fireball, easily twice the size of the previous ones, before hurling it forward at absolutely blinding speed. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Zisheng quickly raised his hands to further strengthen his massive formation. He boosted the frost array 100-fold. Instantly, a massive, terrifying explosion shook the area, but his protective shield remained completely intact, without a single scratch on it. Seeing this, the alien scorpion spoke up, mocking him that a petty little array like this wouldn't be enough to hold out against his power. Skyfire meteors. Once again, a massive barrage of blazing red fireballs materialized, hurtling toward the ground at an absolute breakneck speed. Zisheng's eyes snapped open as he gritted his teeth, fiercely cutting the beast off. Charging directly into the center of the falling meteors, Zisheng declared that he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate, untested move. A brilliant, blazing red aura erupted, completely wrapping around his entire body. He roared to stack the forbidden curse. Without a single second of hesitation, Zisheng unleashed the astral origin. As the words left his lips, the massive meteors suddenly froze mid-air and turned around. The falling meteors stopped targeting Zisheng, reversing their path and flying straight back into the heavens. Star shifting. Within seconds, every single rock vanished into outer space, leaving nothing behind. He yelled for them to get far away from Blue Star and return to the deep cosmos. Staring in utter disbelief, the alien scorpion cried out, unable to comprehend how a mere human could actually control the stars. Was this forbidden technique kept hidden just to protect Blue Star? Charging forward, Zisheng countered, yelling that Lai Kong's tornado and blazing lava meteors were completely useless against him. He challenged the beast to bring out every single trick it had left. With that, Zisheng unleashed a devastating sword strike directly onto its massive body, calling out, "Asura Dragon Slayer." But before Zisheng could even react, the scorpion's massive tail whipped forward, blasting him backward. The beast hissed, admitting it truly didn't want to fight him. Relying on his incredible agility, Zisheng slammed his feet hard into the ground to instantly halt his backward momentum. He asked if the creature was planning to kneel down and surrender anytime soon, so he suggested they save the chatter until after the battle. Wasting no time, he summoned his energy, transforming into the phantom of a colossal, blazing fire dragon. Stack the forbidden curse, molten rock dragon. Zisheng commanded his massive lava beast to charge straight at the alien scorpion, roaring for the kill. Facing the massive threat, the alien scorpion raised its heavy tail to block the blow, shouting that their power levels were evenly matched, and the final outcome was just as the beast predicted. Neither side suffered any damage at all, locked in a tense, equal stalemate. Then, seizing a moment when the monster's guard was down, Zisheng suddenly materialized right above the beast's head, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to execute another devastating attack, the Asura Underworld Slash. But before he could land the blow, the ground suddenly shattered into countless pieces, forcing Zisheng to leap high into the air to avoid the blast. No way. He quickly wondered if the scorpion was using some sort of earthquake ability. But in that split second, Zisheng noticed something highly unusual about the beast. Its reaction seemed incredibly rushed when protecting its back. Furthermore, its massive tail usually moved across the upper, yet now, that tail was completely bound by his lava dragon, meaning its absolute fatal weak point had to be its back. Realizing this, Zisheng dropped back down to the ground, whispering that finding its weakness meant victory was near. Stack the forbidden curse. As he plunged his sword into the ground, a mysterious purple light erupted. Earth element, myriad earth return. But he wasn't finished. With eyes glowing blood red, Zisheng bellowed out his next move. Lightning element. Instantly, thick dark clouds rolled in, crackling with violent, blinding lightning strikes. Myriad heavenly thunder tribulation. Countless lightning bolts shot down in unison, striking directly at the alien scorpion's back with terrifying, blinding speed. Right at that critical moment, the terrified alien scorpion suddenly screamed out, telling him to stop. It declared its surrender, promising to serve him faithfully for the rest of its life. A bit surprised by this sudden surrender, Zisheng questioned how he could possibly trust a cunning alien creature like it, especially given its intelligence. He demanded to know exactly how the creature planned to prove its true worth and loyalty to him from now on. While speaking, he carefully held the crackling lightning bolts in place, hovering dangerously close to the scorpion's back. Giving a cold, warning glare, Zisheng told the beast to remember that if its answer failed to satisfy him, the thunder tribulation would strike instantly. The terrified scorpion quickly replied, assuring Mr. Nan that it fully understood. Although proving its loyalty would be incredibly difficult, it begged him to take a gamble and release his lava dragon first. It explained it needed its tail to provide proof, swearing that this absolutely wasn't a trick. With no other choice, he waited to see what the scorpion would do next. Zisheng decided to drop the wager. Even if this was all a trap, it did not matter. After all, even if they fought again, this creature stood zero chance of beating him. The beast continued, thanking Zisheng for his calm wisdom. Right after saying that, the giant scorpion reached its stinger tail into its back and pulled out a small sack. "This, sir, is my greatest weakness," the creature said. Looking at the round, squirming shapes wriggling inside the sack, Zisheng frowned and asked what it was. The scorpion replied that these were its own offspring, the final seeds to ensure the survival of their Scorpio civilization. To prove its ultimate loyalty, the beast begged him to take the precious sack and keep it safe. Zisheng smirked, asking if it really wanted him to guard them. The beast nodded instantly, but before the alien beast could even react, Zisheng unleashed a sudden, powerful slash straight toward the precious egg sack. Fortunately, the beast pulled it back just in time. Zisheng cold-eyed it, asking how he could trust those weren't weapons. Aiming his weapon at the pouch again, Zisheng demanded to know if this was just a trick to make him breed a future invasion force. Desperate to save its defenseless offspring, the alien scorpion threw its giant claw forward to block the deadly strike. The heavy blade sliced clean through, splitting the thick armor in two as dark blood sprayed across the ground. Yet, the giant beast stood perfectly still, turning its gaze back to Zisheng without a sound. "I dropped my defensive armor so you could strike freely," the beast said. "Can you finally trust me now?" Zisheng stared back, admitting he believed half of it, but demanded to know its true motive. The alien beast began to explain, revealing that its home world was just like Earth, completely invaded and wiped out. Deep down, the creature considered itself a rebel, just like him. Looking at Zisheng was like looking at its past self. Hearing this, Zisheng burst out laughing. An invader calling themselves a rebel? That was certainly a brand new excuse. Would they say anything just to survive? The beast explained that he only found this hard to believe because he did not understand the dark truth behind the cosmic invasion. The truth behind the endless alien invasion? What kind of truth could there be? The scorpion revealed that everything happening was just a game played by a supreme cosmic civilization known as the deities. These countless alien races were actually just enslaved survivors, forced off their home planets by the deities to fight. As for Earth, it was merely the grand battlefield selected by those cosmic masters for their game. The brutal war humanity faced was nothing more than a simple cleanup phase before the true clash began. It asked Zisheng if he now understood why so many mindless alien beasts, which humans called bugs, existed here. Stunned by these shocking revelations, Zisheng frowned and asked a lingering question. In the eyes of those cosmic deities, are humans not even qualified to play? Are we just simple pests that need to be cleared away before the main event? Without holding back, the beast confirmed his suspicions. That was exactly it. This prompted Zisheng to demand the full story of how its own race and homeworld. The beast slowly recalled the peaceful days when its Scorpio clan thrived on their home planet, N68. They ruled that world, surviving thousands of years of evolution, brutal civil wars, and external conflicts to grow. Eventually, they built a highly advanced, peaceful, and compassionate civilization. But that golden age did not last long, ending abruptly when the terrifying cosmic deity landed on their world. The god ordered them to join the deadly cosmic tournament, but they proudly refused to submit. Their mighty warriors launched a massive assault against the invader. However, they soon paid a devastating price for their sheer arrogance. The god's power was on a completely different level. It was a massacre, leaving countless broken scorpion bodies scattered across the scorched earth. Comrades and loved ones perished one by one as their entire world burned to ashes. Harnessing the cosmic elements, the deity ended the war in less than half an hour of Earth time, leaving them utterly defeated. Tragically, the surviving members of the clan refused to compromise. They chose extinction over slavery, dying with their pride intact. The beast admitted it was the only traitor of the Scorpio clan. It wasn't that it lacked the will to fight, but it refused to let blind rebellion completely erase their entire existence. As the sole survivor, the beast was teleported to Earth, forced to participate in this horrific hunt for survival. Zisheng stood in silence, completely stunned by the tragic tale of cosmic destruction. An entire race wiped out in less than half an hour? Zisheng asked why the beast would choose to risk everything and trust him, especially when, right from their very first encounter, its attitude toward him had hinted at this secret. Without a single moment of hesitation, the scorpion answered, "It is because I sensed an aura, resembling the gods radiating from your body." Zisheng froze. Looking up at the beast in pure shock, he gasped, "What? How is that even possible?" The beast continued firmly. Though weak as a flickering spark, its essence shares the exact same origin. Especially when we fought, your absolute control over the elements gave it away. Cutting the beast off mid-sentence, Zisheng stared down at his own body. Before his past life demise, his 5-element talent tree had somehow reached a bizarre, unexplained success. Combined with his rebirth, could the gods be pulling the strings behind everything? If so, what is their ultimate goal? The scorpion peered down at him, adding, "Furthermore, I can sense a trace of something remarkably similar to my own race's ancient civilization on you. Rather than dying by your hand in this game, I would rather submit and gamble on you." Zisheng nodded, admitting it made perfect sense. Wasting no more time, he pressed, "All right, so tell me now, what real value do you actually bring to the table?" The scorpion replied, "First, regarding pure combat power, I can utterly crush any foreign race below S tier. I can hold my own against other S tiers. Second, I know how the void portal transfers troops and exactly how to destroy it." Without wasting any more time hesitating, Zisheng decided to give the creature a chance. "Fair enough, but I have a strict condition. From this moment on, you must obey my every command until, if your gamble pays off and we win, I will release you to your home planet to rebuild your civilization." Relieved by his agreement, the giant scorpion bowed its head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." With business settled, Zisheng turned his head back and called out to his companion, "Chudian, it is time to go." The girl stepped out and responded, "Coming." But when she saw the scorpion still breathing, she blinked in confusion. "Wait, how is that thing still alive? And what is with that weird bowing pose?" Zisheng smiled. "Meet Lao Lai, our newest recruit. He will be joining our squad from now on." Chutian scratched her head, completely bewildered. "Wait, what?" he added. "Let's warp back to the Void Gate battlefield first. I will explain everything on the way." A massive teleportation portal tore open in the sky above, expanding just wide enough for the giant scorpion to squeeze through. But before they could all make their move, the portal suddenly flickered, destabilized, and completely vanished into thin air. Chutian gasped, "It is no use. He is just too massive to warp out all at once." Hearing this, Lao Lai spoke up, "My apologies. I can actually shrink, or even assume a form similar to yours. The only downside is that I will temporarily lose all my combat capabilities." Zisheng cut him off. "Enough talk. If you can transform, do it already. We do not need you fighting right now anyway." With no other option, Lao Lai sighed and began to shift. "Very well, my lord." Within moments, a dark, glossy, humanoid figure began to take shape, showing off a surprisingly curvaceous body with deep black skin. It looked exactly like a woman's body, except for the massive scorpion tail, still twitching behind its back. In the blink of an eye, a horrifying, cursed hybrid emerged a shapely female body topped with a rugged man's face. Lao Lai asked, "My lord, does this suffice?" Seeing this horrifying monstrosity, Chu Tian's blood instantly boiled, her knuckles cracking with a sudden, overwhelming urge to beat someone up. Zisheng was equally traumatized, his face completely darkening as he clutched his head. Zisheng quickly stepped in, pleading, "Lao Lai, just go with a normal male look that fits Blue Star standards. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee we won't physically assault you." Terrified, Lao Li hurriedly took a deep breath, shifting his form until a buff, muscular male physique finally materialized, except the scorpion tail was now awkwardly pointing forward instead of staying on his back. The scorpion asked expectantly, "My lord, how about now?" Staring at this brand new disaster, Chu Tian and Zisheng stood completely frozen, their eyes losing all signs of life. They snapped, launching themselves forward to beat the creature into oblivion. "Are you blind? What kind of twisted logic makes you put that tail in the front?" One severe beating later, Lao Lai finally managed to get the human look right. "My deepest apologies, lord. I clearly still have much to learn." Zisheng breathed a sigh of relief. "Whew. Thank goodness. That looks infinitely better." Chu Tian tossed him a large cloth to cover up. "Wrap this around your waist quickly, and do not embarrass us out there." He bowed. "Much obliged, young miss." Meanwhile, back at the Void Gate battlefield, Su Changje and Lan Changkong stood guard, keeping their eyes glued to the sky above. Still, they could not help but wonder why the portal had been quiet for hours. It seemed Chu Xinghe was right. The alien invasions likely followed a specific pattern. Suddenly, a fresh warp gate materialized nearby, and Lao Li stepped out to make his entrance. "That is right, there is a pattern." Seeing it, Su Change and his ally immediately raised their guard. They stood on high alert, calling out, "Who goes there? That does not look human." But walking right behind Old Lai were Zisheng and Chu Tian. "Meet the new teammate, an S-class Void Ripper. Everyone can just call him Old Lai." Both cried out in shock. "What?" Old Lai pointed up to the sky and explained, "The Void Portal only activates and opens up at sunrise. Right now, the large-scale invasions are still limited to A-class beasts and below. As for S-class monsters, only a few arrive at noon. So there is no need to guard this place tonight." Zisheng crossed his arms, asking, "How do we shut that Void Portal down?" He replied, "Deep inside the Void Portal, every single race has its own specific path, transit space, and core teleportation hub. We must cross into the transit space, wipe out the beasts, and destroy that core hub. That is the only way to stop the next wave." Startled, he asked, "Wait, once we destroy it, can they not just rebuild it?" Old Lai replied, "Sure, they can rebuild. But the system rules do not allow that." He explained, "A destroyed hub means game over for that race. The gods themselves will step in to wipe them out." Taking all of Old Lai's words in, Lan Changkong wondered, just what kind of existence is this God Emperor? Can we really win? Zisheng replied, "We will just have to take it one step at a time." But Su Chang did not care about any of that, running over to throw his arms around them. "Forget that garbage God Emperor. Did Old Lai not just say the next wave of monsters will not arrive until sunrise tomorrow? Which means we can finally head home, grab some food, and get some sleep." He laughed. Brother Su makes sense. Not wanting to waste time, Zisheng glanced at Chu Tian. "Let's head back first, check on the others, and bring Su Leng and Zhao Care." The little girl smiled. Teleport. A moment later, they were finally home. The dining table was loaded with a colorful, mouth-watering, and absolutely massive feast. The more Su Change thought about it, the crazier it felt. An enemy-turned-ally is quite the twist. Zhang Yuan smiled warmly. "New friends are always welcome. Come on, everyone. Let us eat first." "Old Lai, please do not hold back. Treat this place like your own home." Hearing this, Old Lai's eyes went wide as he repeated, "Do not hold back. Like my own home." Just like that, his shyness vanished. He opened his massive jaw and literally inhaled the entire feast on the table in one go. Watching this unfold, Zisheng was utterly flabbergasted, his face frozen in disbelief with no words left to say. With food scraps still flying everywhere, the rest of the group watched in sheer horror, gritting their teeth. In the blink of an eye, Old Lai vacuumed up the entire spread, leaving absolutely nothing behind. "Everyone, did I hold back too much? Let us do another round." Before he could even register what was happening, everyone leaped forward and beat him up. He probably does not get that being told not to hold back is just a courtesy. Haha, Chinese culture is deep and profound. He still has a whole lot to learn. After receiving a thorough thrashing, Old Lai was thrown outside, face planted on the dirt, with tears streaming down his face. Shaking all over, He wondered if their cultural differences meant being too polite got a guy beaten up. If he knew, he would have just asked for 10 portions. Left with no choice, they all set up a barbecue outside. A backyard barbecue was their only option. With everyone pitching in, things got moving pretty quickly. Showing off his skill, Qin Ying waved his hand and summoned a pile of fresh eggplants and ripe vegetables. Eggplants, peppers, and chives were stacked high. Right next to him, Lan Changkong summoned water to wash everything clean. Talk about wasting a god-tier cleaning talent. Once washed, Chu Xinghe and Su Changjie immediately competed to chop everything up. Chu Xinghe, you dice, and I will slice. Zisheng was busy too, setting a fragrant roast pig over the fire, saying, I will handle grilling the pig head then. Just as he spoke, Old Lai eagerly crept back over, saying, I must perform on my best behavior this time. But the moment Zisheng saw him, he waved his hand. Old Lai, you only eat what is left after we finish. If that is not enough, you can eat your fill on the battlefield tomorrow. He still had no clue what he did wrong, but reluctantly agreed. Ah, fine, my friend. At last, piles of sizzling hot barbecue are finally served up. Zisheng hands him a skewer, declaring they are entering the Void Gate tomorrow. He asks everyone to speak their minds. First up, Old Lai, is there any problem with you handling the monsters at the teleportation gate? Old Lai gives a confident thumbs up, replying, no problem at all. He then continues to ask the other members of the group, if another S-rank monster teleports in tomorrow, who can take charge? Su Changge answers, with so many corpses outside, it is easy for me to use my skills. Plus, with Old Lai, Zisheng adds, let my sister join too for healing. Just like that, everyone shares their tasks, chatting happily. Wait, aren't you getting separated from her then? Su Cheng, you are sounding more jealous than pickled cabbage right now. It is not like she follows him everywhere. Meanwhile, Su Leng raises his hand, saying, Captain, Care and I also want to care, sitting right beside him, chimes in, that is right, now that we know the rules, we do not need scouting outposts anymore, and fighting on the battlefield might help us grow faster. Seeing their solid reasoning, Zisheng chuckles and agrees on the spot. Alright, tomorrow you two team up with Su Cheng, Chu Tian, Chu Xinghe, Old Dan, and the Mewtwo brothers will follow me into the Void Gate. Chu Xing replies, okay. Aside from these plans, I suggest everyone compile their battle experiences from the past 2 days, along with our own power levels, skills, and cooldowns, summarizing everything to trade advice on what can be improved. Instantly, the group has a new topic to discuss, with some pointing out that the Mewtwo brothers' skills are way too basic right now. I feel we can expand their skills into poison and wood elements to trigger massive explosions. Can Brother Dan's earth and water systems be developed into ice and landslide elements? I can brew acid and custom special medicines according to everyone's needs. My health regeneration potions are almost fully researched, which should help out. Plus, I am working on new. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. The next day, at the Void Gate battlefield, waves of monsters are charging out like a massive flood. Witnessing the scene, Zisheng points upward and shouts, the Void Gate is open. Everyone, get into position and prepare for battle. Chu Tian, teleport us through. Hearing the command, the girl immediately raises her hand and shouts, spatial connection, teleport. Right on cue, a glowing portal materializes. The whole squad charges through the gateway together. Follow me. Let us wipe them out. After floating through space, they finally land safely. Someone groans about feeling super dizzy, so they are told to calm down and stabilize their breathing. Once the noise quietens down, Zisheng turns to ask, is everyone doing okay? Lin Changkong replies that, judging by the look of this pathway, the monster ranks seem to be color-coded. The darker the color, the higher the level, and the deeper they are inside the passage. Without a second thought, Zisheng heads straight toward a gate, proposing to check the low-level monster passage first to see what they are dealing with. Looking around, they notice this corridor looks completely different from the outside world, probably designed to match the natural habitats of the monster tribes. Standing guard near a massive iron gate just ahead are 2 giant lizard monsters. They chatter among themselves, wondering if they will finally get to join the battlefield when this door swings open again. The other one grunts, probably not. I heard the main teleportation army from our planet is arriving tomorrow. Just as those words leave its mouth, a massive explosion blasts the gate into tiny pieces. Stepping casually through the shattered wreckage is none other than Zisheng and his elite team, completely unfazed, staring at the massive stone castle looming ahead. He remarks, this place must be their main teleportation relay hub. It is huge. The teleportation node is definitely hidden inside that stone fortress. Spotting the intruders, the lizard guards instantly lose their minds, charging forward while roaring to kill the invaders. Zisheng does not just stand there. He summons a towering tempest, unleashing his stacked forbidden spell, Wind Blades. Before the lizards can even process what is happening, they are swept into the air, screaming in agony. Moments later, Zisheng and his team trigger a colossal explosion that reduces the entire castle to a massive plume of smoke. Right after, a system notification pops up. Jingxi tribe, game over. Witnessing this, Lin Changkong's jaw drops as he stammers out. A one-shot kill? Honestly, maybe we did not even need to tag along. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I even come here? Zisheng stares closely at his status screen, which reads 98,864 billion remaining origin stones. This time, casting the forbidden spell, could it be that the rich energy inside the void gate makes origin stones completely unnecessary? Just as he thinks this, a sudden sharp pain shoots through his hand. Looking down, he realizes that something has happened to his arm, without him even noticing. Suddenly, something completely covers his arm. Wait, what is this? Staring at his arm, Zisheng wonders if this bizarre marking is the price he must pay for using his powers inside the void portal. What will the ultimate cost be? Seeing him standing there dazed and muttering, Chu Xinghe anxiously asks Zisheng if he is all right. He turns around and replies that it is nothing. Wasting no more time, he quickly urges them to keep moving. The faster they close these portals, the safer Huaxia will be. Sui nods and agrees with him. But while the others are not paying attention, Chu Xing also notices that something is highly unusual about him. He thinks to himself that Zisheng looks troubled, but since he is keeping quiet, he will just ask him later. As time ticks away, countless teleportation gates loom above them, and each member of the team chooses a portal. Chu Tian orders the team to target below S-class portals, while he handles the S-class himself. Everyone shouts in agreement. Looking around, Zisheng realizes the gate right in the center is highly likely to be the most difficult one. The dark yellow zone ahead definitely contains S-class beasts. Then, as he looks up toward the ceiling, he spots a terrifying skull insignia directly above that specific gate. Could this marking represent the succubus race? Do only S-class threats get these markings? Next to it is a bat insignia. All of these gates represent powerful S-class beast races that once devastated the battlefield. Is the Void Render symbol fading because their entire race has been wiped out? Except for Lao Lai? But there is no time to overthink. Zisheng charges straight into the succubus gate. He decides to eliminate these familiar foes first, before planning his next move. Stepping into the chaotic space, he is utterly shocked to feel lingering psychic energy. Is this a mind attribute pathway? Is this portal only a one-way street? If the gods do not unlock it, these beasts cannot escape. Yet humans can easily charge right in. Why would the gods design it like this? If it is just for amusement, why not unleash them all at once? The more he thinks, the less it makes sense. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if the gods really view human survival as mere entertainment. Beyond the gate lies a vast clearing with a massive pool, where countless shadowy figures are bathing. These are the allies of the succubus. They keep their eyes locked on the portal, chatting. Is today our scheduled teleportation day? I wonder how things went after our sister went out last time. It should be fine. The creatures out there are just inferior races. Our power and intellect are completely overwhelming. But before they can even finish speaking, the massive gate is violently kicked open. And standing right there is a very familiar figure. The monsters gasp in absolute shock, their jaws dropping as they scream, "What on earth is going on?" It is not time yet. But before they can finish, Zisheng decapitates them in a flash. Is this a counterattack from weaklings? How is this possible? Seeing their allies slaughtered, the remaining succubi immediately spring into action. Charging forward, they shout to initiate a full-scale psychic attack. Instantly, a massive vortex of water rushes straight towards Zisheng, catching him completely off guard. A coordinated group attack? Impressive. To block the oncoming massive torrent, he deploys a glowing protective barrier tightly around his body. Unbelievable. His psychic defenses are fully activated. Two succubi, twisting their bodies like waves, bark out orders. A 131 and a 132 launch the charm attack while the rest support. Instantly, two gorgeous sirens appear, rushing towards Zisheng and wrapping their arms seductively around him. Handsome, are you tired? Let your humble servants help relax your aching muscles. He wonders in surprise if this bloody mist is an aphrodisiac or just an illusion. They intensify their assault, whispering, "Come closer, Lose yourself in ecstasy. Forget about fighting, forget all your pain, and just focus on Hearing their seductive whispers, Zisheng slowly closes his eyes, murmuring that he is coming. Instead, he ruthlessly slashes forward, cleaving the succubus in half without a second thought. Like hell he is. The other siren tries to escape, but stands no chance. How badly do these monsters underestimate humanity to think such a cheap trick would actually work? Seeing their seduction fail completely, the surviving succubi gasp, realizing their intel was totally wrong and useless against him. Quickly shifting strategies, they attempt a different approach. Grotesque tentacles sprout from their heads, latching onto Zisheng to force a direct mental link. But before they can even establish the connection, he ruthlessly slices through every single tentacle. Not a chance. Brandishing his sword once again, he aggressively charges forward to finish them off. Prepare to die. He has already extracted all the crucial information he needs. Deep inside Zisheng's mind, a wicked succubus giggled mockingly, whispering that she had finally found their target. Right after that, the other monsters also transformed, taking the shapes of his close allies, Chu Tian, Su Chang'e, and even Chu Xing. Seeing them all transform right in front of him, Zisheng couldn't help but burst into hysterical, mocking laughter. Do you fools even know why an important person matters? Having such low brains, yet still looking down on humanity, is pathetic. With those words, he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, instantly slicing their bodies into a million tiny, shredded pieces. Earthly hell slash. Before the succubus horde could comprehend what happened, their flesh was set ablaze, leaving them screaming out in absolute agony. Landing smoothly, Zisheng delivered one final finishing blow to obliterate everything, turning all the remaining monsters into nothing but scattered ash. Experience really does make things easier, especially compared to last time. Now for the Sonic Bat King. Using soundwave tracking, wasting no time, Zisheng charged straight into the swarm of alien bats. Soaring high above, he summoned a massive golden dragon phantasm that charged downward, instantly ripping the bats apart before they could even think of fighting back. Unleashing the Sonic Forbidden spell, Dragon's Counter-Roar, he watched their entire nest erupt in a sea of raging flames. Letting out a sigh of relief, he muttered, "Done." But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, forcing him to wince at the returning mark. Staring intensely at the glowing scar, he pondered, earlier, fighting those succubi with my Asura form didn't trigger this curse. Is it because the Asura state doesn't consume prime stones? It seemed that was the true cost of bypassing the stone consumption. Even so, Zisheng had absolutely no intention of giving up. Clenching his fist tightly, he realized his current stash of prime stones was far from enough to survive, even without factoring in the massive battles waiting just outside the Void Gate. But none of that mattered right now, as this minor price was nothing. Whatever the ultimate toll would be, he had to win this war first, before worrying about the consequences. Next up was the Spear Ghost. Meanwhile, standing outside, Chu Tian kept a close eye on the signals of all her team members. Right there on her screen were several very familiar names: Chu Xinghe, Lan Changkong, the Mewtwo brothers, and Zisheng. Everyone seemed to be doing great, leaving her with absolutely nothing to do. If she had known, she would have brought roast chicken to pass the time. But before Chu Tian could even finish speaking, a massive, earth-shaking explosion suddenly blasted out from right behind her back. What was happening? The terrifying shockwaves paralyzed her with fear, locking her personal space down so she couldn't move a muscle. As the thick clouds of dust cleared, they revealed the towering figure of a colossal green dragon standing majestically and roaring furiously. Before the young girl could even process what was happening, the dragon's scales suddenly shifted from green to a fiery red, its eyes glowing like searchlights. As the beast roared, her entire body froze in sheer terror. Unable to take a single step, she could only let out a weak, desperate cry for help. But at that exact critical moment, Zisheng suddenly materialized right behind the dragon, shouting her name in panic. To stop the monstrous dragon from harming her, he immediately channeled his destructive lightning element, Forbidden Spell. Countless massive bolts of blue lightning rained down from the heavens, striking the colossal dragon's body with immense force. Heavenly Tribulation Lightning Prison. He yelled for Qin Ying and Qin Sui to save her, as a thick vine quickly emerged from the portal, wrapping around her. Get over here. Inside the safe zone, Sui Sui was already waiting with open arms to catch her, finally pulling Chu Tian away from the deadly danger just in time. Crying out in relief, they quickly checked on the terrified, sobbing girl, and both siblings immediately did their best to comfort and calm her down. "I almost got eaten," she cried, as they gently comforted her. After all, she was still just a little girl. But hearing that, she suddenly regained her attitude and snapped. I wasn't scared at all. If you blocks of wood aren't scared, why should I be? I was just. He chuckled softly to soothe her, agreeing she was brave. Meanwhile, back outside, Zisheng was locked in a brutal struggle with the massive dragon. Suddenly, the situation took a turn for the worse as the surrounding space shattered into chaos, cutting off his lightning attacks entirely. Damn it. Chu Tian's protective pocket dimension bubble had completely ruptured as well. Staring at the raging beast, he wondered if its breath carried some kind of time and space freezing ability. It was on the move, meaning he had to warn Su Chang'e immediately. Meanwhile, outside the void gate, Lao Lai had reverted to his scorpion form, unleashing a barrage of massive fireballs, known as Skyfire. With just those few overwhelming strikes, the entire swarm of alien beasts was completely vaporized, leaving nothing behind. In stark contrast, though, meanwhile, Su Chang'e's group was chillin' under a tree, casually enjoying some water. This S-rank Lao Lai is no joke, completely crushing his foes. Talk about a one-man army holding down the fort. Not a single soul is getting past him today. Haha. He eats like a beast, but he's definitely earned every bite. They didn't even lift a finger, yet the entire wave was wiped out. Right on cue, Lao Li suddenly reverted to his human form, giving a smug thumbs up, as if to say they flattered him too much. No big deal, he said. But seeing this, Su Chang'e snapped. Who told you to change back? Get back out there and fight. Don't get cocky over a few compliments. Lao Li scratched his head, mumbling an apology. Just then, Zisheng sent over a sudden transmission. Su Chang'e, an S-rank firmament wing dragon, is coming out. Its breath can freeze time and space temporarily, so you guys must be extremely careful. Hearing this warning, his expression instantly turned deadly serious. Copy that, he replied. Right as he finished speaking, the massive beast burst forth, a blinding golden sphere of energy forming inside its open jaws. Talk about a grand entrance. Lao Li's projectile attacks, still flying through the air, suddenly froze solid, hanging motionlessly in empty. Even Lao Li's body was locked tight, unable to move. Someone screamed out in panic. Lao Li, watch out for that breath. The beast roared with a trembling voice. Die, traitor. But it was too late. He couldn't move. Realizing the danger was peaking, Su Chang'e quickly sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of sharp emperor puppet threads. Those strings instantly wove together, forming a solid, massive net that pinned the dragon down tightly. A complete, inescapable trap. Before the dragon could even register what happened, its body was bound tight, pulling its wings inward and slicing deep. Just when they thought it was over, the dragon unleashed its absurd strength. With one massive flap of its wings, the threads shattered. Freezing breath. Well, that's just great. Even the emperor puppet threads got frozen solid, rendered completely useless. Striking, while the dragon was distracted, Su Chang'e wrapped his threads around Lao Lai and yanked him back. Gotta save him first. Unfortunately, the dragon's freezing blast had already clipped Lao Li's arm, leaving it severely damaged. Wasting zero time, Nan Zisheng instantly unleashed her healing magic to mend the wound. Holy light recovery. Up in the sky, the dragon dove down for another strike, absolutely determined to finish Lao Li off. Where do you think you're running, traitor? But Su Chang'e cut in. Lao Li is our comrade now. Stupid lizard. If you want him, you go through me first. Hearing those words, Lao Li was so touched that tears practically flooded his eyes. Oh, you guys, my true comrades. Sob. Standing right next to him, Nan Zisheng giggled. You're built like a tank, yet crying over a tiny scratch like this. Su Ling clasped her hands together, analyzing. Based on my assessment, its time freeze acts like a binding spell, lasting 10 seconds, and while exhaling, it cannot use any of its other abilities. Zhao Care chimed in. Su Chang'e, heads up. Another dragon breath is coming. Just as she warned, a blinding beam of light erupted directly from the dragon's jaws, blasting straight outward. Su Chang'e swiftly leaped backward to dodge the attack. Don't think we're scared of you. Is that binding spell really your best trick? My ancestors were doing this before you were even born. That heavy trash talk completely pushed the beast over the edge. With its jaws wide open, it lunged straight forward. Utilizing the beast's blind rage, Su Chang'e activated his technique, summoning his demonic puppets. All of you, rise. But that wasn't all. Those demonic puppets quickly fused together, morphing into a massive, impenetrable defensive shield. Puppet shield, form. Suddenly, Su Ling yelled, watch out for those claws. Instantly, the beast slammed its massive talons straight into the shield, triggering a loud explosion. Boom! Su Lang barked another warning. The tail! Watch the tail! Su Chang reacted instantly, leaping backward to safety, but constantly dodging wasn't going to cut it. Zhao Ke yelled, "This won't work. Shouting warnings is way too slow. If predictions can't match its raw speed, it's useless." Standing beside her with eyes closed, Su Lang added, "There is one way. Let me try." With that, she swung her arms wide, unleashing a brilliant, glowing green light. Sensory link. Sharing all perceptions now. Instantly, 2 streams of bloody tears welled up and ran down Zhao Ke's face. Prediction eye, fully open. Hurry. We can only keep this up for 10 seconds. Armed with this new power, Su Chang yelled out with steel resolve, "Lao Li, cover me." "Got it," he roared. As the dragon charged down at extreme speed, Lao Li unleashed a volley of massive fireballs from behind his back. Heavenly fire meteors. Seeing this, the dragon unleashed its ultimate move, a freezing dragon breath that blanketed the area. But this was the exact moment Su Chang had been waiting for. The moment the dragon let its guard down was the perfect time to strike. Heaven and earth net, destroy it. As Su Chang roared, the massive beast was bound tight. With the net trapping it, he kept tightening the ropes, yelling out to shred the monster into minced meat. Just when it seemed like the end, the dragon revealed it still had one final trick. A blazing red sphere began to form inside its mouth. Su Chang gasped, wondering if the reverse scale on its head could resurrect it. Luckily, his prediction ability warned him. To crush its chance of survival, he hurled a rope straight at the beast's reverse scale, shouting, "Do not even think about it." With a final pull, he ripped the scale off. One strike between the eyes, and this mighty dragon is reduced to a worm. Holding the precious scale, Su Chang smirked, declaring that this valuable prize now belonged solely to him. Right as those words left his mouth, the dragon's body shattered into countless pieces, leaving absolutely nothing left of the. He sighed in relief. Phew, it is finally done. But on the other hand, Zhao, Kenny, and Su Lang were in terrible shape, suddenly collapsing face first onto the ground. Horrified, Su Chang rushed over to support them, desperately shouting out their names as he reached their side. Old Lai shifted back into his human form and ran over to help, offering to carry one of them. But before he could even take action, Nan Zisheng cast a protective barrier around everyone, telling him to stop carrying them and let her healing circle work. He grunted in agreement. Thanks to her prompt healing spell, both Su Lang and Zhao Kenny slowly began to recover. Opening his eyes, Su Lang whispered that they were finally no longer a burden to the team. She huffed, saying she never felt like a burden since they actually contributed to the fight this time. Showing his gratitude, Su Chang stood tall and cupped his hands, thanking them for turning the tide and saying their team needed everyone. He then pulled out a white medicine bottle, explaining that these quick recovery pills were a gift from Chen Lianyi. Taking the pills and swallowing them immediately, they laughed, saying it was a rare miracle to hear such kind words from him. She joked that she never expected a dog's mouth to spit out fine ivory. Ruining the emotional moment, Su Changge froze instantly, a look of pure annoyance washing over his face. As the medicine took effect, the two instantly felt their strength rushing back, the exhaustion completely vanishing. Amazed by the full recovery, they praised the pills, which prompted Su Changge to ask if they were back at full health. Zhao Kenny grew suspicious, asking what he wanted, while Su Lang wisely decided it was time to escape. Without hesitation, he grabbed her hair and yanked her back, asking who exactly she was calling a dog. Asking if she found his words pleasant, he laughed while she thrashed, screaming at him to let her go. He teased that calling her an old hag fit better, making Zhao Kenny snap back, demanding to know who he was calling old. She threatened to end his life if he dared say that word again, screaming in absolute rage. Watching the two bicker, Su Lang could only chuckle, thinking about how childish they both were. Old Lai suddenly popped up behind him, agreeing and asking if it reminded them of their own childhood days. Thinking back to those sunsets on the Mother Star, chasing each other, it was all part of their long-lost youth. Meanwhile, inside the dimensional portal, Sui Sui and her brother stood looking around, carefully assessing their surroundings. This was the final rank B alien teleportation station, and they decided it was the perfect spot to test their new moves. With that, she slammed her hand onto the ground, summoning massive, twisting roots with her 10,000 wood summon. From those roots, a towering, legendary divine tree rose high into the air, looming majestically behind her back. Qin Yingxi followed up with his own attack, calling forth Earth Root Annihilation to tear up the ground and shatter the rocks. The massive roots wrapped tightly around the dimensional portal, crushing it into pieces in an instant. A massive explosion echoed as dust filled the air, prompting Sui Sui to praise her brother's incredible new power. He admitted it was all thanks to Su Chang's earlier advice, both siblings feeling incredibly proud. They noticed their power growing much faster inside this area, likely due to the highly concentrated spiritual energy around them. Qin Yingxi handed his sister a pill, warning her that the rank A alien territory was next, and they needed to recover. She agreed, eager to use this quiet moment to work on developing more of their skills. Meanwhile, Lan Chengkong is absolutely tearing through the monsters, forming a massive water barrier to hold them back. He shouts, "Glacial freeze!" In an instant, those water droplets crystallize into razor-sharp icicles, launching straight up into the sky. He commands, "Dual strike." Ice spikes. The winged beasts are instantly shredded, letting out horrific, blood-curdling shrieks of pain. Wasting not a single second, Lan Chengkong shatters their massive gate with a powerful ice blast. Glancing at the potion vial in his hand, he smiles with pure satisfaction. No doubt about it, Su Xiaonan's freezing potion is proving to be incredibly useful. With this in hand, he basically has full mastery over both water and ice elements now. Meanwhile, over on Chu Xinghe's side, he is facing massive stone monsters, who are frantically swinging their heavy weapons, violently smashing the ground. Blade Chi Domain. Spotting a crucial opening, Chu Xing unleashes a relentless barrage of devastating slashes. Fighting these giant monsters is just a waste of time, so going straight for their core is a much faster option. Realizing his true target is no longer them, the stone monsters spin around in a complete panic. "Hold on, protect the tower." Seeing that they have finally caught on, Chu Xinghe smirks, muttering, "Oh, so you noticed?" But of course, he has no intention of stopping. Sword Chi Domain. Dozens of after images blur the battlefield, leaving the stone monsters completely baffled. No way to tell real from fake. Kill him. But while they frantically swing at empty air, the real Chu Xing is already behind them, standing right by the tower. Who says the master of a domain has to stay inside it? With zero hesitation, he delivers a massive strike, shattering the tower. You lost because of your narrow-minded thinking. Things are getting easier by the second. Over in another dimension, Chu Tian reports that Su Changge has successfully cleared out the entire external. My brother also wiped out the A-rank monsters. Hearing this, Zisheng remarks, that is some incredibly fast progress. Once Su Changge's group rests up, they will teleport in to destroy the Dragonwing Firmament teleport station. He adds, I have never seen this S-rank threat. Let me scout ahead. Do not enter unless I call. Chu Tian nods. With that, Zisheng finally steps inside, slashing open the gateway as his eyes quickly scan the eerie, dark surroundings. Spotting something bizarre, he gasps in total shock. What is this? Floating right in front of Zisheng are colossal, bizarre-looking creatures. They hover eerily in the air. Are those giant jellyfish? How could a swarm this size go completely unnoticed? Are they all part of some collective mind? Before he can think, a giant jellyfish attacks, slamming its massive tentacles straight down into the ground. Luckily, he dodges just in time. Talk about fast reflexes. Seeing absolutely no response from the creature, he wonders, can it even communicate? Or is it totally mindless? Seizing his chance, Zisheng lunges back and swings his blade to sever the massive tentacle. A Shura dragon slash. Suddenly, from the severed wound, the tentacles fuse right back together, as if absolutely nothing happened. Having accidentally splashed the beast's acidic blood on himself, Zisheng's weapon and arm are sizzling with thick, corrosive smoke. Grimacing in intense pain, his sword is completely ruined, so he tosses it onto the ground. Glaring back at the jellyfish, he realizes it possesses both lightning and corrosive poison. This is going to be tough. Knowing he cannot win this alone, Zisheng turns back and yells loudly for Chu Tian's assistance. Chu Tian, space bubble. The girl listens, creating a massive bubble that flies straight toward him. In just the blink of an eye, the bubble completely envelops Zisheng inside. Staring intently at the jellyfish, he realizes that since they keep regenerating after being cut, his blade is useless. Time is running out. He has to use arrays and forbidden spells. Instantly, a massive formation glows beneath Zisheng's feet. He shouts, Frost Array. Although the glowing red seal still burns on his palm, he completely ignores the pain, keeping his eyes locked onto the frozen jellyfish. Is it frozen already? He honestly thought this move would buy him some time, but the beast suddenly shatters the ice and breaks free. Zisheng gasps. Ice won't work. Switching to the fire element, he unleashes the forbidden spell, Crimson Flame Dragon. But this move proves to be a huge mistake. As the fire dragon clashes with the jellyfish, An even thicker wave of toxic gas erupts. Oh no! Fire attacks only increase the poison's toxicity. What is even more shocking is that the protective barrier surrounding Zisheng is starting to corrode. Even the space bubble is corroding. In this critical moment, he has to shout to Chu Tian. Chu Tian, reinforce the barrier. She quickly nods. On it. Meanwhile, he immediately unleashes another attack. A directional sonic wave forbidden spell. But the moment the spell hits, the jellyfish monsters straight up absorb the entire sound wave into their bodies. They can even absorb sound waves? Without wasting a single second, the beasts launch another vicious attack at Zisheng. Fortunately, the reinforced space bubble is still there to shield him from the impact. Even with the shield holding, he knows this is just a temporary fix. They cannot survive like this for long. If this keeps up, Chu Tian will run out of energy. He must find their pattern and end this fight quickly. After analyzing the situation for a moment, he makes his move, summoning a wild barrage of crackling blue and gold lightning. Chu Tian, 3,000 lightning tribulations. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. But just like before, the terrifying jellyfish effortlessly absorb the massive electrical currents right into their bodies. He grunts in disbelief. Even lightning is useless against them. Determined, Zisheng conjures a brilliant orb of light in his palm. If nothing else works, he will blow them up with pure shockwaves. Yet again, the attack fails completely, leaving the monstrous jellyfish without a single scratch on them. No explosion, and they are only getting stronger. Shaking uncontrollably, Chu Tian reaches her absolute limit and cries out, "Brother Nan, the poison is too strong. I can't hold on." Over on Zisheng, his arm is starting to throb with intense pain. Gritting his teeth, he groans. Arg, the severe backlash on his arm is getting worse by the second. But right then, a wild idea hits him. If a direct blast won't work, what if he reverses the flow and drains them instead? Ignoring the agonizing pain, Zisheng raises his hand and calls upon a forbidden spell to reverse drain the lightning elements. A massive surge of golden electrical energy is sucked directly back into his open palm, unleashing waves of intense pain. Yet, Zisheng endures it all, forming a massive, crackling sphere of raw lightning. Forbidden spell, lightning compression. Chu Tian, prepare to teleport us. Trusting him blindly without even knowing what he has planned, the girl immediately replies, on it. Without another second of delay, Zisheng hurls the massive lightning orb straight ahead. With perfect timing, he yells that they cannot waste this immense energy, ordering a teleport straight to the enemy. With zero hesitation, the duo leaps through the spatial rift and teleports to another dimension. Waiting inside is the dragon mastermind, letting out a wild, arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, my clan has finally arrived. We will devour everything in this universe, and I shall rule supreme. But before the beast can even finish celebrating, a blinding beam of pure light shoots directly into its wide-open maw. Shocked, the dragon freezes in its tracks, staring in absolute confusion. Huh? Was that just an ant? Before it can even process what happened, a colossal explosion erupts, tearing its massive body into tiny shreds. The violent shockwave instantly obliterates the dimensional portal tower of this space. As the smoke clears, Chu Tian collapses onto the ground, gasping out, "Brother Nan, I really can't take it anymore." Panicking, Zisheng calls out to Chu Tian. But back on the battlefield, the threat remains as the jellyfish start leaking poison again. No more lightning, but the toxic gas remains. Gritting his teeth, he roars, "Forbidden spell. Fire tornado." Since the reverse lightning spell worked, a reverse water spell should definitely yield the same result. With the water draining forbidden spell activated, Zisheng rapidly siphoned every drop of moisture from those jellyfish monsters. Gathering the water element directly into his palm, a chilling flash of murderous intent flickered across his eyes. He muttered a quiet command to compress it, condensing the water into a sphere just like that previous lightning ore. Once completely drained, those jellyfish monsters lost their levitation and plummeted to the hard ground below, triggering a series of massive explosions. As thick dust kicked up everywhere, Zisheng watched the chaos and burst into triumphant laughter. Moments later, he commanded the massive water orb to surge straight forward once again. The orb slammed directly into the dragon horde, absolutely devastating their ranks and leaving them completely broken. But he was not done. He conjured a small fireball and invoked the Earth Forbidden spell, summoning a colossal stone dragon that erupted violently from the cracked ground to bury them all beneath the earth. Suddenly, a sharp, excruciating pain surged through Zisheng yet again. This time, the agonizing sensation crept all the way up his neck. The cost of using forbidden magic was clear. The curse marks were multiplying, burning his skin like hot iron. Groaning, He dragged his exhausted body over to where young Chu Tian lay completely He felt utterly depleted, and he knew the others were likely running on empty too. As darkness began to fall, Chu Tian remained unconscious. Pulling out a healing pill, he gently placed it against her lips, telling her to be good and take the medicine. Take this, then we can go home. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, looking weakly at him to ask if they had won the battle. Zisheng smiled gently and confirmed that it was finally over. Wasting no time, he activated his telepathic transmission to send a message to the rest of the team, ordering everyone to assemble immediately at the exit corridor back to the shelter. The exhausted warriors finally started filing out from the depths of the portal. What a relief! They had finally wiped out the entire Dragon Leap firmament nest. Their teamwork had been outstanding. Carrying Zhao Qier, Su Changjie chimed in, asking if they had all heard Zisheng's retreat order. Calling it a day felt incredibly satisfying. Right behind him, Zishan chuckled in agreement. Once they got back, she was definitely demanding overtime pay. Hearing this, Lao Lai asked with a blank face if he even qualified for overtime. Su Cheng laughed out loud, amused by how quickly the old man was picking up on their humor. He had truly adapted to their style of joking. Night fell rapidly, blanketing the sky in a dense darkness lit only by a sea of twinkling stars. Back at the shelter, chaotic scenes unfolded as the wounded desperately needed immediate medical attention. Shouts rang out for Xiaonan to grab bandages and medicine, wondering how everyone got so badly beat up in a single day. After a frantic rush, the situation was finally brought under control. Gathered around the table, they comforted each other that a good night's rest and some ointment would heal their minor wounds by morning, suggesting that everyone eat hearty to speed up recovery. Zhang Yuan quickly made sure to exclude one specific person from that generous offer. Lao Lai chuckled, noting he was only allowed at the main table to liven things up, as previously instructed before the meal. Outside, a massive, fragrant roasted pig was already waiting for him, courtesy of Zhang Yuan. Since the dining room could not hold his massive appetite, he would have to dine outside later. He was deeply touched by her thoughtful gesture. Lan Cheng scoffed, teasing Su Cheng for being weak while boasting about personally taking down 27A rank and lower alien threats that day. Su Chengge interrupted, calling him a show-off. He had taken a whole squad inside, only to return battered and bruised from a single gate. Lao Lai suddenly asked Mutu if they should counter that boast by mentioning they had just taken down an S-rank monster. Su Cheng burst into laughter at the innocent suggestion, teasing Lan Cheng that even Lao Lai knew how to deliver a burning reality check to comfort him. He scoffed, muttering that hanging around Su Chengge taught nothing but bad habits. Nearby, Chu Xing, he looked over at Zisheng, noting that their recent foray into the Void Gate had been highly productive. Everyone's strength had surged significantly, and nearly all the alien threats below S rank had been successfully cleared out. News from the 5th defense line of Great Xia indicated they were successfully closing the gap. With victory within reach, he advised Zisheng not to shoulder all the pressure alone or hide any secrets. Realizing he could no longer keep it hidden, Zisheng agreed to explain everything, but only after they finished their meal to avoid ruining the mood. Later, in the research lab, Zisheng quietly shed his outer shirt, exposing a torso heavily scarred by ominous, spreading curse patterns. He asked them to remain silent and just look. Do you know what this is? Xiao Nan blurted out in shock upon seeing it. It looks like some kind of tattoo. Chen Lianyi chimed in. Is it a curse mark born from using forbidden spells inside the Void Gate? He knit his brows and quietly nodded. Yeah. She stepped closer, gently touching the deep marks on his arm. Does this hurt? He replied. No. It only burns like fire when the curse manifests right after I finish using a forbidden spell. Clueless about what they were dealing with, they had no choice but to use a syringe to draw. We need a sample to run some tests. Before leaving, Chen Lianyi advised Zishan. First, try using your holy healing light on him. We will be right back. Outside, Chu Xing and his group were already waiting, anxiously asking, how is the situation looking? Honestly, Xiao Nan replied to them, we do not really know either. Inside the room, Nan Zishan activated her healing magic on Zisheng to see if it would do anything. Holy light purification. But no matter how hard she tried, the strange marks on his body did not fade in the slightest. Her expression darkened. Is it really not working? Refusing to give up, Nan Zishen immediately tried another approach, enhanced healing. Suddenly, a sinister purple glow erupted from those curse marks, making Zisheng gasp in pain. Arg, what is this? She wondered. Before she could process anything, a shadowy monster materialized and lunged straight at her, sending her crashing to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xinghe rushed inside to catch Nan Zisheng, shouting her name. Zisheng. He anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" To which she quickly replied, "I am fine." What was even more terrifying was that multiple miniature monsters were now squirming all over Zisheng's arm, causing him immense agony. Could that have been the curse retaliating against my holy healing light just now? Even Nan Zisheng could not believe her own eyes. Yes, this curse was definitely a living thing, and highly aggressive too. We have never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from just outside. Xiao Nan and Chen Lianyi burst back in holding test tubes. Speaking in unison, from the skin tissue analysis, aside from some skin pigment, there are 0 abnormalities. This shocked Nan Zisheng even more. No abnormalities? How can that even be possible? I was just attacked by it. It has to be some kind of parasite at least. The more they thought, the more baffled they became. This entire situation was too bizarre. To get answers, they had to run more tests, which Zisheng readily agreed to. Chen Lianyi picked up a bottle of green fluid and poured it over his arm. Let us try a pigment-removing agent first. Yet, everything remained exactly the same, with no sensation whatsoever, and the curse showed no signs of fading. Looks like this method failed. Hearing this, she muttered, "If gentle ways do not work, we must try Xiao Nan's extreme tactic." Xiao Nan stepped forward, holding a vial of liquid. This is a corrosive toxin, extracted from the alien races. Before applying it, her eyes filled with concern. "Your flesh will regenerate, but the corrosion process will feel like being torn apart. Do you need anesthesia?" Zisheng smiled confidently and replied, "Are you seriously underestimating me that much? Then let us not waste time. Do it." Without hesitating any further, Xiao Nan poured the corrosive solution right onto his arm. The agonizing pain hit him instantly, forcing him to grit his teeth and let out a sharp groan. Ah! A gaping hole was eaten away on his arm within seconds, leaving Chen Lianyi completely shocked. Aside from eating away his living flesh, the corrosive toxin had absolutely no effect on the curse mark itself. It seemed like another failed attempt, but peering deep into the wound, Xiao Nan noticed something unexpected. Look there, the corroded flesh still bears the mark. She continued in awe. It is not just on the skin, it is carved into his very bones. Hearing this, Chen Lianyi rushed over and gasped, "If that is the case, getting rid of this mark would mean amputating his entire arm." Zisheng cut in, "Just forget it. For now, this curse does not seem to pose any serious threat anyway." Nan Zisheng stepped forward. "Brother, let me heal that corrosive wound for you first." But before she could even cast her spell, the wound began to close up on its own at an unbelievable speed. Hold on. Does this curse mark actually grant rapid regeneration? Hearing her words, Zisheng's eyes flew open. He clenched his fist tightly and declared, "Could this actually be a brand new ability rather than a curse? If that is the case, does it mean the more I use forbidden spells, the more powerful my entire body's regeneration?" Seeing that everything had finally settled down, Su Chang chuckled. Turns out it was just a false alarm. "All right, everyone, let us disperse." Meanwhile, just outside the building, the Sui Sui siblings were busy cooking up some kind of secret plan, coordinating their moves with flawless teamwork. Using the gentle little wooden cabin skill, it rises straight from the ground. In just moments, a cozy little wooden cabin is built, complete with a picture of Lao Lai on it. Seeing this, he is absolutely thrilled. Back on his home planet, his job was actually building houses for others, working in construction. He never expected someone to build a home for him, a friendship transcending species. The siblings point to the cabin, telling Lao Lai to go inside and check it out. He agrees and heads inside. The room is quite airy and spacious, with a single bed set right in the middle. Though the style differs from theirs, they tell him it represents everyone's heart and care for him. Not stopping there, Sui Sui smiles as she reaches out and presses the light switch next to her. Once lit, massive scorpion projections appear on the ceiling, a special holographic display that Chu Tian prepared as a gift for him. Seeing this, Lao Lai finally breaks down, his body trembling as tears start streaming down his face. Tears literally flood the room, washing Sui Sui and the shadow stone outside, as he cries out in deep gratitude. He declares how incredibly satisfied he is, prompting others to wonder if he is overreacting just a bit. That night outside, Chu Xinghe stands talking with Chu Tian. He hands her several spatial rings, telling her that the rings she asked him to make are finally complete. He designed them to fit everyone's finger sizes perfectly, with each person's name engraved inside. Hearing this, the young girl quickly snatches one of the rings, pointing out that this one is completely different. She teases her brother about making it for sister Nan and falling in love, prompting Chu Sheng to gently pat her head and call her too clever for her own good. He tells her to hurry up and go to sleep early. Laughing it off, she agrees. Without wasting any more time, Chu Tian shifts her focus to inspect the space inside the ring. Afterward, she proceeds to put all the newly made spatial storage rings onto her fingers. Having this extra storage will make carrying supplies much easier during their next trip into the Void Gate. It will also make collecting high-grade materials for research effortless. Hearing this, Chu Xing smiles with pride and praises her, calling his sister the app. Just as he finishes speaking, Su Changge suddenly calls out, asking Chu Xingge to come over and lend a hand once he finishes. He tells her to go to sleep while he goes to check, and she bids him a sweet good night. Lying before Su Changge are 3 glowing scales. The alloy saber that Nan Zisheng used earlier had shattered during their fight. Fortunately, he managed to bring back 3 reverse scales of the Sky Dragon, wondering if they can use them to forge a brand new weapon for Nan Zisheng. Examining these materials, Chu Xinghe notes they look promising, but suggests they test their hardness first. He tells Su Changge to control the scales while he strikes them with sword energy. To test their durability, Su Changge suspends the 3 scales high in the air, shouting for him to bring it on. Without hesitation, Chu Xing unleashes a massive barrage of sword chi forward, activating his ultimate sword chi domain. Despite taking the full force of these heavy strikes, the scales remain undamaged, proving their incredible hardness. Striking once more to be sure, Su Changge smiles as he notices the built-in slowdown effect of the Sky Dragon. There is no doubt about it. These premium scales are absolutely perfect for forging a powerful weapon. Since the reverse scales naturally possess a slowdown effect, a weapon forged from them will be incredibly useful. That night, he gets straight to work on the forge, first melting down the scale, then hammering the blade flat with a heavy hammer, and finally plunging the glowing red-hot metal into the water. Finally, the crafting is complete, resulting in a magnificent custom blade that looks absolutely stunning. He decides to call it the Reverse Scale Saber, planning to surprise Nan Zisheng with it tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, inside Nan Zisheng's room, his face is deathly pale as he gasps heavily, struggling for breath. In his mind, he sees himself standing before a colossal tree, wondering if it is a deity and what it truly is. Demanding to know its purpose, a mysterious voice echoes back, declaring that its past is his present, and its present is his future. It urges him to become one with it to set it free. As soon as those words are spoken, countless branches reach out and tightly bind Nan Zisheng's body. To stay? What does it mean by that? It commands him to keep moving forward and never look back, promising the answer lies ahead, while the roots bind Nan Zisheng even tighter, leaving him completely unable to move. In the blink of an eye, it transforms into a colossal, imposing wooden tree. It completely swallowed his body whole. Right after that, the giant phantom tree began to dissolve into the swirling dust, vanishing from sight without a single trace left behind. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Nan Zisheng snapped his eyes wide open and screamed, "Don't go! You must tell me the truth!" Before he could say another word, he snapped out of the nightmare. He sat bolt upright in bed as familiar sunlight filled his small room, gasping heavily for air. Seeing him suddenly sit up like that, Chu Xing, who was lying nearby, asked curiously, "Nan Zisheng, are you okay?" Zisheng forced a brief smile and replied, "It is nothing. I just had a terrible nightmare." His companion continued, saying, "Everything is going smoothly right now, so do not stress too much." "Getting some?" he replied. "Yeah, I get it. I will try to get some more sleep." Before lying back down, Zisheng looked incredibly pale, drenched in cold sweat as he muttered anxiously to himself, "I really hope this was all just a dream." Early the next morning, the entire group was already awake and gathered at the open clearing, staring intently at the massive portal towering before them. This time, Zisheng issued his command, "Lao Lai, you will guard the outside today, to make sure no enemies slip through our net." He replied, "Understood, Captain. I guarantee the mission will be completed." He continued, "As for the rest of you, follow me inside to eliminate them." Everyone shouted back in unison, "Yes, Captain." Upon stepping inside the spatial portal, they were greeted by 3 distinct pathways, glowing in different colors: green, red, and yellow. Judging by the portal colors today, the S-rank monster we need to eliminate is likely extremely powerful. Let us split into smaller groups. If anyone runs into danger, report it immediately. Once you are finished, do not linger around. Everyone must gather back at the main passage. Zisheng warned them with extra caution. Pointing at the dark green portal, he noted that the sigil on it likely had something to do with a virus. "Chu Xinghe, take Qin Ying, Qin Sui, and Nan Zisheng with you. This path should suit you all perfectly." They nodded in agreement. Glancing to the side, he continued, "The marking on that dark yellow door resembles a bee, so we will likely need high sensory coordination to get through. Su Chang'e, take Lan Changkong, Su Leng, and Zhao Care with you and head through this yellow portal." Su Chang'e smirked and replied, "No problem. I have loved poking hornet nests ever since I was a little kid anyway." In the end, only Zisheng and Chu Tian remained. Turning to her, he said, "Chu Tian, you are coming with me into the dark red portal." Stepping through the dark red door, they found themselves in a bizarre space facing another massive gateway. This tunnel looked as if it had been completely corroded by some strange, volatile energy. His expression turned slightly grim as he wondered, is there some kind of monster with potent corrosive abilities waiting for us just ahead? His eyes flared with cold killing intent as he muttered, "It is finally time to break in this brand new blade they gifted me." Without a single moment of hesitation, Zisheng unleashed a powerful strike, instantly shattering the giant door right down the middle. Unsheathing his Nilin pulse saber, he executed yet another devastating follow-up attack, Shura Dragon Slash. But suddenly, a rift in space materialized before them, forcing Zisheng to stop in his tracks as his eyes widened. What is this? Behind that shattered doorway lay a desolate landscape of ruins, blanketed in thick dust and a terrifyingly eerie gloom. Finding no one there, Zisheng was confused, but Chu Tian suddenly stumbled back in absolute terror, screaming, "Brother Nan, look up!" Following the direction of her panicked gaze, Zisheng finally looked up and realized, damn, that head is absolutely massive. How on earth did this thing manage to teleport all the way here through that node? This monstrosity was on a completely different level compared to the beasts they had faced before, its towering, colossally built frame resembling a massive stone mountain standing guard. It was the Kang Sing demonic golem. A booming, resonant voice echoed, "To think a bunch of worthless ants would dare enter before I even made my appearance." As soon as the beast finished speaking, Zisheng lunged forward, slashing his sword directly at the golem. "Enough talk. I am coming right at you." High in the sky, a massive, terrifying phantom of a giant skull materialized as he roared, "Shura Ni Lin." But the demonic golem was no easy opponent either, unleashing a devastating beam of fiery energy directly from its glowing eyes. The colossal golem boomed, annihilation. In the blink of an eye, its powerful blast completely vaporized his skull phantom, turning it into nothing but dust. Having successfully landed its devastating blast, the golem began gathering energy again, launching another lethal strike down at Zisheng. Fortunately, he managed to raise a protective barrier just in time. Caught completely off guard by the sheer force, his body was sent flying backward. As he looked down, Zisheng was shocked to discover that his injured arm was slowly withering away. He thought to himself, "Kang Sing, is this some kind of decay ability?" With that thought, the blade in his hand flashed with light. "My Nilin saber is completely unaffected. Could it be because it's freezing attribute?" But before he could even wrap his head around what was happening, the withered arm suddenly restored itself, returning entirely back to normal. Is my regeneration skill finally kicking in again? Pushing the thought aside, Zisheng glanced back at the enemy and shouted, "The golem's red beams are being fired directly from its head. Chu Tian, get me up there." Hearing his shout, she immediately leaped. Without a single second of hesitation, she activated her teleportation skill. In the absolute blink of an eye, Zisheng materialized right above the demon statue's head, unleashing a massive, devastating slash straight into its eye. This powerful strike transformed into a colossal ice dragon, biting hard into the statue's giant eye. Temporal freeze. Yet, the beast somehow managed to resist the attack. "Ridiculous," it sneered. From the center of its glowing eye, a blistering red beam of fire erupted once again. The two sides clashed with massive intensity, neither of them willing to back down. However, human strength was no match for this colossal monster, and Zisheng gradually began to feel exhausted. The temporal freeze is temporary. Is it really not enough to stop this thing? Before the words even left his mouth, he was violently blown backward, unable to react in time. Sensing the extreme danger, Chu Tian quickly opened up a spatial portal to bring Zisheng to safety. "Brother Nan, teleport." But before she could even complete her move, the demon statue materialized right beside her and roared, "Tiny insect." It blasted a devastating beam of fire right at her, shattering her spatial sphere instantly. Die? Watching this unfold, Zisheng's face turned completely pale with absolute horror as he screamed out, "Chu Tian!" In a desperate bid to save Zisheng, Chu Tian channeled a spatial teleportation orb right in her palms. But before she could finish, the demon monster's blazing fire blast suddenly erupted and struck, completely dissolving her spell in an instant. Oh, fortunately, the blazing blast only managed to graze the very back of her hair. Those grazed strands of hair instantly turned snowy white. Chu Tian wondered in sheer disbelief. How could such ordinary spatial magic ever stand against the divine firmament? Wasting absolutely no time, Zisheng charged forward, executing a massive and powerful sword slash, earth elemental forbidden spell. A massive stone pillar materialized right in front of the girl, blocking the incoming flame blast. Refusing to back down, the demon statue unleashed another furious fire blast from its eyes. Beneath the firmament, all things shall return to nothingness. A barrage of fiery sparks crashed violently against the stone shield, scattering wildly in every direction. Realizing his defense was about to shatter, Zisheng grew anxious and shouted out at the top of his lungs, "Double forbidden spell!" Instantly, multiple massive stone slabs rose from the ground, forming a long defensive line, yet the raging fire easily pierced through them all. Before he could make his next move, he sensed something terrible. His eyes widened in shock. Desperate to keep Chu Tian safe, he urged, "Chu Tian, run away first." Hearing his words, the little girl hesitated to leave, stammering with tears in her eyes. But Brother Nan, Zisheng cut her off. "Don't worry about me, I won't die. You staying here is just a burden." Hearing those harsh words, Chu Tian burst into tears. Left with no choice, she reluctantly agreed. "Okay," she sobbed, summoning her spatial orb. With tears streaming down her face, she whispered to herself, "So, I really am just a burden." Seeing that Chu Tian had finally teleported away, Zisheng let out a deep, long sigh of relief. Whew, she is finally gone. The demon statue quickly redirected its full, menacing focus onto him and growled, "Pathetic ant." Without even a single trace of fear in his eyes, Zisheng pointed his blade straight at its face and scoffed. Plenty of alien races have called me an ant before," he declared with absolute conviction. "But I am still standing, while they have all turned to dust." Without any hesitation, Zisheng leaped high into the air. Behind his back, the massive phantasm of a colossal ice dragon materialized. Double forbidden spell. Within seconds, the dragon coiled tightly around the demon statue, completely paralyzing its body. Frigid heavens, frozen earth. To make things worse, the ice dragon unleashed a massive blast of absolute sub-zero air, completely freezing. Reverse-scale dragon breath. Temporal freeze. Finally, its massive body was encased in a thick, solid layer of ice. But just when it seemed trapped, its eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant, menacing red light. Its deep, booming voice echoed, "Firmament light illuminates all." Right as the words faded, the thick ice layer began melting away at an incredibly rapid right in the center of the demon statue's giant eye. A blazing red light continued to burn. Breaking free at last, the monster sneered, "Pathetic little tricks. What makes you think you can actually stop me?" Zisheng yelled, "Forbidden spell, single log boat." Instantly, a giant log materialized, and he stood firmly on top of it, surfing the massive waves directly toward. Witnessing this bold charge, the giant monster had no intention of letting him go, unleashing a furious barrage of fiery blasts. Heaven and earth net, relying on his insanely sharp instincts, Zisheng dodged every incoming attack one after another with absolutely no difficulty. Did it just change its style? This blast is definitely stronger than the previous light beam. A single direct hit would be fatal. Right after speaking, a sudden realization hit him. Light? Wait, if it really were light, the speed would have been way faster. The energy it is firing must be divine firmament particles. If Zisheng used real light, his own energy wouldn't be affected at all. Realizing this, Zisheng decided to take a huge gamble, unleashing a wild barrage of rapid slashes. The demon statue didn't even flinch, standing there with a mocking sneer. But as light slowly gathered in its massive eye, Zisheng charged straight ahead, channeling a wild burst of bright yellow lightning. In an instant, Zisheng vanished from his spot, aiming directly for the giant statue's eye. Without hesitation, he activated his reverse-scale dragon breath, freezing time itself. With a deafening boom, the eye shattered completely. Zisheng drove his attack forward, piercing straight into the creature's inner core. Inside was a bizarre system of monsters controlling everything. Terrified by the radiant light of Zisheng's sword, they broke out in a heavy, cold sweat. Their slimy bodies began to distort, squirming and shrinking like half-dead worms on the ground. Looking closely at his hideous surroundings, Zisheng muttered in shock, realizing this was indeed their true, disgusting form. He realized he had not been fighting a single enemy, but an entire hidden army. Before Zisheng could even fully process what was happening, the vile creatures glared at him, firing a barrage of deadly red beams straight at his chest. He reacted instantly, conjuring a delicate ice flower in his palm and shouting his stacked ice array technique. In a flash, the entire swarm of monsters was frozen solid, unable to move even a single muscle. Zisheng thought these bizarre specimens would make a mind-blowing exhibit if they ever ended up in a museum. On second thought, they really weren't worth saving. They looked far too difficult to preserve anyway, so why even bother? With a swift move, Zisheng shattered the ice layer, obliterating their frozen bodies into a million tiny fragments. Still, he carefully swept the debris into his storage ring, deciding to take them back later for further research. As Zisheng stepped back outside, the massive demon statue suddenly collapsed, completely crushing the tower beneath it. Well, it seemed that pillar was handled without him needing to lift another finger. Looking out over the horizon with a calm smile, he decided to check on Chu Tian first. He wondered if his earlier harsh words had upset the little girl, hoping she wasn't angry. But right then, a bloodied Zhao Care sent an urgent telepathic message, begging their captain to hurry over, because Su Ling was fading fast. Shocked, Zisheng could only gasp in absolute disbelief. Rewinding to earlier that day, Su Chengge's team was just stepping through the portal. Looming directly in front of the group was an absolutely massive, terrifying beehive of giant proportions. The sheer scale of it was wild. Grinning with growing excitement, Su Chengge decided to test its strength, to see what they were dealing with. Without wasting another second, Su Cheng summoned glowing red threads, launching them directly at the massive, ominous hive. Activating his 10,000 demon threads, he commanded the razor-sharp lines to slice clean through the massive structure. Yet despite the heavy barrage, the hive remained completely unscathed. It was nothing like the hive's back on Blue Star, proving to be incredibly durable. Left with no other choice, he prepared to switch up his battle strategy and change arrays. He continuously bombarded the hive's outer surface with deafening blasts, unleashing his 1,000 wind-moving threads with relentless, explosive force. But before he could even fully comprehend what was happening, his threads were instantly severed, leaving him clicking his tongue in shock. Right then, Su Ling sensed a deep shift in the air, urgently warning the team about a massive. Scanning the area, Zhao Care anxiously wondered if the entire swarm was finally waking up. Lan Chengkong couldn't see a single thing, but Zhao Care warned him they might be invisible, urging everyone to raise their defenses immediately. Acting quickly, he conjured a massive barrier of swirling water to shield the entire team from whatever invisible threat was coming, unleashing the boundless ocean. Water cube. Just as expected, the moment the barrier rose, violent ripples and waves erupted across the water's surface from heavy, invisible impacts. The constant splashes proved they were under attack, but fighting an enemy they couldn't even see was a nightmare. Su Chengge looked back, asking Zhao Care if she could spot them, but she admitted they could only rely on raw intuition. The invisible onslaught grew fiercer with every passing second, tearing holes right through their protective water shield. They were breaching. To support the team, Su Ling and Zhao Care joined hands and initiated their shared sensory link. Activating their shared sensory vision to the absolute limit, the pupils of both Su Chengge and Lan Chengkong instantly flared with a bright, glowing red light. Wasting no more time, Su Chengge immediately struck back, relying purely on raw instinct to fight back. His sharp threads managed to snag a few of the invisible pests, but their insane speed made them nearly impossible to keep pinned down for long. But just then, a sudden, unseen strike pierced straight through Su Ling's arm, causing her to gasp in pain, while Zhao Care screamed out her name in absolute terror. Dark, corruptive energy began erupting from the wound, eating away at her flesh and leaving a deep, hollow hole. Seeing the danger, Su Chengge yelled at Lan to ditch the water barrier and switch to ice, which Lan quickly agreed to do. Without a second of hesitation, he combined water with freezing air to create a massive block of pure ice. He threw it upward to freeze them, and incredibly, this actually worked. Even better, he could finally see that swarm of bees now that the energy clash died down. They saw the invisible bees trapped inside the ice. They hated the cold. Smiling, Su Chengge urged them forward. At least we slowed them down, making them much easier to handle. Build an ice path, and we'll enter the nest to kill the queen bee. But before they could, Su Ling suddenly lost consciousness and stumbled backward. Ugh, these bees are highly toxic, Zhao Kenny cried out. We need to save Su Ling first. She pulled out a potion, pouring it into her mouth. Seeing how fast the venom was spreading, Medicine alone wouldn't cut it. After a quick thought, Lan Chengkong suggested, I can freeze her, but she will get severe frostbite. Left with no choice, Su Chang'e had to call Zisheng for help. Message Nan Zisheng right now, and let Chu Tian teleport her over. Zhao Kenny quickly replied, on it, sending it right now. Right then, Su Ling struggled to stand up, gasping, Lan Changkong, freeze my wound first. I can take the frostbite. But you guys need my sensory skills to enter that deadly nest. He hesitated, but Su Chang'e urged, don't delay, do as she says. He then looked down at her, saying, Su Ling, do not overexert yourself. Winning is indeed important, but staying alive is just as crucial. She smiled weakly. Don't worry, I know. Without waiting, Lan Changkong unleashed his ice power, freezing Su Ling's poisoned arm. Ice freeze. The moment her wound was treated, Su Chang'e noticed the swarm beginning to react again. Another massive wave is coming. They are heading up. He stared at the incoming swarm. They were absolutely massive. Using Boundless Ocean, he summoned a gigantic block of ice that completely sealed the nest, trapping them inside. 1,000-mile freeze. Unleashing his move, Lan Changkong yelled, Glacial Corridor. Seizing the opening, both he and Su Chang'e charged inside. Go, let's end this fast. Meanwhile, back with Su Ling, her vision was growing hazier by the second. Holding a pill, Zhao Kenny tried to stop her. Sister Ling, taking a booster pill now will completely overload your body. But she refused to listen. Kenny, we cannot hold back, or we will really end up as dead weight. Then I am going with you. At least it will boost our shared power. Su Ling nodded. Fine. With that, the pill finally kicked in. A terrifying surge of power erupted within Su Ling, making her scream in agonizing pain. Inside, both Lan Changkong and Su Chang'e sensed something was deeply wrong. Wait, is my perception and the prophet's eye getting stronger? What did they do? No time to ask. Just fight. Don't let them down. At that very moment, outside where Zisheng was sitting, Chu Tian was muttering, I am just a burden. What can I even do? Suddenly, he shouted, Chu Tian, hurry. Su Ling and the others are in danger. Seeing the little girl so upset, he was surprised. She really is mad. Well, in the end, she is still just a kid. With no other option, Zisheng gently patted her head to comfort her. Chu Tian, I only wanted to protect you. I hope you understand. But Chu Tian just kept crying. Of course I know you want to protect me, but that just proves what you said is true. And only the most useless, weak burdens need someone else to protect them. Crouching down, he interrupted, I am sorry, Chu Tian. I was wrong. You are incredibly strong, not a burden at all. We protect each other. Even if we are burdens, we carry that weight together. See? Right now, they need you to protect them, don't they? Finally comforted, the girl cheered up and summoned a massive spatial portal. That's more like it. Since you admitted you were wrong, I will forgive you this once. Don't do it again. Teleport. With no time to lose, they stepped through the portal, arriving right next to Su Ling. Su Ling, Zhao Kenny, we are here. Seeing Su Ling's terrible state, Zisheng urged, Sister, let me teleport you to the other side to heal first. But she stubbornly refused to listen. I can still hold on a bit longer. We can talk about this once our team wins. Her words deeply worried Chu Tian, but there was nothing they could do but agree. Let's respect their wishes and wait 10 more seconds. The girl asked. Fine. Should we go help them? Zisheng answered firmly. No, I believe they can handle this on their own. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e and Lan Changkong are pushing through their limits to infiltrate the massive beehive. But watch out, because something absolutely massive is coming. The two coordinate flawlessly, pulling off a devastating combo attack called Ice Spike Spider Web. With the swarm trapped, he roars. Horizontal cleave. In an instant, the entire area is completely wiped clean, leaving absolutely no trace of any bees. Deep inside the main chamber, the teleportation tower stands tall. Su Chang laughs in excitement, shouting, onward to the heart of the hive. The key to the teleportation lies with the queen bee, since her true form cannot turn invisible. It is exactly as he predicted. Waiting inside the central chamber is the queen bee herself, scoffing that mere insects like humans actually managed to break into her domain. Without even letting her finish, the two immediately launched their assault. Looking like a giant bug yourself, how do you even have the nerve to call humans pests? Stop wasting words on her. We just need to take down her hive. Lan Changkong unleashes his highly effective signature move once again, firing a deadly barrage. Yet, the queen bee easily dodges the incoming attack without breaking a sweat. You seriously thought some cheap ice could stop me? Right beside him, Su Chang just strikes, unleashing a massive net of glowing red threads. Heavenly net. The queen mockingly sneers that their movements are pitifully slow. The situation is turning critical. Old Lan, find a way to draw her attention away, while I charge directly at the central teleportation core. His eyes widen, locking onto the queen bee with absolute focus. He strikes even faster and harder this time, but the agile queen still manages to evade his attacks. Icebone pierce. While the queen bee is distracted, Su Chang just slips past her and reaches the tower to end this once and for all. Hearing a massive noise behind her, the queen spins around in pure shock, gasping out loud. As she tries to rush back, a solid wall of ice suddenly blocks her path. Trying to fall back and defend? No way. Suddenly, a glowing stone emerges from the queen's chest, radiating a blinding red light as she triggers heart-burning flame. A massive explosion instantly rips through the air, completely shattering the ice shield. But she is not done yet. The queen tears off her venomous stinger and hurls it straight at Su Chang, completely unaware of the danger. He is still focused on destroying the tower. Eyes blazing with fury, he unleashes heavenly thread, slash and roars, break. Finally, the tower shatters into a million tiny pieces. This is the end of the line for them. The queen screams in despair over her ruined hive, but before she can react, a sharp ice arrow pierces straight through her body. Blood splatters everywhere. The one who delivered this fatal blow is none other than Lan Changkong, taking your life while you are down. At the exact same time, Su Changshi spots the toxic arrow flying straight at him and casually steps to the side to avoid it. Just cheap tricks. However, he never expected that the real poison needle was sneaking up from behind, plunging deep into his body. Su Chang's vision starts to spin wildly as he wonders if that poison needle he just saw was merely an illusion. Under the agonizing effects of the potent toxin, his body screams in pure, excruciating pain. Horrified by the sight, Lan Changkong desperately screams out for Su Chang as the massive hive finally crumbles into tiny pieces. Chu Tian cheers happily, shouting, "We won! We actually won!" But looking closer, they realize Lan Changkong is desperately dragging Su Chang out and screaming for help. Meanwhile, Su Ling cannot hold on any longer and completely collapses to the ground. Zhao Kenny cries out, "Su Ling!" Xisheng quickly turns around to catch her, urging Chu Tian to teleport to the opposite gate to find Nan Zisheng. The girl complies and activates her space teleportation. Entering the lair of the Plague Master with battered bodies, they are immediately frozen in shock at the sight before them, as Xisheng gasps out, "What is this?" Lying completely motionless on the ground are Chu Xinghe and Nan Zisheng, showing absolutely no signs of life. How did this happen? Chu Tian bursts into tears, rushing to her brother's side and crying, "Brother, what is wrong?" Xisheng rushes over to pull Nan Zisheng up, asking her desperately what happened. With her remaining strength, she raises a trembling hand toward the tower, surrounded by a thick green fog, whispering that a highly potent plague virus is spreading. It has escaped directly from the teleportation gate. Before she can finish, she completely passes out. Xisheng screams her name, realizing they have zero time to waste. He turns to urge Chu Tian, telling her to hurry and get everyone back to the safe house to find Chen Lianye and Su Xiaonan. The girl nods in agreement, while he stands up to move forward. The plague-bearing monsters have already teleported outside. He wonders if Elder Lai can stop them. First, get him out of the Void Gate. Chu Tian quickly replies, "Yes, sir." On the battlefield outside the Void Gate, Lai was still sitting there, plucking leaves one by one. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. Man, waiting all by himself was both incredibly boring and frustrating. Right then, the Void Gate suddenly shook, making him gasp. Wow, they're back already? But the moment the words left his mouth, his face twisted in horror as he realized something was terribly wrong. It was a figure stepping out of the portal, wearing incredibly strange clothes and a mask over his face. Surrounded by a cloud of highly toxic virus, Lai muttered to himself, "A super S-class mutant?" The viral mutant glared at Lai and sneered, "You miserable traitor. You weak deserter." Ignoring the insults entirely, Lai immediately unleashed his skills, launching a barrage of fireballs straight at the monster. Heavenly Fire. Meteor. Taking the direct hit, the beast's body began to disintegrate as he shrieked in agonizing pain. Before Lai could even register what happened, the viral beast was completely gone, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of white dust behind. Wait, is it over already? Did I use way too much power? Was that guy really an S-class threat? Seeing no more danger, he shifted back to his human form, scratching his head in confusion. Geez, That had to be the most boring fight of my. Just as he finished speaking, Tu Thang stepped out from inside the teleportation gate, walking outside to ask Lai if he saw any S-class mutant. Lai proudly pointed at himself, replying, "Yep, saw him. Blasted him to dust in one shot." Tu Thang gasped. "What? How is that possible?" Lai shrugged. "I know, right? Even I was." But before Lai could even finish his sentence, Tu Thang cut him off. "Where did the dust go?" Lai pointed up at the sky, where green glowing specks were drifting away, blown away by the wind. Tu Thang panicked. "Oh no. That's heading toward the 5th battlefield. We must return." But before he could even take a step, gruesome and terrifying blisters suddenly began breaking out all over his face. He groaned in pain as Lai frantically asked, "Nam Tu Thang, are you okay?" But instead of answering, Tu Thang spat out a massive mouthful of fresh blood. "Damn it, am I infected?" Tu Thang coughed, while Lai frantically screamed, "Nam Tu Thang." Right then, the mark on Tu Thang's hand suddenly vibrated, glowing with a bright red light. Wait, the curse mark? Immediately after, his heart seized with a sharp pain, causing him to scream out in agony. He could feel the virus coursing through his entire body, spreading rapidly into every single blood vessel. It felt as if every inch of his flesh was being torn apart. Those vicious microscopic viruses were invading everywhere, but before the virus could ravage him, the curse mark completely wiped it out. Tu Thang immediately felt a wave of relief, the agonizing pain vanishing entirely. Did this curse actually help me burn away the virus? He looked over at Lai and warned him. "This virus is highly contagious. Su Tian and the others must be infected too." Lai asked in panic. "Wait, does that mean I'm too?" Thang cut him off. "Looking at you, you're probably fine. No time to waste." Tu Thang raised his sword high into the air and shouted, "Forbidden spell Gale Force. We must get to the safe zone first. From there, we can teleport straight to the 5th defense line." Meanwhile, back at the safe zone, everyone was already lying helplessly on medical beds. Su Tian asked Old Dam if his body felt strange. Lam Truong weakly replied, "Yeah, a little bit." But as they looked at each other, they noticed horrific sores breaking out. "Your face. Damn it, I'm infected too." The sudden wave of pain made them vomit blood as their vision began to fade into darkness. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Xiao Nam and Chen Lianyi were working frantically to find a way to save everyone. It's a gene virus targeting carbon-based life, destroying organs, shutting down neural pathways, and spreading at an incredibly rapid. "I will heat it first to test its thermal resistance." After the test, she muttered, "Extreme heat cannot kill it, it only turns into an aerosol." Trying another method, she called out, "Let's try freezing it with liquid nitrogen instead." Yet, the virus survived. Damn it! Even inside liquid nitrogen, these pathogens are still fully active. Extreme freezing temperatures cannot even halt their replication. Their biological structure is completely illogical and makes no sense. With a worried expression, Chen Lianyi added, "Our only choice is to test every single related drug in head-to-head trials." But before she could even finish her sentence, they both suddenly coughed up blood, showing the exact same symptoms. Desperate, they pulled off their masks, utterly helpless. "This virus is too aggressive. We are already infected, meaning our remaining time is running out fast. We must work faster." Just as she said this, Su Tian burst through the door, calling out desperately, "Sister!" It seems Su Changje and Su Leng are not infected. But before she can finish her sentence, her body gives out, and she collapses straight onto the cold ground. "Wait, Chu Tian," Xiao Nan says anxiously, "carry her to the bed first, and I will go draw some blood for testing." Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Nan quickly takes a blood sample from Su Changje to run some tests as well. Looking at his stable state, she guesses that residual bee venom in his blood is the key secret keeping him from falling sick. To see if her theory is correct, she carefully drops the blood sample directly onto the active virus, and her theory is spot on. Xiao Nan's eyes widen as she exclaims, "Fighting poison with poison actually works." She adds, "Unfortunately, it only suppresses the activity of the virus instead of completely destroying it." Chen Lianyi rushes over and replies, "Suppressing the outbreak is enough for now. At least it buys us some precious time." Right then, a figure comes rushing in from outside in a total panic. It is none other than Zisheng. He shouts, "Test my blood." With no other choice, Chen Lianyi complies and quickly draws his blood, saying, "All right." She then drops his blood onto the active virus samples once again. The result is mind-blowing. Xiao Nan discovers that the virus is completely wiped out. It is destroyed. Still, Chen Lianyi worries. But we do not understand the compounds in your blood yet. Xiao Nan cuts in. We cannot worry about that now. Saving lives is what matters most. Hearing those words, Zisheng slashes his own wrist without hesitation, offering his own blood to save the people. I will leave my blood, so you two must analyze it quickly. I am heading straight to Defense Line 5. Meet me there as soon as your research is done. Cut to the battlefield at Defense Line 5. Everything has fallen, and infected soldiers are lying helplessly all over the ground, coughing up blood. Both humans and beasts are collapsing one after another under the weight of this vicious virus. Seizing the opportunity, the alien race charges forward with relentless fury, screaming, "Kill them all!" Fortunately, the vengeful spirits survived and are holding the line. We are in deep trouble. Hold the line. Damn it, kill them. After leaving his blood, Zisheng and Lao Lai step through the teleportation portal, heading straight for the battlefield at Line 5. Lao Lai, clear them out with me. He replies, you got it. Since this virus does not affect us anyway, let us wipe this battlefield clean today. Lao Li transforms back into his massive scorpion form, launching a barrage of explosive fireballs at the advancing alien horde. Leave the long-range attacks to me. Witnessing this, a vengeful spirit looks back in sheer disbelief, exclaiming, that is an S-class monster. Was Nan Zisheng captured? Quick, we have to block it first. Completely oblivious to the situation, Lao Lai keeps tearing through low-level monsters, shouting, meteor fire shower. Just as they are about to join the fray, the spirits freeze in confusion. Wait, it is not attacking us? Is he on our side, taming an S-class beast to fight for us? How on earth did Nan Zisheng pull this off? Hovering high up in the sky, Zisheng looks down and shouts, I ask the spirit seniors to take the wounded from the battlefield and retreat into the city immediately. Hearing this, a female spirit hesitates, still reluctant to leave, but mutters, I guess we have no other choice. Another spirit urges them, we must follow Master Nan's orders right now. Once they have all cleared out, Zisheng can finally go all out on these monsters. He raises his sword high. Origin stones, deduct 100 million, deduct another 100 million, deduct 100 million. With enough origin stones ready, Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell, add another 1 billion. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashes a devastating strike right into the ground. Mountain, shattering slash. The moment his voice fades, the entire area is utterly buried in an instant, sending thick white smoke billowing up. The watching spirits are completely awestruck. This power is absolutely terrifying. Master Nan is not the man he used to be. Caught completely off guard by the blast, the monsters plunge screaming into the newly formed massive fissure. Seizing the moment, he immediately signals his beast. Lao Li, summon the abyssal molten lava. He eagerly replies, got it. Instantly, a massive lake of burning lava erupts, incinerating every single monster trapped below. They desperately claw over each other to escape, but it is completely useless. Climb up, quick. Watching them swarm and scramble up the cliff face, Zisheng looks down coldly. A pathetic mob. His eyes flash with pure killer instinct as he clenches his fist, shouting, heaven and earth overturn. Instantly, the massive mountain rocks shatter into millions of tiny fragments, dragging the entire alien horde right down to their doom. With zero escape routes left, they were swallowed whole by the boiling lava, instantly reduced to ashes. But Zisheng was not done yet. Eager to teach them a real lesson, he brought down giant boulders to crush them into the dirt. Then, pure silence. Watching from high above, one of the undead looked down and whispered, how magnificent, yet absolutely terrifying. Another spirit beside him added that the entire battlefield was wiped so clean, you would never guess a brutal war just happened here. Laughing out loud, Zisheng finally touched down on the ground and let out a massive sigh of relief. Training inside the Void Gate had clearly boosted the raw power of his forbidden spells by a massive margin. Old Lai shrugged, claiming he felt absolutely nothing, probably because he was already incredibly overpowered from the very start. Hearing that shameless boast left Zisheng completely speechless. Suddenly, Zisheng felt a chilling sensation, causing his entire body to freeze up instantly. His eyes went completely blank. Panicking at the sight, Old Lai rushed over and grabbed him, yelling his name, Nan Zisheng, why did you suddenly space out? But deep inside his own subconscious, Zisheng was already being pulled into an entirely different realm. Was his consciousness dragged out of his body? He had no idea where he was. Before he could even process anything, a sudden flash of light cut through the darkness, revealing a highly critical and shocking vision. Angry mobs with furious faces were screaming about a deadly plague spreading along the northwest border. demanding an immediate quarantine of the entire region. To keep the disease from spreading to the clean zones, the angry crowd demanded that every infected soul, along with everyone in that area, be burned alive. After all, who could say if the virus was just incubating? Others quickly joined in, roaring in agreement. Burn them all, and end this nightmare forever. Yet, many frontline soldiers defending the border were already infected too. If they slaughtered all those soldiers, who would be left to hold off the monstrous alien hordes? Word on the street was that the monsters were dying out anyway, so losing some soldiers wouldn't matter. Exactly. The beasts couldn't kill them, so dying because of some infected humans would be an absolute tragedy. Disgusted by their sheer, shameless cruelty, Zisheng roared in fury, demanding to know who was showing him this and what they wanted from him. But the eerie voice kept chanting, "Burn them all, forever." In a flash, a massive, withered tree materialized right before him, forcing Zisheng to ask if the mysterious god was back again. The tree spoke, confirming that those horrific conversations were completely real and happening right now. It asked for his thoughts on the matter, and Zisheng muttered, "What thoughts?" His face darkened instantly as he clenched his fists, spitting out how wicked human hearts truly were. He claimed humanity was rotten to the core, beyond saving, and definitely not worth his life to protect. But then, he smirked and looked up with a knowing smile. He asked if those were the exact words that the entity wanted to extract, mocking that humanity's flaws were none of a monster's business. Having survived being hated and cursed by tens of thousands, Zisheng made it clear this cheap trick would not break him. The strange tree simply erupted into a booming laugh. It replied that whatever Zisheng said next would be the real answer it wanted, urging him not to disappoint. This left him utterly baffled as to what it meant. Losing his temper, Zisheng demanded a straight answer, wanting to know its true endgame. But as he threw a punch, the tree dissolved, leaving only a faint whisper, telling him to reach the very end to find his answers. Just like before, Zisheng snapped back to reality in an instant. Massaging his pounding head, he groaned about how exhausting and creepy it was, prompting Old Lai to ask if he had a nightmare. Suddenly, the ghost yelled from above, warning Nan Zisheng that their soldiers were at their absolute limit. Right on cue, a massive teleportation portal materialized out of thin air, and out stepped the entire army, completely cured of the disease and looking healthier than ever. They marveled at the completely cleared battlefield, but quickly warned that a massive horde of beasts was already charging their way from 100 kilometers out. Chu Xinghe turned back and commanded the rescue team to stand down, rallying everyone else to march with him to face the enemy. The soldiers roared back in unison. Chen Lianyi wasted no time either, urging young Chu Tian that it was time to start curing the rest, to which the girl nodded. Immediately, the girl conjured a massive protective barrier, sealing everyone safely inside an isolated dome of pure energy. From right behind them, Nan Zisheng cast her holy light to help restore everyone's depleted energy. Staring at the advanced machinery they brought, Zisheng walked over, asking if they had finally figured out a solution. Xiao Nam confirmed it, but added that the cure required a very specific sacrifice. Him. Unbothered, Zisheng simply asked what he needed to do. She explained that saving everyone at maximum speed would require him to provide a constant, heavy flow of his own fresh blood. They wonder if he can. Hearing this, Zisheng opens his arms without hesitation and says, "Bring it on." Hoping his regeneration can keep up, Zisheng strips off his shirt. Suddenly, dozens of needles plunge directly into his flesh. They begin to draw his blood, and the extraction rate quickly starts to surge. Standing beside the apparatus, Chen Lianyi watches closely as the blood begins to pool inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Nam finishes his preparations, tightly gripping a massive cannon-like weapon in it. The two signal each other. Cannon number 1 is fully primed and ready. Cannon number 2 is also ready. When the moment strikes, they fire the cure simultaneously. A massive boom echoes, painting the sky with brilliant fireworks as the blood aerosolizes and spreads. The blood mist drifts down, scattering widely over the entire area where the soldiers are gathered, raining down on them heavier and heavier. The pale faces of the infected victims suddenly shift, finally showing signs of life and recovery. After just a brief moment, they finally make a full recovery, standing on their own feet without a single ounce of pain. The soldiers are saved. Hearing their joyous cheers, Zisheng lets out a relieved sigh, thinking, "That is great." Chen Lianyi speaks up, warning that treating the entire infected zone will require at least 2 more rounds. Can he survive that? Before she can finish, he cuts in. Zisheng claims he can manage, even though his vision is turning blurry, saying he can already feel his body slowly regenerating the lost blood. His heart squeezes painfully, forcing itself to pump vital fluids back throughout his empty body. Shortly after, they fire 2 more shots. With everyone cured, the crowd cheers in pure ecstasy, shouting that they are saved. They hail Nan Zisheng as their god. Before long, night falls over the camp. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan gently blows on a spoonful of hot porridge. Zisheng sits up, saying he can feed himself. She cuts him off, telling him he is too weak and to let her help. She feeds him another spoonful, explaining that this is a special secret tonic she and Chen Lianyi brewed up together. She adds that Chu Xinghe and Lao Li are clearing the 5th defensive line, so the exhausted troops can rest. Meanwhile, Su Leng and Zhao Ke send word to the mainland, demanding harsh punishment for the rioters who took advantage of the plague. Nearby, young Chu Tian lies completely motionless. She is completely drained, and Nan Zisheng is currently helping her recover. Hearing this, Zisheng sighs for the poor kid. Zhang Yuan nods, agreeing with him. They only have tonight to recover before they must march right back into battle tomorrow. Noticing her deep worry, he offers a reassuring smile. He tells her that victory is finally within their grasp, as only a few alien portals remain active inside the void. It is almost over, he adds, acknowledging that while the final stretch will be tough, they will prevail. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan gasps in horror. Zisheng's nose is bleeding heavily, dripping thick drops right onto his hands without him even noticing. He jokes about the soup causing his sudden nosebleed. Zisheng continues to tease her, asking if the tonic is actually that powerful. She cuts him off, pointing out the terrifying truth. His blood is actually pitch black. Alarmed by this development, the team quickly draws another sample to run tests. Xiao Nam gasps, discovering that the blood contains the exact same energy as the curse. Since his regeneration stems from that curse, she wonders if the constant healing has allowed it to fully corrupt his bloodstream. She worries about the ultimate price of this power. If this curse is of alien origin, what will happen to him? Chen Lianyi tells everyone to stay calm and not panic just yet. She points out that the corruption has not yet fully consumed his body or bones, meaning they still have time to find a solution. The next morning, Zisheng is fully back on his feet and ready. Addressing his comrades through the portal, he asks if everyone is ready. They cheer back, declaring they are fully healed and ready to fight. They joke that slicing through monsters is too easy anyway. Seeing their high spirits, he feels a wave of relief wash over him. Lao Li, Qin Ying, Qin Sui, Su Leng, and Zhao Ke will guard the exterior to intercept any escaping beasts. The rest of the team will follow him inside as a tight unit. Since they might face double S-rank threats today, everyone must stay absolutely sharp and on high alert. The squad salutes, shouting their acknowledgement. Only a few portals remain active deep within the void. Judging by their unique colors and intense energy fields, these are the final 5 gateways. The red, yellow, blue, and silver portals all lead to double S-class alien beasts. That black door, at the end, might hold the ultimate boss. Zisheng locked his eyes onto the red portal and ordered the group to head into the red gate first. Preparing to teleport them, little Chu Tian raised her hand outside and replied with a quick yes. Just like that, the team made it inside safely. But the moment Su Cheng saw what was waiting in front of them, he could only gasp in absolute shock. What on earth is that monstrosity? It is the terrifying Abyss Gazer. He noted that this teleport hub was not even on the ground, pointing out the strange clouds hovering directly above it. Chu Xinghe chimed in, noting the drawn eye on the gate and wondering if it was still sleeping. Zisheng warned them to stay sharp and suggested starting with a quick probe to test its defenses. Su Changhe immediately launched his red threads straight at the giant beast to test it, calling out his heavenly demon silk. But the instant his threads touched its massive body, they dissolved into thin air, revealing a layer of highly corrosive slime protecting its outer skin. They had rarely faced this species before, with only Chu Tian and Nan Zisheng having prior experience. Suddenly, the monster's massive red eye snapped open, locking onto Zisheng's group as it detected their presence. The team braced themselves as the beast coldly announced the initiation of its self-cleaning purge protocol. In that very moment, everyone's eyes flashed a terrifying crimson red, prompting a deeply confused Su Cheng to wonder if this was how the beast launched its main attack. It did not even hurt, leaving him unimpressed by this double S-class monster. Chu Xing cut in, admitting to an ominous feeling. Eager to find out its secrets, Zisheng unsheathed his blade and leaped forward to test it with a powerful dragon breath torrent strike. With that, he summoned a massive swarm of spectral skulls that flew straight toward the one-eyed beast, unleashing his powerful Asura Hell Slash. But before his attacks could even reach their target, Chu Xinghe suddenly dashed forward and directly sliced those spectral skulls into pieces. Stunned by this sudden move, Zisheng cried out Chu Xing's name in pure shock. It seemed his ally had lost all control and rationality, aggressively demanding to know what Zisheng thought he was doing. Before Zisheng could even process the situation, a deadly strike flew right at him with a chilling threat of death. Suddenly, from behind him, a flurry of red threads and water torrents tightly bound his body. Su Changge, Lan Chongkong, and the others had clearly lost all sense of sanity and reason. Screaming out death threats, they lunged, leaving Zisheng completely baffled by their hostility. Thanks to her unique self-healing abilities, Nan Zisheng managed to keep a fraction of her sanity, weakly warning her brother that the others were under mental control. She explained that her holy light could barely shield her, but she suddenly let out a sharp cry of pain. Watching this unfold, Zisheng quickly surveyed the area, realizing he was the only one unaffected by the psychic blast. He cursed, knowing the beast wanted them to tear each other apart for its amusement. Before he could move, Su Changje lashed out with a swarm of red threads, leaving painful cuts across his body. Heavenly puppet silk shred him to pieces, holding back his pain. Zisheng knew he had to carefully regulate his forbidden magic to shield himself without harming his brainwashed allies. He steeled himself and unleashed a massive, directed sound wave from his forbidden magic, completely shattering the spells binding him and blowing back his brainwash. But out of nowhere, Chu Tian utilized her powerful spatial magic to instantly teleport her mind-controlled allies away, ensuring they vanished safely to a secure distance. Fortunately, during that brief opening, the severe injuries on Zisheng's body managed to fully heal. Thanks to his rapid regeneration, minor cuts like these were absolutely nothing to him. Chu Tian's spatial magic kept them safe, but it made holding back much harder for Zisheng. Just then, Lan Changkong caught him off guard by suddenly lunging from behind. Without a second thought, he unleashed a massive spectral water dragon directly at Zisheng, activating his water dragon roar. The heavy strikes battered his body while freezing ice rapidly locked his feet to the ground. Reacting quickly, Zisheng unleashed a burst of forbidden flames to melt the restricting ice. But another threat immediately followed as Su Changli closed the distance from behind him once more, launching his soul-pulling silk. Thanks to his incredibly sharp reflexes, he spun around just in time to dodge the deadly attack. Before he could even plan his next move, Chu Xing blindsided him from above, invoking a devastating 10,000 piercing swords domain. Left with no other options, Zisheng quickly raised a barrier to protect himself from the onslaught. An alloy barrier forbidden spell. Just when they think they are safe, Chu Tian suddenly appears and shatters the shield to pieces. Trying to hide in your little turtle shell? No way, she screams. Get out here and take this. Stabbed by countless swords, Zisheng collapses in agony, falling hard onto the ground. Their teamwork is surprisingly tough to handle. Seizing the perfect moment, Su Changje and Lan Changkong rush in together to provide backup. He is pinned down. Kill him now. Pain contorts Zisheng's face. If things go on like this, he will slowly die right here. To break this deadlock, someone has to bleed. Brothers, I am truly sorry about this. Left with no choice, Zisheng unleashes his ultimate move, Asura Hell Slash. Instantly, the entire team coordinates their attacks once more. Reverse scale dragon breath. Space and time grind to a halt. Suddenly, his gaze is locked onto that giant, one-eyed monster. You think a mere dragon eye can trick me? Without hesitation, he fires a devastating strike directly at the center of its pupil. Alloy Spike Forbidden Spell. Watch me pierce your giant eye blind. Staring straight at the incoming attack, the creature keeps its eye wide open, calmly analyzing the combat situation. Then, the thick tentacles surrounding its body wrap around the strike, completely freezing and neutralizing the attack. Struggling with everything he has, Zisheng absolutely refuses to back down. He immediately fuses a molten lava forbidden spell with a deadly barrage of rapid alloy bullets. But even after taking those heavy blows, the one-eyed monster remains completely unfazed, letting out only a minor, low grunt. Zisheng brings his sword down in a ferocious slash, screaming, "Let us see you block this one." Asura Hell. Right from the dead center of its massive pupil, an ominous pitch-black beam of light suddenly erupts. Control established, target eliminated. As soon as those cold words echo, his mind grows dizzy and his eyes turn blood red. His head throbs with intense pain, as if something is forcefully invading his brain. In the end, Zisheng completely loses his sanity. Gritting his teeth in agony, he looks up. Suddenly, all of his comrades distort into hideous, monstrous forms right before his eyes. Eradicate the outcasts. Execute all demons. Chu Sheng and his group stand paralyzed, completely under the monster's mind control. Zisheng is exactly the same, muttering over and over to eradicate the outcasts and execute the demons. Instantly, both sides clash in a brutal, merciless battle. Watching this horror unfold from below, Nan Zisheng is completely helpless. This is bad, please stop. Summoning all her remaining strength, she leaps into the air to block them. Stop this. My life force is burning. Holy light purification. As the mind control shatters, everyone finally snaps back to their senses. Wait, where am I? But the one-eyed monster is not done with them yet. It glares down at Zisheng's group and speaks. Stare into the abyss. Instantly, they fall back under its spell. As eyes gleam with a bloody glow, Nan Zisheng's physical body slowly begins to dissolve. Tears stream down her face, but she refuses to stop. I sacrifice my body. Let the holy light banish all evil. Watching this in sheer panic, Zisheng screams for Zisheng to stop. She cuts him off. Brother, forget about me and kill it now. He cries out for his sister, but with no other choice, he must keep fighting. Pushing his broken body, he stacks multiple forbidden spells, summoning heavenly fire, rising sun, and the divine wind, erupting from Zisheng's blade. A massive golden sphere of energy materializes as he summons heavenly fire. The blazing sphere expands massively, summoning the crimson sun. Seizing his moment, Zisheng unleashes a fierce slash, commanding the divine wind. As the giant flaming orb slowly closes in on the one-eyed monster, its pupils dilate in horror as it registers an undetectable power explosion, causing massive overload. Analysis failed. Right then, another automated system is triggered, announcing the immediate activation of its ultimate destruction mode. Hearing this warning, Zisheng refuses to let the monster turn the tables on him. Bringing his sword down, he stacks another forbidden spell. Behind him, the massive phantom of a roaring fire dragon charges forward at high speed. Flame Dragon. The devastating sphere of fire closes in on the one-eyed monster, incinerating absolutely everything in its path. While it looks like this attack will vaporize the target, the beast somehow endures. Its giant eye burns with anger as it activates its absolute defense mode. Matching its resolve, Zisheng refuses to back down, unleashing a non-stop barrage of divine punishment. He rapidly stacks multiple other spells together. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the area, sending a massive column of smoke high into the sky. Seizing his chance, he commands the fire dragon to completely demolish the main tower. Flame Dragon incinerates the core. With that final strike, everything finally crumbles to dust. With the tower shattered and the monster gone, Nan Zisheng smiles through her tears and cheers that they have finally won. Expressing her pride, her fading body is already half gone. Zisheng rushes to her side, begging her to stop talking. He promised to take her back to base immediately, believing Chen Lianyi and Su Shaonan would definitely find a way to save her. But it was already too late. She turned back with a faint smile, telling her brother that her time had run out. She begged him to summon her soul, if he truly wanted to save her. With those final words, Nan Zisheng completely faded away. Watching his sister vanish right before his eyes was too much to bear, and he screamed her name, Zisheng, in absolute despair. Standing behind him, the rest of the group watched on with heavy hearts. Losing his only family drove Zisheng into utter despair. His face darkened as a twisted, broken laughter escaped his lips. He laughed hysterically about saving the world and humanity, yet failing to protect his own sister, throwing his head back in wild agony. What use were 5 legendary talents? Strongest on Earth? It was all just a ridiculous, pathetic joke to him now. Seeing this, Lan Chongkong burst into tears and bowed his head, apologizing for being nothing but a useless burden to their captain. Zisheng glared back with eyes full of pure hatred and agreed, saying they were absolutely right. He spat that his sister would still be alive, if not for those useless fools, causing the teammate to weep even harder. Lan Chongkong sobbed that they were all completely useless, but Su Changge had finally heard enough of this self-pitying garbage. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Su Chang rushed forward and threw a heavy punch straight into Zisheng's face. He roared at Nan Zisheng to snap out of it, warning him not to let grief give those cursed forces any advantage. That brutal punch seemed to finally bring Zisheng back to his senses a little bit. Looking at his stunned face, Su Changge yelled, asking why he had hesitated instead of just killing all of them back then if they were so useless. He demanded him to remember that photo by his bedside, asking if he thought they would have followed him without being fully prepared to die. His voice grew more desperate as he screamed, asking why he was suddenly silent and demanding that he speak up. He dared him to fight back, prompting Chu Sheng to rush over and try to hold the furious Su Chang back. But Su Chang'e refused to listen, violently brushing Chu Xinghei's hand away in frustration. Snorting in anger, he immediately declared his resignation, stating that from now on, the life and death of a useless drag like him had absolutely nothing to do with them. Chu Tian ran over crying to stop him, screaming, "You jerk!" He called him weak, pointing out that everyone got blamed. Yet he himself had never once thought about abandoning the group. He asked how an adult like him could act worse than a kid. Lan Changkong tried to reason with him, saying a few harsh words shouldn't break a grown man, especially when they really were at fault this time. Chu Xinghei added that while he understood the frustration, self-loathing needed to have its limits before it destroyed them. He admitted that even if he wanted to self-destruct right now, they had to stay strong because there was still a path ahead. He urged that they could not collapse here. Hearing this, Su Cheng slumped to the ground and cut him off, begging them to just leave him alone for a bit. Chu Xing then turned his gaze toward Zisheng, preparing to speak. He warned Nan Zisheng that the same logic applied to him and that they could not let guilt destroy their remaining resolve. He pointed out that Zishan did not sacrifice her life for them to wallow in guilt, prompting Zisheng to give a soft nod of agreement. He stepped closer with a warm smile, urging him to summon Zisheng's soul. Though Zisheng could only stammer back in hesitation, Chu Xinghei gently reminded him that while it was incredibly painful, this was her final wish, asking how he would feel if he were in her shoes right now. Seeing no other option, Zisheng finally made up his mind to summon Nan Zisheng's soul. He called out to summon her soul, and as the light faded, Nan Zisheng materialized, but in a completely different form this time. She thanked her brother for bringing her back, expressing how proud she was, prompting Chu Tian to instantly run forward and hug her, weeping. Chu Tian sobbed her name, but she comforted him, asking why he cried now that she was back. Meanwhile, outside the Void Gate, Old Lie's group stood waiting when a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred, making them wonder if the portal was opening. Zhao Care nervously wondered if alien beasts were teleporting through, finding it extremely strange that they could not see anything yet. Su Ling wondered if it was an invisible monster, but as yin-yang symbols flared in her eyes, she realized it was actually an unseen atomic particle energy field. To make sure everyone could prepare for this impending, hidden danger, Su Ling immediately activated her special technique, linking their senses and creating a sensory resonance. Zhao Care followed suit, activating her prophecy eye. But despite everyone else receiving the buff, Old Lie still could not feel a single thing. Was he really the only one unable to resonate and connect with everyone? Suddenly, a terrifying vision of Old Lie getting blasted by a giant fireball flashed in her mind, causing Zhao Care to scream out his name. In 3 seconds, an attack is coming from 3 o'clock. Defend. Startled, he could only choke out, "Oh." Feeling their genuine concern brought a wave of warmth to his heart, knowing his teammates still truly cared about him. So what if they were different species and could not bond? With a roar, he unleashed his power, shattering that massive fireball. A quick lava bomb is all it takes. But as the smoke cleared, massive walls of fire erupted all around the spot where Old Lie stood. Zhao Kani yelled out next in 2 seconds. A ring-shaped shockwave strikes Old Lie. Build a flame wind barrier. Nodding, he immediately swung his massive tail to whip up a protective shield of raging wind and fire. Thanks to his quick shield, the squad avoided a disaster. But Zhao Kani screamed again. It is attacking from both above and below. Qin Ying and Qin Sui shouted back that they had the resonance and could see it clearly. Qin Ying quickly summoned massive vines from the ground, weaving a high-tech nano-alloy vine net. Standing right beside him, Sui Sui backed her brother up, creating a wooden earth barrier and energy-absorbing moss. But their defenses were completely useless, instantly crumbling to ashes under the sheer intensity of the enemy fire. Su Ling shouted in a panic, "We cannot survive like this for long. We must find its real body and its attack pattern." Suddenly, sensing another lethal threat, Zhao Kani shrieked, "Watch out. It has already bypassed our defenses and is inside." But it was too late. The blast slammed directly into the siblings, leaving both of them injured and flying backward. Seeing the danger, Old Lie quickly used his massive claws to shield Su Ling and Zhao Kani. Su Ling, Zhao Kani, watch out. Before they could react, a barrage of massive fireballs slammed directly into his body, causing him immense pain. Horrified by the sight, the two girls cried out in sheer panic. Old Lie, please hang in there." He choked out, "I can hold." But that blast gave Su Ling a clue right before it exploded. She saw a 3mm glowing core flash by, which might be its actual body. She added that it likely flashes for just 1 second as energy pools, though the location is random. Glancing around, She urged that they must temporarily cut off their sensory resonance and focus entirely on locating its spawning point. That is our only chance to turn the tide. Upon hearing her words, Old Lai decided to act as their shield of justice, roaring that as long as he protected them, they only needed to search. With his massive shield protecting them, Su Lang and the others finally felt safe, instantly activating her skill Full Foresight, triggering 10 seconds of absolute sensory scan. Meanwhile, the struggling siblings used giant wooden barriers to block the relentless barrage. Suddenly, Zhao Kani gasped. I found it. In 5 seconds, the light core will materialize at 8 o'clock, 15 meters away from me. Qin Ying, Qin Sui, grab it the instant the blast stops. Hearing her, the brother yelled, I will protect you, go grab it. Nodding, she seized the golden opportunity, summoning giant, powerful vines that shot forward to form a massive alloy vine net. Exactly as Su Lang predicted. The moment a brief flash of light pierced the darkness, the monster's location was exposed. Ensnaring it at last, the squad successfully trapped the hidden beast. Shrink, Sui Sui roared, activating her fusion confinement. Seeing that they had finally secured the beast, she smiled warmly and cheered. We succeeded, but Su Lang still sensed an eerie danger, warning them not to relax because a massive burial energy was building underneath. Zhao Kani chimed in 10 seconds. A massive blast will sweep across thousands of miles, heading straight for the 5th defensive line. Hearing this warning, Old Lai immediately barked orders to Qin Ying and Qin Sui. Hurry and push that light core deep into the underground lava layers so I can suppress the explosion. Left with no choice, the siblings complied instantly, extending their alloy root system deep below. Next, she unleashed another technique, utilizing her deep-set roots. Meanwhile, Old Lai had already prepared a massive pit of boiling lava, aiming to swallow the beast whole. He dove straight down into the depths, roaring with all his might. Molten lava power. A deafening explosion erupted instantly, a volcanic shockwave released from the shattered confinement. Before anyone could process what was happening, the blast triggered, burying everything under tons of falling rocks. Old Lai, now glowing with a strange blue aura, chanted loudly, in the name of Scorpio, I sacrifice my core. A blinding snow crest appeared, unleashing absolute zero to completely freeze the deadly burial. Witnessing this, Zhao Kani cheered in absolute joy. We did it! Qin Ying gasped. He unleashes his own power to pull Lao Li back up, shouting, Lao Li, I am pulling you up. The team rushes over to praise him, shocked that Lao Li had been hiding such a devastating ultimate move. He chuckles weakly, expressing regret as a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly coughs out of his mouth. It is a once-in-a-lifetime move. Zhao Care gasps in horror as a massive spatial portal suddenly tears open in the sky above. Zisheng and his group finally make their grand return, shouting that they have arrived. Su Lang is instantly shocked upon seeing Nan Zisheng, but Zisheng quickly cuts in, saying it is a long story. Saving Lao Lai is their top priority. But the warrior has grown incredibly weak, his voice fading to a whisper. Fading fast, Lao Lai begs them to send his descendants back home if they somehow manage to win this ultimate war. Zisheng fiercely cuts him off, telling him to shut up and crawl back to his homeland himself. There is no giving up in his squad. Zisheng orders everyone to find a cure, while Nan Zisheng steps up to cast Holy Light Healing. Qin Ying gasps in pure relief as she watches the magic work. She points out that Lao Li's body has stopped cracking, and Sui Sui eagerly agrees that Zisheng can save him. But it is not that simple. Zisheng warns that his body composition is completely different from any normal human being. She can only delay the inevitable for a short while, but she cannot truly heal him. Once her energy runs dry, his body will collapse anyway, prompting Su Lang to step up and investigate. She realizes the root cause of his collapse lies deep within the energy core inside his brain. She tells Zisheng to focus all her healing power directly on that central brain core. Nan Zisheng immediately complies, channeling her ultimate holy light overcharge directly into his fading core. It works better than before, but only buys a little more time, prompting Su Cheng to step forward and help. He asks Su Long and Zhao Care to assist as he attempts to stitch Lao Li's body with puppet threads. They instantly agree, activating their sensory resonance to guide him as he begins using clairvoyant sight to stitch Lao Li's broken form back together. The shattered bones inside his body slowly align, stitching back together under the magic threads. The two siblings refuse to just stand by. The brother tells his sister they must use their powerful alloy vines to completely reconstruct Lao Li's shattered outer armor. She readily agrees. Lan Changkong unleashes his water magic to freeze the cracks and prevent energy leaks, while Zisheng shouts out an urgent order to Chu Tian. She needs to immediately teleport Chen Lianyi Su Xiaonan, and all of their medical equipment directly to their location. The young girl agrees, but Chu Xing quickly follows her to ensure she stays safe from any sudden dangers. Watching everyone work so hard to save him, Lao Lai breaks down in tears, begging them to stop wasting their efforts. He insists his core is empty and everything is useless. But Zisheng furiously snaps back, telling him to shut up. They will never know if it is useless unless they try. Lao Lai quietly notes that even though they are different species, they have treated him better than his own kind. Nan Zisheng quickly silences him, gently warning that talking right now will only drain his remaining life force even faster. She is hitting her absolute limit. She explains that only her own soul energy can temporarily slow down his decay, causing a deeply concerned Zisheng to hesitate. She reassures him that her phantom form possesses far greater spiritual power than she ever had before. Since she clearly has a solid plan and there are no other options, he reluctantly agrees. He immediately sets up an enhancement array to boost her, shouting out a spell that amplifies her spectral power by 50 times. But this is still a temporary fix. Zhu Ling warns that this constant drain is unsustainable, but a sudden bold idea strikes her, and she wonders aloud if it could actually work. When Zisheng asks for details, she brings up the alien's annihilation light core that Lao Lai had sealed deep underground earlier. Since energy is universal, that dense core might be the exact power source they need. She wonders if they can somehow use the annihilation light core to fuse with Lao Li's core and sustain his life. Without hesitating, Zisheng bolts toward the massive cliff, determined to try absolutely anything to save his friend. He dives into the depths to retrieve the core first, and right in front of him lies a colossal block of solid ice. He has to pull it out without breaking this ice layer, otherwise they are heading straight into another brutal battle, and all of Lao Li's sacrifices would go to waste. With that, he drives his sword into the ice, trying to test if he can carve through the frozen barrier. At that exact moment, above them, Chen Lianyi and Xiao Nam step through a portal. "We are here," they announce. Su Lung calls out, "Lianyi, Xiao Nam, you two need to analyze Lao Lai's core composition first. We will see if he can take it once Nan Zisheng returns." Xiao Nam nods, agreeing to start immediately as she carefully inspects the situation. Thermal energy is at 80%, wind is at 10%, and seismic energy makes up the remaining 10%. This is Lao Li's core energy source, forged from magma, tornadoes, and powerful earthquakes. Moments later, Zisheng finally returns with the core in hand, proudly announcing he extracted the annihilation core. He urges them to study it quickly and see if it can merge with Lao Lai's core. Xiao Nam steps in, claiming she will handle it, and notes the decaying annihilation energy is at 100%. The annihilation core can merge with a resonant core, but some level of conflict between them is absolutely inevitable. Forcing this replacement is incredibly dangerous, as Lao Lai's original core energy could be completely devoured. Xiao Nam warns that even if they save him, he might mutate or end up severely paralyzed. Hearing this, Zisheng looks at Lao Lai and says, "Lao Lai, I want to treat this as a last resort to save you, but this is your choice to make." He replies, "Then I will trust you. If I mutate, just end my life and do not hesitate. Getting to travel with everyone for this long made my entire life completely worth living. Losing my abilities or being crippled does not matter. Just being alive to see you all is enough." He smiles and cuts him off, saying he will not hesitate, then commands Zishan to step out. He tells Lianyi and Xiao Nam to prepare for surgery. Hearing this, Nan Zisheng emerges from Lao Li and agrees. The scene shifts as Zisheng casts an earth barrier, but the tower explodes, throwing everyone backward through the air. Su Ling speaks up, shouting that she can feel Lao Li's life force rapidly returning, and this massive explosion of energy seems to originate directly from Lao Lai himself. Lianyi quickly realizes what this means, asking if their grafting surgery was actually a success. Zisheng warns them not to celebrate too early, because even if Lao Lai truly possesses the massive power of annihilation, they still need to see if he can control it. Zisheng points out that the explosions are dying down, wondering if Lao Li has already managed to control it. But wait, Lao Li's body is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the thick gray smoke, slowly reconstructing his physical form. Finally, he calls out to everyone, declaring that he is alive and back in his human form, a truly unique sensation. He notes that his magma heart has stopped, replaced by the incredibly dangerous yet far more powerful annihilation energy. Su Lang hides in the back, utterly shocked, questioning if this is really the same Lao Lai. Hare chimed in, calling it insanely cool, while Chu Tian exclaims that he is not just cool, but remarkably beautiful. He looks even prettier than the girls. Chang Kong sighs, admitting the success of this surgery makes him want to try it. Lao Lai proudly shouts, announcing to his captain and friends that he is alive. Su Leng blushes furiously and looks away, shocked that he would walk over completely naked and with absolutely zero shame. Unlike her, the rest of the crew keeps staring. She asks if they are not embarrassed to be gawking like that. Hare and Xiaonan blush, and Lianyi gets a nosebleed, stubbornly asking why it even matters. Lianyi claims her X-ray vision has seen it all, and she is purely studying a specimen, while Care wonders at the core, like an innocent girl, praising the cool core on his chest. Su Changge gets so annoyed he tears his shirt, yelling at the shameless Lao Li to cover up first. Perfect timing. Chang flings the cloth, wrapping it around Lao Li's waist like a neat little pair of trunks. He laughs, praising Chang as a good brother for doing an awesome job. Shing, he chuckles, noting that even men get jealous, while Zisheng steps in to calm everyone down. Having Lao Li back alive is all that truly matters. Lao Li suddenly drops to his knees, begging them to accept his deepest bow. But Zisheng quickly rushes over to help him stand back up. Lao Li is moved to tears, begging Zisheng to let him bow, since everyone risked their lives to save him. So he was already dead. Care, who had gone wild earlier, was furious. The manager quickly bowed his head in fear. Zhao Nan added that a tiger cannot change its stripes, and Lao Li was still the same big idiot. Su Leng thought differently, finding this new form quite cute. Meanwhile, Lao Li was still crying his eyes out, snot running down. Even though his handsome original body was gone, surviving in this form was still great. Hearing this, Chang Kong got visibly irritated. He asked if he could apply to beat Lao Li up. Chang immediately replied that the request was approved, and they should attack together. The two rushed forward and thrashed Lao Li. He cried out, asking why they were hitting him, while they took turns scolding him. They yelled that he was bragging after getting such a lucky break. Suddenly, a hand reached out and shot a bright beam of light forward. A sudden explosion blasted right in the middle of Lao Li, Chang Kong, and Chang Jie. Zisheng called out in worry. Lao Li stammered nervously, saying he did not mean to do it, and had no idea how it happened. Ina stepped in to help. She told him not to panic, as he probably just had not adjusted to his new powers or learned how to control them. Zisheng added that mastering it would take serious training. He warned Lao Li that if he ever injured his own teammates again, he would personally take him down. Lao Li obediently replied that he would rather die than lose control. Zisheng then turned to check on Changge and Chang Kong, asking if they were okay. Chang raised his arm reassuringly, saying it was just a minor scratch. Chang Kong agreed, noting it was lucky Lao Li did not use full strength. His new technique seemed even more powerful than his previous lava attacks. Zisheng sighed helplessly and told everyone to head back to headquarters before discussing any further. Later that evening back at the base, Zhang Yuan burst into tears upon seeing Zishan in her current condition. She called Zishan's name, but the girl quickly reassured Sister Nuan that she was perfectly fine. Aside from no longer being able to eat her cooking, everything was the same, maybe even more flexible and free. Zhang Yuan wept even louder, crying that missing her cooking was more than enough to break her heart. Zishan comforted her, saying she would cherish those memories. She then pointed behind her, asking Zhang Yuan to see who had arrived. Staring at Lao Li, Zhang Yuan asked if he was a newcomer. He quickly pointed to himself, explaining he was Lao Li, which left Zhang Yuan completely stunned. She asked Lao Li what on earth had happened to him. Zisheng walked over, saying it was a long story. Zhang Yuan then invited the T9 to eat while they talked. Meanwhile, near the Void Gate, a strange energy began to manifest. This mysterious force swirled around and wrapped itself around a tree. The scene shifts to Zishan sitting alone, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. She wondered why the moon remained constant, while the warm atmosphere of their dinner had changed so much. She wondered if her absence from the table made everyone feel down. Yet, if she sat there, and they saw her unable to eat, it would probably make them even sadder. Even Lao Li was managing to fit in and act human, leaving her feeling like the only true outcast. Right then, Xinghe walked up to her and gently asked what she was thinking about. Zishan turned to him in surprise, teasingly asking why he was not inside eating, and if he was trying to tempt her. Holding his bowl of rice, he sat down beside her and playfully admitted she was right. He wanted her to know that her new appearance changed nothing. He just wanted her to feel comfortable, or rather, he just wanted to share his meal with her. Zishan smiled and replied that he was always frighteningly clever. She reluctantly accepted his company, urging him to eat before his food got cold. Looking slightly melancholy, Xing remarked on the beautiful moon, prompting Zishan to ask if he was confessing his love. She admitted that, Though it was an old cliché, she was still happy, but lamented that it was impossible now, since she could not even blush anymore. Xing gave a warm smile, reassuring her that there was no regret, as she had simply gained freedom before him. He expressed his belief that they would eventually become soul companions in the future. Hearing this, Zishan laughed so hard she practically teared up, patting Chu Xinghe on the shoulder while asking what kind of crazy joke that was. She teased that despite his usual elegant demeanor, he was surprisingly bold. Back inside at the dinner table, Chang asked if everyone heard that. He joked that she was finally laughing, and Zisheng agreed, saying they should not make things so gloomy, as it only made everything more awkward for everyone. Kang Kong raised his glass next. He suggested they should all enjoy this moment and have fun while they still could. Since Zishan was still with them and Lao Lai was reborn, they had every reason to celebrate. The entire group cheered, raising their glasses to Lao Lai and their soul companion. They toasted to Lao Lai and their soulmate, declaring they should drink and enjoy the night to the fullest. After a night of heavy drinking, everyone is fast asleep, leaving only Xinghe and Zishan outside. Zishan tells Xinghe that it is getting late and he should head back to sleep. She says he does not need to keep her company since she does not sleep and can guard everyone herself. Xinghe agrees to it. He tells her he is willing to listen, but she must promise him that if she ever feels bored or lonely, she will wake him up. Zishan smiles and agrees. Gently moving her arm, Zishan kisses Xinghe on the forehead and softly whispers that she loves him. Just as they finish talking, a strange power suddenly appears in the area. Zishan instinctively stands up, utterly confused by it. Xinghe quickly steps in front of her to shield her, realizing that something is very wrong. The independent space Shutian created should have kept the outside fog from entering. The fact that it bypassed their barrier means this fog is unaffected by dimensional boundaries. He warns her to be careful, since hostiles might be invading. But Zishan tells him to watch himself while she checks it out first. Could this be some kind of invisible particles? The holy barrier still appears to be fully intact. Or is it just ordinary fog? Xinghe carefully prepares to attack first, while Zishan observes the situation. Warning her not to be careless, he unleashes his technique, activating his powerful sword Qi domain. No matter what it is, he decides to blow the fog away first. But even after his gale slash, the fog remains completely unaffected. This is definitely no ordinary fog. As the strange energy enters his body, Xinghe instantly feels an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. He tells her to wake up Zisheng, but before she can react, Xinghe collapses, leaving a panicked Zishan screaming his name. She realizes he has fallen asleep, but since his body shows no signs of injury, the situation is incredibly bizarre. Watching the strange mist seep into the house, Zishan rushes inside, shouting for her brother, Lianyi, and Nan to wake up immediately. But as she steps inside, she freezes. Everyone is already fast asleep. Panicking, she runs over to Zisheng, desperately trying to shake him awake. She casts a holy light spell, but it fails completely. Left with no choice, she rushes over to wake up Lao Lai. Since Lao Lai belongs to a beast race, he shouldn't be affected, but her desperate cries do not wake him. She worries that taking human form made Lao Li vulnerable to the spell. Knowing Sister Lang has sensing abilities, she hopes she might be awake, but she is completely out. Desperate, she begs Sister Lang to listen to her voice and wake up before it is too late. Zishan can sense a slight reaction from Sister Lang. She can clearly hear her, yet she still refuses to wake up. Deep within her mind, Sister Lang is desperately using her glacial time power to freeze her own body. Feeling the freezing cold at her fingertips, she realizes this is no dream. She has truly awakened a god-level ice ability. Seeing her success, everyone rushes over to cheer her on, congratulating Su Lang on her incredible achievement. They happily tell her they are no longer useless supports, as they have also awakened divine powers. Now, instead of just brewing medicine, they can fight right alongside everyone. In fact, they might even end up becoming much stronger than the rest. But just as they celebrate, a distant voice suddenly cuts through the illusion, calling out to Sister Lang. The voice begs her to wake up, leaving Su Lang completely bewildered as to who is trying to contact her. The voice sounds incredibly unfamiliar, but Zishan continues to desperately scream for Sister Lang to wake up. Covering her ears, she complains about the noise. But Care and Lianyi hear nothing, asking Su Lang what is wrong with her. She explains that a loud, irritating voice is giving her a massive headache. Su Lang asks if they really cannot hear it, but Care responds with total confusion, hearing absolutely nothing. Frowning, Su Lang wonders why she is the only one hearing it, questioning whose voice it could possibly be. Sensing danger, Su Lang immediately activates her ancient god-level perception to its absolute limit. Outside, an anxious Zishan keeps calling out, hoping that Sister Lang, her absolute last hope, can finally sense her. As she extends her senses, a blurry figure of Zishan appears before her. Su Lang finds her familiar, but still cannot place her. She then turns to address Care directly. She wants to link their senses so Care can share her legendary yin-yang eyes with her. But Care suddenly hesitates, which immediately makes Su Lang highly suspicious. Care is usually extremely sharp-tongued and energetic, never stumbling over her words or acting this strange. Right then, another massive surge of power appears. Hostiles are teleporting into their location. The others charge forward to attack, yelling at Su Lang to stop hesitating and join them. They urge her to fight alongside them for a thrilling battle. But Su Lang feels something is off. Something is wrong. The timing of this attack seems designed specifically to stop her from connecting with the mysterious stranger. Why is there a river near the dimensional portal? Zishen desperately cries out, begging Su Lang to wake up. Hearing this, Su Lang begins analyzing her surroundings. This mysterious person knows her real name and even calls her sister. They must be someone she closely knows. With her powerful sensory perception, she shouldn't have forgotten this voice. Confused, Su Lang hears the constant plea to wake up. Could she be trapped in a dream? Outside, Zishan rejoices as Su Lang's fingers slightly twitch, showing signs of life. But a sudden crisis quickly unfolds. Su Lang's physical body is rapidly aging. Zishan glances around and gasps in horror. Everyone else is also starting to age rapidly. If they do not wake up within a certain time limit, will they age to death? She must find a way to wake Su Lang up right now and sustain everyone's bodies. She unleashes holy healing light and enhanced perception. Zishan sends her power deep into Su Lang, sparking a faint trace of awareness. A familiar feeling returns as Zishan's form appears. Su Lang remembers everything. They fell asleep after eating, meaning she is currently trapped inside a dream. Otherwise, how could she awaken a new power so easily? But then, sudden pain strikes. Why does this intense pain feel so incredibly real? This is definitely no ordinary dream. It has formed a mental cage to trap her consciousness. Determined to break free, Su Lang focuses her sensory perception on an endorphin transmission. Zishan, can you hear my voice? Has an invisible alien race invaded us in the middle of the night? Zishan quickly replies, yes. She saw a mysterious white mist sweep through the courtyard, knocking everyone unconscious right after. No matter how she called, nobody woke up. As the coma drags on, their bodies are rapidly aging. Her healing ability can only temporarily delay this terrifying physical aging process for now. She begs Su Lang to wake up since she is the ultimate key to saving everyone. Inside the dream, Su Lang replies that she understands. Trapped within this incredibly hyper-realistic dream, her only hope of breaking free is to locate the hidden dream anchor. The enemy is an invisible energy field. Thus, the dreamscape it created must be an energy field too, meaning the anchor to break it is not a physical object. So what could it be? Her dream features her awakening god-level abilities, just to fight side by side with Nan Zisheng, and this represents her deepest desire. But it is also the very root of her inferiority complex. Without that deep-seated insecurity, this dream cage would not even exist. To break this anchor, she must overcome her self-doubt and fully accept her real-world self. Only then can she destroy the foundation of this dream. Although she longs to be powerful like Nan Zisheng, she is not truly inferior. In reality, she is incredibly capable. Having played vital roles in many fierce battles, she is definitely not a useless burden to this squad, and they cannot survive without her. The dream illusions suddenly freeze and fade. Trembling, Su Lang realizes that in this very moment, all her friends desperately need her. Su Lang's physical body begins to change. Outside, Zishan cheers happily, relieved that her sister is finally waking up. The physical healing rate accelerates instantly. Waking up while gasping for air, Su Lang warmly thanks Zishan for her immense efforts. Next, Zishan must cast holy healing light across the entire area to delay the aging process and buy them more time. Su Lang will handle waking everyone up. Zishan nods and unleashes her radiant holy light. Su Lang activates her full sensory perception, deeply penetrating into everyone's individual dreams. Each dream displays a unique color. Zhang Yuan's is white, Lian Yi's and Xiao Nam's are light pink, while K Air's is pale red. Chu Tian, Qin Ying, and Qin Sui have bright red dreams. Lan Chengkong, Su Chengge, and Chu Xinghe are blood red. while Old Lies is deep purple. These varying shades depend entirely on their innate talents. But what connection does this hold to their dreams? Does this determine the depth of each dream? Wait, why does Nan Zisheng's dream core contain a dark, swirling vortex that completely contrasts with the stable energy fields of all the others? Why is that? Su Leng anxiously tells Zishan that her sensory power is being devoured and assimilated by his swirling dream vortex. Zishan replies that, like a curse paired with rebirth, his physical body should be able to hold out much longer. It is better to wake the others first, to utilize their collective strength. Su Leng agrees, saying Zishan is absolutely right. Zishan points out that Zhang Yuan's dream is the shallowest, yet it is collapsing faster than everyone else's. Su Leng decides to rescue Zhang Yuan first, fully unleashing her sensory perception to link their consciousness. Shifting into Zhang Yuan's subconscious, the host is currently giving a speech. Today, the crowned champion of the Grand Chef God tournament is none other than Zhang Yuan. Her cooking is not only mouthwatering and visually stunning, but it also has the power to extend human life. Below, the crowd cheers wildly for her, chanting, "Chef God Zhang Yuan." Suddenly, an old man collapses, gasping for air. What is wrong, old man? Someone, save him. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly leaps down to offer help. Everyone step back. Let me through. An old woman cries out. He is not breathing. Zhang Yuan checks and pulls out an item. This is my handmade pastry. Let us give it a shot. After eating Zhang Yuan's dish, the old man suddenly bolts upright. Huh? Joyfully, the old woman gasps. You are awake. The man stands up, rubbing his shoulders. Honey, why do I suddenly feel so young? She replies, hurry up and thank the chef god, old man. She is the one who just saved your life. Witnessing this miracle, the crowd goes wild, chanting, all hail the mighty and powerful chef god. She literally brought a dead man back to life. Beyond that, did you all witness her culinary skills? She is definitely much more than just a chef god. Word says monsters are invading the border, and she will join the fight. Then victory is guaranteed. Honestly, those monsters are probably going to end up being cooked alive by the chef god anyway. Haha. With everything taken care of, Zhang Yuan turns to leave. Zishan, today I finally have the courage to search for you on this battlefield. Watching from behind, Su Leng overhears Zhang Yuan's emotional words. She begins to realize that this dream world represents Zhang Yuan's deepest desires and longings. Su Leng quickly runs forward and calls out to her. Zhang Yuan, wait. Watching Zhang Yuan's figure fade and dissolve into the air, Su Leng cries out in worry. Oh no, a spatial jump is happening inside this dreamscape. A barrier suddenly manifests, blocking Su Leng in her tracks. Ugh, is this the space-time wall of her dream? She cannot break through. This is bad. I need to exit immediately and recall my senses. In the real world, Su Leng breaks into a sweat, completely locked out. Seeing her wake up, Zishan immediately asks, how is the situation, Sister Leng? Su Leng replies, this dream is creating powerful space-time jumps and barriers. Its internal strength is far greater than I ever imagined. Without a matching sensory force like mine, waking her up is going to be nearly impossible. We must use a two-pronged approach, and we must enter when space-time stabilizes. Zishan immediately follows Su Leng's instructions, sharing her senses and linking their consciousness. Inside the dream, Zhang Yuan blames herself. Zishan, I am so sorry I arrived late and left you to suffer all alone. I deserve to die. But do not fear, even if only your head remains, I will find a way to save you. Once you recover, I will let you watch with your own eyes as I slaughter every single one of those monsters. Chef God power, heavenly medicinal cuisine, bone reforming, body reconstruction, divine lotus root soup. A voice suddenly echoes, stop. Startled, Zhang Yuan cries, who goes there? It is Su Leng. She knocks the bowl of medicine from Zhang Yuan's hand and warns her, do not eat this medicine. Confused, Zhang Yuan asks, what are you doing? She adds, you bastard, do you want to die? Su Leng tries to explain, Zhang Yuan, calm down, listen to me, you are inside a dream. Do you truly believe that reviving Nan Zisheng in this dream will actually resolve your regrets in reality? Doing this will not bring Nan Zisheng back in the real world, and you will end up getting yourself killed. Furious, Zhang Yuan completely blocks her out, yelling, what kind of absolute nonsense are you talking about? What kind of monster are you supposed to be? Anyway, dodging Zhang Yuan's fierce attacks, Su Leng realizes, shoot, she doesn't even recognize me. Just preaching to her is definitely not going to work. It seems sharing our senses from the outside is not enough. Since things have come to this, I must take a massive risk. With that, Su Leng unleashes her power to invade Zhang Yuan's mind, activating a multi-layered sensory intrusion. She has never attempted this move before, hoping it does not trigger a backlash. Instantly, Zhang Yuan drops to her knees in agonizing pain. A table laden with delicious food suddenly materializes as her close friends gather around, smiling and chatting happily with one another. Zhang Yuan bursts into tears, sobbing, "Is this the actual reality? The painful truth of my complete helplessness?" Weeping, she turns her head and whispers, "I am sorry, Zishan. Even in the face of despair and pain, I am still completely useless. I, Zhang Yuan, refuse to drown in this false dream. I will not hide like a coward. Shatter for me." Smashing the medicine pot to pieces, Zhang Yuan suddenly bolts awake. Zishan cries out joyfully, "You are finally awake. You have finally woken up." Su Leng quickly withdraws her sensory connection. Seeing Su Leng stumble and lose her balance, Zishan rushes over, asking, "Su Leng, what's wrong?" Su Leng struggles to reassure her, "I am fine. Hurry." Su Leng thought to herself, performing a sensory invasion in a dream definitely triggered a heavy mental backlash, but now was not the time for weakness. Saving lives had to be her top priority. Following Su Leng's call, Zishan quickly healed Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan knew Su Leng's sensory power was reaching its limit. With Zishan's holy light running dangerously low, Zhang Yuan knew she had to step in. "Do not waste your healing on me anymore," she urged. "Save your remaining energy." Zishan hesitated, protesting, "But you are still not fully recovered yet." Zhang Yuan calmly analyzed the situation. Putting my physical aging aside for a moment, she began, "Even if I am affected, I want to try recovering on my own. I still remember all those medicinal food recipes from the dream and want to test them in reality. If they actually work, it could relieve a massive amount of pressure on everyone." Hearing this, Zishan could only trust her. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Zisheng was trapped in a fierce, tense struggle inside his own consciousness. Fighting back tenaciously, he unleashed the forbidden curse, Flame Dragon Chitsing Sun. The massive target withered under his blistering assault. The target groaned in pain, then laughed mockingly. "I gave you the gift of regeneration, yet you disappoint me. This is not enough. Kill me, and become me." Zisheng demanded in frustration. "What are you really after? Manipulating everything behind the scenes, yet too cowardly to show your face? Is your goal really just to have me kill you? And what on earth does becoming you even mean?" The enemy coldly replied, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. This is your trial alone, and your absolute destiny. Only by killing me will you finally understand why you were the one I chose." The scene shifts to Xiaonan and Lian Yi together, inside the subconscious. Working inside, they tried desperately to heal Zishan. Lian Yi cheered, "Xiaonan, we did it," as she threw her arms around her in joy. "See, I told you that using the alien race's materials would successfully restore Zishan's broken body." Gripping Lian Yi's arms in excitement, Xiaonan agreed. "Yes, you were right. The fusion is perfect, and Zishan looks even more beautiful than before." Meanwhile, Su Leng entered their conscious just as suspected. Lian Yi and Xiaonan shared the same dream. Their shared obsession, fueling the power to save Zishan. To save them both, Su Leng decided to act, initiating a powerful multi-layered sensory intrusion. "Wake up right now." Overexerting herself, Su Leng coughed up blood as a severe headache struck. Fortunately, Zishan stepped in, chanting, "Sister Leng, holy light, heal." Seeing Su Leng's state, Lian Yi worried. "If things go on like this, I fear Su Leng won't be able to hold out much longer." "Xiaonan, do not just stand there. Extract and analyze that gray mist immediately, so we can craft the awakening potion." "Understood," Xiaonan replied. But then Lian Yi added, "Wait, do you still remember the Abyss Observer? It is a foreign monster capable of mental attacks. Based on this dream, I have a strong feeling that we must use its essence as the main catalyst for the awakening potion." Lian Yi agreed. Indeed, dreams are essentially mental manipulation, but nobody brought back any materials related to it. Then who will go back through the void portal to retrieve them? Zishan volunteered. "I can go." Lian Yi hesitated. "But right now, whether it is Su Leng's aging or the others, we still desperately need your healing." Zishan hesitated, but then Zhang Yuan stepped forward. "You can leave this place to me. I have already tested it myself. While the medicinal food's effects are not as extreme as in the dream, they definitely work to control the rapid aging." Lian Yi cheered. "That is amazing. A blessing in disguise. So this dream was not entirely in vain after all." Relieved, Zishan ran off. I will leave the rest to you while I fetch the ingredients. Lian Yi and Xiao Nan waved goodbye, calling out, "Stay safe and hurry back." She reassured them, "Do not worry, everyone." Once Zishan left, Lian Yi immediately enhanced the formulation. This awakening potion would amplify the effects of the medicinal food. Zhang Yuan cheered, "Perfect." And Su Leng quickly picked up the bowl, drinking the concoction down. Upon drinking it, Su Leng felt the effects immediately. Her recovery rate was definitely working much faster now. Seeing the cure's incredible success, they distributed it. Everyone's aging was brought under control, except for Zisheng, who showed absolutely no improvement at all. Su Leng reassured the worried group. Our captain is bound by a forbidden curse, so his condition is different from theirs. Do not blame yourselves. I will awaken Care first to see if her sensory abilities can detect anything useful. Inside Care's consciousness, a dazzling, starry sky unfolded. It was absolutely breathtaking. She wandered through this ethereal, shimmering space. Beneath her feet, the water swirled, carrying two distinct black and white carp. The two carp swam around each other, forming a perfect yin-yang symbol as Care sank deeper into this magical realm. Kier's eyes gleamed as she stared at the yin-yang circle, gasping that it had actually been inside her own eyes all along. Activating her time acceleration skill, Kier rapidly transforms, seizing complete control over everything within her own consciousness. With time pause active, Su Leng watches silently from behind, thinking to herself just how bizarre Kier's dreams really are. Sure, it seems tied to her desire for power, but this obsession feels entirely different from anyone else's. Where does that difference lie? Though, spotting Su Ling behind her, Kier speaks up to ask if she came too. A surprised Su Ling steps forward, curiously asking if Kier actually recognizes her. "Did you know I was coming?" Kier replies that she not only knew she would arrive, but also that she would wake her from this dream. Su Leng breaks into a sweat, asking if she truly knows this is a dream. Why is that? Kier turns away, saying that this is not just a dream, but her childhood memories, where her sealed abilities are kept. This river of time is her true origin, leaving Su Leng absolutely stunned by the revelation. "What? Are you serious?" Kier grabs her hand, telling her that it is a very long story. Fully breaking the seal cannot be done quickly anyway, and they have far more urgent matters to attend to right now. We should go back first. Kier wakes up instantly, prompting Su Leng to gasp that Zhao Kier has finally returned to them. "Kier? You are?" She replies, "Su Leng, do not ask questions now. We must go wake the others immediately." Kier explains that she needs to check on Nan Zisheng first, as his situation is definitely the toughest of all. Using her abilities, she dives straight into Zisheng's consciousness to scout out the situation and see what is happening. Kier slowly reaches deep inside Zisheng, bypassing all obstacles with her time power as she finds him fighting with everything he has got. He pants heavily from exhaustion. The spear god speaks down to him, asking if a mortal struggle is really only this pathetic. "How boring. If you want to challenge me again, go complete the trials of godhood first and obtain your divine spark." Breaking a sweat, Zisheng wonders what these trials of godhood could possibly mean, but he receives absolutely no answer in return. The spear god launches another relentless attack on Zisheng, blasting him far away with a heavy blow. The deity explains that there are 7 trials, and once he reaches the top, he will become a god with power equal to his own. Outside, Kier strains to penetrate deep inside Zisheng's mind. Zhang Yuan walks over to check on her, asking how the situation is looking. Straining to the point of nearly injuring herself, she replies that his dreamscape is completely different from anyone else's. His dreamscape seems to have 7 distinct layers, plunging deep down like an endless abyss. I cannot see clearly, and the energy interfering with him is not just the Void Dreamweaver, but something else entirely. It is a massive wave of power that is far beyond anything we could possibly imagine. The moment I touched it, I was blocked. I suspect this energy comes from a god. Zhang Yuan gasps in shock. A god? Have they finally targeted Nan Zisheng at last? Deeply troubled, Zhang Yuan asks what on earth they should do now. Kier replies that she does not know, as her seal is still intact, preventing her from seeing any future events. Whether he can wake up or not is up to him, as escaping this dreamscape relies entirely on his own strength. Or we must wait until everyone else wakes up so they can try to help him together. Zisheng's face is incredibly tense as he frowns, grits his teeth, and sweats non-stop. The scene shifts to a ferocious beast attacking innocent humans. People scream in sheer terror, shouting that the beast is here and urging everyone to run and alert the village chief. Right at that moment, Zisheng suddenly appears on the scene and witnesses this chaotic event firsthand. He is totally stunned, wondering if this is Daoyuan village in Yecheng, since he already tamed the beasts here long ago. Why are they suddenly attacking? Just then, the system alerts him to the first trial of godhood, peaceful kindness. The mission requirement is to rescue the majority of the villagers from the beast tide within 3 days. The reward is one of 7 divine spark fragments, divine judgment. Leaping down from above, Zisheng calmly wonders if this is the trial of godhood he was told about. It seems far too simple. Feeling almost like an insult to his abilities, he immediately extends his hand toward the raging beast, invoking his beast tamer, tame ability. Even as Zisheng places his hand on the beast's forehead, it continues growling and baring its sharp fangs at him, leaving him completely startled. Did his taming ability fail? Caught off guard for a split second, the beast seizes the opening and strikes, sending him flying. Quickly taking a defensive stance, Zisheng tries to activate another skill, Dragon Breath Pulse Blade, but it fails to work too. He stares at his hands in utter disbelief, wondering if his storage ring has completely vanished as well. The system interface displays that in this trial, he will revert to his initial state without any help from his 5 great talents tree. Finding them again requires 2 specific methods. Option 1 is to head to the village, find clues to regain his power, and fight the beast tide. Option 2 is to survive this mission with just a mortal body, and his power will automatically return. Reading this, Zisheng broke a sweat. A complete factory reset? So this was the trap waiting for him. Right then, he had to face a massive, ferocious beast. The monster was incredibly fast. He leaped up, kicking it right in the snout, and sending the beast reeling to the side. Even without his 5 great powers, his combat skills remained. Zisheng lunged forward, clashing head-on as the beast charged right at him. Man and beast clashed. The monster was brutally strong, but its left claw was weaker, likely from an old injury. The beast's eyes flashed a different color as it roared. Zisheng taunted, "You want a piece of me?" He grabbed the beast, flipping it right over. Over you go. Yet, even after that mid-air spin, the beast recovered its balance, slashing its claws right at Zisheng. Instinctively, he dodged. It had been ages since Zisheng felt this weak, and this fragile body was hard to get used to. Time for a cheap trick. He grabbed a stone, raising it high, and yelled, "Take this." The startled beast quickly flinched back. Just kidding, but this next throw is absolutely real. The stone flew straight, hitting the beast square in the face. Terrified, the monster fled, letting Zisheng breathe a sigh of relief, glad it ran off. Without his godlike powers, putting it down would have been an absolute nightmare. Worse yet, his wounds were still fresh, and he only had 3 days to sort this mess out. With just a mortal body, surviving a massive beast tide was completely impossible. He needed to find those clues and regain his powers before disaster struck. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. Next scene, Zisheng woke up in a warm room. Confused, he muttered, "Where is this?" Xuan stepped over, asking, "Are you awake?" Looking at the girl, he asked, "Zishan." Confused, she replied, "Wait, who is Zishan?" Mistaken identity? "I am Xuan, the only doctor here in Taoyuan village. You can just call me Xuan." Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized. "Ah, sorry, Xuan. Did you save my life?" Xuan warned him, "Don't move. You lost a lot of blood, and I just bandaged you up. Actually, we should be thanking you. If you had not fought off that wild beast, who knows how many people in our village would have lost their lives. You are a hero to us now." Suddenly, a young boy burst into the room, shouting, "Xuan, we have a huge problem." She turned around, surprised. "Shuo? Why are you panicking like this?" Shuo panted. "The priestess, she says she saw a vision that in 3 days, a massive beast tide will wipe us out." Xuan gasped. "What?" Shuo continued. "She claims we must sacrifice the kindest woman in the village to activate the altar. That is the only way to summon a god with 5 legendary powers to save us." "But sister, you are the kindest person here." Zisheng realized those 5 legendary powers belonged to him. Was this the clue he needed? But why did it have to cost Xuan's life? He was completely stunned. Gods, sacrifice, beast tides. It was all a sick setup for his real trial. A brutal test of life. Under the flickering fire, the priestess chanted that only sacrificing Xuan could activate the altar and summon a god to save them from this doom. The village chief's son abruptly stood up, refusing to accept this madness. "What? Not Xuan. She has saved so many lives in this village over the years. My own son and daughter are alive because of Xuan. We are betraying her kindness. Is there really no other way? Yet, the priestess remained cold, trusting her dark vision. Heaven's will is absolute. Either sacrifice Swan, or offer up your own 2 daughters instead. Would you prefer that? Hearing this, the man froze, completely powerless. He sat back down slowly, asking, "Wait, did you not just say only Swan could activate the altar?" The priestess replied, "Indeed. But now you see how utterly useless your loud complaints actually are, do you not?" He leaped up, stammering in protest. "You are talking nonsense." But the old chief barked, "Silence. Her visions have never been wrong. Call a village meeting immediately. Someone has to play the bad guy here." Meanwhile, Shuo grabbed Xuan's hand, trying to pull her away. "Xuan, you must run away with me right now." Xuan shook her head, unable to believe it. "But the villagers have always been so kind to me. They would never do this," Shuo argued. "But what if they actually do?" Just then, Zisheng spoke up. "Xuan, if you can flee this village, then the others can do the same. 3 days is plenty of time for everyone to evacuate. Let's go scout a safe path for them first." Finding it to be a solid plan, Xuan agreed. Yet, Zisheng felt uneasy, knowing things were never this simple, but still, trying every single possible method was worth a shot. Who knows, maybe this trial had a loophole. Outside, the scene shifts. The villagers are suddenly summoned together. Just as one man was heading out to work in the fields, the village chief suddenly insisted on calling an emergency meeting. Another complained about drying herbs, but someone cut them off, warning about the rumored beast attack happening today. That had to be the reason. Suddenly, Xuan, Shuo, and Zisheng dashed past, running frantically and leaving everyone completely baffled. "Where are you rushing off to, Xuan?" someone called. The chief called a meeting at the altar. Where else? They assumed someone in the village had a sudden medical emergency. Someone yelled that if Xuan was busy, they would just fill her in on the details later. Leading the way, Shuo suddenly slammed into an invisible wall. Zisheng stepped up to inspect it, confirming it was indeed a barrier. The entire village was sealed off. Shuo cried out in utter shock. "What is this? Why can't we get out?" Xuan anxiously asked. "If we can't get out, does that mean the beast tide can't get in either?" Zisheng shook his head. "No, the barrier was strictly one way, letting things in but keeping them trapped." Xuan gasped in horror, while Shuo panicked over what she should do. She insisted they head back first to check on the situation. Xuan spoke with absolute confidence. The deity had used every dirty trick to trap her, but she refused to be easily manipulated like a helpless pawn. Back at the village, furious at the chief's outrageous verdict, the crowd began hurling whatever they could grab straight at him. "Chief, have you lost your mind?" they yelled. "You want to burn Xuan alive over a completely baseless accusation?" This was pure, unadulterated madness. Watching the villagers defend her, Xuan turned to Shuo, proving that she was right about their kindness all along. Shuo remained highly skeptical, wondering why the chief would demand this. Was he really the only bad guy in the entire village? Zisheng watched silently, thinking their righteous anger was easy now simply because standing up for justice didn't cost them anything yet. The rejected woman spat back, muttering that they wouldn't learn their lesson until staring death in the face. She warned that karma would strike soon, leaving them to face the terrifying consequences of ignoring her advice. Panicked, the villagers tried to flee, only to slam hard against the invisible barrier. Trapped inside with the beast tide fast approaching, they screamed in absolute terror, begging for someone to save them. The beasts breached the defenses, slaughtering the villagers mercilessly. Screams for Xiaobao echoed, cut short as lightning split the sky. The remaining villagers stood there, utterly paralyzed with shock, speechless as the horrific scene unfolded right before their eyes. Zisheng realized that once they actually had to pay a price, the mood shifted. Disappointing, yes, but it was just typical human nature. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the village chief spoke up. He claimed making such a harsh decision broke his heart, but as their leader, he had to take responsibility for everyone. He would happily play the villain if needed. Looking up, he dismissed the crowd, telling everyone to go home and think it over. Tomorrow, they would hold a vote to decide Xuan's ultimate fate. Devastated, she could only stand in silence as tears streamed down her cheeks. She questioned if her life was really up for a vote. Was she not a part of this village too? Looking down, Zisheng saw a spectral projection of Qingchen. It was incredibly ironic to see the patterns of his own 5 great talents carved onto this altar. He decided to drip some of his own blood onto the runes to see if it triggered any reaction. The blood landed on the cold stone, but absolutely nothing happened. The connection remained entirely dead. Qingchen's voice echoed, "Nan Zisheng, stop struggling. It is completely in vain. The only way to reclaim your power is to sacrifice Xuan, he sneered. Without that energy, you cannot stop the beast tide, let alone complete your ultimate mission. Zisheng shot back with a frown. Actually, the thing you really want to sacrifice here isn't Xuan. It is my humanity, isn't it? Once humanity is lost, divinity is born. But why is it that I don't believe a word of that? Qing Chen sneered back. Nan Zisheng, you are clever enough to see the true nature of things, yet incredibly foolish. Your ultimate stupidity. Zisheng retorted that the deity's own folly was rooted in pure arrogance, making Qing Chen burst into delighted, mocking laughter. How interesting. I simply cannot wait to see what kind of choice you will make 3 days from now. Don't disappoint me, the deity warned. Zisheng calmly replied that he definitely wouldn't. However, Zisheng swore he would never let the deity have his way. Even if his rebirth and powers were entirely orchestrated by the god, every single choice along the way would still be his own voluntary act. This so-called trial was far from over, and this was no exception. Next, we see Shuo spending time with Xuan, holding a tomato in her hands. She sighs, Shuo, I used to feel happy receiving these gifts. So why is it that looking at this today makes me just want to cry? Shuo simply replies, that is because every single one of these gifts is meant to bring death. Just look at them. They do not even have the guts to show their faces. Xuan turns away, whispering softly, honestly, there is really no need for everyone to do this. If my death is truly the only way left to save every single person here, then I do not find it completely unacceptable. But going out like this, I just feel a bit unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Zisheng appears out of thin air, saying, if you are unwilling, then just refuse it. He adds, did you not call me the village hero? Then let me protect you. Xuan gasps in shock. You? But when you fought that beast, it was already heavily wounded. Zisheng smiles confidently and tells her, do not worry, I have already thought of another way. But you must promise me, no matter what happens tomorrow, keep fighting to live. Do not hesitate. Otherwise, everything we do will be completely pointless. Xuan is left completely confused by his words. Next scene, the day of the vote arrives. Today, we gather to vote on a crucial decision. Do we sacrifice Xuan to earn the god's protection and survive this terrifying beast tide? 2 boxes sit before me, representing life and death. The life box means we all die together, while the death box means only Xuan dies so we can be saved. But before the choices are even made, Zisheng bursts in from out of nowhere and kicks both boxes away. There is no need for a vote. The crowd gasps. What on earth is he doing? Without a vote, how do we decide? Is this outsider seriously blocking our only way to survive? Standing tall on the stage, Zisheng yells, I will give you a third option. Form a suicide squad. I will personally lead you to set up traps, build defenses, and train to slaughter the beast tide together. I just hope you all will fight alongside me. Stand up with me now. But if you refuse, I will not force you, he warns. But anyone who still dares to sacrifice Xuan will face my wrath. A worried villager speaks up. But we are just simple farmers. We can barely slaughter a pig. Zisheng confidently points to himself. You all know I fought off a tiger with my bare hands, right? Let me tell you right now, that was absolutely nothing. I have fought off massive beast tides before. I will teach you every single combat skill and survival tactic I know, including how to dig traps, launch counterattacks, and defend our lines when the enemy arrives. I will teach you everything. As long as we stand united, there is still a sliver of hope for us. Qing steps forward to join Zisheng. 2 years ago, I fell gravely ill and almost died, but Xuan helped this old man survive a few more years. You want me to betray her now? I cannot do that. Kid, count me in. I will fight right alongside you. Qing, would rather die fighting beside Xuan than commit such a cruel act. Little Stone chimes in. I would rather die than live in shame. Inspired by Qing, the others find their courage. Count me in too. If we must die, we die standing tall. Count me in. If we do not fight, my conscience will never rest. Deeply moved by their loyalty, Xuan says, since everyone treats me so well, even if I must die to save you all, I will go gladly. Shuo warns her quietly, Sister Xuan, let's not celebrate too early just yet. The village chief finally speaks up. If that is how it is, let's try our hero's plan first. If we actually survive this calamity, it will be a blessing for our entire village. The priestess sneers. Foolish insects. You dare to think you can defy destiny. Just you wait. Soon enough, you will all be on your knees, begging me to perform the sacrifice. The scene shifts to Zisheng guiding the villagers. The elders are assigned to dig trenches along the village boundary, at least 3 meters deep. We plant sharp bamboo stakes at the bottom, covering them with dry grass and loose dirt. Make sure to leave no traces. When facing the beasts, do not panic. Stay light on your feet and never blindly clash with them head-on. Learn to deceive the enemy, then seize the moment to slash their legs and finish them. The women cannot sit idle either. Gather every clay jar from everyone's house, and then fill them to the brim with boiling oil. Using them with fire will make fire bombs. As they worked, the villagers asked for advice from our hero, Zisheng. Look, it is getting late, and it is about to pour. Shouldn't we call it a day and get some rest? With a dead serious expression, he asks, do you actually want to save yourselves? Or are you just acting? Deep down, do you just want to sacrifice someone to escape? If you really want survival, at least wait out this heavy storm first. Seeing his intense look, everyone goes silent, but the rain keeps getting heavier. It is pouring now. Let's head inside first. Otherwise, forget about fighting the beast tide. Honestly, it is not even certain we will survive until the monster horde actually arrives. Exactly. We are not machines here. Zisheng silently bends down, continuing his work without uttering a single word. Unlike those slackers, the village chief keeps working, pushing through the storm. Don't lose heart, hero Nan. We old folks don't sleep much, so we can keep going. Hearing this, Zisheng feels deeply touched. The village chief softly shares his inner thoughts. Your expression says it all. You think the mastermind of the sacrifice, like me, shouldn't be standing here. You might not believe me, but initially, after sacrificing Xuan, I fully intended to be buried right alongside her. As the village chief, I had to protect the majority, but by doing that, I terribly wronged poor Xuan. Now that you've shown us a third path, we have to risk it all. Let's just call this my shot at redemption. Zisheng smiles warmly. Chief, I believe in you. Hearing the chief, the lazy crowd suddenly finds their spark. The chief is right. We cannot throw away our only hope. If we want to survive, we have to save ourselves. If we still die, we can only blame our own weakness. To hell with sacrificing innocent people. Hearing this, hope begins to spark deep within Zisheng. The exact reason I protect humanity is because of this beautiful side of them. The boxes of life and death aren't Xuan's fate, but the destiny of every single villager. Every single vote will ultimately decide their own life or death. A while later, I am dead tired. My body is aching all over, and that Nan Zisheng guy treats us like animals. I must have been completely blind today, letting myself get riled up and following along with his crazy plan. To me, sacrificing Xuan is way more reliable. Once the god descends, we survive without lifting a finger. So why should we endure all this miserable torture? The priestess suddenly appears before these hopeless people. You know what? You are actually right. All of this is completely useless. Even if you follow his orders, this village is still doomed to fall. There is absolutely no turning back. Seeing this, the village chief's son speaks up. Then what are we supposed to do? With so many villagers now strongly opposing Xuan's sacrifice, what can we even accomplish? Please, Lady Priestess, show us a clear way out of this nightmare. The priestess answers. Lin, you don't need to play dumb with me. The solution is already written in your hearts. Tomorrow night is the final deadline. Life or death, the choice is yours. Hearing this, Lin's face begins to contort. A dark thought flashes in his mind. I get it. The crowd around him quickly chimes in. Lin, you are the chief's son. We will follow your lead. For now, let us head back home to take care of our elders and children. Meanwhile, the village women drop to their knees right outside Swan's home. They cry out, Swan, we beg you. You saved my daughters before. Since you saved them once, please save them just one more time. Yes, Swan. If not for us, do it for the children. My little boy is only 3. Xuan, my child survived because you delivered him. How can you be so heartless and just watch him die? Xuan recalls the day she delivered Sister Wang's baby. Holding the newborn, she rejoiced. Sister Wang, congratulations. It is a healthy baby girl. A girl? Girls are like warm little blankets. When she grows up, I will teach her medicine. Beside her, Suo quickly snaps. Sister Xuan, do not forget what you promised our hero, Nan. Xuan quickly snaps out of it and replies, you are right. If I waver so easily now, then everything Nan Zisheng has done for me will be completely in vain. Hearing Suo and Xuan's conversation, Sister Wang's expression shifts. Along with the other women, she puts on a pitiful act to beg Xuan. Look at this child. You once held her in your own arms. She is crying like this because she is begging for her life. If I were you, for the sake of the kids, I would walk right onto that altar without hesitation. Nearby, A little girl whispers to her mother, "Mom, isn't the baby crying only because Aunt Wang secretly pinched him? I just saw it. And you too, Mom. Didn't you always say that my brother and I only survived because Sister Xuan saved us? Since she gave us our lives, what's wrong with giving them back?" Instantly, her mother slaps her hard. "You stupid brat. Shut up. Understand my ass. Give it back, and you are dead meat. Get it?" Gwen quickly backed away and bowed politely in response. "Go home first, sisters. Let me sleep on it for a night." Meanwhile, Zack raised his stick, shouting in pure rage, "Get lost. Get the hell back." As soon as the door shut, those women spat in anger. What kind of saint? It is all a total lie. He is just a selfish, heartless bastard. Mrs. Wang anxiously asked, "Mrs. Lin, it seems our plan failed. What do we do now?" Mrs. Lin, dripping with bloodlust, reassured her. "Don't panic. My man already has it covered. If we can't convince them, we will snatch Gwen directly. While those clueless idiots are busy training, we will drag her to the altar and kill her." Under the pouring rain, Lin led the mob toward Gwen's house. "That guy might be ruthless, but we have numbers on our side. While he is away, we strike first. Once the sacrifice is done, our God will descend. He won't be able to do a thing to us." Clutching their shovels, a small group of villagers chanted, "We are with you, Lin." With that, he kicked the front door open. But Zack was already standing guard right there. The young boy demanded, "What do you think you are doing?" Lin lunged forward with his sickle, but Zack quickly blocked the strike. "What are we doing? We are sacrificing that selfish bastard to save this entire village." Zack shouted, "How dare you?" The village chief hasn't even spoken yet, but Lin easily knocked Zack back. "I am the chief's son, so my word is law here. Now get the hell out of my way, you little brat. Tie this brat up first, so he doesn't snitch." His goons barked, "Understood." Despite his injuries, Zack was quickly bound tight. He gritted his teeth. "Bastards. Let me go." Then Liam barged into Helen's room and seized her. "Brother Liam, how could you?" Liam coldly ordered his men, "Tie her up and drag her straight to the sacrificial altar now." Terrified, tears streamed down Helen's face. "No, please, somebody help me." They lit the fire. Torches blazed bright against the dark sky. Look, the rain stopped the moment we lit them. It is obvious. Even the heavens themselves are helping us complete this sacrifice. Tied to the pillar, Helen watched as the eerie shadow of the azure deity began to emerge. Beneath them lay creeping shadows, mirroring the dark, twisted selfishness hidden deep inside the human heart. Raising her ceremonial blade, the witch doctor began her chant. "Netherworld guides, blood moon descends. Daylilies serve as tinder. Let the altar open wide. Mortal flesh sacrificed. Ancient gods descend. 5 great gifts unlocked. The beast tide retreats. 1 life for 100. Bringing peace to all. Defy destiny. And corpses will pile high." With that, the ritual officially began. First step of the sacrifice: paint the altar in blood. For this, the villagers had to participate. Each must draw blood from Helen, but keep the wounds non-fatal. They waited for her warm blood to drench the platform. Leading the pack, Liam gripped his blade and barked. "Understood." Liam stepped up first, dragging his sharp scythe across Helen's thigh, making her scream in agonizing pain. With eyes like a rabid beast, Liam yelled, "We are already here. Do not hesitate. If we want to survive, we must act." The crowd behind him quickly turned primal, acting like beasts escaped from a cage. Liam is right. Hesitate and we all die. What is there to fear from a single cut? One by one, the villagers took turns leaving horrific slashes across Helen's body, driving her into deep despair and agonizing pain. Crying out, she heard one jeer, "I have hated your face for so long, using your looks to seduce men all over the place. The most beautiful, kindest girl in the village? You are nothing but a cheap whore." Hanging by a thread, Helen finally saw the pure malice of humanity. Was nothing but a fake, human mask. She wished she could use a scalpel to slice their chests open and inspect their black hearts. Too bad she would never get that chance. As Helen's blood dripped down, it slowly began to seep deep into the earth. A bright red glow pulsed beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Austin was tending to his lair, completely unaware of what was unfolding. But the moment that crimson light pierced the sky, he froze in sudden realization. Is that the altar? Damn it. Helen must be in serious trouble. "Everyone, follow me to the altar." His allies rushed behind Austin in a panic, cursing, "Who the hell is behind this madness?" At the altar, the witch led the chant, "The altar is open. The final step, pile the wood to burn her flesh and soul. Hurry up, before Austin returns and ruins everything." Sweat poured down the witch's face. Urging them on, She screamed, "Light the fire." But just as the torch was thrown toward Helen, a hand caught it, sparking new hope. Gripping the blazing torch, Austin shielded Helen with his body, roaring, "I want to see who dares lay a hand on her." The villagers gasped. "Austin!" The witch shrieked, "Defiers of destiny must die." But with pure fury, Austin charged and blasted her away. "In my past life and this one, I have broken heaven's laws countless times. You predicted the beast tide. But did you fail to realize the very god you are summoning is me?" The witch stammered in utter disbelief. "You? Impossible. You are nothing but a..." Silencing her permanently, Austin growled, "I do not have time for your garbage." Below, the crowd stared with open mouths. He killed the high priestess." Austin quickly slashed Helen's bonds, pulling her close as he whispered, "Hold on, Helen." Helen's voice faded to a weak whisper. Liam suddenly charged forward, screaming, "The ritual is nearly complete. We cannot let him ruin this. If we do, we all die. Everyone, attack him together. There is no way we cannot overpower him." But as Liam leaped, the village chief intercepted him, shouting, "You beast! You worthless son! How dare you pull this behind my back? Everyone, help me block them. Athena, grab a few people and get Helen to safety. Find medicine to stop her bleeding. Leave these bastards to me." Supporting Helen, Athena nodded. "Got it." Unmoved, Liam pressed on with his madness. "Father, move. We cannot let her escape, or the entire village will perish." Austin growled, "You utter scumbag." Brimming with killing intent, he lunged at him. "If you fools are so eager to die, then do not blame me for turning your own malice against you. After all, butcher knives are meant for slaughtering beasts. Let me tell you, every single one of you who cast a vote into that death box sealed your own doom. Scum like you do not deserve my protection." After wiping out the mob, Austin turned his eyes to a trembling woman who raised her knife, crying, "Stay back, do not kill me. I have a young child." But Austin showed no mercy. "When you slashed Helen, did you think about your child? A child raised by a monster like you will only become a degenerate." The trial quest requires him to save most of the villagers from the beast tide, so he decides to slaughter them himself before the horde even arrives. Doesn't that technically count as rescuing them from the beast horde anyway? To him, pulling out the rotten roots of dark humanity is a much more permanent form of salvation.